Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. I present report number 32 of the Selection Committee relating to consideration of committee and delegation business and private members' business on Monday, 18 November 2024. The report will be printed in the Hansard for today, and the committee's determinations will appear on tomorrow's notice paper. Copies of the report have been placed on the table. And I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 1, Navigation Amendment Bill 2024.
I give the call to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government.
Thank you, Speaker. I present the Navigation Amendment Bill 2024 and its explanatory memorandum.
And I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Navigation Act 2012 and for related purposes.
Give the call to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I move that this bill now be read a second time. This bill makes minor amendments to the Navigation Act 2012 in order to give effect to an amendment to the International Convention for the Safety of Life at Sea, 1974, known as SOLAS. Specifically, the bill amends the definitions of passenger, seafarer, industrial personnel and industrial personnel vessel within the Navigation Act 2012, as well as providing a specific regulation-making power for industrial personnel vessels. The SOLAS Convention commenced in 1980, and with Australia signing the convention in 1983. SOLAS is administered by the International Maritime Organisation, or IMO, a specialised agency of the United Nations. The IMO's Maritime Safety Committee is responsible for updating SOLAS and related codes. The main objective of SOLAS is to specify minimum standards for the construction, equipment and operation of ships to ensure their safety. In Australia, the Navigation Act 2012 implements our obligations under SOLAS, including regulating international ship and seafarer safety and protecting the marine environment. In November 2022, the Maritime Safety Committee adopted Resolution 521-106 to amend SOLAS to insert a new chapter, Chapter 15, titled Safety Measures for Ships Carrying Industrial Personnel. This chapter includes a requirement to comply with the International Code of Safety for Ships Carrying Industrial Personnel. The carriage of industrial personnel differs to that of other passengers, as the vessels used are primarily offshore support vessels, and the transfer of industrial personnel often occurs in very challenging environments. This requires specialist skills and control measures not required in usual passenger operations. The SOLAS amendment provides minimum safety standards for ships that carry industrial personnel, as well as for the personnel themselves, and addresses specific risks unique to these operations. Such personnel may be engaged in the construction, maintenance or decommissioning, operation or servicing of offshore facilities such as wind farms, as well as offshore oil and gas installations, aquaculture, ocean mining or similar activities. On the 20th of March 2024, the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties resolved that binding treaty action be recommended to give effect to the SOLAS amendment. This bill gives effect to the SOLAS amendment and ensures Australia's compliance with its international obligations under the Convention, and will allow foreign vessels in Australia to rely on the newly established International Code of Safety for Ships Carrying Industrial Personnel, and I commend the bill to the House.
The debate must now be adjourned.
Move that the matter be adjourned.
I thank the member for Brudden. The question is the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 2. Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water. Davis Station Critical Infrastructure Works.
I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Competition, Charities and Treasury.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that in accordance with the provisions of the Public Works Committee Act 1969, the following proposed work be referred to the Parliamentary Standing Committee for Public Works for consideration and report. Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water, Davis Station Critical Infrastructure Works. The Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water is proposing to undertake a program of works to sustain and renew ageing infrastructure at Davis Research Station in Antarctica. The works will replace end-of-life water, power and mechanical services operations at Davis Station to enable the station to be capable of supporting full station capacity. The scope of works will include a new water production and main power facility, a new vehicle workshop, refurbishment of all trade workshops, and the decommissioning and demolition of redundant structures. The total estimated capital cost for the works is $251.7 million, excluding GST. Subject to parliamentary approval, construction is expected to commence in mid-2025 and be completed by mid-2030. The works must be referred to, and considered by and reported on to both Houses of Parliament by the Public Works Committee before work may commence. I commend the motion to the House.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 3. Department of Defence, facilities to support land 8113 Phase 1 long range fires.
And the call to the Assistant Minister for Competition, Charities and Treasury.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that in accordance with the provisions of the Public Works Committee Act 1969, the following proposed work be referred to the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works for consideration and report. Department of Defence, facilities to support land 8113 Phase 1 long-range fires. Defence is proposing works to provide new facilities and infrastructure at the Edinburgh Defence Precinct, South Australia, to support a regiment to operate and maintain a new long-range fires capability. Defence is also proposing works to upgrade and reuse existing training, sustainment and storage facilities at the School of Artillery in the Puckapunyal Military Area, Victoria, to also support the new capability. The total estimated cost of the works is $376.7 million, excluding GST. Subject to parliamentary approval, the works at Edinburgh are scheduled to commence in mid-2025 and be completed by late 2028. The works at Puckapunyal are scheduled to commence in mid-2025 and be completed by early 2026. The works must be referred to, considered by and reported on to both Houses of Parliament by the Public Works Committee before works may commence. I commend the motion to the House.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 4. Services Australia, proposed fit-out of existing leased premises at Carolyn Chisholm Centre, 57 Athlon Drive, Greenway, Australian Capital Territory.
I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Competition, Charities and Treasury.
I move that in accordance with the provisions of the Public Works Committee Act 1969, the following proposed work be referred to the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works for consideration and report. Services Australia, proposed fit-out of existing leased premises at Carolyn Chisholm Centre, 57 Athlon Drive, Greenway, Australian Capital Territory. Services Australia is proposing works to fit out its existing premises at the Carolyn Chisholm Centre, 57 Athlon Drive, Greenway, Australian Capital Territory. The works form part of an office consolidation project that will consolidate 3 of Services Australia's Tuggeranong sites into one by 2027 and deliver operational and financial efficiencies without impacting service delivery. The project will provide a modern and flexible workplace that meets Commonwealth occupational density targets and maximises the efficient use of space. The project budget is $144.49 million, excluding GST. Subject to parliamentary approval, construction is expected to commence in August 2025 for completion in August 2027. The works must be referred to, considered by and reported on to both Houses of Parliament by the Public Works Committee before work may commence. I commend the motion to the House.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 5. Services Australia, proposed fit-out of new lease premises at 158 to 186 Walker Street, Townsville, Queensland.
The call to the Assistant Minister for Competition, Charities and Treasury.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that in accordance with the provisions of the Public Works Committee Act 1969, the following proposed works be referred to the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works for consideration and report. Services Australia, proposed fit-out of new leased premises at 158 to 186 Walker Street, Townsville, Queensland. Services Australia is proposing works to fit out newly leased premises at 158 to 186 Walker Street, Townsville, Queensland. The fit-out is part of a project to consolidate Services Australia's 2 Townsville corporate office sites, located in Aikenvale and at 235 to 259 Stanley Street, into a single building. A customer-facing service will be retained at Aikenvale. The consolidation approach will deliver operational and financial efficiencies without impacting service delivery. The proposed works will provide a modern and flexible workplace that meets Commonwealth occupational density targets and maximises the efficient use of space. The project budget is $29.16 million, excluding GST. Subject to parliamentary approval, construction is expected to commence in early 2025 and be completed in late 2027. The works must be referred to, considered by and reported on to both Houses of the Parliament by the Public Works Committee before work may commence. I commend the motion to the House.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I'll give a call to the Honourable Member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, I present the report of the Australian Parliamentary Delegation to the 31st Annual Meeting of the Asia-Pacific Parliamentary Forum, held in Manila, the Philippines from 23rd to 26th November 2023, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted the member for Braddon? Leave is granted. The member for Adelaide may proceed.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I had the honour of leading Australia's delegation to the APPF Annual Meeting in Manila, accompanied by the members for Bass, Capricornia and Pearce. The theme for the annual meeting was resilient partnerships for peace, prosperity and sustainability. The member for Capricornia and I also undertook a bipartisan program of engagements with senior Philippines government and parliamentary representatives in the lead up to the annual meeting. The APPF is an assembly of national parliaments which meets each year to discuss political, security and economic issues affecting our region. As a regional forum, the APPF emphasises the common goals and values of the people of the Asia-Pacific. Decisions at the APPF are made by consensus. Mr Speaker, in accordance with its usual practice, the APPF annual meeting comprised working group and drafting committee meetings at which proposed resolutions lodged by member countries were considered and merged into one agreed text where possible. A meeting of women parliamentarians and plenary sessions at which delegates could make longer contributions and speak to their country's draft resolutions. The plenary sessions were organised around 3 broad themes: political and security matters, economic and trade matters, and regional cooperation in the Asia-Pacific. Australia lodged 4 draft resolutions, details of which are in our report. Despite its small size, our delegation all participated at different stages in the overlapping working groups, drafting committee meetings, the meeting of women parliamentarians and the plenary sessions. Now, in her speech during the meeting of women parliamentarians, the member for Capricornia spoke on the topic of women's participation and leadership. She drew on Australia's experience to acknowledge the steady increase in the representation of women in parliamentary roles in the Asia-Pacific, but also reflected on the barriers that see the percentage of seats held by women in national parliaments across the region still below the global average. The member for Bass and I spoke during the plenary session on political and security matters. In my speech, Mr Speaker, I emphasised the capacity of regional parliaments to promote peace and stability and Australia's efforts to uphold international human rights, as well our support for regional aid, development and peacekeeping efforts. In her speech, the member for Bass highlighted the strong contribution to combating regional transitional crime being made by DFAT, AUSTRAC and Australia's law enforcement agencies. During the plenary session on economic and trade matters, I highlighted Australia's efforts to understand the needs of its changing workforce and noted the importance of ensuring that the benefits of economic growth are shared across all strata of society, irrespective of gender, age, race, ethnicity or region. The member for Bass and the member for Pearce both spoke during the third plenary session on regional cooperation in the Asia-Pacific. The member for Bass noted Australia's significant financial and logistical support for the region during the COVID-19 pandemic and our contribution, Mr Speaker, to international efforts to improve reporting, preparedness and responses for future pandemics. In her speech, the member for Pearce spoke on the importance of regional cooperation through education and culture. She emphasised the importance of equity and inclusion in regional education and highlighted Australia's strong contribution through development assistance and dedicated programs such as the Australia Awards Scholarship and the Australia Pacific Training Coalition. Mr Speaker, in conclusion, the Australian delegation welcomed the opportunity to build and sustain relationships with our regional counterparts at the APPF annual meeting. I would like to thank our hosts, the presiding officers of the Philippines Congress, for their hospitality, and we commend the staff of the Congress for their care and attention to detail in running a successful annual meeting. The delegation would also like to thank the staff of the International Parliamentary Relations Office, the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade in both Canberra and Manila, and the Parliamentary Library for their assistance in the extensive preparations necessary for an APPF annual meeting. I'd particularly like to express my appreciation to Mr Russell Schaefer, our delegation secretary who accompanied us, who I understand will be retiring in the near future, and I greatly appreciated his support during this delegation and on many other previous occasions. And all of us, I suppose, we wish Russell well for the future. He'll be sorely missed. Mr Speaker, the future of the APPF is sadly a little uncertain at this time. The next host country is yet to be identified, and it seems unlikely that an annual meeting will be held this year. Our delegation can attest to the benefits of direct engagement with our counterparts in the Asia-Pacific, and we endorse the Australian Parliament's participation in the APPF and other regional fora. I commend the report to the House.
I thank the member for Adelaide. I give the call to the honourable member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties, I present the Committee's Report 222, Convention on the International Organisation of Marine Aids to Navigation, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted? The member for Braddon has granted leave.
Thank you.
May proceed.
Speaker, I am pleased to make a statement on the Joint Standing Committee's Treaties Report 222, the Convention on the International Organisation of Marine Aids to Navigation. This report focuses on the Treaties Committee inquiry into the Marine Aids Convention, and it also includes a minor treaty action on the transboundary movement of hazardous waste and their disposal. The proposed major treaty action considers Australia's accession to a multilateral treaty, the Convention on the International Organisation of Marine Aids to Navigation. The Convention establishes an intergovernmental organisation, the International Organisation for Marine Aids to Navigation, which replaces the current non-government organisation, the International Association of Marine Aids to Navigation and Lighthouse Authorities. This move is intended to improve transparency and governance of the organisation and to increase the international acceptance of marine and navigational standards. The change is also expected to open new membership and funding opportunities for countries and agencies who are currently restricted from joining the non-government organisations. This key feature of the organisation's work has been to promote the harmonisation of marine aids navigation so that mariners can expect the same set of rules and systems internationally. Australia has been a long-standing and respected member of the organisation, having served on its council and various technical committees. The committee supports ratification of the Convention so that Australia can continue to play a part in this important work, which directly contributes to the safety of our coastal waters and our substantial marine transportation industry. The minor treaty action covered by this report is also an acceptance of amendments to the Basel Convention on the control of transboundary movement of hazardous waste and their disposal. The amendment establishes These amendments establish rules for international transportation of waste to minimise adverse effects on the environment and on human health. The amendments, which include electronic waste such as mobile phone screens or batteries as a category of hazardous waste, is covered by the Convention. Finally, Speaker, I'd like to thank my fellow committee members, all the witnesses who participated in the hearings, and to the Secretariat for the work that they've done on this report and in organising the hearings. The committee supports major and minor treaty action as considered in the report and recommends for both binding treaty action be taken. Speaker, on behalf of the committee, I recommend the report to the House.
I thank the member for Bendigo. I give a call to the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Veterans Entitlements, Treatment and Support, Simplification and Harmonisation Bill 2024. Resumption of debate on second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the honourable member for Gilmore in continuation.
Thank you. Depending on when the veteran served and which periods of service caused or contributed to the condition being claimed, and when the interim report into the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide recommended that the legislative regime supporting veteran entitlements be simplified and harmonised, guided by recommendations of the 2019 Productivity Commission report, A Better Way to Support Veterans, that's what the Albanese government set out to do and is doing with this legislation. In handing down its report, the Royal Commission observed that the current system of veterans' entitlements is so complicated as to adversely affect the mental health of some veterans and their families. Calls to address this complexity have been long-standing, and this bill represents the most significant commitment from government towards simplifying veterans' legislation since the introduction of the Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act 20 years ago. The system is overly complex and difficult to understand. In 2019, the Productivity Commission recommended that these 3 acts be streamlined into 2. The Albanese government has taken that a step further. The bill streamlines the number of acts the Department of Veterans Affairs currently administers from 3 to 1, which will greatly simplify claims processing and give veterans and families the support they need faster. The new regime will mean it is easier for veterans and families to understand what they are entitled to, make it easier for veteran advocates to assist veterans and families with their DVA claims, and simpler and quicker for DVA process veteran and family claims. So veterans and families receive the benefits and supports they need and deserve more quickly. Speaker, it is important to note the consultation with stakeholders that has occurred with regards to the developments of this bill. I note that RSL Australia have welcomed the government's proposed legislation to simplify veteran entitlements legislation. The DVO-ESO Roundtable, the main dialogue forum between the Department of Veterans Affairs and the leadership of ESOs and defence communities, has also supported the proposed legislation. Speaker, it's important from the outset to note that no veteran will be worse off under this legislation, and nobody will receive lower benefits than they are already receiving. Under revised arrangements, the VEA and the DRCA will continue in a limited form, grandparented, to support the Single Act model, but will be closed to new claims for compensation and rehabilitation from 1 July 2023. 2026. The bill also introduces a range of enhancements to the MRCA that will make access to entitlements easier and fairer for veterans. Many of the enhancements have been shaped by feedback provided from the veteran community across two separate consultation periods in 2023 and 2024. To conclude, Speaker, we all come to this place, I believe, in a position to do good for people in our communities that we represent. For me, that always means trying to understand my constituents as best as I can. I have taken very seriously understanding my local bases at HMAS Albatross and HMAS Creswell, and importantly, the fine defence members and veterans that support our bases, capability and community. I have immersed myself at every opportunity to understand our local defence environment and that of our nation, from parachuting with the ADF Parachuting School at Nowra to flying in a Romeo helicopter simulator and doing damage control exercises off our south coast in the Collins-class submarine HMAS Rankin. I am listening, and I will always continue to listen to defence members and veterans. And today, with this legislation, I hope this legislation goes some way to supporting veterans and their families. Those same defence members and veterans that have put their lives on the line to protect us all. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the honourable member for Gippsland.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I have great pleasure in joining today's debate. And from the outset, I want to recognise the members in this place who've served in uniform and anyone who may be listening to the broadcast today, and say to them thank you for your service to our nation, and thank you to your families and loved ones who have supported you in that service. Because, Mr Speaker, there is no greater service any Australian can give than to put on the uniform of the Navy or the Army or the Air Force and potentially place themselves in harm's way to help people who can't necessarily help themselves in a time of conflict or peacekeeping or humanitarian aid and disaster relief missions. So thank you for your service to our country. And at the outset also, Mr Speaker, I want to refer to one veteran in particular. His name is Colin William Hanna, a proud Queenslander who was a patriotic Australian who served for more than 20 years in the Royal Australian Air Force. Now, Cole served in Amberley, in Townsville, in Malaysia, and as part of a UN peacekeeping mission in the Sinai. He served in Sale, and actually it was when he was based in Sale that I met Cole's daughter, and we've been married for 32 years. So the posting to Sale was much to my benefit at the time and for the last 3 decades. Now, Cole transitioned out of the Air Force after more than 20 years of service. He established a small farm out from Gympie. He worked in a small business in Gympie as well. He transitioned well. At a later stage, Cole and Lynn moved from their farm in Gympie to be close to their grandkids in Gippsland, and it was there that Cole, although he's a proud Queenslander, protested a great deal about the cold in Victoria. He established himself in a new community as a lifeguard at the local pool, but also at the Ocean Rescue Squad, where, not unlike a lot of Defence Force personnel I've met over the years, he was quickly in control of the situation. Cole became one of the key office bearers of the Lakes Entrance Ocean Rescue and went on to become a life member of that organisation. So again, a man who served his nation well, continued to serve the community and transitioned well. Throughout his time in retirement, Cole was the beneficiary of the Department of Veterans Affairs' services. He turned him almost into the $6 million man with a new shoulder and a couple of new knees, injuries related to Cole's service in the Air Force, but also his participation in sporting events at the Air Force, where he represented the RAF at the highest levels in volleyball, and was also a keen sportsman in other areas, keeping fit to do his job in uniform. Now, Cole passed away 2 weeks ago, and I tell this story because while he's one individual, it is typical of the vast majority of Australian servicemen and women that I had the pleasure of meeting in my role as Veterans Affairs Minister, but also prior to that as the Parliamentary Secretary for Defence. And I tell his story because it's very easy in this place and in the community to misunderstand the nature of military service and misunderstand the importance of the transition and misunderstand the fact that, again, the vast majority of men and women who serve in uniform will train well, they will serve well, they will transition well, and they'll represent our community and serve our community later in life in a whole range of other roles. And for those, Deputy Speaker, who have issues, whether they're physical or mental health issues, absolutely, as a grateful nation, we have an obligation to support them in their time of need. And Australians can be proud of this simple fact, Deputy Speaker, a simple fact. We provide enormous support for our veterans and their families. In fact, it is amongst the best in the world. But, and this is a big caveat, Deputy Speaker, it is not perfect. We know it's not perfect. We know we can do better. And it is a role of this place, in a very bipartisan way, to ensure that people like Cole and people who have transitioned to become veterans and have issues that need resolving are well supported in a timely manner. Australians, though, should be proud. They should be proud of the fact that in excess of $12 billion per year is provided to our veterans and their families to support them in their life after their role in the Australian Defence Force. Deputy Speaker, I've been very privileged in this place to work in the roles related to the Australian Defence Force. There'll be very few members of the Australian community who have not served in uniform who had so much exposure to the Australian Defence Force than myself. It's been my great good fortune to spend a lot of time as a Parliamentary Secretary, but also as a Veterans and Defence Personnel Minister, in the company of the men and women in uniform. And I can say without any risk of contradiction or correction from anyone in this place that they are the most patriotic, professional, determined, mission-focused people I've ever met. And there is no question, Deputy Speaker, that you can have all the fancy equipment in the world, but our greatest capability in the Australian Defence Force are our people. Our challenge in Australia, in this place, is to ensure that we continue to recruit our share of the best and brightest young Australians to serve in uniform, and in doing so, we have to reassure them and their families that they'll be well looked after, no matter the circumstances they may face. So, as I said, Deputy Speaker, we can be proud of the fact that the veterans community in Australia is the beneficiary of up to $12 billion in support per year, but it's not a perfect system. So I do commend those opposite and those on this side of the House who've worked constructively to try to find ways to improve the system. As I said at the time of announcing the Royal Commission in April 2021, the Royal Commission into Veterans and Defence Force Suicide was an opportunity for our nation to reset the agenda and to try to unite our veterans community as much as possible in what has been a very difficult, sensitive and incredibly complex issue for our veterans over a long period of time. The complexity of dealing with multiple acts, and my great friend beside me is a veteran who has qualifying service for all three acts. It is confusing, it is complex, and the attempts to harmonise and simplify the acts applying to our veterans going forward are commendable, and I don't for a second suggest it's an easy process for the Minister to deal with, but we need to make sure that no veterans will be worse off as a result of the decision. I do agree with the broad themes in the Royal Commission's report that additional efforts are required to harmonise that legislation. But I also totally reject any suggestions in this place or in the broader community that the previous government, the Morrison and Turnbull governments, failed to act to improve the system for Defence Force personnel, veterans and their family. I said many times when I stood at the dispatch box as Minister that the only acceptable number of deaths from suicide for me as the Minister was 0. And that has to be and must continue to be our goal going forward, to eliminate deaths by suicide amongst our Defence Force personnel and our veterans community. To do that, we have to provide the practical support and the ongoing measures to keep ensuring that we drive the agenda, drive the hope for the future, and let our veteran community know that they will be supported when they need it. From my experience, Deputy Speaker, the Department of Veterans Affairs itself is overwhelmingly a positive force for good in this space. The DVA does cop a pretty poor rap across some sections of the veterans community, and I think in many cases it's quite unjustified. Again, from my experience dealing with particularly our older veterans, so I'm talking about our World War II cohort, the greatest generation of Australians, talking to our World War II cohort, the Korean War veterans and Vietnam War veterans, once their claims have been resolved, the benefits that flow to them are quite seamless, and the DVA does a very good job. The area where DVA always struggled, and during my time in office, and I think still today, is reducing the time taken to process a claim. And some of the things we did in government to try and address that were, first of all, employ more staff, more contractors available to try and speed up that that processing of claims. We also introduced what we call a statement of principles, where some claims which were blatantly obvious and clearly a part of doing a certain job in the Defence Force would pass through seamlessly. And so the statements of principles did speed up the process as well. We also introduced, Deputy Speaker, a system of free mental health care for all veterans and their families, regardless of whether it was associated with their military service. The feeling being that the support in terms of mental health care for veterans and their families was a practical measure, and it could be introduced immediately to ensure that people got support when they needed, rather than having to wait to go through a time of assessment of whether they could prove that actual injury was associated with their service in the Defence Force. As a government, we introduced the first of the wellbeing centres across the nation, 8 wellbeing centres in Darwin, Perth, Adelaide, Albury-Wodonga, Nowra, Tasmania, South East Queensland and Townsville. We introduced for the first time, Deputy Speaker, a psychiatric assistance dogs program for veterans with mental health issues. An incredibly successful program that I continue to receive emails and messages from veterans today thanking me for working with the department to introduce that service to our veterans. We appointed the Defence Families Advocate. We introduced the Veterans Covenant and Veterans Recognition Package. And we overhauled Open Arms and made it more fit for purpose with more peers available to support our veterans in their recovery. And we also introduced the Veterans Employment Awards. And I make this point about the Veterans Employment Awards, and I'm proud to say it continues today, Deputy Speaker. We have to be very careful in the public narrative in this place that we don't perpetuate a myth that every veteran is broken or busted. Because if we perpetuate that myth, that every one of them has an ailment that renders them unable to take on a future role, it's very hard for me then to argue that you should employ a veteran. So it's very important, Deputy Speaker, that we do not overinvest in the mythology and feed our veterans a diet of helplessness and hopelessness when in fact the reverse is true. As I outlined from the outset, my father-in-law Cole and many other veterans I've met, they do serve well, they do train well, they do great things in their time in uniform, and then they transition well and make an incredible contribution, some in this place and some in business and in other areas. So the Veterans Employment Awards is all about recognising the great training our Defence Force personnel receive is very transferable to a civilian role, and they become the leaders in our community when they transfer out. So the Veterans Employment Awards are an important part of the package of measures to support our veterans going forward. Commencing the establishment of the Joint Transition Authority, which I know was subject to a fair bit of debate during the Royal Commission, is a process that needs to continue, because we need to ensure and recognise that that transition time is a sensitive time, is where things can go wrong. If someone's transitioning preemptively and didn't expect to be moving our Defence Force through injury or whatever it might be, they need support at that time. We also funded the redevelopment of the Australian War Memorial, which is ongoing today, a major redevelopment which is allowing for the service and sacrifice of the most recent generation of Australian veterans to be appropriately recognised in that most hallowed building in the country. So I think that redevelopment, which is proceeding at pace, will be something that will be well received by the younger generation of veterans in our community. Another thing we did, Deputy Speaker, which is pivotal to the conversation we're having today, is that we actually asked a question in the 2021 census, did you ever serve in the Australian Defence Force? Because until then, Deputy Speaker, we didn't know how many veterans we had. Now we know how many we have, about 600,000, and we actually know which electorates they live in, which will inform future decisions on wellbeing centres and other services that the government needs to provide in partnership with the ex-service organisation. So a lot of things have happened, Deputy Speaker, to support our veterans and their families in this place in the last few years, and more is required to be done. One thing we did do, Deputy Speaker, which I think has stood the test of time and will actually result in a new appointment in the near future, we actually installed a National Commissioner for Veterans Suicide, Defence Force suicide, with the powers of a Royal Commission. I think that an enduring National Commissioner is a reform we should pursue and should return to that policy position sooner rather than later. So, Deputy Speaker, I do commend the current Minister for his work in this area. I commend the Department of Veterans Affairs for the efforts of their staff in trying to provide support for our veterans in a timely manner, and I commend the ex-service organisations for the work they do in supporting our veterans and their families on a voluntary basis. And I say, Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, and finish perhaps where I started, the vast majority of Australian Defence Force personnel will train well, they will serve well, they will transition well, and they'll make an incredible contribution to Australia in the next stage of their lives. But for those veterans who experience difficulties for any reason, we must give them and their families the support they need in a timely manner. Naturally, like everyone in this place, I'm extremely sorry and distressed by those who have been failed in the past, and I worked every day as a minister and will continue to work in this place to ensure that we recognise and support those who put on our uniform. There are literally thousands of Australians, both volunteers and paid staff members, who are working today to support our veterans and their families. Their contributions are already saving lives, and they deserve to be properly acknowledged as we continue to work constructively in a bipartisan way to support our Defence Force personnel, the veterans and their families. I thank the House.
The member's time has expired. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to speak on the Veterans Entitlement, Treatment and Support Simplification Harmonisation Bill 2024. Legislation represents the most significant structural reform to veterans' compensation and rehabilitation laws in a generation. The current TRIAC framework, commonly known as VEA, DERCA and MERCA, and a historical legacy of decades of piecemeal change on top of a century of various veterans' entitlement legislation. Veterans' claims for benefits and support are assessed under three pieces of legislation. Often veterans have claims under all three acts. Typically, many Vietnam veterans are covered by VEA DERCA, while more recent Iraq and Afghanistan veterans have come under the MERCA. This makes the current compensation system convoluted, complicated, difficult to understand, and leads to inequities between the various acts. Naturally, legislative reform and simplification has been long talked about, and those opposite refused to do this when they were last in government during 9 years. As the former Shadow Minister for Veterans Affairs, I asked him for Gippsland when he was the Minister to do this. We took this policy to the last election, not matched by those opposite. It takes a bit of chutzpah to talk about this and speak on this bill, which he refused to do when he was the Minister, and I asked him to do it. We took this policy to the last election that we would put this legislation before the chamber, and it's before the chamber because of a Labor government, when after 9 years the coalition refused to do it. Just plain outright refused to do it. So I'm pleased to see that this Labor government's doing it. We saw the need to streamline and consolidate the legislation. We saw this as a high priority for a Labor government. I recall the issue gaining traction with the release of the 2019 Productivity Commission report, a better way to support veterans, not long after the 2019 election, when I became the Shadow Minister. This report found veterans' compensation and rehabilitation system was complicated, hard to navigate, inequitable, poorly administered. Basically, the system was broken, not fit for purpose, and needed fundamental reform. And for 3 years, whilst they had two ministers, the member for Calare and the member for Gippsland, they did absolutely nothing, the coalition, to fix this problem. Nothing. Then more research studies on the mental health impacts of the system began to emerge, along with, tragically, reports of veterans committing suicide after battling that same system. I could name them, and I've talked about them publicly many times before. and mothers are still dealing with this issue. People like Julianne Finney and Karen Bird and others who courageously fought for a Royal Commission when those opposite had to be dragged kicking and screaming to do it. Did everything they could to stop a Royal Commission and had to eventually do it when the outcry from advocates like Julianne and Karen and others, and even their own backbench, was supporting it. The first recommendation made by the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide in its 2022 interim report was for urgent action to simplify and harmonise veteran compensation and rehabilitation legislation. The Royal Commission said the current system is so complicated that it adversely impacts the mental health of some veterans and can be a contributing factor to suicidality. This complexity has also directly contributed to delays, inconsistent processing, uncertain outcomes and backlogs in claims. For 9 years, they sat there, did nothing on this area. Mouthed platitudes, honoured, went to Anzac Days, laid wreaths, and did nothing, allowed it to continue. The complexity and under-resourcing saw the Albanese government inherit a backlog of 42,000 veterans' claims that hadn't even been looked at. Not even looked at. That backlog has now been cleared, and all new claims are being looked at within 14 days of lodgement. It's now taking on average 55 days to process initial liability claims to the decision. It's been a turnaround and a huge improvement. If you don't believe me, look at the evidence given by the member for Calare to the Royal Commission in relation to this issue and what he said publicly. He threatened to resign as Minister before the budget. Sat there, threatened to resign the weekend before the budget because they had failed to provide enough money to clear the backlogs. This is not my words, it was the then Minister for Veterans Affairs. The system is still too complex, and that's why the legislation we're debating today needs to be undertaken. The Royal Commission called on the government to act, and we have through this legislation. These reforms will deliver a system that's easier for veterans and families to understand. Importantly, the legislation enables the Department of Veterans Affairs to process claims quicker so the veterans community can receive the assistance they need in a timely manner. No veteran will be worse off as a result of this legislation. Under the Vets Bill, it's before the Chamber, all new compensation claims from the 1st of July 2026 will be dealt with under a single piece of legislation, an improved MERCA, if you want to call it, regardless of when or where the veteran served. Enhancements to the MERCA in the Vets Bill will include a new payment for severely impaired veterans of pension age, harmonised support for household and attendant care, and improved payments for those travelling for treatment. In addition, a higher funeral reimbursement amount of about $14,000 will be expanded to all service-related deaths, and the funeral allowance for other veterans' deaths will increase to $3,000. Not done by those opposite when they had the opportunity to do so after 9 years and during 9 years. The bill also opens up gold card eligibility to veterans previously excluded from access, such as some of our national servicemen. I'm very pleased to see the critical safeguards in the bill, including grandparenting of existing arrangements so that no change in compensation payments currently being received by veterans and current payment rates are maintained and indexed under the current system. Importantly, if a veteran is currently receiving benefits under existing scheme, that will continue unaffected. This is a key feature of the new model that's designed to provide certainty to veterans and their families. I note in this year's federal budget it's backed up by money. $222 million for veterans and family entitlements across 2 years from the commencement of this legislation, ensuring veterans and their families can better understand and access faster the support they deserve. The budget showed that our work is properly resourcing DVA and hiring more than 500 additional permanent frontline staff to clear the DVA claim backlog we inherited. It's a key feature of our election commitment, which I announced, by the way, and has been done and would receive an additional $6.5 billion in delayed benefits and flowing support to veterans and their families over the 5-year period. Also, a commencement date of the 1st of July 2026 ensures the veterans community will be well informed of these important changes, what it means for them, and provides enough time for the individuals to consider their circumstances. I want to thank the Commissioners, the Royal Commissioners, for the thorough and compassionate job they did. I want to praise Julianne Finney and Karen Bird and so many others. I also want to acknowledge another person. Having worked with a number of veterans in recent years who reported experiencing a sexual assault or abuse during their service, who had to fight both defence and DVA for recognition and justice, there's a serious issue that needs to be addressed. I just want to acknowledge Jennifer Jacob, the Secretary of the Victims of Abuse in the ADF Association, who was a tireless advocate in this area. Jennifer was well known to many people in this place across the halls of Parliament. Sadly, Jennifer lost her battle with cancer on the 9th of September this year. Ironically, on the same day the Royal Commission's final report was released. Jennifer will be greatly missed, and I'll miss our conversations. Vale, Jennifer. The Royal Commission did a thorough investigation. The government is now carefully considering the recommendations of the final report undertaken to respond before the end of the year. We've engaged in extensive consultation. The current Minister for Veterans Affairs held a number of consultation sessions around the country, including mine earlier this year in my electorate in Blair and Ipswich, where the future Ipswich Veterans and Family Hub's one of the key election commitments we made. It was terrific to welcome him back in March this year to announce more than $5 million to RSL Queensland to lead the establishment of the hub in consultation with Mates for Mates and Go To Health. He was back in June to consult further in relation to a visit we had with Wounded Heroes Veterans Centre in Ipswich to see the outstanding work done by CEO Martin Shaw and his staff and volunteers, what they do in the front line, and I want to thank them for that. I was delighted the Minister announced late last year Wounded Heroes would receive $1.1 million Veteran Wellbeing Grant to upgrade the Veterans Centre at Bundamba and purchase a new vehicle to transport veterans. Wounded Heroes fills a gap in the veteran support space, providing rapid crisis assistance for the vulnerable veterans and their families who are doing it tough, and their interventions have probably prevented many suicides over the years. So they are really complementing the work that the RSL is doing and in the response to the Royal Commission. In closing, we promised to act and we have. This bill is a huge step forward for Australia's veteran community and will benefit our current and serving personnel for generations to come, and I commend the bill to the Chamber.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Honourable Member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The men and women who serve our country share experiences that are unlikely to be encountered by others in our community, and it's therefore not possible for most of us to fully appreciate the difficulties when servicemen and women return to a post-service life. This is unfortunately borne out in the suicide data, which demonstrates an increased risk of self-harm for ex-servicemen and women. The current support and compensation mechanisms are complex and fragmented and only add to the frustrations and stress of veterans. Average processing times for compensation claims are slow, exceeding the Department's own performance targets across many claim types. The poorest targets in average number of days to process a compensation claim in the 2023-2024 year were as follows. The Safety, Rehabilitation and Compensation Defence Related Claims Act, initial liability, 480% longer than the target processing time, and for a permanent impairment, 305% longer than the target processing time. Military Rehabilitation Compensation Act 2004 initial liability, 408% longer than the target processing time. And the Veterans Entitlement Act 1986 compensation payment, 520% longer than the target processing time. This is simply not good enough. The Productivity Commission proposed reforms to the compensation framework, which were appropriately considered by the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide. The Commissioners concluded, in our view, it is necessary that the legislative framework for veterans' compensation and rehabilitation be reformed to simplify the system and improve consistency and fairness in approach and outcomes for veterans. This would enable efficient and focused service delivery and encourage timely support for compensation of veterans and their families. The outcome for veterans and their families should be the focus. While this bill does not implement the model proposed by the Productivity Commission, I believe the bill achieves the aims of a more simplified and harmonised framework. And I sincerely hope that this proposed structure will reduce processing times and therefore alleviate the stress and anxiety associated with complex applications and waiting times. Mayo, my electorate, has a long history with the armed services that continues today. It was in 1927 that the Woodside Barracks was established at the Woodside Camp on 170 hectares of land for the training of light horse and infantry. After expansion during World War II to accommodate 4 infantry battalions, it is now home to the 16th Regiment Royal Australian Artillery. As of March 2024, Mayo is home to 5,285 veterans. This is the largest number of ex-service personnel residing in any South Australian electorate and the 15th highest nationally. And so this bill, of course, is very much of relevance to my community. I'd like to take this opportunity, Deputy Speaker, to acknowledge my gratitude, my thanks to every person in Mayo who wears the uniform or who has worn the uniform of our armed services. In fact, I'd like to thank every person in our nation who has worn the uniform and their families too, who have provided them with the love and support around them. Quite simply, thank you for your service. Our nation is a better place because of you. Thank you.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This is a real landmark piece of legislation that many governments have thought about in the past, but it's the sort of thing that only Labor governments like us actually do and do the hard yards on. And I'm very pleased to be able to speak to this harmonised veteran compensation and rehabilitation legislation. When the Royal Commission handed down its report, there was the observation that the current system of veterans' entitlements is just so complicated that it adversely affects the mental health of some veterans and their families. And I have certainly seen in my own office instances where people are almost broken by this system and their mental health is really badly affected. And calls to address this complexity have been coming, as I say, for a long time. This is actually the most significant commitment from a government to simplifying veterans' legislation since the introduction of the Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act 20 years ago. Under the current model, and it's probably worthwhile for those who aren't familiar with the current model, let me explain how veterans' entitlements are determined. They come under one or more of 3 primary compensation acts. The Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act 2004, which is called the MRCA, the Veterans Entitlements Act 1986, the VEA, and or the Safety, Rehabilitation and Compensation Defence-Related Claims Act 1988, which is known as the DERCA. Depending on when the veteran served and which periods of service caused or contributed to the condition being claimed. Now, that system is overly complex and very difficult to understand. So in 2019, the Productivity Commission recommended that the 3 acts be streamlined into 2, and we've taken that one step further. This bill streamlines the number of acts the Department of Veterans Affairs currently administers from 3 to 1, which will greatly simplify the claims process and provide veterans and their families with faster support. Under the revised arrangements, the VEA and the DERCA will continue in a limited form. They'll be grandparented to support the single act model, but will be closed to new claims for compensation and rehabilitation from the 1st of July 2026. The bill also introduces a range of enhancements to the MRCA that will make it access to entitlements easier and fairer for veterans. And a lot of those changes and enhancements have been shaped by feedback from veterans, and I'm very grateful that there have been so many opportunities for consultation with the people who are most affected by this, the veterans and their families, and those who will be veterans in future years. So some of the enhancements include compensation for funeral expenses being consolidated in the MERCA, and the cap on funeral compensation will be moved to the MERCA and increased from $2,000 to $3,000. There's also a legislative basis for benefits like the acute support package or household services and attendant care, the Victoria Cross allowance, ex gratia payments, and a recognition of supplements for former prisoners of war. They will all be moved into the MERCA. A new payment called the Additional Disablement Amount, or ADA, will also be introduced into the MERCA. Similar to the Extreme Disablement Adjustment, this new payment will benefit veterans who are over pension age with significant service-related impairment. Like the Extreme Disablement Adjustment, dependents or descendants dependents of deceased ADA veterans, I should say, so dependents of deceased ADA veterans will also have access to the gold card and other benefits in event of their death. Importantly, in these big changes, no individual veteran will suffer a reduction to their existing payments. Compensation previously awarded under the DIRCA or VEA will not be disrupted. They'll all be grandparented. The funding for the enhancements that will be delivered through these changes were included in the May 2024 budget, with $222 million additional funding, also to help ensure that veterans are aware of how all this will work and are able to be supported. It's starting on the 1st of July 2026. That seems like a long way off, but there's a reason for that. It's to ensure the veteran community is well informed of what these changes mean for them and provides enough time for individuals to consider their own circumstances. The date also allows for adequate training of advocates, the very important advocates who walk side by side with veterans as they navigate these challenging things, and for DVA staff to be trained in the changes well ahead of commencement. And locally, the new Veterans and Defence Families Hub in the Hawkesbury will be a really important part of ensuring there's a good understanding and well-trained and skilled people to support veterans. That hub will help people right across Macquarie and was one of my election commitments, and I'm looking forward to continuing to work closely with RSL Lifecare as they determine the location of it and the services that will be provided, doing that in consultation and taking advice from people who are currently veterans in our region and the greater Western Sydney region, but also from defence families who will be using these services in years to come. The hub will be a place that right now families of defence personnel or veterans can access information, and I think the real difference will be that instead of people having to scramble to find the right support, it will be all there in one place in the Hawkesbury. I was so pleased to be able to catch up with representatives of RSL Lifecare at the recent Richmond RAF Base Open Day. I had a long talk to them about the sorts of services that are delivered in other places and the recognition that the Hawkesbury and northwest Sydney through right across this band from northwest Sydney to southwest Sydney, where there will be another Veterans Hub, that band will require particular things that are pertinent to the local community. So it's a really important piece of legislation, and our facility, the hub, will be a really significant part of ensuring that going forward veterans and their families are able to access the information they need so they're well supported when they leave the Defence Force, and I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Honourable Member for Hughes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Veterans Entitlements, Treatment and Support Simplification and Harmonisation Bill of 2024. And Deputy Speaker, I just want to first acknowledge that I have Holsworthy Military Barracks in my electorate, and the area of Holsworthy supports many of our veterans, former veterans, and also houses many veterans' families. Deputy Speaker, how we look after those who have put their own lives on the line for the sake of us and so that we can enjoy those freedoms that we cherish in Australia. How we treat returned veterans really determines our soul as a society, and we have never really got it right. The system is often extremely bureaucratic. We have failed many veterans who have returned from overseas duties, who have returned very different to the way that they left, and we have not properly addressed the areas of not just physical health they often suffer from, but particularly mental health, suicidality, and in too many instances, suicide itself. And so when we look at what sort of changes we can make to veterans affairs and how we support our veterans, Deputy Speaker, I share in common with the honourable member for Nichols a love of the West Wing, and there is a part in the West Wing where Toby Ziegler and President Bartlett are speaking about veterans' entitlements. And at that time, Toby is trying to obtain a wheelchair for a former veteran whose wheelchair is broken. And he says to the President, is there somebody that I can just speak to that can get this wheelchair problem fixed? And Bartlett says, yes, we have to straighten out the system. Then he goes on to say, after the Civil War, veterans had to come to DC to get their pensions. They had to visit the office personally. They waited for a clerk to look through all of the Civil War papers until these were found. Do you know what the papers were bound in, Toby? No, Mr. President. Red tape. But the President then says that's where red tape, the expression red tape, came from. I'm not sure that I agree with President Bartlett on that, Deputy Speaker. Having been a lawyer, I believe that the red tape actually originated a lot earlier in England with legal briefs. But there we have it, red tape, and there has been far too much red tape in the past applied to veterans' interests and veterans' affairs. So, Deputy Speaker, this bill addresses recommendation 1 that came from the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide, the interim report. And that recommendation was to simplify and harmonise veteran compensation and rehabilitation legislation. And the recommendation was further articulated or particularised to say the Australian government should develop and implement legislation to simplify and harmonise the framework for veterans' compensation, rehabilitation and other entitlements by no later than early 2024. The Australian government should present to the Parliament and seek passage of its bill for the proposed framework, and if the legislation is passed, the Australian government should, by no later than the 1st of July 2024, begin the process of implementing and transitioning to the new legislative framework. And so, Deputy Speaker, the last recommendation around timing was that if the legislation is passed, the Australian government should ensure that by no later than 1 July 2025, the new legislation has fully commenced and is fully operational. So, Deputy Speaker, although we now have legislation, thankfully, before the House, the government is very late in introducing this bill. And if it's unable to implement the first recommendation of the interim report, what guarantee or hope do we have for any of the other recommendations, bearing in mind that this government has now been in power for 2.5 years? So the proposed commencement date of 1 July 2026 that's in this legislation is a year later than the Royal Commission into Defence and Veterans Suicide recommended, and 4 years after the Royal Commission's interim report, which recommended this urgent course of action. Deputy Speaker, the Vietnam Veterans Association of Australia, for example, wants the implementation date to be brought forward to the earliest date practicable. The organisation estimates that at least 2,000 Vietnam veterans will pass between the passage of the bill and 1 July 2026. So, Deputy Speaker, while I commend the government for finally bringing this legislation, I say that it has been delayed unreasonably and with no sensible explanation given from the Minister or the Prime Minister as to why it has been so delayed. The former coalition government committed $174 million in the 21-22 budget for the first 2 years of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veterans Suicide, including $28 million for the Department of Veterans Affairs to be resourced to respond to information requests from the Commission. And as I said, the interim report was handed down in August 22 and included a summary of work undertaken and 13 recommendations to address on an urgent basis, 3 of which were veteran compensation and rehabilitation, improving the claims processing of the DVA, and also various procedural matters. And what we have found since then has been a significant delay on the part of the government, and I think that it is important that we to emphasise to the House the importance of introducing or legislating the recommendations. I just want to take the Deputy Speaker through a couple of the facts and figures that came out of the report. 1,677 veteran suicides between 1997 and 2021. But it is estimated that the true number of veteran suicides in the same time frame is more than 3,000. Deputy Speaker, there is more chance of a veteran suiciding than dying serving our nation, and of course every death is a tragedy. Over the course of the Royal Commission, there were more than 5,800 submissions received, 12 public hearings, 894 private sessions, and the Commission heard from very traumatised veterans' families. So, Deputy Speaker, while it is good that this legislation is now before the House, there have been many ways over the past 2.5 years that the Albanese Labor government has failed our veterans, and it's simply not good enough. For example, there's no voice for veterans in Cabinet. The first decision, when Anthony Albanese became Prime Minister, was to dump the Minister for Veterans Affairs from Cabinet. I hear some interjections over there, but I don't think that can be denied. There have also been no additional continuation of the veteran wellbeing centres, the veterans and family hubs that were established under the coalition government. And then I think we also need to look at some of the responses from industry and from various veterans groups around this legislation, Deputy Speaker. And what we have seen, first of all, from the member for New England, he commended the bill, but he said the 3 acts, as they become more aligned, we hope will remove the confusions and frustrations people have in wanting to get something resolved, dealing with the department, and then just waiting in perpetuity for some outcome. And in his speech, the member for New England emphasised the importance of the Senate committee inquiry into the bill and the need for the inquiry to make time to hear from those, particularly in regional areas. So if we start to look at some of the positions of other major interest groups, the Department of Veterans Affairs published a legislation reform process and also anonymised many of its submissions. The Returned and Services League of Australia, the RFSL, submission to the inquiry was broadly supportive of the proposed reforms, but included some specific issues of concern, such as there's no definition of veteran included, despite the Department of Veterans Affairs website suggestion that it should be included. There's a lack of clarity as to whether new claims could be made for the Veteran Home Care Program by those ineligible for other home and household service programs. The way the overall impairments are measured under other legislation seems to make it harder for some veterans currently covered by the legislation and compensation following a deterioration of their original condition. The as I said, the Vietnam Veterans Association of Australia agreed with the concept of the bill and its main thrust. However, the submission noted that the association does not agree that there is any significant simplification in the ongoing compensation legislation. So there are concerns around this legislation. The Vietnam Veterans Federation of Australia issued a newsletter in July 2024 and said the Federation's submission on the exposure draft of the bill, they were broadly supportive of the proposed reforms, however raised some concerns with specific elements of the bill, including how statements of principle are applied. For example, the Australian Peacekeeper and Peacemaker Veterans Association was critical of the legislation. They said it still remains far too complex. The Legacy Australia outlined a number of measures it supported, but then raised concerns with some aspects and made suggestions for improvements. Particularly, Legacy raised concerns over the use of the term wholly dependent partner and eligibility for some of the compensation provisions based on whether a person was economically dependent on the veteran prior to their death. And Deputy Speaker, if we look then at the TPI Federation of Australia, which is a totally and permanently incapacitated federation, they represent a group of veterans in receipt of the special rate of disability compensation under the Veterans Entitlement Act and their families, and they were very critical of many aspects of the proposed reform. They said that the proposed changes are not actually intended to alleviate suicidal ideation, but rather tries to address issues that the government and the bureaucracy has with the legislation. They went on to say this simplification is for the purpose of administration and not for the benefit of veterans and their families. So you'll see through this, Defence Families Australia, for example, said that while the changes have been made are late and may assist in simplifying an unnecessarily complex legislative framework, they were critical of many of the changes that are supposed to protect and uphold the entitlements and dignity of veterans and their families. So I also just want to note the comments of one of my constituents, Gwen Chern, who was the Veteran Family Advocate Commissioner. She made a submission to the Senate Committee inquiry, and she raised some concerns with the bill. The use of the term wholly dependent partner, suggesting bereaved family member, would be clearer and more inclusive. She said it wasn't completely addressing funereal inequities, and she was advocating for more support, such as a gold card to carers of veterans before the veteran dies. I also want to mention the Australian War Widows. I've launched functions for them. They raised concern with the use of the term wholly dependent partner. And I also just want to mention one of my other constituents, Bree Teal, who has set up a group called CIPHER, which stands for Creative, Integrative and Peer-Led Housing, Education and Research. And Bree had her partner, her husband, was killed in overseas while she was pregnant with her son. So Bree has been a fierce advocate for veterans' families and particularly for veterans' children in circumstances where those veterans have died in service. So Deputy Speaker, to conclude, the legislation as such is supported. However, there are significant changes that I think the government should take on board.
The member's
Thank you.
time has expired. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Adelaide. Macon, sorry.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Veterans Entitlements, Treatment and Support Simplification and Harmonisation Bill 2024 is important, long overdue legislation. Mr Deputy Speaker, over the years I've had cause to form friendships with numerous veterans in my community and work closely with them over many years. Through those friendships I've come to better understand the unique nature of the military service and some of the struggles that many of the veterans I talk to endure each and every day. Our servicemen and women choose a career where their life is on the line, where they are separated from their families for long periods, where they and their families are frequently relocated from one region to another, and where discipline and taking orders is ingrained into them. For those who serve in a conflict zone, the experience can be traumatic and life-changing. Not surprisingly, many defence personnel leave their service emotionally and physically scarred and in need of support from those around them and from the government and the Defence Department which they served. Regrettably, for too long, Australia has failed our veterans. Long delays to assess their claims, inconsistent decision-making and cumbersome claims processes have all left too many veterans frustrated and disillusioned. Their after-service treatment very likely adds to their trauma and emotional well-being and a feeling of abandonment, all of which in turn contribute to family breakdowns, alcoholism and drug abuse, homelessness, and sadly, at times even to suicide. All of these outcomes were clearly brought home in the Royal Commission. Their plight would be much worse were it not for the various support services that their own defence mates initiate, not from government departments, not from government-funded organisations, but quite often from the very people who are their mates and who served with them in their time of service. People that are associated with, in my region, the RSL clubs, the Vietnam Veterans Association of South Australia Northern Sub-Branch, the Peter Badco Rehabilitation Centre, the National Servicemen's Association Para-Districts Branch in South Australia, and Operation Unity. All of those groups are groups that I have personally had reason to work with, and I understand the terrific work that they do each and every day to help their mates. Mr Deputy Speaker, the extraordinary length of time taken to process veterans' claims was of itself a major problem with the process. In response to a question in this Parliament on the 29th of May this year from the member for Solomon about veterans' claims, the Minister for Veterans Affairs provided the following answer. And I won't read it out in full, but I want to read a substantial part of it because I think it just brings home the frustration that I referred to just a few moments ago. And the Minister said, and I quote, "When we came to government, DVA was under-resourced, it was underfunded, and it was facing a crisis. There was a backlog of some 42,000 claims in the department that had not even been looked at. The vast majority of claims that are brought under the MRCA, the vast majority of claims that are brought are under the MRCA. The first step is establishing initial liability. Back in 22-23, it took an average of 332 days just to allocate a claim to someone for them to look at it. It took a further average of 113 days for that claim to be determined, which meant in 22-23, the average time to process claims was 441 days. Addressing this crisis is why the government have made the investment that we have. DVA is now better funded than it had been in 3 decades. We funded 500 additional APS in the October 22 budget to get about clearing that backlog. We have added funding for 141 permanent staff in the budget this year. The use of labour hire to process claims has fallen from a third to just 10 people. As of right now, it takes 14 days, no more, for for that claim I mentioned to be looked at. On average, since the 1st of December, it takes 6 days. The average time taken to determine a claim since the 1st of December 2023 is now 44 days. That means it is an average of 60 days to process an MRCA initial liability claim. Of course, there are claims that are more complex and where further medical information might be sought. It does take some time for those claims. That's why we've put in the work to get these claims assessed as quickly as possible. It's the processing of this backlog of claims that we inherited that means we are spending an additional $6.5 billion over 5 years to give veterans the benefits they deserve. End of the quotation. Mr Deputy Speaker, I think that answer just beautifully summarises the backlog of claims and the time taken to process them, which in turn was directly contributing, in my view, to the frustrations and disappointment of many of the veterans, and certainly many of the veterans that I was speaking to. And I'm pleased to see that those processing times have now improved markedly. This legislation is important, and again, for the benefit of anyone following the debate, I'll just cover some of the key points of what this legislation actually does. Under the current legislative model, veterans' entitlements are determined under one or more of 3 primary compensation acts. That is the Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act 2004, otherwise known as the MRCA, the Veterans Entitlement Act of 1986, otherwise known as the VEA, or the Safety, Rehabilitation and Compensation Defence-Related Claims Act of 1988, that is the DRCA. And it depends on when the veteran served and which period of service caused or contributed to the condition being claimed. The bill simplifies and harmonises the current Tri-Act framework of legislation by providing for all claims for compensation and rehabilitation received from the 1st of July 2026 to be determined under the MRCA. The new regime will mean it is easier for veterans and families to understand what they are entitled to, easier for veterans advocates to assist veterans and families with their DVA claims, and simpler and quicker for DVA to process veterans and family claims. So veterans and families receive the benefits and supports that they need and deserve more quickly. No veteran will be worse off under this legislation, and nobody will receive lower benefits than they are already receiving. Again, without going through every detail of the legislation, some of the other issues that I will just mention in my contribution. Schedule 1 closes the VEA and the DRCA to future grants of compensation and specifies that new claims will be assessed under the MRCA benefit structure. Schedule 2 contains changes which harmonise access to certain allowances and support services under the single ongoing Act model. It introduces a new payment, additional disablement allowance, for veterans who are prevented from accessing the extreme disablement adjustment under the VEA, which, like the EDA, will benefit veterans over pension age and who have a high degree of incapacity due to service-related conditions. It introduces presumptive liability, which means the Repatriation Commission would be able to specify injuries and diseases that can be determined on a presumptive basis, where they are known to have a common connection with military service. It consolidates household and attendant care, travel for treatment, and retention of automatic granting of VEA funeral benefits in the MRCA. And it also increases to $3,000 for funeral allowance for previous automatic grant categories under the VEA, and the availability of reimbursement of funeral expenses of up to $14,062 for all service-related deaths. It goes on. It provides a higher travel reimbursement amount for some applicants. It standardises allowances and other payments. It enhances the Commission's ability to grant special assistance to veterans and their dependents, and moves some aspects of veteran arrangements from the VEA to the MRCA. And lastly, in respect to some of the key matters that this legislation does, Schedule 3 confers jurisdiction on the Veterans Review Board to review original determinations under the DRCA. Previously, these appeals went directly to the Administrative Appeals Tribunal. Schedule 4 transfers the powers and functions of the Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Commission to the Repatriation Commission and prescribes a single governance body, that is the Repatriation Commission, under the MRCA. And Mr Deputy Speaker, there are other changes which time does not allow me to go to, but I believe that what I've just outlined gives a fairly good picture of all of the improvements that are related to this legislation. Mr Deputy Speaker, just in closing, giving veterans the recognition they deserve is important to their after-service well-being. I therefore take this opportunity to commend the Virtual War Memorial Australia initiative. Virtual War Memorial Australia is a digital commemorative collection purpose-built to honour the service and personal experiences of all those who have served the nation in times of war and armed conflict, from the Boer War through to Afghanistan, including peacekeeping missions. Offering an integrated and verified data set of over 1.5 million service personnel, it is the only memorial of its kind nationally and internationally. As a national memorial, it honours those who returned and who, notwithstanding all that they endured, continued to contribute to the Australian community in the building of our nation and commemorates the fallen. Most importantly, the Virtual War Memorial Australia initiative invites the nation to participate in this important national storytelling. The stories within the collection will serve as an everlasting reminder of the generations of Australians who chose to serve for a greater cause, a reason bigger than their own comfort and safety. Mr Deputy Speaker, I believe it's a wonderful initiative that acknowledges every veteran, not just those who unfortunately were killed in war, but every veteran, and tells their story and their contribution to the defence of our nation. And I commend that initiative to this Parliament, as I commend this legislation to the Parliament.
I thank the member for Macon. The question is that the bill be read a second time, and I call the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I am pleased to rise today to speak on this very important bill, the Veterans Entitlement, Treatment and Support Simplification and Harmonisation Bill 2024. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide made it abundantly clear that for decades Australia's defence personnel, veterans and their families have not been treated as they should have been. From opposition, we fought for this Royal Commission, and as a government we are taking action to improve outcomes for veterans and for their families. This is why we took swift action when the Royal Commission released its interim report in August 2022. It highlighted that the veterans' entitlement system is so complicated that it adversely affects the mental health of some of our veterans. We've taken action on all the recommendations of the report, and this bill will be implementing its first recommendation, which was to simplify and to harmonise the veteran rehabilitation and compensation legislation. This was not a small project, and I want to commend the Minister for Veterans Affairs for undertaking this mammoth task of harmonising decades' worth of complex legislation. Thanks to this comprehensive consultation that he undertook, I have no doubt that it will benefit our current and former service personnel for generations to come. In my electorate of Eden-Monaro, we are home to many members of our Defence Force, both currently serving and veterans. I've spoken to many of our community members, and they have told me that the current veteran compensation system is unnecessarily complicated and difficult to understand. This same complexity has directly contributed to delays, to inconsistent processing, to uncertain outcomes, and to claims backlogs which have had a detrimental impact on their mental health and well-being. And these aren't new revelations. Calls to address this complexity has been long-standing. That's why I'm proud to be part of the Albanese government, who have taken on the challenge to no longer tinker around the edges, but to implement meaningful reform. This bill represents the most significant commitment from a government to simplify veterans' legislation since the introduction of the Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act nearly 20 years ago. It will drastically reduce the complexity of the system and ultimately give veterans and families the support that they need much faster. Under the current legislative model, veterans' entitlements are determined under one or more of three primary compensation acts, depending on when the veteran served and which periods of service caused or contributed to the condition being claimed. As was recommended by the Royal Commission, the bill streamlines the number of acts that DVA currently administers from 3 to 1. This will greatly simplify claims processing and give veterans and families the support they need faster. The bill also makes enhancements to the Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act, including a new payment for severely impaired veterans of pension age, harmonised support for household and attendant care, and improved payments for those travelling for treatment. In addition, a higher funeral reimbursement amount of just over $14,000 will be expanded to all service-related deaths, and the funeral allowance for other veteran deaths will increase to $3,000. This bill will also expand gold card eligibility to veterans previously excluded from access. Ultimately, this legislation will deliver a system that is easier for veterans and families to understand what they're entitled to and enables the DVA to process claims quicker. To ensure that this transition will be smooth, in our most recent budget we included an additional $222 million in funding for veteran and family entitlements and supports to be made available through this new simplified legislation. This builds on a record investment for veterans and their families whilst we have been in government. Thanks to our investment, DVA is the highest funded it has been in 3 decades. After a decade of chronic under-resourcing and underfunding, the Albanese government has turned that around to ensure that veterans and their families can access the service and supports they need and deserve. In our first budget, we invested more than $233.9 million to engage 500 frontline staff at DVA to eliminate the veteran compensation claims backlog. Thanks to the hard work of those additional staff, that backlog is now being cleared, delivering on our commitment and ahead of the deadline recommended by the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide. To ensure we don't see backlogs re-emerge, we also invested an additional $186 million in this year's budget towards the employment of an additional 141 staff. To support these additional staff process these claims efficiently, we've also budgeted $341.1 million to fund the modernisation and sustainment of the IT systems within DVA. These investments are making an impact. We've cleared the backlog of claims we inherited from those opposite, and we have significantly reduced the time taken to process claims to almost all being done within 20 days. We've also committed $46.7 million to deliver 10 veterans and families hubs across the country at the last election, so that the thousands of personnel who leave the ADF each year will be able to access support if they need it. A transition to civilian life requires some major readjustments. It's a significant event for Defence members and their families, and it can be both a challenging and traumatic period. I joined the Minister for Veterans Affairs at the beginning of the year in my own electorate to announce a $5.4 million grant to develop a new Veterans and Families Hub in Queanbeyan. The hub will be established by RSL Lifecare, working in partnership with RSL New South Wales and other local ex-service organisations, to develop the dedicated space to support veterans and their families. With more than 4,500 veterans across the Queanbeyan region and more than 22,000 across the ACT Capital Region, this hub will be important to ensure veterans and their families across the region can access the services that they need close to home. Doors are expected to open early next year, with RSL Lifecare just last week unveiling the designs for the hub. As a government, we are committed to continuing to improve the welfare of Defence personnel, veterans and their families. The changes proposed by this bill represent the most significant change to the system in decades and represents a once-in-a-generation opportunity to get the system right for veterans. The Royal Commission's report was also tabled in this place in September, and since then the Minister for Veterans Affairs has been working hard on how those recommendations can be implemented. I look forward to continue working with Defence personnel, with veterans and their families right across Eden Monaro to ensure this change is a positive one, and I am proud to be part of a government who is so committed to delivering better outcomes for this community.
I thank the Minister. The question is that this bill be read a second time, and I call the member for Patterson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The welfare of veterans and defence personnel is of the utmost importance to our Albanese government. In opposition, we fought for the Royal Commission into defence and veterans suicide, and in government we have acted on every single recommendation. Current and former ADF members and their families must be supported when they are engaging with the network of government services, local services and advocacy organisations to be available to them. And one of the overriding observations and recommendations out of the Royal Commission was the system was just far too complicated. I want to personally thank the Minister, Matt Keogh, for working on this. It has been an effort to get this system simplified and really take meaningful action for our veterans. This legislation will simplify our veteran rehabilitation and compensation system. We know the current system is just so complicated. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide found that the current system of veteran benefits and support is, and I quote, so complicated that it adversely affects the mental health of some veterans and can be a contributing factor to suicidality. That was just shocking. The Royal Commission received over 5,800 submissions from serving and ex-serving ADF personnel, their families and friends. In fact, the most common themes from the submissions to the Royal Commission were regarding suicide, suicidal behaviour, mental illness and the mental health support and response network provided by the ADF. The final report, as delivered to the Royal Commission, was a disturbing read, to say the least, but we have acted on it. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide was announced on the 19th of April 2021, following tireless advocacy from families of military personnel who had taken their own lives. The goal of this Royal Commission was to reflect on the standards that we expect from our military personnel and investigate how we can make it better and move forward, how we could take real action. And I am proud to be part of a government that has done such a thing. Overall, the policies, structures and practices needed to be reformed. This message has been received loud and clear from our government, and we are working on better outcomes. We are delivering better outcomes for our veterans. A career in the military positions an individual as someone with a unique place in our society. Their service is built on hard work and they are there to get the job done for all of us. There are currently 89,395 current serving permanent and reserve members of the ADF across the three services, the Navy, the Army and the Royal Australian Air Force, with over 6,000 Australians enlisting every year. And we need more people to be enlisting. We are on a drive to encourage the best and brightest Australians to sign up to serve their country. And we've got to make it better for them when they finish their service. And that's what our government is seeking to do. Even during times of peace, conditions for those in service are designed to be high risk, with Defence stating that almost every aspect of uniform life comes with a risk or cost to the member and or their families. We recognise this. We know we have to reward them for their service, and we absolutely get that we have to look after them as veterans. And that risk that our people in uniform take on is not lost to me in a personal or professional capacity, as I acknowledge that today is the 8-month anniversary of the passing of Lance Corporal Jack Fitzgibbon, who was injured and subsequently died on this day 8 months ago. I spent the morning with his father, Joel Fitzgibbon, who was a former Defence Minister and served his country in this place for 25 years. So it's 8 months since Jack passed today. So we understand what it is like to have a child serve in the ADF and lose them. And we don't want to lose good young Australian people because of how they've been treated as veterans. That's the message as well. I also want to say that we have to acknowledge the strength and selflessness that individuals give in order to protect our nation, and to highlight the work that they do to ensure that we all live a free life that we do today, and I thank them for their service. There are so many positives to working in the ADF as well, and that was recognised throughout the findings of the Royal Commission. People spoke about great friendships, to feeling as though they belong to something greater than themselves, and of course providing service to our nation. And we can't lose that. Veterans have already been through such unique life experiences that we have to make sure we are looking after them, and that is what this government wants to do. It's why we are proposing a new system of process and administration for DVA. The bill will make it easier for veterans and their families to know what they're entitled to make it easier for veterans' claims advocates to assist veterans, and for those families with claims for them to be assisted as well. It will make it quicker for DVA to process claims so that veterans and families get the benefits they need and deserve in a timely way. We just want it to be easier and fairer for veterans to get the support that they are legally and, quite frankly, morally entitled to. And I also want to send a big warm shout out to those advocates who work in my electorate of Paterson. They are incredible people who work with our veterans to help them navigate the process, and we want to make it easier for those advocates as well. These reforms are a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We have evidence of a system that has let too many individuals and their families down, and we know that the system has moved people towards taking drastic action. We can't continue that. We need to act, and that is what we are doing. And that's why we want to make it easier for veterans and their families to receive the benefits and support that they need. Under these reforms, we are making sure that no veteran will see a reduction in their benefits, whilst also delivering support that provides quicker resolutions for them. Over time, the proposed changes will make it easier for veterans and families to understand their entitlements, make it easier for advocates to support DVA claims, and make it faster for DVA to process claims so that veterans and families receive the benefits and supports they need and deserve more quickly. And that's why we've employed more than 600 people to try and work through those thousands of claims that were backlogged. We've moved through those, and now we want to continue with the progress. And I want to thank the advocates who work at places like East Maitland in my electorate. We've invested over $40 million across the country to build veterans hubs, and we're getting one in my seat of Paterson at East Maitland, who I've just mentioned. The hubs are going to be delivered in consultation with veterans communities, and I had the great pleasure of going to an information session about the Paterson hub that will be built in East Maitland. We were able to secure $5 million to build a veteran and family hub in East Maitland. I've seen the plans. They look absolutely magnificent. They're going to be on the current site of the East Maitland sub-branch. They are going to incorporate the history of that magnificent sub-branch, whilst also building a brand new pavilion off the sub-branch that is going to incorporate the hub, where veterans and serving defence personnel and their families, importantly, will be able to go and receive an enormous array of supports and services, not only in relation to veterans' claims, but also in relation to family activities. And I know this is going to be a great place, not only to honour our veterans, but also support our serving personnel, people that serve at RAF Base Williamtown in my seat, but also Singleton Army Base, which is not very far at all. It's going to be a real central hub for people to be able to come together. And I can't wait for that to open. I've seen the plans. They look gorgeous. It really will be an exciting space for veterans and serving personnel and their family. Veterans and defence personnel have such a unique set of lifestyle and and, quite frankly, work factors at play all the time, and we need to make sure that access to rehabilitation and compensation entitlements is clear and that the needs of the veteran community and serving personnel community are met. Support at our local Veterans Hub will include physical and mental health services, wellbeing support, advocacy, employment and housing advice, social connection, and it's going to be a one-stop shop for local veteran services that will make a clear, definite and immediate impact on these communities and on my community, which I'm so pleased about. Earlier this year, I was pleased to be joined by the member for Burt and the Minister as we announced the Hunter Region Veterans Hub that will now be built in East Maitland. I can officially let you know it's a really exciting development. Incidentally, my seat of Paterson is home to 7,200 veterans, one of the highest numbers in New South Wales, and I am very much looking forward to seeing them receive the support and services that they need at this hub. In closing, I just want to congratulate RSL Lifecare, who were successful in tendering for our Veterans Hub, and it was wonderful to join with them just last week to look over the architect's designs and the plans and join with veterans in my seat to talk about how the hub would work for them, what they wanted to see in the hub. And I think this is one of the most important things. Again, talking about this legislation, we're talking to veterans about what they need, about how we can serve them better after they've finished serving our nation. Using a hub and spoke model, we're going to connect the RSL sub-branches across the region at East Maitland to provide these very important and holistic services to support veterans, serving personnel and their family. And throughout my time working for the people of Paterson, I've had the great honour of meeting many incredible defence personnel and veterans who have dedicated their lives to keeping us safe. It continues to be a major passion of my life to support them. I couldn't be prouder to be part of a government that is taking this issue so seriously of supporting our veterans, and I commend this bill wholeheartedly to the House.
I thank the member for Paterson. The question is the bill be now read a second time, and I call the Assistant Minister for Immigration.
Thanks, Speaker. I'm proud to support and speak on the Veterans Entitlements Treatment Support Bill. I had the honour of serving as the Assistant Minister for Veterans in the government for more than 2 years, and it was my great privilege to work with veterans and veterans advocacy groups who sacrifice so much for our nation, putting their lives on the line to protect all of us. And, of course, their families deserve recognition as well, because the families make a sacrifice in supporting their loved ones to serve as well. We can't ever fully repay that debt, but we can do our best to make sure that we support our serving Defence Force personnel and veterans as much as we possibly can. And that is what this bill is all about. It responds to a recommendation of the Royal Commission and the needs of veterans to ensure that they get the support that they deserve post-service. When we were in opposition, Speaker, we campaigned heavily for the establishment of a Royal Commission into defence and veterans suicide. And I want to pay tribute to a number of advocacy organisations, but particularly to two mothers, Julianne Finney and Karen Bird, who campaigned across the country and never let up on ensuring that the Royal Commission was stood up and that we had the opportunity to shine a light on what was actually going on in our Defence Forces and the veteran community with their mental health challenges. The final report of the Royal Commission was delivered to the government in September, and that important body of work marked the culmination of the most significant and comprehensive inquiry conducted into suicide and suicidality in our defence and veteran communities. When it was handed to the government, they delivered an interim report in August 2022. And as soon as they delivered that report, the government took swift action on those recommendations. And the first recommendation of the Royal Commission in their interim report was to simplify and harmonise the veterans' compensation and rehabilitation legislation. And the government has been working since that time to make sure that we delivered on that commitment. And that is exactly what this bill does. It delivers on the #1 recommendation of the Royal Commission to ensure that we make the system that is meant to support our veterans, particularly those who've been injured and have continuing ailments, to get the rehabilitation and the compensation that they deserve as quickly and as simply as possible. And that is what this bill does. So the calls to address the complexity of our veterans' entitlement legislation have been long-standing. There's been 3 acts that people have had to navigate with different systems to try and make sure that they have a claim compensated and access to rehabilitation as quickly as possible. So there's been 3 complicated systems. And the system has been so complicated that veterans have had to employ advocates to act on their behalf because the system was so difficult to navigate, and you basically had to be an expert that worked full-time on understanding the system and how the acts worked to get an outcome. Now, that should not be the case. It shouldn't be the case that our veterans have to employ someone to make an application for compensation due to an injury or an illness related to their service. So this bill simplifies the system. It brings 3 acts down to 1 from a point in time onwards. And it represents the most significant commitment from government towards simplifying veterans' legislation since the introduction of the Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act 20 years ago. And as the Assistant Minister for Veterans, I worked alongside the Minister, Matt Keogh, to conduct extensive consultation and collaboration with the veteran community to formulate this draft legislation. And the Minister and I met with veterans, advocates and ex-service organisations to understand the needs of veterans. We listened to their calls for legislative change and how this government could maximise outcomes for those who've given so much for our nation. Outcomes for the people who've sacrificed themselves to protect and defend our nation and our democratic way of life and our freedom. And those consultations were conducted in every state and territory. They combined with 323 written submissions being received, and they informed the content of this bill and how we can better serve our veteran community. So this bill introduces new legislative change that will make it easier for veterans and families to understand what they're entitled to, easier for claims to be processed, and easier for the staff at the Department of Veterans Affairs to process those claims. Ultimately, it will deliver benefits and supports to veterans and their families that they need, that they deserve, as quickly and as simply as possible. When we were elected to office in 2022, there was a backlog of 42,000 unprocessed claims for veterans' compensation and support. That's 42,000 veterans and their families who made a substantial contribution to our nation that were left in limbo. And the Royal Commission findings pointed out that the #1 issue that was playing on the mental health of veterans and causing many of the problems associated with suicidality were the delay in the department processing claims. Veterans felt that they weren't listened to, that their service meant nothing, that they weren't getting the treatment and the respect that they deserved from the department in processing those claims. That's why when we were elected to government, one of our first priorities was to allocate additional funding to the Department of Veterans Affairs to fix the mess that existed under the coalition when they were in government. So the Minister allocated $230 million for additional staff in the department, and 500 additional staff were employed to help fix the system. And because of our efforts, that backlog has been reduced. And veterans have got the support and the speedy processing of claims that they deserve. It's also worth pointing out, Speaker, that there's an additional $6.5 billion that flows to veterans because of that additional support. So we're doing all we can to make sure that they get the support that they deserve through the department. Now, it's also worth noting, Speaker, that the opposition, led by the opposition leader Peter Dutton, have a policy of cutting back on the public service, cutting numbers from the public service. That will result in, once again, people that are processing claims in the Departments of Veterans Affairs having their jobs cut and veterans not getting the support that they deserve to process their times in a quickly and timely manner. And that is disgraceful. Our veterans have gone through enough with the backlogs that were put in place under the previous government, the findings of the Royal Commission and what's been going on in our Defence Forces and the veterans community. They deserve our utmost support. And shame on any government, shame on any opposition that tries to cut back on numbers in the Department of Veterans Affairs that are supporting our veterans. So this comes on top of the other changes that this government has made, led by the Minister, to support our veterans. 10 new veterans and families hubs across the country to provide those important one-stop shops for veteran services and support. 24 million for the Veteran Employment Program, supporting veterans' transition into the civilian workforce. An increase in the total and permanently incapacitated pension by $1,000. Tripling the payments to GPs for servicing veterans. A new Defence Veterans and Families Acute Support Package to provide crisis support to veterans' families, and $48.4 million invested to boost veterans' home care and community nursing programs to ensure that there are no gaps in service delivery. This comes in addition to other cost of living relief that's been implemented by the Albanese government to support the Australian Defence Force and our veteran community, and the changes to the Defence Home Ownership Assistance Scheme, a $46 million expansion of that scheme to ensure that more serving Defence Force personnel and veterans can own their own home, is part of that cost of living relief package. So I want to now emphasise that the bill that now rests before the Parliament will provide support for veterans and as a net cost is important to ensuring that veterans get the support that they need. We've set aside an additional $222 million for veteran and family entitlements across the first 2 years of this legislation. And that's the Albanese government's commitment to ensuring that no veteran will suffer a reduction in their existing entitlements. And I pay tribute to the Minister for being able to ensure that we give that guarantee to veterans. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity, Speaker, to fix the veterans' entitlement system, to ensure that veterans get the timely support that they need, but most importantly, they get the compensation for injuries and illness that they deserve, and that they get the respect from the Australian government and the Australian people for their service to our nation. I commend this bill to the House.
I thank the Assistant Minister for Immigration. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Collier.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the Veterans Entitlements Treatment and Support Simplification and Harmonisation Bill 2024. Simplification and harmonisation of the 3 different Veteran Entitlement Acts is long overdue. As the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide found, the complicated and unwieldy system of veterans' entitlements has adversely affected the mental health of veterans. There is no doubt that this has been the case. It contributed to an antiquated and inadequate veterans' compensation system that tragically cost lives. The massive backlog of tens of thousands of unprocessed veteran compensation claims was a national disgrace. Here you had the men and women wearing the uniform of our country and putting their lives on the line for us, and our government failing them. The men and women who serve our country give Australia their best, and they deserve nothing less than Australia's best in return. Sadly, this hasn't always happened. The underfunding of Veterans Affairs, because there was seen to be no political advantage in it in the lead up to the last election, was shocking, and I hope that it never, ever happens again. I commend the Minister for Veterans Affairs for his work on this bill and the diligent way in which he's approached it. It may not be a perfect bill, few bills are, but it does represent a major legislative milestone in the better care and treatment of veterans and their families. Those who've worked on it from within the Department of Veterans Affairs should also be proud of this important work in legislative reform that will make life better for our veterans. I also commend the Minister and Prime Minister for their overhaul of Department of Veterans Affairs staffing. Hiring more permanent staff to deal with the veteran compensation claim backlog and increasing all-important veterans compensation funding to get billions in delayed benefits flowing to where it's needed should be given the credit that is due. I wish to acknowledge the enormous contribution that our veterans and ADF personnel have made and continue to make to the security of Australia and the world. Our nation owes you all a great debt of gratitude. I also wish to thank all those who are working so hard around Australia to ensure that our veterans get the care and treatment that they need and deserve. I'm speaking here of the veterans advocates, welfare and support volunteers, and members of veteran support groups who work so hard every day to care for those who do so much for our country. I make particular mention of two in our area, being Mark Matthews of Molong and Ken Atkinson, a Vietnam veteran from Mudgee. Both have dedicated their lives to helping and supporting fellow veterans, and I have the highest regard and respect for them both. I also acknowledge the work of Jennifer Jacob, a Navy veteran and veterans advocate who sadly passed away recently. Jennifer was a regular visitor to our office here in Canberra to discuss Veterans Affairs issues, and she never failed to bring a smile and her signature box of chocolates. She will be greatly missed. I also extend a heartfelt thank you to all those who gave evidence to the Royal Commission. I know that for many it was an extraordinarily difficult thing to do. I hope that by passing this bill into law, you can see that your evidence has made a difference. I'm going to conclude my remarks with the Royal Commission's comments on the evidence given to it by Dr. Karen Bird. And I quote, "Dr. Karen Bird, mother of the late Jessie Bird, who died by suicide at the age of 32, put it simply, I just think veterans actually need to be treated like human beings. Dr. Bird gave evidence highlighting, and I quote, the huge potential for DVA administration doing great harm, and that's what happened to Jessie. Great harm was done to him." The Royal Commission went on. Across the statements to this Royal Commission, she highlighted that DVA itself had found its processing of Jessie's claims was inconsistent with legislation and red flags that should have prompted action were consistently missed. She said she remained, and I quote, very concerned that despite all of the review and recommendations to date, there is a continuing failure to acknowledge, address and learn from history. Let's hope that our country has now finally acknowledged, addressed and learnt. As a nation, we owe our men and women in uniform, veterans and their families, nothing less. I commend this bill to the House.
I thank the member for Clare. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the Minister for Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The rate of veteran suicide is a national tragedy, and that is why in opposition we called for a Royal Commission. Since 2021, the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide has been investigating the factors that have contributed to such an appalling loss of life. The very first recommendation made by the Royal Commission in its interim report was to simplify and harmonise veteran compensation and rehabilitation legislation, a three-act headache of a system. Anyone who has engaged with the veteran compensation system will tell you it is complicated and difficult to understand. This is the result of piecemeal changes over a century of veterans' entitlements legislation. The Royal Commission's recommendation to simplify and harmonise veterans' compensation legislation was agreed to by the Albanese government, and this legislation implements that commitment. We want to get this once-in-a-generation reform right, to make sure those who need it can get the support they need and deserve sooner. This is without a doubt the biggest improvement to the veterans' compensation and rehabilitation laws and system in more than a century. We've been consulting widely with the veteran community and making the necessary changes to the drafts of this legislation. After all, it is vital that our veterans and their families have helped guide the decisions that ultimately impact them. The legislation will see all claims considered under a single act, transforming the Veterans Entitlement Scheme to one solid foundation instead of three separate systems. Moving to a single ongoing act, an improved Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act, the MRCA, will make it easier for veterans and families to understand their entitlements, easier for advocates to support veterans with DVA claims, and contribute to streamlining and speeding up claims processing within the Department of Veterans Affairs. This all means veterans and families will be able to access the benefits and supports that they need and deserve in a more timely way. The MRCA is a modern 21st century compensation system that recognises both the economic and non-economic loss components of compensation. It incorporates elements from the repatriation system that recognise the unique nature of military service. It also focuses on well-being and building the capacity of veterans to return to employment and participate fully in society. This bill will ensure that equitable entitlements are available to all veterans, regardless of the timing and the nature of their service. Importantly, this bill recognises the enormous sacrifices and contributions made by the families of veterans. It provides increased access to services such as education schemes, healthcare cards and other financial benefits for the families of veterans who have suffered severe impairment as a result of their service-related injuries and conditions. This bill will open up gold card eligibility for some veterans for the very first time. Not only have we expanded the eligibility of many supports, but in doing so we're also safeguarding the entitlements currently being received by veterans. With this bill, I look forward to creating a system that delivers a better future for Australia's veterans and families and recognises the tremendous sacrifices they have in the interests of our nation. As a government, we promise to act, and we have. I note and thank the opposition for their recognition of the importance of this bill and their support of its intent. In particular, I thank the Shadow Minister for Veterans Affairs for his heartfelt speech to this House in August. I want to acknowledge each member of this place who has spoken on this legislation for your consideration of the current three-act compensation system and your acknowledgement this is simply not fit for purpose. I especially acknowledge the positive contributions of all the former ministers for Veterans Affairs that are still in this House. Thank you as well to everyone who has acknowledged the families of veterans in your remarks. They support our personnel and veterans and make sacrifices too. Thank you for those of you who have acknowledged not only that support is available for veterans and families now, but also those who highlighted the opportunities this legislation presents to better support those families. And I just want to particularly acknowledge the member for Braddon, himself being subject to all three acts currently. He knows how rough and complex the current system is. Thank you for sharing your story with all of us and that of the other veterans in your community. I hope this legislation will make the lives of veterans, like the member for Braddon, in the future just a little bit easier. I acknowledge his comments about having a wellness focus through this legislation and note that these matters are also the subject of a number of the recommendations of the final report of the Royal Commission. I see this legislation as an opportunity to simplify the system for veterans so they can focus also on their own well-being and that of their families rather than getting stuck in the current bureaucratic nightmare of a system. With that in mind, thanks for your passion in supporting the hub in Burnie. Now and into the future, I know with your guidance they will have every success. I note also the member for Ryan foreshadowed potential amendments from the Greens political party, but unfortunately they have not identified these amendments to the government or sought to move them in the House. I make the procedural observation that any amendments made in the Senate may preclude passage of this legislation through the Parliament before the end of this year. In any event, to the extent that such foreshadowed amendments may relate to the peacekeeping nature of service issue raised in the additional comments made by the Greens political party to the report of the Senate committee inquiring into this bill, I note that due to the power of the Minister under Section 8 of the MERCA to make a determination as to nature of service for veteran benefits purposes, no such amendment to legislation is actually required. I also thank crossbench members for their detailed engagement with me on this bill and support in seeing the bill pass the Parliament promptly. Thank you to each of you who contributed to the debate highlighting the important work of the Royal Commission into defence and veteran suicide. Thank you for taking the time to reflect on their years of work, the reports and the testimony that they were presented with. I also make mention of the hard work of the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Legislation Committee in the Senate for their thorough inquiry and thank them for their unanimous recommendation to pass this bill. I would also like to thank Senators Shoebridge and Lambie for their additional comments. The government has now provided a considered formal response regarding these matters. While the government is currently developing our response to the Royal Commission's final report, I note that we have agreed to the establishment of an independent oversight body. This body is recommended to monitor the implementation of the Royal Commission's recommendations by the end of September 2025, including the recommendations that led to this bill, and may undertake a review of the new arrangements at the appropriate juncture. The main provisions of this bill will not commence, however, until 2026. We will respond to the Royal Commission's final report before the year is out. Passage of this bill will be a huge step forward for Australia's veteran community and one that will benefit our current and former serving personnel for generations to come. I'd like to thank all of the ex-service organisations and advocates that work so tirelessly in supporting our veterans and family community, as well as for their detailed engagement in arriving at this bill coming before the Parliament right now. I thank the House for its support of the bill and recognition of the sacrifices made by the veteran community on all of our behalves. I look forward to all of your support in passing this bill here and to the support of senators so that we can get on with the job of delivering a better future for defence personnel, veterans and families, and I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the Minister for Veterans Affairs. The question now is that this bill be read a second time. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. I now call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to Veterans Affairs and military rehabilitation and compensation and for related purposes.
I have received a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. And I call the Minister, I think. Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the member for O'Connor. I move that this bill now be read a third time.
Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately?
Leave is granted.
Call the Minister.
I move that this bill now be read a third time.
Call the now the question is, this bill be read a third time. All those in favour say aye, opposed say no. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to Veterans Affairs and military rehabilitation and compensation and for related purposes.
And I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 6. Motion relating to the suspension of standing and sessional orders relating to the proceedings on the Communications Legislation Amendment, Combating Misinformation and Disinformation Bill 2024.
I call the Minister of Health on behalf of the Leader of the House.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Leader of the House, I move the motion relating to the suspension of standing and sessional orders for the consideration of the Communications Legislation Amendment, Combating Misinformation and Disinformation Bill 2024, in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. If I can, for the benefit of the House, explain the impact of this motion if it passes the House. We're about to move to second reading debate on this bill. I understand there's quite a deal of interest among members of the House in making a contribution to that debate. The debate will run obviously until 90-second statements. It will resume after the MPI, but it will take some time to get through. The effect of this motion, if it's passed, will be that the debate would continue till 7:30. The adjournment debate would then take place for half an hour, but after the adjournment debate was concluded, instead of the House adjourning, we would continue with the second reading debate on the Misinformation and Disinformation Bill, which will continue until 10 p.m. Unless we run out of speakers before that time. Obviously, any divisions or quorum calls sought after 6:30 p.m. would still be deferred until tomorrow morning. I commend the motion.
I thank the Minister. The question is that the standing orders be suspended. All those in favour say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. So I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 2. Communications legislation amendment, combating misinformation and disinformation bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading.
So now, just let me get the procedure. Yeah. The question is that this bill be read a second time, and I call the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We're all familiar, particularly on this day when we see the US election results come in, so probably very familiar with the term fake news. And while this refers to untrue stories, which are published and made to look like legitimate news stories, the word has become a catch-all term for false information spread online. The proliferation of social media and online information has unfortunately made fake news part of our daily lives. But that does not mean it is always easy to spot it when you see it. It is the same case with misinformation and disinformation. I see it in my own family with my children pointing out to my wife and myself when we see photos that have been created by AI or deliberately produced for misinformation or disinformation. The Electoral Integrity Assurance Task Force defines misinformation as false information that is spread due to ignorance or by error or mistake without the intent to deceive. So misinformation, there is no intent. Their definition for disinformation is knowingly false information designed to deliberately mislead and influence public opinion or obscure the truth for malicious or deceptive purpose. Like the difference, so that's basically the difference between misinforming and lying, lying having the intent to deceive. Of course, the Electoral Integrity Assurance Task Force remit concerns electoral processes, which can be adversely affected by misinformation and disinformation with serious consequences. However, the effects of spreading mis- and disinformation do not just stop at elections. They are wide-ranging throughout our society. Whether the cause is ignorance or the motivation is hateful, the outcomes of the spread of untrue information can be the same. These outcomes include the creation and bolstering of divisions in our communities, the growth of fear, anxiety and uncertainty, and the rise of extremist viewpoints. There are also ramifications for individuals who in some cases are identified as perpetrators of crimes that they did not commit, with the so-called proof spreading wildly across social media. We've all heard that saying that, a lie goes around the world before truth even gets out of bed. We saw this happen after the tragic Bondi Junction stabbing, when a completely innocent person was labelled by someone as the perpetrator. These are the reasons why the Albanese Labor government has introduced the Communications Legislation Amendment Combating Misinformation and Disinformation Bill. It will amend the Broadcasting Services Act 1992, as well as making consequential amendments to the Australian Communications and Media Authority Act 2005, the Telecommunications Act 1997 and the Online Safety Act 2021. The aim of these reforms is to protect Australians from the scourges of misinformation and disinformation while balancing people's right to freedom of expression, and I stress that. I also stress that freedom doesn't come without responsibility. Racists can still be sued for defamation when they say racist things. Once upon a time, racists in this nation had an easy time of it, but now they can be held to account, even though they whinge about it when a court finds against them. The background to this bill is the commitment the Albanese Labor government made in January 2023 to provide the Australian Communications and Media Authority with new powers. ACMA currently has the responsibility for setting and managing rules about communications, media services and markets. The new powers will enable ACMA to create transparency and accountability regarding digital platforms and their efforts to control mis- and disinformation. The government instigated an extensive consultation phase on the draft legislation, and we are confident that the bill meets the expectations of both digital service providers and everyday Australians. As recently as August this year, the Australian Media Literacy Alliance reported that 80% of Australians are concerned about misinformation and want it to be addressed. The Australian Code of Practice on Disinformation and Misinformation was developed by the Digital Industry Group and updated in December 2022. This was in response to the recommendation of the Digital Platforms Inquiry titled Regulating in the Digital Age, Government Response and Implementation Roadmap. The intentions behind the code are sound. However, the code is voluntary and has a limited number of signatories. The framework needs to be bolstered by accountability to make it an effective tool. This is one of the recommendations that ACMA has made previously. The classic government intervention, you try for carrot, but sometimes you have to bring in the stick. ACMA has also found that the transparency reports under the voluntary code do not include reliable and Australian context-specific data on measures to address mis- and disinformation. This legislation will give ACMA the power to hold digital platforms to account for publishing mis- and disinformation. I've said before that the Labor government takes the job of protecting Australians very seriously, and this legislation is another piece of that puzzle. We haven't seen the analysis of the US election yet, Deputy Speaker, but we know that Iranians, Russians and other state actors or state-backed actors have tried to create misinformation and disinformation in the electoral process. Those that do not want democracies to thrive like to undermine it via social media. The voluntary code will continue under this legislation, but it will be strengthened by the development of a regulatory foundation which comes into effect if digital platforms do not provide sufficient protection for the community voluntarily. ACMA will also be able to increase transparency about the measures digital platforms have in place and assess their systems and processes. This does not mean that digital platforms will subsequently be censoring a wide range of content shared by Australians. The framework is proportionate and graduated and does not restrict freedom of expression. Importantly, it will be the digital platforms which carry the responsibility for the information they publish and promote. I would like to stress that the legislation is concerned with content that is, as the Minister for Communication says, and I quote, reasonably verifiable as false, misleading or deceptive, and reasonably likely to cause or contribute to serious harms with significant and far-reaching implications for the Australian community. So telling people that you scored a great try on the weekend is not something that's going to cause national harm. So it's not the telling a yarn that we're worried about. It's where you're actually going to have implications for the Australian community. So this high threshold includes harm to the operation or integrity of an electoral or referendum process in Australia, putting democracy up high. That's the first one. The targeting and defamation of a group in our community. Intentionally inflicted physical injury to an individual in Australia. Harm to public health in Australia, including preventative public health measures, something that I'm sure the Deputy Speaker would be very supportive of. Imminent danger to critical infrastructure or emergency services, and finally, imminent harm to the Australian economy. So we're talking national significance. Australians do not have to be concerned that their content will be taken down. The bill only requires the removal of content if there is disinformation which involves such things as bots or troll farms. That's the reference I made earlier to the Russians and Iranians and North Koreans, people who deliberately target democratic nations. There are organisations which exist for the purpose of spreading disinformation for specific agendas, such as causing division or affecting an election. I repeat, the focus of this new legislation is the digital providers, not individual Australian users. ACMA will not be able to remove individual pieces of content or user accounts. Similarly, ACMA will not be able to investigate individual users or apply penalties to them. Under this legislation, the focus will be on core transparency requirements for digital providers. In other words, they have to be upfront about their actions to deal with mis- and disinformation. This includes publishing their media literacy plan and specifying the steps they are taking to help their users identify misinformation and disinformation. Something that I've noticed on X has actually been a little bit hit and miss, but they have taken some steps to doing that. This focus on empowering users to critically assess content was a key focus of UNESCO's Global Media and Information Literacy Week in October. This event highlighted the global scale of the misinformation and disinformation spread. Educating and enabling users to identify mis- and disinformation and make informed choices about engaging with content is critical. There is also a risk assessment element to the new requirements for digital providers. It will be mandatory for providers to identify the risks of the mis- and disinformation published on their platforms. Another change to ACMA's remit is the power to require digital platform providers to create and retain records about mis- and disinformation. This could be in the form of periodic reporting. Such transparency will enable progress tracking and also reassure Australians. Again, this will not impact individual Australian users unless they are an employee of a digital platform, a content moderator, a fact checker or a person providing services to the platform provider. ACMA will also be granted the power to approve codes and standards that cover things such as reporting tools, links to authoritative information and support for fact checking. Such measures may be taken when existing processes are not restricting mis- and disinformation sufficiently and are putting the community at risk. Deputy Speaker, the bill excludes professional news content. Note, that means that your sister-in-law getting drunk on a Friday night and having a spray at the family are not going to be included by this. I give the speakers, I give the minister at the table. I give the minister at the table without naming him some comfort, some comfort in that. It also excludes content that is satirical, so I refer to the sister-in-law rule that I mentioned above. Similarly, content that is for academic, artistic, scientific or religious purposes will not be affected. However, authorised government content and electoral communications are subject to the bill. This means that Australians can be assured that politicians and political parties are being scrutinised and are not above the rules. ACMA has a range of options available in the event that digital platforms do not comply with the new measures. ACMA will be able to use a proportionate and graduated response ranging from issuing a formal warning, to remedial directions, to infringement notices, to injunctions, and then civil penalties throughout the court system if needed. The civil penalties may be up to 2% of global revenue for breaches of a misinformation code and up to 5% for breaches of a misinformation standard. Now that is a serious penalty, so pay attention, Mr Musk. These penalties consider the potential for extremely harmful effects from the spread of mis- and disinformation. The legislation will be required to be reviewed every 3 years, and the process must include public consultation and an assessment on any impact on freedom of expression, something that is important in Australia. A further safeguard is that the first scheduled review must take international legislative developments into account. It must also include access to data, ensure increased transparency of the operation of the legislation. Subsequent reports must be tabled in Parliament. Deputy Speaker, at the heart of this legislation is the acknowledgement of the serious risk that misinformation and disinformation have to individuals, groups and our society as a whole. We must act to protect Australians from the blight of fake news, and these amendments provide safeguards while not affecting freedom of expression. And so I commend this bill to the House.
I thank the member for Moreton. The question is that this bill be read a second time, and I call the member for Longman.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on this latest legislation, the misinformation bill, and I've got to say that in my office I've had quite a bit of communication from constituents. I haven't had anyone that's been for it. They've all been against the bill, and some of the views can be quite extreme, which you expect. It tends to push a nerve with some people. I've had, of course, Orwell's 1984 and Huxley's Brave New World quoted to me many, many times, but also there are a lot of people out there who are probably not that extreme on the matter. And the big question that everyone's asking is that we understand the intent of this bill, and everyone hates it when people are hurt by information that turns out not to be true. But the question is this bill going to alleviate those hurts? Will it eliminate it? And I would answer no to both questions. Because at the end of the day, Deputy Speaker, freedom of speech is a basic human right, and this legislation threatens that right. Now, I understand that maybe those out there who support this bill, as they see it as a way of protecting people from the information that may harm them. And look, sadly, that may happen, and it has happened, and it will continue to happen. But the reverse is also true. With the best intentions, information that first may have been thought to be harmful turned out not to be harmful, and in some cases it was later proven to actually be helpful. The role of government is really complex, as the balance of being too lax leads to harm, and being too constrictive, it also leads to harm. Legislation and laws are there to protect us as a society and as individuals. But just like as if we were to hold a raw egg, if you hold it too loose, you'll drop it and there'll be a mess. But same thing, if you squeeze it too tight, there's going to be a mess. This proposed bill is an example of squeezing too tight, and if it's passed, it'll create a mess. Slowly but surely, this Labor government has been introducing and passing legislation where our freedoms are being eroded, all in the name of government control over our lives. Deputy Speaker, history tells us that when nations have gone down this path, there is a breaking point where their citizens say no more. Depending on the civilisation, the results have seen revolutions and wars as people are just fed up. Fortunately, Deputy Speaker, in a democracy such as Australia, governments are peacefully voted out without bloodshed. For one, I am very grateful. Speaking to constituents in the electorate of Longman, which I serve, many are fast reaching the point of feeling strangled. Whether it be the small business owner who's had more and more red tape thrust upon them, fueling the stress that they are enduring as the economy weakens, the consumer who has been forced to use digital IDs to simply go about everyday tasks, or the latest legislation where the hard-working low to middle income workers will have to fund the HECS debts of doctors and lawyers who will end up making 3 to 5 times what they will earn. That's right, Deputy Speaker. Every household in the country will have to contribute an extra $1,600 to the education of people who will earn much more than they will ever earn. That doesn't sound like the policy of a party that is supposed to be for the working class or the battler, does it? But in all cases, it is our right to speak what we believe and to listen to what we choose to listen to, and then make a choice of what we will believe. Ironically, the very place I stand in making this speech against this communist-style bill allows me the freedom to make this speech. Now, of course, Deputy Speaker, there will be those who honestly believe that this will protect people from harm and should be implemented. But the question I ask these people is, who is the arbiter of truth? Who decides what is misinformation? The government? God help us all if that's the case. Bureaucrats? The social media companies? A few powerful individuals who control the media? Of course, there'll be those who say, why do we have speed limits then? Why not just allow freedoms in every aspect of life? Well, there's one difference here, Deputy Speaker. We have data and undisputable facts derived from that data that speeding increases mortality rates. Hence, we have speed limits. However, it is your right to have an opinion about speed limits contrary to the laws, because your opinion won't kill people, but breaking the law by speeding will increase the chances of you killing someone. No, Deputy Speaker, we have laws in place where if you feel you have been wronged or misled, you can proceed through the court system and seek justice there. Part of being human is the freedom to make your own choices and live with the consequences of these choices, both good and bad. If there's only one point of view on a subject, then this is not a choice. And without choice, our humanity is taken away from us. The other component of this bill I despise is the inference that uneducated people have no value and aren't allowed to voice their opinion. I refer to the component of the bill that exempts academics, scientists and artists. I'm often bemused that many of the most successful people I know in business are the most uneducated, and in many cases have the educated working for them. Yet their opinions and points of view, often learnt through real life, enduring sometimes painful experiences, have no value to compared to someone who has learnt it in theory from a textbook under this proposed legislation. For me, information and opinions from both the educated and uneducated need to be available, so I can watch or listen to both, as they both have value. That should always be my choice. Mark Zuckerberg, Bill Gates, Richard Branson, Steve Jobs all have one thing in common. They never had a university degree when they started their businesses. They learned on the job. But under this legislation, it could be that if I wanted to watch a YouTube video on success in business from one of these highly successful individuals, and whoever the almighty arbiter of truth is deemed their opinion and content as misinformation, as they are not academics, it could be banned. What about when it comes to someone's own health? And speaking to many different people, I have people who swear by naturopathy, Reiki, bone therapy, chiropractic, the list goes on and on. If the great arbiter of truth was driven by the AMA or Big Pharma, would any information from these alternate health providers that may not meet the academic level be banned under misinformation? No, all sides need to be able to put their point of view across or sell their message. Then it is up to the individual to make a choice on how they care for their body's health needs. What about spiritual matters? Matters of religion and faith are extremely personal, and more in our modern society, people who are searching for meaning in their life are using the internet and social media platforms to avail themselves of different points of views before making a decision. So again, if the great arbiter of truth was an atheist, does this mean that information on Hindu, Muslim, Christian and all other faiths would be banned as misinformation? What if the great arbiter of truth was a Buddhist? Does this mean that all information about other faiths, including atheism and humanism, would be banned? The core problem is that the bill empowers digital platforms and government bureaucrats or whoever the great arbiter of truth is to determine whether or not a religious belief is reasonable. This point is well made in a submission on the bill by the combined faith leaders, representing a large number of faiths, including the Anglican, Presbyterian, Baptist churches and the Shia Muslim community. The submission notes that digital providers will be assessing whether the content of a religious belief is reasonable in determining whether or not it is misinformation. This is the same as saying that providers are empowered to determine whether the teaching is reasonable in itself. As the submission states, this reasonableness test is highly inappropriate to be applied to religious speech. Deputy Speaker, what's next? We tell people what to eat? We ban certain foods because we think they are bad for people? Again, it's our right to choose to eat a nutritious diet, and we do so. Normally this choice leads to a longer, happier life with less medical issues. But it's also someone's right to make bad dietary choices, which can increase their chances of diabetes, obesity and a shortened lifespan. Of course, there is information that warns people of the consequences of unhealthy choices, but we respect their right to choose how they look after their body. History shows us that we were bombarded with information on how terrible it was to eat eggs, with a small minority disagreeing with this viewpoint, who in the end would prove to be right. What if they've been muzzled under misinformation? people still may not have been eating eggs and enjoying not only their delicious taste, Deputy Speaker, but their numerous health benefits. But I think there's a more sinister reason behind this bill, and that reason is political. This legislation would allow the government of the day to potentially ban any opinions that were contrary to their ideology. Now, when you're from the left, like the Labor-Greens coalition, this is appealing, as you can quash any opinions from those on the right side of politics, which is why they, not us, are introducing this bill. I would personally hate to take away the right of those with socialist and communist ideologies to have their say, as how can people know the beauty of the right ideology if they have nothing to compare it to? Could it be that deep down they know that the left ideology is flawed and always ultimately fails? In contrast, I'm happy for both sides to be presented and debated, as I back what I believe in, and I am unafraid to defend these beliefs, as I truly believe they are the best for our country and its citizens. To try and quash another point of view because you fear it is simply gutless and shows you don't back yourself and believe in your own ideologies. The difference between the coalition and the other side is never more obvious than our stance on this bill. While we may disagree with the Labor-Greens ideologies, I know that I will fight for the death for their right to express it, whereas they will do all they can to suppress us over us expressing our views with bills such as this. This is why, Deputy Speaker, I will not be supporting this bill.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. The member for Lyons.
Hear, hear. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, there was so much wrong with that speech from the member for Longman. It would take all my 15 minutes to address all the points. I mean, the irony that we're standing here talking about a bill about misinformation, disinformation, and we had to listen to that contribution. I mean, nobody's banning opinions. Nobody's banning the right to express an opinion or have a say. What this bill is about addressing the spread of misinformation and disinformation. It's about about the prevalence of fiction being portrayed as fact. And this is not simply an issue about copy and paste Facebook circulars that claim your data will be protected under the Rome Statute if you post certain words on your timeline. It's a serious issue that has direct implications for public safety, democracy, societal cohesion and our national economy. The fact is, all sorts of very serious people in our society, from national security agencies downwards, are saying this is a serious issue that requires addressing. This misinformation and disinformation bill is an essential piece of legislation to protect Australians from the harms caused by false and misleading information. And we've always had these sorts of protections in the past with broadcast media and print media. But the social media and the internet is an entirely new beast. The pace of it, the way algorithms are used, we are dealing with a different ecosystem of spread of information. Our society has always functioned in a way where broadcast media and print media have been required by society to be truthful and factual, and there are consequences when they're not. So what's at risk, Deputy Speaker? The fact is, online platforms have become essential parts of our lives, connecting us at their best with family, friends, news and the world at large. That's a good thing. Whether it's Facebook, Instagram, Threads, X or any other platform, we use these sites to entertain, stay connected and even find out information about issues affecting us locally and across the globe. It's an information sharing thing. And this connectivity has many benefits, but it also presents real risks. Digital platforms, when unregulated, can and do spread information at speeds and scales never seen before, amplifying misleading narratives that threaten our society's well-being and indeed target users with even more misinformation. If you seek information about a certain subject, the algorithms say, oh, this guy's really interested in that, we'll pump in more of that, and before you know it, you're down a really deep well of misinformation and conspiracy theories, and suddenly your nice, normal next-door neighbour is a raving lunatic. The fact is we live in a world where misinformation can impact public health, such as during COVID-19,
when false information about vaccines and the benefits that vaccines have circulated so rapidly. And this was not a trivial issue. Misinformation led many to question or outright refuse life-saving medical treatments. We see it even now with young children being refused life-saving medical treatment because their parents believe the nonsense on social media that somehow it's not good for their kids. It's led to a distrust in government. And I'm not talking about Labor governments or any other sort of governments, I'm talking about government in general. It's led to a growing distrust in government and an overarching thought that there is no social cohesion and that the only person you can trust and stand behind is yourself. It's a dangerous narrative for any society that seeks to bring people together. Now, the spread of misinformation also affects our democratic processes, our societal cohesion and even our physical safety. The US election that's underway right now has been rife with battles of misinformation and disinformation. And we do separate. The fact is people are allowed to express their opinions, no matter how out there they are. Nobody's denying that Sky After Dark doesn't have the right to express its opinion on the right of the political scale, and you've got Fox News in America doing the same, expressing their opinion. You can do that in a democratic society. There's a difference between expressing an opinion and spreading misinformation. Now, if nothing else, the nature of the 2024 presidential race is a case in point why this bill is so important. And I've come up with the last presidential election, of course, in the US, and the claims that it was stolen, and the misinformation, disinformation emanating from that shocking assault on the Capitol, and the disinformation that's arisen from that. Yeah. Fact is under attack. Now, on a local level, recent misinformation spread like wildfire following attacks in Southport and at Bondi Junction. Misleading narratives and false reports spread rapidly on social media, escalating public fear and in some cases inciting hatred against specific minority groups who it later turned out had nothing to do with those heinous crimes. Such events make it clear that when digital platforms do not adequately respond to harmful content on their platforms, the consequences are real and deeply felt by communities across Australia. And let's remember, broadcast platforms are responsible for content on their platforms. Print platforms, newspapers, magazines, they are responsible for content on their platforms. Digital platforms should be held to the same standard. It is vital that we address the spread of misinformation and disinformation as a priority for our democracy. The concerns of everyday Australians reflect this urgency. Research from the Australian Media Literacy Alliance's Adult Media Literacy Report, published this year, indicates 80% of Australians, 8 in 10, are worried about misinformation. It's amongst the highest levels of concern reported globally and highlights a serious erosion of trust in the digital information landscape, right here at home. Australians are looking to their government to take meaningful action to ensure the information they encounter online is reliable, accurate and safe. They don't want the government to buy into misinformation pushes and propaganda. Now, I don't deny that the digital platform industry and some specific social media platforms have taken some steps to seek to tackle misinformation and disinformation, but it's not been enough. The industry as a whole has a variety of voluntary codes. Not enough is being done. They make a lot of money in this country. They can spend more to deal with this. Now, one example of the industry's attempts is the Australian Code of Practice on Disinformation and Misinformation. It's a code designed to tackle misinformation and disinformation. It's an initiative I welcome, but this code has some clear and undeniable limitations. The transparency reports produced under the code have been inconsistent, lacking the Australia-specific data necessary for effective monitoring and assessment. The voluntary code, while a step in the right direction, has not been enough to meet the growing threat of misinformation and disinformation online in Australia. And I don't buy the arguments about why it can't be done. The fact is, Deputy Speaker, if you're talking to your wife about some shoes that you like, somehow it ends up in your feed. You know, there's ads popping up. Well, if they know that, they can deal with this. So they're clever enough to have very, very sophisticated data tracking management systems. They can put some of that knowledge to work and deal with misinformation and disinformation. That's why this legislation is necessary. The Australian Communications and Media Authority, ACMA, has repeatedly urged the government to introduce regulatory powers to hold digital platforms accountable. Now, ACMA is not some big, like the member for Longman would suggest, some sort of czar of information and truth, that it wants to sit there, like in godlike status, telling people what they can and can't believe. It's nothing like that. It's a trusted regulatory body. And those opposite, who are the alternative government of this country, should not be spreading distrust in government agencies. Now, ACMA's insights highlight the critical need for stronger enforceable standards that ensure digital platforms are transparent about how they handle misinformation and that they take concrete steps to protect users from harmful content. The Combating Misinformation and Disinformation Bill answers that call. It amends the Broadcasting Services Act 1992 and makes consequential changes to related legislation, including the Australian Communications and Media Authority Act 2005, the Telecommunications Act 1997 and the Online Safety Act 2021. Through these amendments, the bill establishes a regulatory framework that empowers ACMA to oversee digital platforms and ensure that they responsibly manage misinformation and disinformation on their services. The bill has three primary objectives, each carefully crafted to address community concerns. One, require digital platforms to manage the risks of misinformation and disinformation. Under the bill, digital platforms will now be legally obligated to assess, mitigate and take responsibility for the potential harms caused by misinformation and disinformation in Australia. And I repeat, these sorts of measures already exist in broadcast and print media. We're just bringing digital media into the fold. Two, to increase transparency. Digital platforms will now be required to disclose the actions they are taking to combat harmful content, ensuring the public can see and understand those efforts. And three, to empower users. Australians who use digital media should be equipped with the tools to critically engage with information online. By providing transparency, platforms can empower users to make informed decisions and identify false information themselves. Because we know that tackling misinformation and disinformation online is everybody's job and can only achieved by all users critically engaging in the content they receive online. And I say that at a time when we see things like deep fakes emerging, where technology has become so incredibly advanced that videos can emerge online of people, just random people purporting to be national leaders, celebrities, whoever they are, and the average user has no idea that what they are seeing and what they are hearing is fake. There's no way to discern it because the technology is just so good. And that spreads like wildfire. Oh, look what this political leader has said. And people believe it. And then they spread the chain. The media, digital platforms have to be responsible for tackling that. Yep. They have to be responsible for that. True. Now, this bill will also provide ACMA with a series of new powers to hold digital platforms accountable in fulfilling these three primary objectives. One, transparency and accountability. Because transparency is essential to this legislation. Under the new framework, digital platforms are required to disclose their efforts to combat harmful misinformation and disinformation. This includes publishing a clear media literacy plan, detailing the steps they are taking to empower users in identifying and responding to false information. This requirement empowers Australians with the knowledge they need to navigate online content more confidently and critically. In addition, platforms will be required to publish policy documents on how they handle misinformation and disinformation and the results of any risk assessments they have conducted. This level of transparency is fundamental to public trust. Australians need to know that digital platforms are taking their safety and well-being seriously. Two, information gathering and record keeping. Another critical component of the bill is its information and record keeping powers. ACMA will have the authority to obtain information from digital platforms on their efforts to address harmful content. Platforms will be required to maintain records of their actions and may be called upon to provide these records to ACMA periodically. This creates a clear accountability trail, allowing regulators and the public to track platforms' progress over time and understand how they are evolving their strategies to combat misinformation. The bill includes protections for end users in this process. The information gathering powers are designed to protect individuals' privacy, as they do not apply to content posted by regular users unless those individuals are employees, content moderators, fact-checkers, or otherwise providing services to the platform provider. So the example used by the member for Longman about people being able to express an opinion about the health impact of eggs, totally safe, totally safe. This approach balances the need for transparency with the protection of personal privacy. And 3, the code and standard-making powers. Under the bill, ACMA will have the power to register industry codes and make enforceable standards. If voluntary efforts are inadequate, this ability to set standards is essential because it provides a regulatory backstop. Should voluntary measures prove ineffective, ACMA will be able to require platforms to implement specific practices. So, Deputy Speaker, we're also safeguarding freedom of expression. I'm sure other speakers will go into detail on that. The fact is, this bill is needed. Our agencies say that it's needed. We live in a time when misinformation and disinformation is absolutely rife, when technology is providing things like deep fakes and the hostile and deliberate way that misinformation and disinformation is spread, not as an accident, but as a deliberate way to spread information and to affect our democracy. This bill helps deal with that and holds digital media platforms to the same sort of accountability as broadcast and print media.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Page.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, all of us get up here every day of Parliament and we talk about bills that we're very passionate about. We talk about bills that we have strong opinions on. But, Deputy Speaker, I say this quite sincerely. This is the most dangerous, scary bill that I personally have ever got up to speak about. I am really, really scared and really... Oh, someone laughs. So, yeah, can't have a difference of opinion. No. That says it straight away, Deputy Speaker. Can't have a difference of opinion. I'm going to read out Voltaire. Voltaire, a French philosopher, Speaker. I disagree with everything you have said, but I will defend every day your right to say it. You might want to dwell on that over the other side there, or the members over the other side, Deputy Speaker, might want to dwell on that, because that's what this bill is undermining. I disagree with everything you say, but I will defend your right to say it. And what this Labor radical left-wing government is doing, Deputy Speaker, is abandoning that principle. They will now no longer, this government does not want to defend our right to say things that they disagree with. And that's what this is about, Deputy Speaker. So why would you want to do that? I'm surprised in Australia that we are debating this issue at this level. And you might want to say, well, what is the motivation? What is the motivation of a government to do this? And this radical left-wing government, Deputy Speaker, what their motivation is on this bill is control. Because when you want to stamp it or you want to clamp down on free speech in this country, you are about control. They do not want everyone necessarily to be able to say what that person believes is the truth. Because at the end of the day, Deputy Speaker, one person's misinformation is another person's opinion. And that is something that literally our diggers, we always have great ceremonial things about our diggers and our veterans, as we should, and is respected by both sides of this chamber. But our diggers fought for stuff like this. The basis of free speech in this country has always been something that's been respected. And again, Deputy Speaker, I can't believe we are debating this right in this chamber today. This is a very, very slippery slope. Now, the other side, they'll get up and say, ACMA, it's independent, it's a government body, it's just looking for misinformation. Well, how are you going to define it? How is someone going to define what is misinformation? we've all read, I assume a lot of people have read 1984 by George Orwell, Deputy Speaker. This is all about the Ministry of Truth. Some anonymous person, if this bill goes through, is going to have the right to say and decide what is information for individuals to be able to say on platforms that they want to say it. And this is a slippery slope. Again, I think it's about control. I think it's also a part of it. I think one of the reasons that this government's so motivated about this too at the moment is the voice referendum. The voice referendum, the government of the day, this government today, criticised people through the voice referendum that misinformation was being spread. Well, what was the misinformation that was being spread? Because what? People disagreed with them. Because people had legitimate concerns. Some people's opinion was that that was going to divide us by race. That was people's opinion. They say that's misinformation. Some people had huge constitutional questions about the voice referendum, that it was going to have huge constitutional ramifications. Now, are we now not allowed to say that? The government of the day, the Prime Minister of the day, has said, many members of that side have said, that their misinformation was spread about that. So is that what the person in ACMA is going to decide? That if you have a difference of opinion on things, you can't say that? So is the person in ACMA going to decide that if we'd had the voice referendum and they had these powers, that they would take down commentary on the voice referendum that said this is going to divide our country by race? Is that what the ACMA person is going to decide? That's what the government thinks it was. The government thinks it was misinformation. Is ACMA going to say that, if you had constitutional concerns about it, and people say, well, you shouldn't have constitutional concerns about it because of whatever their opinion was. So what is the ACMA person going to say? Well, I agree that that's misinformation because of their opinion on it, and clamp down on free speech in this country. So I take the member before me who spoke and used the example of vaccines. Now, personally, Speaker, I supported the vaccine rollout in Australia through COVID, Deputy Speaker. But I don't want people who didn't agree with that to be quietened. They should not be, because they disagree with what was, the conventional thing from the medical profession. If a person did have that opinion, they in this country should have the right to say it. Now, the member opposite actually used as an example that they shouldn't have been able to say it. So again, Voltaire, I disagree with everything you say, but I will defend every day your right to say it. And that is under threat. And that is under threat in Australia. Now, why do I say, Deputy Speaker, that this is a radical left-wing government that we have in Australia right now? Because there is no other Western country that has given an independent or given a government entity this much power. The UK don't have these type of laws. The US don't have these type of laws. No other Western country has this. So again, that's why this is a very, very dangerous left-wing government, radical, extreme left-wing government we have here. You know what actually you can't do either, Deputy Speaker? I could say something in this chamber. I am protected by parliamentary privilege, thankfully. If I say something in the parliament and it's recorded as it is, an individual may not be able to post that on a platform because the ACMA may decide that what I've said is misinformation. So ACMA could actually take down off a platform if an individual reposts what I've said, something that I have said in this chamber. And that hasn't been negated by the Minister with this bill because she's been asked that question in a briefing. So that's how scary this is, Deputy Speaker. That's how scary this is. You can say whatever you like as long as you agree with the radical left-wing government. That's what this rule is about. Now, let's go through it again. I'm not going to call it ACMA anymore. If this bill passes, ACMA no longer exists. It will be called the Ministry for Truth, also known from George Orwell's novel in 1984, Deputy Speaker, because that is the powers they have. Now, you might say, well, OK, how's it going to work in practice? What will ACMA have the power to do? Podcasts. You have a podcast. And you have a podcast that you think is someone is misinformation. ACMA. And also the dangerous thing about this, the platform owners will always lean on the side of taking the information down rather than leave it there, because the penalties that ACMA will charge them and fine them are are severe penalties. So if you're a platform and you go, well, I don't want ACMA to come along and say, you've left this up by this individual on this podcast or this interview that they did with someone, we're not going to let that stay. They're going to lean to take it down because of the severity of the fines that ACMA will put on that platform. So, you know, this is very dangerous stuff, Deputy Speaker. So it takes in podcasts, it takes in message boards, aggregate news, you know, there's no other word to describe it except for censorship. And again, should this surprise me? Maybe not. Maybe not, because any radical government, any extreme government wants control. We see any, you know, if you look at history, you look at any, you know, right-wing government or left-wing government that's extreme, they always want to control the press, they always want to control the information that is out there. And again, I'll do it a couple of times through this speech, Deputy Speaker, a great known philosopher with a great, you know, with a great saying, I disagree with everything you say, but I will protect the right every day for you to say that. But that's not the essence of this bill. That is not how the minister thinks about this, who's got this minister. And obviously, I'm assuming that the whole of the Labor Party will vote for this bill. When you talk about free speech, not a lot of free speech within the Labor caucus, because if you do have a difference of opinion publicly with the Labor Party and you're in caucus, you get kicked out of the party. But that says something about their ideas about freedoms, free speech as well. And I'm assuming the Greens will say that as well. Really? Free speech, you know, doesn't come easily for them in some ways. So, Deputy Speaker, just want to talk about some people's, you know, you might say, well, you would say this because you're, you know, a partisan politician on the other side of the chamber, Deputy Speaker, but I want to give you some quotes from some third parties. The Victorian Bar Association, here we go, the New South Wales Solicitor General. This is what he says about this bill. A patronising assumption that members of the community cannot make a judgment about those opinions but must be protected from the obviously inadequacy of their judgment. So that's a good point. They're basically saying, we can't trust you to see through things that are mistruths. We don't trust you as individuals to be able to see what is truth and what is not truth, so we'll protect you from it. You know, that's just justifying, again, shutting down free speech. The Victorian Bar Association. The bill's interference with the self-fulfilment of free expression will occur primarily by chilling self-censorship. It will inevitably bring about the individual users of the relevant services. So again, free will is gone under this, Deputy Speaker. Victorian Barrister Peter A. Clark. There have been some minor adjustments to this bill. He said it's like lipstick on a pig. He said that to capture political content was a change for the worse. Politics involves a lot of commentary and a lot of loose language. It doesn't necessarily mean it's disinformation or misinformation. The Queensland Council for Civil Liberties. This bill is unsatisfactory. If the government said there are deficiencies, because again, the other thing about here, Speaker, that we have laws already. We have laws already having prohibitions on some things you can and can't say. You can't defame people, Deputy Speaker. If you go out and say something about someone that is untrue, there are defamation laws already that protect people about that. You can't go out and say X about someone and just get away with that. You will, you know, they can take you through a defamation process. There are laws. So let's go on. The Queensland Council for Civil Liberties. This bill is unsatisfactory. Professor Nick Cotsworth, the former Deputy Chief Health Officer. The terms misinformation and disinformation have become overused in the public discourse. The Australian Christian Lobby. There's no excuse for what's proposed in this bill. Where the government should be safeguarding the free speech of Australians, it will instead require social media to control our public discourse. So again, I make the point, Deputy Speaker, that there are protections already in our legal system. You can't incite violence. There are laws about that. You can't go out and incite violence in our country. There are existing laws to protect and to clamp down on that. You can't go out and defame people because there are laws about defaming people. But this law is about clamping down on free speech in Australia. It's the most radical legislation on this issue around the Western world. I understand that Labor were disappointed they lost the voice referendum. I understand that they don't like the fact that people disagree with them. I understand the fact that the Prime Minister doesn't like memes of him that look silly, but this is a democracy. Our diggers fought for free speech. We in this country, and it's been said on both sides of this parliament, I've heard politicians on both sides of this parliament say this, quote, that I disagree with everything you say but will defend your right to say it. That has now been abandoned by this radical left-wing government. And when this bill will obviously pass this chamber in the next 24 hours because Labor have no choice. Labor have to lock in and they can't have a difference of opinion in this chamber and cross the floor. But shame on this government. You have started us down a very slippery slope where some faceless bureaucrat that we will now call the Ministry for Truth will decide what individuals can or can't say on social media platforms. And I think, you know, this is, I think when this legislation goes through, I think it's probably the saddest day and the saddest piece of legislation I've seen for the freedoms and liberties of our country, and everyone who votes for this should be absolutely ashamed for what you are doing.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And if ever there was an example of free speech being alive and well, that was it. There is little I can agree with. If you would mind not interrupting so I get an opportunity to have a free speech. You are acting in a highly disorderly manner as you leave the chamber. I note that for the record, the member for Page continues to yell and scream at me as he leaves the chamber. However, that is free speech. There is absolutely nothing in this legislation that prevented that from happening today. There is nothing in this legislation that allows Australians of different opinions to continue to articulate them in a respectful manner, in any forum, in any place in Australia. I look to the gallery today. Not all of you might agree with everything I might have to say in this chamber. But you're going to respect my right to say that, and I'm going to respect your right to have a different opinion too. Today we have a piece of legislation before the House that deals with a very serious threat that engulfs Australians everywhere. It's a threat to the safety and well-being of Australian people, and it is also a threat to the health and well-being of our democracy, to the political institutions, not just the political institutions, but all of the institutions that normally Conservative members of this parliament would be defending to the hilt, but nothing. Now all of those institutions that are at threat by the ever-escalating levels of serious mis- and disinformation, and I will come back to that word serious in a moment. This is not a new problem for Australia. It's not a new problem around the world, indeed. Governments across the globe are trying to tackle this issue. With the rise of social media and the technological advancements over time, such as artificial intelligence, the continued increase of mis- and disinformation, the capacity to scale that up into mega proportions like we've never seen before, so the scale and the speed at which this information, this serious harmful misinformation can be spread now online, is really amplifying the threats to our citizens. And that's why I am pleased to stand in this chamber to speak in support of a legislative framework that is going to deal with the deeply serious risks that are being posed in this unfettered spreading of mis- and disinformation across digital platforms in particular, but they're not alone in the avenues for mis- and disinformation. This bill presents a proactive step towards safeguarding our citizens, towards safeguarding our democratic processes and ensuring the integrity of information that reaches each and every one of us. Now, Sadly, the member opposite tried to paint this as some kind of radical proposal, but I hope you understand in those opening remarks that really nothing could be further from the truth. There is nothing radical about a government wishing to protect its citizens. There is nothing radical about wanting to ensure that we hold some of these hostile actors to account. I must say, usually when we have to deal with matters of foreign interference into our democratic processes, Conservative members are usually, quick to join us in ensuring that issues of national security are, demand and are given a multi-party approach. So it is with deep regret that I stand in this chamber and listen to the arguments being posed. Not that I have total respect for the capacity to make those arguments, but some of the, dare I say, misconstrual of the content of this bill is again feeding into the kind of conversations that are not always as informed as they might be. So let me just put a few things on the record here. This bill is about increasing transparency and accountability, especially on the digital platforms. We all know, every single parent we run into in our constituency groups are talking to us right now about just how prolific harmful content on digital platforms is for their children. That's what their first and primary concern has been. In addition to whatever else they're seeing themselves, they are worried about the impacts of social harms that are being generated through digital platforms in Australia. There is substantial evidence from both Australia and overseas that serious harm is being caused by mis- and disinformation. And Australians, as we are increasingly relying on social media as a source of news, indeed, I'm chairing a committee now where it's abundantly clear that there are some generations, those under 40, for whom news via a digital platform is their sole source of information and access. When you talk to Gen Z people, at least 60% of them now see no news other than what is delivered on their smartphone. Right? And so that is what parents are worried about. They want to know that that information is authenticated, is accurate, and is something they would trust in. That is totally not the case for any family in Australia right now. And members opposite know that. They know that, but they do not wish to support this bill because of a furphy, I have to say, about this being impinging on free speech. Now, many people raised, rightly so, many people raised concerns about this bill and impacts on free speech. Any thinking Australian is going to ask that question because we hold that value dearly. This bill took many of those concerns into account during the first consultation period. So legitimate concerns raised and then addressed in the next drafting of this bill. And that is really to ensure that we got that right balance between free speech that Australian people do rightly hold dearly and the need to provide safer environments for our kids, for our families, for our citizens more broadly. We needed to find a balance about how to uphold freedom of expression whilst also combating the serious, deep, serious harm that mis- and disinformation is having. And this bill carefully collaborated definitions of serious harms. So you know, it is a furphy to suggest that this is impacting people's opinions, okay? Unless your opinion is affording serious harm of others, then it is not captured by this legislation. Let me assure you of that. Australian people are rightly opinionated, and we love that. When I go to the supermarket, I have people telling me what I'm doing good and what I'm doing bad straight to my face any time of day or night. We love that. That is called direct constituent feedback. That's what politicians want to hear. That's how we remain connected to our communities. So let's not pretend that anybody's opinions are going to be somehow shut down here. What is at stake is when we have deep, serious, intentional harm, sometimes not even caused by our own citizens. Let's face it, these are global sort of platforms that are operating here. Sometimes these are generated by persons on the other side of the globe. But they have direct harmful impacts to our people in Australia. So this bill is not applying either to professional news content. Journalists, of course, will be able to continue to craft their trade and honour their profession. Trust me, journalists too want to know that their trusted, authentic, verified news is able to be delivered to people and isn't being drowned out by mis- or deliberate disinformation. There is nothing in this bill that enables ACMA themselves to take down individual pieces of content that users are putting up there. This is not the intent of this bill. And suggestions to say otherwise are deeply, diverting people's attentions. In fact, buying into some of the kind of fear that is part of the business model for mis- and disinformation. So this is a bill that's taking a systems-level approach, and the digital platforms, they remain, as they should, they remain responsible for managing content on their services. As I said, I'm in the middle of a report now where I will have a lot more to say about the responsibility of social media platforms in Australia, but it is no secret that my view is if you want to operate social media platforms, then you have a social obligation to be socially responsible. Those are the things, those are my tests for social media, and my committee and indeed this Parliament will have much more to say on that in the future. But anybody that thinks we should not be acting on the serious harms, and I underline that word, serious harms, that is being inflicted on our children, on those that we love, and on citizens and vulnerable groups across our communities. If you don't think it is your role to help protect those citizens, then we do have a fundamental disagreement, because I think that is government's role. And that is the role of every parliamentarian to think about ways that we will ensure safety, not just in our physical worlds, but in our online worlds. That is an essential part of government's work. This bill has undergone a lot of consultation already. There are continued reportings going on with Senate committees at the moment. So the idea that this bill has not been part of conversations and subjected to a detailed critique already is a nonsense. This bill has undergone changes as a result of that considerable consultation, and who knows, we are yet to see the report of a Senate committee inquiry into this. We will do what all good, responsible, thoughtful governments do, and that is take that feedback into account, and we'll see how the bill progresses both in this House but in the other House. Again, that's the workings of our democracy, but there is no doubt that the top priority for an Albanese Labor government, as I think it should be for any Australian government, quite frankly, will be keeping our citizens safe. That is our top priority, and we make no apologies for that. I would like to see a parliamentary support for our endeavours to keep citizens safe, but it would seem that I remain forever optimistic, but the speeches I have listened to date give me a heavy heart and reason for pause there. But there is time. The vote is not on yet. I do hope that members opposite will join us in an endeavour to ensure the safety of our citizens in an ever-evolving digital world where mis and disinformation is causing gross, serious harms that have ongoing consequences, not just for the now, but for the next generations as well. We need to get this bill through Parliament, and we need the support of everyone.
Has expired. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I hear my colleague, the wonderful member for Newcastle, and the concerns that she has about the issue of misinformation and disinformation. And there is so much of what she says that I absolutely agree with. We are all concerned about our children, our grandchildren, our young adults who are not listening to good news, i.e. accurate news, and we have a responsibility in this place to get that right. However, we also have to make sure that there are not consequences that we didn't intend on by implementing legislation and passing it in this House. Our role on this side of the House is to ask the questions and to vote according to our priorities. Before I begin talking about the bill, which is about combating misinformation and disinformation, I want to talk about the misinformation being propagated by the national broadcaster, the ABC, because it is incredibly relevant to this bill. Exhibit A. The ABC broadcast in late August, early September, claims linking decades' use of paraquat and diquat herbicide to the incidence of Parkinson's disease in farmers. And the story portrayed a hotspot in my electorate of Mallee. I am not saying there isn't a Parkinson's hotspot or similar, and as Shadow Assistant Minister for Regional Health, the incidence of Parkinson's in my electorate concerns me greatly. If there is a causal link, then we want to get to the bottom of it. I have been advocating for years funding to support movement disorder nurses and support across Mallee at this point of time with no success. The facts are that there is no evidence there is a causal link to Parkinson's disease in the use of these chemicals. And the ABC portrayed historical practices as if they are occurring today. Currently, the APVMA is reviewing dosages of paraquat and diquat. I respect the independence of the APVMA, who were effectively also attacked by the ABC as being in the pocket of the chemicals companies. You can talk all you like about the editorial independence of the ABC, but they must put facts where their claims are, or they actually become a disreputable source of news. Misinformation, if you like. Radio ratings certainly indicate that Australians are switching off the ABC. Significant reduction of paraquat dosage will mean a return to heavy tillage farming. This will radically impact the people in my electorate. It actually impacts the people in Sydney because you don't want mallee dust all over your town, your city. As Ron Hartz from Werribee in my electorate told me, the low dosages being discussed are so low you might as well pee in the corner of the paddock. That's how much use it will be. Constituents and peak bodies are coming to me very concerned about this and very grateful for the motion I moved in the federal chamber this week on this topic. They are beyond dismayed at the ABC landline program on the issue. So much so, the APVMA issued a statement critical of the ABC making that connection, and most importantly highlighted that we are talking about historical practices, such as the portrayal of a farmer ducking as a crop duster sprays chemicals over him as he applies chemicals on the farm. Nobody is suggesting children are being exposed to herbicides or farmers are being drenched in herbicides today, because modern practices have changed. Sealed cabins and sealed systems for herbicide use are the norm. The representation by the ABC tried to link hard-working farmers and others from my electorate who are dealing with Parkinson's disease who are not making that direct link themselves. It was the editorialising by the ABC claiming the link that was sensationalist and arguably doling out misinformation. Exhibit B, fake gunshots. When it comes to misleading use of footage or audio, of course we had the ABC and Senate estimates this week admitting it had added gunshots, additional gunshots in footage of Australian troops in a helicopter deployed in Afghanistan in 2012. This is disgraceful behaviour on the part of the ABC. Exhibit C. And then we have a government official from the US state of Georgia last month who took issue over the ABC Four Corners program misinformation about their Votal nuclear power plant, with the program host claiming the plant had not reduced power prices but put them up. But the Vice Chairman of the Georgia Public Service Commission, Tim Eccles, said the plant was not the primary source of rate increases and that the ABC's failure to mention other sources of price increases had amounted to misinformation. For instance, firstly, the amount of gas the USA has been shipping to Europe to help combat the flow of Russian gas. And secondly, the cost of new grid infrastructure to accommodate electricity generated from solar panels. It might relate to Australia. These are just a few examples where the ABC goes on an ideological crusade, putting the narrative ahead of the facts, then shaping the content to suit the narrative, or as some call it, fake news. The point is that if we are going to combat misinformation and spend $1 billion a year financing a public broadcaster, they have to get their facts right and not engage in misinformation themselves. Getting back to the bill, this is the Albanese Labor government's second attempt at regulating what people can and cannot say online. Their first attempt drew 20,000 submissions opposed to the proposal. The coalition campaigned to bin the bill, and that's where it ended up. The trouble is that Labor has done a dumpster dive to bring up a new bill that is worse than the first one. The bill comes late in a parliamentary term where this government has had plenty of time to get the settings right. They also have their anti-doxing and hate crime amendment bills before Parliament. I'm very concerned that sitting days are running out and this government may be readying the guillotine on this and even other bills when there are very serious implications to be considered in each. That is what debate is about. In this misinformation do-over, Act 2 if you like, the government ran a ridiculously short 7-day consultation process which minimised the number of submissions and objections that could actually be made. I can assure the House that Mallee constituents have been making many submissions to my inbox, this topic being the number one raised with me in recent months, given the government's ridiculously short timeline for so-called consultation. This bill is so bad that the Coalition has already pledged to repeal the bill if it becomes law. The provisions of the bill are extremely broad and would capture many things said by Australians every day. Under the bill, the honestly held opinions of Australians can be deemed to be misinformation. Digital platforms are required to identify whether or not pieces of content are misinformation. The process of identifying this misinformation is highly subjective and will lead to the suppression of free speech of everyday Australians. Concern about religious freedom, faith leaders have united in protest at the attempt to have the government regulate what is reasonable religious belief as opposed to unreasonable. And this too is highly concerning. In other parts of the world, persecution of people of faith occurs because the government determines that certain beliefs, teachings or practices are contrary to government policy. We have criminal laws for people who commit criminal acts, even though we have seen a hole in the law recently when people held up flags or symbols of listed terrorist organisations. It's concerning that the government seems more focused on acting like religious police, deciding what is or isn't a reasonable religious belief, and turning a blind eye to promotion of terrorism through religious fundamentalism in Australia. The right to hold and communicate religious beliefs is one of the most fundamental in any democracy. Spirituality is the domain of the individual, not the state. We need government for many things. Determining whether our religious beliefs are reasonable is not one of them. The Albanese government's misinformation bill represents a clear and present danger to the open communication of religious beliefs in Australia. Remarkably, Mr Albanese and his Communications Minister, Michelle Rowland, want this bill to become the law of Australia by the end of the year. This just simply must not happen. There are many serious problems with this bill, but it is notable how many religious groups have zeroed in on the risks it represents to people of faith. The core problem is that the bill empowers digital platforms and government bureaucrats to determine whether a religious belief is reasonable. This point is well made in a submission on the bill by the combined faith leaders, representing a large number of faiths, including the Anglican, Presbyterian and Baptist churches and the Shia Muslim community. The submission notes that, and I quote, "Digital providers will be assessing whether the content of a religious belief is reasonable in determining whether or not it is misinformation." This is the same as saying that providers are empowered to determine whether the teaching is reasonable in itself. Everyday Australians are captured by this bill, but some groups are excluded from its operation. For instance, any reasonable dissemination of material for an academic, scientific or artistic purpose is excluded from the bill. But if an everyday Australian disagrees with an academic, then he or she will have committed the crime of misinformation. This is outrageous and creates two classes of speech in Australia, one for favoured groups, like academics, and one for everybody else. Here are a sample of the objections to the bill. The Victorian Bar Association stated, and I quote, "Speech about political, philosophical, artistic or religious topics often involves statements that are not straightforwardly factual, but which are not mere statements of subjective belief. Much scientific discourse involves the testing and rejection of hypotheses in which even true information is provisional or falsifiable. The prospect that ACMA and digital platform providers will be required to identify not merely misleading facts, but also misleading claims, opinions, commentary and invective will have an obvious chilling effect on freedom of speech, especially in sensitive or controversial areas." The Institute of Public Affairs have highlighted the reliance that social media platforms have on fact-checkers, who they argue failed the nation during the Voice to Parliament referendum. The IPA say they analysed 187 fact-checking articles relating to the Voice of Parliament between 22 May 2022 and the 14th of October 2023. It found an overwhelming 170 articles, or 91% of fact checks, assessed claims made by opponents of the Voice. In this same period, Australian fact checkers assessed just 17 claims made by proponents of the Voice. This is despite over 60% of Australians rejecting the Voice to Parliament on the 14th of October 2023. The IPA notes that 6 months before the referendum, my Nationals colleague, Shadow Minister for Indigenous Affairs, Senator Jacinta Nampijinra-Price, argued that fact-checkers were complicit in perpetuating the false claim that the Voice was a modest proposal. In April 2023, she highlighted the disproportionate targeting of the No campaign, noting the fact-checkers go all out on wrongly fact-checking basic rhetorical claims we've made and then never examine any of these statements from Voice supporters. To be accredited by the IFCN, fact-checkers must uphold a commitment to non-partisanship and fairness and do not concentrate their fact-checking on any one side. As the IPA's research uncovered, Australians can have no confidence that this is the case with domestic fact-checkers. The Australian Christian Lobby said, the definitions of misinformation and serious harm, together with the threat of severe penalties for digital platform providers who do not comply, are a recipe for over-censorship. Where the Australian Communications Media Authority, ACMA, should be safeguarding the free speech of Australians, instead they will be requiring digital platforms to control our public discourse. In essence, ACMA becomes the Ministry of Truth. If that doesn't chill you, that you have a problem. From public health to politics to the economy and ideology, ACMA will determine what you are allowed to say online.
Order. The member's time has expired. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. I am pleased to rise and speak on the Communications Legislation Amendment Combating Misinformation and Disinformation Bill 2024. This is an important bill that will seek to amend the Broadcasting Services Act of 1992 to protect Australians from online harm, an issue prevalent in our society today. This bill will make amendments to the Australian Communications and Media Authority Act of 2005, the Telecommunications Act of 1997, and an Online Safety Act of 2021. In today's world, this bill is needed to ensure there is transparency and accountability around the efforts of digital platforms in combating mis- and disinformation on their services. The reality is we just don't know what these platforms are doing or what systems they have in place to prevent the spread of harmful information. As a mum of a son who has just finished Year 12, I know how harmful misinformation and disinformation is to our children and young people. The widespread adoption of digital platforms means that our children and young people are exposed to all sorts of information with varying degrees of facts and information. There is no doubt that social media has brought many benefits to us as individuals and as a community. It enables us to connect with family and friends across the world beyond traditional geographic boundaries. We can keep up to date with those we love, who may not live near us, and be digitally present for the most important moments in their lives. We can create community groups that connect with our friends, sporting groups and neighbours, building a thriving and connected community. As members of Parliament, we increasingly rely on digital platforms heavily to communicate important information with our constituents. This began some years ago with a simple photo, and now most of my colleagues are creating videos and reels to share important information. These facts can exist while acknowledging that digital platforms in their current form are also causing significant harm to people in our community because they lack regulatory systems and processes to hold them accountable. Regulation will ensure that information shared on digital platforms is factual, not mis- or disinformation. This is incredibly important because digital platforms can be a vehicle that spread misleading and false information that is seriously harmful to Australians, in particular children, young people and older people. there have been some concerns about the right to freedom of expression being impacted because of the introduction of this bill. I've heard this from constituents from Dunkley who have contacted my electorate office to convey their concerns. But we know this, Australia is the best democracy in the world, and I welcome the opportunities I get to meet and hear from people in my electorate. People in this country can exercise their right to freedom of speech. One such opportunity lies in their ability to contact local MPs, electorate officers, to give their opinion and recommendations, as they have done recently in relation to this bill. To those who have been contacting my office to oppose this bill, you have and will continue to be given the time of day with my office to listen to your concerns, ideas, suggestions on this and other many issues. You will continue to have the opportunity to leave ideas and thoughts in the comments of my digital pages, as long as they are respectful. This is not going to change because the right to freedom of expression is fundamental to our democracy. It is a right our government takes very seriously. It is a right that I take very seriously. This bill does not jeopardise people's individual rights to freedom of expression. Rather, it is focused on taking action to ensure that digital platforms have measures in place to stop the rapid spread of seriously harmful mis- and disinformation. Information which poses a significant threat to the well-being of people of all ages and challenges the functioning of societies around the world. This is the step in the right direction for many community advocates who have lived experience of the harms of digital platforms. Take, for example, the initiative of Wayne Holdsworth, who members of Parliament may know from his organisation Smack Talk. He recently launched Unplug 24. Unplug 24 was established by Wayne Holdsworth, a local Dunkley legend, whose son took his own life last year after being sexually extorted online. Mac was a 17-year-old boy with his life ahead of him. Wayne, despite his grief, has dedicated his time to share his own story, to support other young people and parents to understand the dangers and threats that digital platforms can pose without proper systems and processes and regulations in place. Digital platforms in the hands of the wrong people can spread mis- and disinformation that impacts individuals' well-being, and in the case of Wayne's son, Mac, can be very harmful to the extent that it can end in the tragic loss of life. This bill and the amendments acts to address some of these challenges. It acts to provide the Australian Communications and Media Authority with new powers to ensure there is transparency and accountability around the efforts of digital platforms in combating mis- and disinformation on their services. Currently, digital platforms are not open about this information, with little accountability for what measures they have actually in place on these platforms to prevent mis- and disinformation. This bill delivers on the promise that ACMA powers meet community expectations. This bill will give ACMA the powers to assess the digital platform systems and processes to prevent harmful information dissemination and improve transparency about what actual measures platforms have in place to protect Australians from the harm associated with mis- and disinformation on their services. We are intent on preventing, improving and protecting Australians with this bill. Put simply, the bill seeks to improve our voluntary code by providing a regulatory safety net. If digital platforms fail to provide adequate protections for the community and its people, this bill will impose transparency obligations. Digital platforms will be required to be honest about what they are doing on their service to combat mis- and disinformation. The proposed government amendments would establish new obligations for digital platforms to make available their policy approach to sharing their data for the purposes of research, and to empower ACMA to make digital platform rules regarding the publication of data access policy approaches. There would also be new provisions which would enable the ACMA to create a digital platform rules that would require digital platform providers to operate a data access scheme for independent research. The scheme would be centred on data relating to the identification, assessment and mitigation of misinformation and disinformation risks on the relevant platform. The Labor government is taking the need to protect and support community members from the harms of content on digital platforms. This bill sits alongside many other measures, including the introduction of age limits for young people. We must build better systems and tools for digital platforms to regulate them, to hold them accountable for disseminating factual information. We must mitigate misinformation that erodes trust, safety and transparency. We must mitigate misinformation that erodes democracy to keep democracy alive. What this bill is about ensuring we have facts, not fiction, to inform our democracy and to keep Australian citizens safe.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Forrest.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It is actually not up to the government via ACMA to decide or dictate what the truth actually is. And I'm proud that we, the Coalition, oppose this draconian legislation and will repeal it in government. Because freedom of speech is an absolute fundamental to our democracy. By contrast, it is the clear intent of the Labor government to censor, silence, control, fine and punish Australians for our online content by imposing and enforcing obligations on digital platforms. This is the most anti-democratic, anti-free speech legislation I've seen since coming into this parliament in 2007. I actually never thought I'd see the day when in this country, a proud country which is globally acknowledged and highly respected as a liberal democratic society, that we would be debating a bill that is explicitly designed to censor and silence the Australian people, to deny us our freedom of speech and freedom of opinion, to deny Australians the right to frank and fearless, honest debates. We need to hear the views of people we disagree with. But what I believe that Labor is really doing is preventing anyone who disagrees with the government from having their say, especially in the run to the election. The government will control what we read, see, hear and share online in the election campaign via ACMA. Labor is seeking to directly prevent anyone who disagrees with the government from having their say. A bill that strikes at the very heart of free speech. This is the key pillar of Australia's hard-fought-for and protected democratic freedoms and liberties. You know, over 103,000 Australian servicemen and women have fought and died for our democratic values. One of those was my sister's dad, my mother's husband, who was killed in Papua New Guinea in World War II. They fought to protect and preserve our healthy, functioning democracy, a democracy that not only requires but should demand freedom of speech, where a diversity of ideas, views and opinions right across the ideological and political spectrum are encouraged, openly discussed, both agreed with and disagreed with. However, the Labor government has decided to deliberately silence its own citizens, to legally enforce and silence debate designed to shut down debate on issues that matter to Australians, and to deny us from the right to informed choice. Our informed choice will only be what the government approves of. This bill will deliberately suppress and remove online debate by Australians. Unfortunately, once again, Labor is determined to divide us as they tried to do with The Voice. This time, however, Labor is dividing us by the chosen ones who will have the right to freedom of speech online and those of us who will not have the right to freedom of speech online. Labor's special chosen ones, those who will have the right to freedom of speech, no matter what they say, will be academics, scientists, artists, the people who Labor clearly believe have a superior intellect and intelligence to the rest of us. Labor's chosen ones will have the right to free speech on key and critical issues that matter to all Australians, even if it is misinformation and disinformation around critical political, health, social, economic and every other issue. Imagine not being able to disagree online about budget decisions, climate policies, Labor's renewables-only energy policy, women's safe spaces and anything else, in fact. Those of us who are not the chosen ones will be bound by Labor's broad definitions of misinformation and disinformation enforced by ACMA, Labor's Truth Police unit. Misinformation, which is described as information that is reasonably verifiable as false, misleading or deceptive. Disinformation has the same definition but also adds the content with grounds to suspect the person is sharing it intends that the content deceive or it involves inauthentic behaviour. Well, good luck with that. The rules for this will be dictated by whatever the government and its Truth Police ACMA dictate. Gone will be our right to share our genuinely and honestly held opinions through frank and fearless discussion and open access to the great contest and ideas and diversity of opinions online. For practical purposes, the Labor government will direct and empower ACMA to force online platforms to remove content before Australians are actually allowed to see the content. Can you just imagine how the Chinese government will be rubbing its hands at the opportunity it will have to instruct TikTok to remove massive amounts of Australians' legitimate content online? That will be content that the Chinese government doesn't approve of. It will be removed under the protection provided by this Labor legislation to curate China's own message or propaganda. And we will never know exactly what the Chinese government has removed because it'll be gone before we see it. It's madness. And we will see the major American platforms controlling and removing Australians' content online, outsourced probably to fact-checkers like the discredited, politically biased RMIT Fact Check. We will not be allowed to see, hear, read or share alternative views and opinions online. The online platforms will be forced by law to remove any of this before we're even allowed to see it. Now, I have great respect for Chris Merritt, the Vice President of the Rule of Law Institute of Australia, who said good law must be clear and certain with requirements that are capable of being known in advance, not determined by officials. He also said one of the fundamental features of Australia's system of government is that everyone has a responsibility to make their own assessments about public policy debates. That means accepting that part of the price of living in a free society is that flawed ideas should be free to circulate alongside those that are worthy. Telling the difference is the role of an informed citizenry, not governments and their officials. That's exactly what this government is trying to do. Make no mistake, this is complex and simply bad legislation. And we actually won't know what's been removed, what we're missing out on, because we won't see it at all. The platforms will have wiped it off before we see it. And we won't even know when ACMA, Labor's Truth Police, get it wrong, when they force platforms to remove information that later proves to be true. We won't even know what truthful original information was there, because we won't see it in the first place. I can't find any process or publication of removed information, no penalties or outcomes for the Truth Police ACMA when they get it wrong, which they will, or who or what will monitor, measure and report on ACMA's decisions. Who will adjudicate or decide that the government, ACMA, the platforms, the fact-checkers have made a mistake in removing what is accurate information or that later evidence provides that it was true? Will those posts and comments be reinstated and fines repaid? Who will represent the rights of ordinary Australians in this instance? What will the penalties be for the removal of accurate information? Will there be damages paid? to the individuals and all platforms affected, and who will pay, and will it be Australian taxpayers? The legislation and definitions are so broad, you could drive what my family would call a D11 dozer through them. They're so wide-ranging, open-ended and subjective. Terms such as grounds to suspect, reasonably likely to cause or contribute to serious harm or the intention to deceive. Now, I couldn't find any definition or test for what actually constitutes reasonably verifiable or false, misleading or deceptive. Simply put, the truth will be what the Labor government via ACMA says that it is. And you know what concerns me is Labor is also doing this because they think Australians are stupid, that we are so stupid we can't work out for ourselves whether what we see, read, hear online is accurate, reasonable, or it is extreme and wrong. Now, I've done hundreds of cyber safety presentations to kids, and I asked the kids, how many of you believe that everything you read, see and hear online is true? Very few hands have ever gone up, no matter what the age group is. And I encourage the kids to develop their own critical thinking. But if kids understand this, why doesn't this current government? Why does the government think that we are really all so stupid we don't understand that not everything we read, see and hear online is true? Okay, we don't have the common sense. That's what I think the government believes. Australia is a democracy, and it's something that I take very seriously. We actually have the right of freedom of speech and to develop our own critical thinking and judgment. That's part of our responsibility as adults, to decide and work out the difference between fact and fiction. We have the right to actively decide what games, platforms, apps, sites, digital technologies we use and which to stay away from. The importance of media and information literacy should be encouraged, not discouraged, by simply cowering behind and being controlled by ACMA or Labor's truth police like zombies who can't think and act for ourselves, who in fact needs to have a big brother government on our shoulders every single minute of the day or whenever we're online. It is not up to the government to decide what the truth is. But I am very concerned about this legislation. It is not right that we only see what the government believes we have a right to see. I don't want to be living in a vacuum, a political vacuum or any other form of vacuum. I don't want to see anything designed to suppress alternative political or other opinions or to filter out alternative views. I don't want to see anything designed to stop us disagreeing with the government of the day online. Labor wants to make sure that any future referendum, unfortunately, they propose is probably never defeated again by a 60-40 majority by the Australian people by controlling what information we get to see. We will never see those alternative views online or the truth, again creating division in Australia. The chosen ones who can express all of their views online and the rest of us who cannot. Now, this is not okay that the Labor government is dividing us by those they think who are smart or intelligent enough to know what is accurate online, the media, the academics, the scientists, the artists, those involved in parody or satire. They actually must have superior intelligence. These people can say what they like online, right or wrong. Whether it's Labor's definition of misinformation or disinformation, they can share it. Academics can have two opposing opinions, but Australians, ordinary Australians, can't discuss this online. So, if you're a neurosurgeon, a doctor, a pharmacist, a lawyer, a heavy-duty mechanic, a nurse, a teacher, a retail worker, an aged care or childcare worker, or so many others, who will have the right in there? But we are the ones, unfortunately, the Labor government believes that they can dictate what we can and can't read, see, hear or share online. Unfortunately, we will see Canberra-based bureaucrats setting up a totally new bureaucracy to actually police this. I take great exception to Australians' freedom of speech in any way, shape or form being compromised. And I don't want to see Australians living in an information bubble that is controlled by Canberra-based bureaucrats. I mean, I'm not sure quite what qualifies those in ACMA to be the only ones who know what the truth actually is. I really object to this, and I cannot imagine what would have happened in Western Australia under what was the then Labor government's horrendous Aboriginal Cultural Heritage Act if this legislation was actually enforced and the people who highlighted the many problems that were embedded in that act, if they weren't able to air those online. And this is what the risk is, that the information we will get will be only that the government of the day wants us to have. And I would have to say, are we living in Australia or China?
Good point.
It's a good point. Australia or Russia? I chose to live in Australia. I love the place and I love the rights and freedoms, and every time we do a citizenship ceremony, the freedom of speech comes up as one of the things that we are so proud of and that we should in this place be protecting at all costs. Those rights and freedoms that people from around the world come here to be able to enjoy that they can't often in the country that they've come from. And here we are discussing something that is actually putting at risk those, or deliberately putting at risk those rights. Fake news has been around forever in all sorts of forms, forever. It is up to each one of us to decide what that is and to act accordingly. It is not up to the government to decide what the truth is, and I am profoundly concerned that this bill is even before the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And with respect to the previous speaker, I think you're about to hear a quite different speech. Each time a technology is invented which holds transformative potential, it brings with it a fresh set of opportunities and risks. The printing press was the foundation of mass communication, but was used as a tool for propagandistic social control. Television revolutionised the news media and brought the world home to people's lounge rooms, drawing them far closer to political events, but at times viscerally so. The internet enabled instant communication, but in doing so has exposed us to unforeseen social risk, eroded public trust in traditional democratic institutions, and left us questioning the nature of truth itself. A common thread which links the three inventions I named is the disruption they brought to what Australian academic and former journalist Professor Andrea Carson of La Trobe University describes as the information landscape. In today's information landscape, everyone's a producer, no one's an editor, and content is everywhere. And we've proven ourselves to be ineffective at managing it. As a three-time ABC foreign correspondent, I began my career in the analogue days of reel-to-reel tape in a radio studio. Producing news was rigorous, and news travelled only at a pace the radio or TV schedule would allow. Traditional broadcast media, perhaps unwittingly, acted as gatekeepers, mediators in the public discourse. Traumatic footage involving disasters and accidents, for example, was and still is by mainstream media carefully cut together. This can differ according to country and culture, with higher tolerance in some places for graphic imagery. But having witnessed immense death and destruction firsthand as a foreign correspondent many times, I can truthfully say that the horrific things that continue to exist in full colour in my memory never ever made it to your screens. Only my descriptions of those events did. Today, in discussions about free speech and censorship, this fact has been lost. The humans involved in distributing information to the public have always made a series of decisions and value judgments about what you would see, what's too violent, what's too offensive, and so on. In general, these decisions are guided by editorial policies, together with the collective experience and instincts of those producing the news. As time progressed in my career as a journalist, so did technology, as the industry transitioned from a bricks and mortar media landscape to one of unfettered information. The rise of the internet and novel forms of digital media flipped the structure of our media environment on its head. This new landscape had transformative potential. For example, Facebook and Twitter spread democratic ideas and mobilised mass demonstrations throughout the Arab world. When I was covering deadly civil unrest in Thailand in 2010, Twitter became a tool used by and between journalists to work out what was happening where, whether it was safe to be there, as well as a way of sharing news. This transformation reached a tipping point in 2017 during my coverage of the Trump administration. Then it felt as if accusations of fake news were coming as fast as the president could tweet. And suddenly we began questioning everything. Fragmentation of trust and truth became so great that basic facts became contested. The COVID years both suffered from and compounded this post-truth era, which was adeptly grasped by Donald Trump himself, who so expertly seeded doubt that the 2020 election may be stolen due to alleged flaws in the COVID-affected electoral process. January 6, 2021 is a day when those storming the Capitol believed they were protecting democracy, not attacking it. Such was the success of Trump's disinformation campaign. More recently, we've seen the dangerous and destructive results of disinformation in the form of false accusations about the Bondi Junction attacks and race riots in the UK triggered by online lies. I've spent some time outlining what's a huge problem for societies across what is now a very connected world. The question is how to fix it. Several countries have either failed to legislate on mis- and disinformation or relented to public backlash by repealing new laws. In the US, for example, a newly appointed Disinformation Governance Board was shut down after just a few months due to pushback. At the heart of this minefield of international legislative failure and the culture war that closely follows is the question, what exactly do the words disinformation and misinformation mean? Anxiety over the integrity of free speech should not be dismissed. At its core lies philosophical questions about what modern society's relationship with information should be. To date, successive Australian governments of both stripes have allowed these questions to be answered by big tech. The Albanese government is no exception. Its foray into this territory has been fraught. The first draft of this bill was shelved, only to reappear over a year later after tens of thousands of submissions were received. This legislation has two core objectives. One combats misinformation, the other disinformation. The two are entangled. Both spread falsehoods, both can cause harm. But their distinction lies in intent. Disinformation is the deliberate sowing of falsehoods. Misinformation is inadvertent, yet it can accumulate to become capable of demonising communities and polarising nations. The US and UK continue to grapple with the lasting impact caused by targeted disinformation campaigns. Societies polarised, trust eroded. We still have time to prevent this from happening here. In 2015, evidence shows that Russia's notorious Internet Research Agency conducted influence operations in the Australian Twitter sphere. A spike of troll and possibly bot posts targeted our then Prime Minister for his critique of the Russian president following the country's shooting down of MH17. Another spike occurred in April 2017. After Australia deployed fighter aircraft in Russia-backed Syrian airspace, a barrage of nonsensical content appeared on #Ozpol 4 to 5 times the rate of typical organic traffic. This technique was designed to hook Australian Twitter users by presenting them with innocuous or humorous content and over time luring them toward a more extreme viewpoint. A majority of Australians polled before the Voice to Parliament referendum, says Timothy Graham of Queensland University of Technology, supported a yes vote 12 months out from the vote. Public sentiment then fluctuated wildly in correlation with the use of non-traditional, pan-partisan and conspiratorial messaging techniques across X by the No campaign. This is one clever example of how automated content recommendation via algorithms can be weaponised for political purposes, and indeed how algorithms have begun to change the nature of modern politics. Misinformation, though, is more challenging to nail down. Reliable data outlining the actual volume of misinformation on the internet is lacking, in part due to the way digital platforms prevent researchers from accessing platform data. The legislation expects digital platforms to intervene via various methods where content is both reasonably verifiable and likely to cause serious harm. These are subjective concepts, and indeed, as presented in this legislation, they are imperfect. These definitions remain matters of discussion between myself and other members of the crossbench and the government. It's a delicate balance to preserve freedoms. When we know that algorithms favour outrageous content, such as misinformation and disinformation, and propagate it to drive user engagement and profit, with little or no regard for public safety and social cohesion. Where the boundaries should be when it comes to public discourse and misinformation has become a political flashpoint. This debate is inflated when, in effect, this bill expects platforms to inform users about misleading content, not remove it, and up the transparency. And where content may cause serious harm to an individual or our community, do something about it, then tell ACMA how you'll do it. To be clear, platforms already action misleading content, but under their own rules. Elon Musk's rules, Mark Zuckerberg's rules. Whose do you prefer, theirs or ours? Rules formed by our parliament or big tech? Currently, all the power lies with the platforms, and doing nothing, in my view, is no longer an option. But what we do must hold carefully calibrated definitions and demonstrate a clear capacity to be effective in countering this societal threat. For the moment, I'm not entirely satisfied that either the definitions or the transparency measures in this bill are adequate, and discussions with the government on these matters are ongoing. It's clear, though, that competition alone has not aligned digital platforms with the best interests of society. The misaligned commercial incentive structures which guide the logic of big tech's algorithms are why we're glued to our screens, why our feeds make us compare our lives with our friends, why political content polarises and outrages us, why Cambridge Analytica was able to exploit our divisions, and why nation-states can cynically weaponise our open but fractured information landscapes. Surely there is a better approach. This government talks a big game about standing up to big tech, but the truth is that time after time, it's the path of least resistance. Labor's strategy on online safety revolves around the industry co-regulation model, self-regulation in other words, and it's a core element of this bill. Indeed, the core thesis of the co-regulatory model was coalition policy. This backed by a veiled threat of resolve to impose more interventionist regulation if big tech companies don't pick up the game on their own. This is in the face of new laws in the EU and UK, which have far surpassed our own. Their approach, a systems approach to online safety, is proving to be the far more effective strategy. But not for Australia. Just switch your devices off, we're told. This is not a solution. I recognise the obvious benefits which digital platforms can provide, but the risk of harm in Australia's existing regulatory environment is too high. It goes far beyond the narrow scope of just mis- and disinformation, and we can't continue to let the platforms decide how to fix it, which is why I will be introducing substantive detailed amendments to this legislation. Today, researchers in Europe and America have data access rights where it's in the public interest for them to investigate how algorithms are operating on a digital platform in a specific region. My amendments will enable Australian researchers to gain the same level of insight into the data of how algorithms are functioning in our country too. I fear ACMA at present is not properly resourced with the technical expertise needed to critically analyse the data provided to the government under the transparency measures in the bill in its current form. Absent data access rights for Australian researchers, the capacity of this bill to meaningfully and urgently combat the threat mis- and disinformation poses to our democracy is, in my judgment, questionable. The rapid and uncontrolled spread of mis- and disinformation is a risk to social cohesion, public health and safety, and political stability. Yet this bill itself has arguably been the subject of disinformation in the form of a knee-jerk reaction about censorship, despite nothing in the bill requiring content to be removed and no penalties for individual users. I absolutely do understand public concern about free speech. As a former journalist, I see it as a fundamental tenet of democracy. But at its core, the aspiration here is to make platforms more responsible, just a bit more, not even a lot more. What those opposing this legislation need to answer is this: do you believe mis and disinformation are threats to democracy? And if so, do we plan to do something about it? If not, we'll just have to leave the rulemaking to Mr Zuckerberg and Mr Musk. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for New England.
Oh, well, thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And, well, where do we start? As they say about opinions, opinions are like noses. Everybody's got one.
Glad you put it that way.
And, you know, and it's, you know, your opinion and your facts are personal, but they're yours. And what we see with the misinformation bill is someone's opinion and someone's facts can be determined to be the facts for everybody. And that's an incredibly dangerous thing. I find it to be quite frankly peculiar that the government would be bringing this forward so close to an election. It is so toxic out there. It really, really has stirred people up. We all know the traffic we get into our office via emails, you know, on our Facebook sites, and they really don't like this piece of legislation. So I'd leave good enough alone and just walk away from it. I hate to give tactics to the Australian Labor Party, but I would, if I was in your tactics group, I'd say, look, we don't need this one, cut this off. While you're at it, take your 2-minute power out too, because that is awfully unpopular. But what we are seeing with this misinformation bill is, at the start, you know, you hear stuff and you go, you know, there's a sense of, some sense of credibility. You say, well, you know, if you're stirring up young girls on body image and it's bringing about, you know, real afflictions and that does happen, then I suppose that's a good thing. But you look at the bill and say, but it doesn't do that. It doesn't deal with that issue. You say, well, what does it deal with? Well, your position on climate change, your position on intermittent power, your position on nuclear. And these are part of the political debate. We have got to give some credibility to the common sense that is held by the vast majority of people to determine what they believe in and what they don't and what they take on board. I mean, are you going to have a misinformation legislation for people at public functions? Are you going to have a misinformation issue for people going to the local pub on a Friday night? So I heard what you said, but I'm now going to have you arrested because I believe that, you know, you are espousing misinformation. No, you give credit to the people around them to say, look, I heard what he said, I heard what she said. It's a load of rubbish, and I'm just parking it, but you know, don't want to create a commotion, so I'll just let the clown carry on with what they're saying and completely ignore it. But what we're doing here is we're saying you're not capable to discern. You're not capable to discern what is the truth. You're incapable of checking the veracity of an item, of cross-checking it, of corroborating it, of playing it over in your mind in those sweet hours before you fall asleep as to whether you believe that is the truth or not. There are a lot of things in the presidential election that is happening right as we speak. And I know that right now this would be probably the most unwatched thing in Australia because everybody is glued to the television. Mind you, I do know that I do have my virtues and I might be pulling a bit of an audience away from the presidential election, but I doubt it. But, you know, there are a lot of things that have been said in that presidential election, which even I hear from thousands of kilometres away, and so that's not right. But do I feel offended by it? Does it rock my core? Am I inclined to sort of throw things at the television set? No, it's just God has given me the grace, and I am blessed as I am by it, that I can listen to something and say, that's not right, and that's all it needs. That's where you need to stop. But what we are doing here is we are codifying one person's opinion or one side's opinion as having supremacy to other people's opinions. And, you know, that is something, and you could say, well, you're couching your opinion as fact. Well, maybe that's how you see it. That's another opinion of yours, of how that argument is framed. But it's not your right to determine in a liberal democracy what can be heard and what cannot be heard. There are issues, of course, you cannot scream fire in a movie cinema, we all know that, but we've already got that covered. That's already covered in Australia. But what we are doing here is this further outreach, this further sense of censorship. And that's how we are seeing it in the replies that are coming to so many of our officers, and no doubt to government members of Parliament's offices. You are creating censorship. And more in our society right now, I used to be cynical, I used to call them conspiracy theorists, but now I'm starting to get a sense that maybe there was something to George Orwell. Maybe there was something to Aldous Huxley. Maybe they were kind of smart and could say, you know, the Ministry of Truth of how this happens. I mean, these people were clever enough to pick the tenor of where things go, and this is be precisely what they're talking about. Leave this to the individual. Leave that right to be wrong. Leave that right to be misinformed to the individual, because it balances up with that even greater right to state your mind without fear or favour. And we can all know how in a malevolent way, in a way with a sense of malfeasance, one could grasp this piece of legislation and say, I know the truth and the only truth that I'm going to let you hear. And
at that point, I am announcing the debate has been interrupted, and the debate will be resumed at a later hour, and the member will have granted leave to speak when the debate is resumed. Are there any statements by honourable members? And I give the call to the member for Barawa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Warra Services in my electorate in Dural is a fantastic not-for-profit service. They're dedicated to performing particular services for people with disability. They work to do so by providing opportunities for people where they may not previously have had the chance to participate fully as a member of our community. Their work began back in the 60s, with Warra operating as a special school by day and a group home by night. Their times have changed. Nowadays, Warra offers supported independent living for adults across 13 homes with 24/7 care, community support services and in-home support. Along with that, Warra is the only Steiner specialist school operating in Australia, providing K-12 education with 31 students currently enrolled. Warra also operates a biodynamic farm and operates an organic farm shop. More recently, Warra has assisted the creation of micro-enterprises, including candles made by Rowan, a regular participant at Dural Mean Shed, and Ben and Jim have also started mowing lawns with the assistance of the team at Warra. I recently visited Warra and caught up with CEO Delia Gray, school principal Anna Wetzel, farm manager Steve Tenenkoff and property manager David Sharkey. We talked about the work Warra is doing and their plans for the future. One of those plans involves getting the broader community involved by developing a farm animal management practice which would be open to the public while teaching participants about animal husbandry. I'm excited about Warra's plans, and I'm working on a plan to support them as they grow and continue to support people in our community to lead an engaging and fulfilling life.
Member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And in my electorate of Robertson, we have a range of tremendous local small businesses that provide fresh produce, one such being George's Fruit Barn. George's Fruit Barn services our community with delicious fruits and vegetables, conveniently located on the scenic highway in Terrigal. The much-loved fruit and vegetable shop was established by the late Anthony George close to 50 years ago, and when he opened this roadside fruit and vegetable business. Over many decades, and while raising 5 children in the area, Anthony and his wife Marie grew their business into what is now today an icon of the Central Coast. George's Fruit Barn is the go-to location for all of your fruit and vegetable needs, plus Asian and multicultural foods. Its motto is, if you can't find it anywhere, go to George's. And the fact that George's Fruit Barn has been operating on the Central Coast for 5 decades goes to show that this motto is very much true. Marie George continues the family business and has been recognised many times for her contributions to the community and businesses in the region, recently being nominated for Terrigal Woman of the Year in 2022. I would like to take this opportunity to recognise George's Fruit Barn on its longevity and outstanding customer service. Small businesses are the backbone of our communities. When we support small businesses, our nation thrives. And Deputy Speaker, can I just make a final comment about Labor's plans to cut student debt? It's going to make a big dent in our national debt, but also to make sure that students are receiving the cost of living support that they deserve, because education is so important in Australia.
Thank you. Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
I rise with a message from my electorate of Farrer. Those who try to divide us will only make us stronger. On October the 12th, up to 50 neo-Nazis dressed in black with faces covered converged at Corowa along the New South Wales Murray River. The location choice was no coincidence. Corowa is the birthplace of Australia's federation, the People's Convention of 1893, uniting this nation's divided colonies to work as one country. These men, the National Socialist Network, sought support for a publicity stunt. They failed miserably. Corowa rebuked the mob, demanding they leave town immediately. When I visited the next day, the message was clear. From the Mayor, business and community leaders, everyday citizens, your views are not welcome in our town. Not now, not ever. It also emerged the group had assembled at Albury's War Memorial, alone, on a cold midwinter evening, preaching white supremacy rubbish to themselves. And that's where these views will be delivered, disappearing into the void of a dark night. You might meet in secret or sink into backroom social media sites, but as soon as you come out of the dark, you will be rejected. Failing to find support in our cities? If you think there's a base for you in rural Australia, think again. Corowa and Albury have spoken loudly. Those who try and divide us only make us stronger.
Member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Well, the Territory is a great place for fishing. A lot of people know that, but if anyone's caught the new season Territory on Netflix, you'll see how incredibly beautiful it is and how much tourism is going to be a key economic driver for the Northern Territory going forward, which is great for employment for Territorians, including those First Nations Australians. And of course, with our fee-free TAFE, and 20% off HECS debts, there's never been a better time to get a tourism education, all those related fields that are going to make us an even better mecca for tourism into the future. But when it comes to fishing, the $1 Million Fish Competition is in its 10th season, and that runs through until March next year. So what that means is that you can hook up a fish, a barra, that's got a $10,000 tag on it. You win $10,000, but there's also 10 swimming around out there in the Northern Territory that have got a $1 million tag on them. So you can go fishing and catch a $1 million barramundi in the Northern Territory. So that's through until the end of March, and I encourage anyone who's keen on fishing to come up to the Territory and to get amongst it. Not only that, the Northern Territory Government has committed to getting rid of gill net fishing. And what that means is there are going to be heaps more barra swimming around in the Northern Territory, so come up and have a crack.
Member for Griffith.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Whether it is bringing dental and mental health into Medicare, making university free and completely wiping student debt, capping rent increases, setting up a public developer to build homes that are then rented for cheap to almost anyone, everything the Greens are proposing is already done around the world in countries like Norway, Denmark, France or Austria. The big difference is that in Australia we have a political and economic system that far too often puts billions of dollars in the pockets of billionaires and big corporations. In Australia, 1/3 of Australia's biggest corporations paid $0 in tax. This includes multinational gas corporations like Santos, who made $6.2 billion in income and then paid less tax than a nurse, whereas in places like Norway, they make their big oil corporations pay their fair share in tax. In 2023 alone, Norway collected $209 billion in tax revenue from their oil and gas sector, a 63% cut in that sector's revenue. Meanwhile, in Australia, in the same year, the gas industry made $164 billion, but only paid 9% in tax and royalties. If they paid the same tax rate as Norway, Australia would have made an extra $88.8 billion in revenue in a single year. So in Norway, they tax their big oil corporations to give students free university. In Australia, the government taxes students to give big oil and gas corporations massive tax breaks. In Australia, the government taxes students, and in Norway, they tax big oil corporations. I know which one I would choose.
Member for Macarthur.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yesterday I met with Megan Mack. Megan's just a wonderful person who runs the Childhood Dementia Initiative. She has 2 children herself who have Sanfilippo syndrome, which is one of the causes of childhood dementia. These disorders are terrible. They are terrible. Children are born normally, but they eventually die of their diseases. And recently had a patient of mine, Laura, who had something called Rett syndrome. She had multiple seizures, was self-mutilating, was eventually going blind, couldn't swallow, was fed via gastrostomy, and eventually she passed away from her Rett syndrome. Childhood dementias are due to a multiple of causes. All of them are rare, but together they are not uncommon. Over 90 children a year die from childhood dementias. And every electorate in the country has children with childhood dementias. As I've said, as a paediatrician, they are really heartbreaking disorders. Many of them have no treatments, and the parents go through agony dealing with their multiple problems. Megan wants us to set up centres of excellence to help manage childhood dementias across Australia. She wants more research and more support for families who have children with childhood dementias. I give her my commitment that I will do my best while I'm in Parliament to make sure her wishes come true. These are dreadful disorders. We must do more to support them, and I commend Megan for her work. Thank you.
Member for North Sydney.
Thank you. Over the last 3 weeks, I've spent a lot of time in my community at fairs and festivals, and every occasion has been incredible. But today I want to particularly thank the hard-working volunteer crew behind the Crow's Nest Fest, which took place on a beautiful sunny Sunday recently. To Jo Allen Henderson and Margot Natoli and the team, congratulations. You knocked it out of the park. In its 30th year, this festival has become an iconic annual event known for showcasing an incredible array of businesses and multiple talents. Little wonder over 50,000 people made the effort to get there this year. From musical performances to activities for kids and gourmet food, and strength and diversity of our community was on full flight. It was, though, disappointing that despite the festival planners working closely with Transport New South Wales to try and showcase our metro, the line was shut that weekend. We can only imagine what turnout would have been had Transport New South Wales kept their end of the bargain. Ultimately, though, following many conversations on everything from people's sadness about the abolition of our North Sydney federal seat to the cost of living crisis, housing access and affordability challenges, and the need for greater investment in quality education, this type of event enables me to continue to confidently fight for the reform I know my community wants to see. So once again, thank you, Jo Allen and Margot, and congratulations to the entire Crow's Nest Fest crew.
Member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, this week the Albanese Labor government have made 2 fantastic announcements in the education space. Announcements that are going to help people with their costs of living right now, but also make education fairer for the students of the future. And through that, opening up the jobs of the future and the opportunities of the future. One is, of course, our changes to HECS, which is meaning that we are reducing every student debt by 20%. So on average, that's around a cut of $5,500 for a student with that debt, and also changing the repayment thresholds so that people can earn more before they start paying it off. This is wonderful news for people around the country with HECS help debts, including here in my electorate of Canberra. We're also making fee-free TAFE permanent. And a re-elected Albanese Labor government would open up another 100,000 new places in fee-free TAFE. And just yesterday I had the great pleasure to go with Minister Andrew Giles to visit Bruce CIT here in Canberra and talk with students in early childhood education and nursing about how this has benefited them. We've seen a great take-up of this in Canberra, and I'm really excited that we will be extending that if re-elected. It was really inspiring to hear these students speak so passionately about what they've been learning and the passion they have for the careers that they're going to undertake in these critically important skills areas for our nation. We are the party of education, and we want everyone to access the best opportunities of learning.
Member for Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In my part of central Queensland, energy prices are nothing to laugh about. The cost is stifling our farmers, our businesses, family homes, and is stopping younger generations from getting ahead. This one-term Albanese Labor government keeps powering ahead with their reckless race to renewables, while, get this, decreasing our power reliability. We're being laughed at around the world. Nuclear energy is the way forward. Zero-emission technology that provides baseload power 24/7, not just when the sun shines or the wind blows. There are 32 countries operating 415 reactors, 62 more currently under construction right now, today. What some would classify as third world countries have better energy security than we do. They pay less for electricity than we do. Australia is on the go slow in energy technology, and not opening your minds to nuclear is hindering our country's prosperity. It's hindering manufacturing and investment opportunities. Nuclear is safe, it's clean, and it is consistent. A nuclear industry will create secure jobs for the region. Get on board, Prime Minister Albanese. We need to keep the lights on, and Australians deserve affordable and reliable electricity.
Member for Bean.
Deputy Speaker, eating disorders such as anorexia nervosa impact thousands of people. These are serious and often fatal illnesses. They are terrible diseases that I know so many families in our community are fighting every day. Although awareness is improving slowly, eating disorders are not very well understood. They often surprise families and leave them in the fight of their lives to help their loved ones overcome these diseases. Deputy Speaker, although some families and adults are able to overcome their eating disorder through acute care and psychological treatment, many in our community need a higher level of ongoing support in the form of specific residential care. Care in a centre like the one in Coombs I visited earlier this year with Assistant Minister McBride. Built with federal funds and run by ACT Health, now open, it will provide 24/7 care for people with eating disorders. The centre will offer therapy including specialist, intensive nutritional and psychological treatment in a home-like environment. Many families across the ACT and our broader region will welcome the centre's opening. It will change lives for the better in our community. I'd like to thank all involved in the construction of the centre and, critically, Deputy Speaker, thank all the health professionals that are now staffing it and help patients, families and carers treat their disease.
Member for Forrest.
Deputy Speaker, last weekend Bunbury held its fantastic Relay for Life event, and I want to thank the amazing volunteers who have run this relay for around 20 years. It's a 24-hour team-based event, and of course it's designed to raise awareness of cancer and help fund Cancer Council WA's research, prevention and support services. Participants walk, jog and sometimes dance their way around the oval for 24 hours, which basically reflects the continuous nature and struggle cancer victims live with each year. This year there were around 407 people in 41 teams who raised about $184,000. Over the years, Bunbury has raised nearly $5 million to support Western Australia's impact by cancer. There are costumes, live music, food trucks, making sure that everybody is well fed and full of energy in a wonderful carnival-like atmosphere. Two special ceremonies occur: the Cancer Survivors Morning Tea that honours those that have come through their cancer journey, and the candlelit ceremony that actually tributes those loved ones who have lost their cancer fight. It's an inspirational overnight event that unites people and local communities in their vision for a cancer-free future. I want to congratulate everyone who's involved, the wonderful volunteers that have been at this for over 20 years, and congratulate those who received awards for their countless years of service to Relay for Life.
Member for McEwen.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Labor is the party for education, both in TAFE and in university. That's why we're unlocking 100,000 fee-free TAFE places per year. Under Labor, fee-free TAFE is here to stay. We'll also be cutting 20% off all student debts and raise the minimum repayment threshold, so repayments are lower and when you kick in, when you earn more. While the Liberals are focused on blocking, we're focused on building Australia's future. As a proud TAFE graduate, I know TAFE can open the door for many Australians. In making this commitment, we are upskilling Australians in essential industries, building the economy and filling the workforce gaps in critical industries. We are giving people the skills that they need for the jobs they want. Training more tradies and construction workers to build more homes, more nurses and healthcare workers to look after our loved ones. It will open the door for aspirational Australians, giving people in our communities in McEwen the opportunity to gain skills and go ahead. This is the start of our positive plan for a second term, helping Australia with the cost of living and building Australia's future. Something those opposite clearly have no idea about. In yesterday's question time was a rip snorter of embarrassment for the Deputy Opposition Leader and their absolute ignorance and prejudice to public education. In the question yesterday was asked that why was only 13% of the TAFE courses that we've started 2 years ago completed. The fact is 89% of those courses go for 3 years. So they're not completed within a 2-year time frame, and this lot over there are complaining.
Time has expired, and I give the call to member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Labor has dudded Western Sydney residents yet again, this time on 3 key infrastructure projects with broken promises and funding cuts. Firstly, the Albanese Labor government officials this week in Senate estimates could not answer questions about why the Dunheved Road upgrade through my electorate is 2 years behind schedule when the infrastructure minister, she came to the electorate at the 2022 federal election and promised to fast-track this project. It is extraordinary. Residents from Cambridge Park to Warrington are outraged. The Morrison government delivered this funding and we needed Penrith City Council to begin construction long ago. Also, Mulgoa Road upgrades have been cut by the Albanese Labor government. The government's officials told Senate estimates Stage 5A Blakey Road to Jemison Road and 5B Jemison Road to Union Road will receive no federal funding. People in this part of the world, in my electorate, have been waiting for these upgrades to happen. They actually promised it and work is underway on this very road, but that doesn't matter to the Albanese Labor government. Funding cut. Thirdly, the government was not able to answer questions about why Minister King cut planning funding around Western Sydney International Airport. Western Sydney residents deserve so much more.
And I give the call to member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We recently celebrated the completion of the southeastern section of the suburban roads upgrades at Narre Cranbourne Road in my electorate of Holt. The $1.6 billion southeastern roads upgrade has delivered 34 kilometres of new lanes, reducing congestion, improving safety and cutting travel times for nearly 130,000 motorists each day. As someone who drives on Narre Cranbourne Road daily, I know how essential this road is to our community, and I want to thank the Minister for Infrastructure, Catherine King, for her work. The Albanese Labor government recognises that our rapidly growing outer suburbs need significant investment to stay connected and move forward. This investment isn't just about roads, though. Addressing major bottlenecks like Narre Cranbourne Road is essential to tackling the housing crisis. The City of Casey, which Holt covers, has the highest number of housing approvals nationwide. As development expands in Clyde and Cranbourne East, these road upgrades are crucial to support continued growth. The upgrade of Narre Cranbourne Road is just one way the Albanese Labor government government is investing in our growing southeastern suburbs.
Member for Flinders. I was pleased to join the team at Long Island Point in my electorate last Friday to celebrate the official opening of the Hastings Generation Project. This project will not only reduce the amount of ethane which flares from the Long Island Point plant, but produce enough energy to power roughly half the houses on the Mornington Peninsula. The 3 generators will rely on ethane to bring more power to the grid, producing 50% less carbon emissions than coal generation in Victoria. The Long Island Point plant contributes immensely to our local community, employing over 150 team members and supporting a raft of community organisations such as Fusion, the local SES and the Marine Rescue organisations, as well as local schools through both grants and partnerships. SO Australia is focused exclusively on the domestic market and provides a reliable supply of natural gas to Victorian households. The ongoing supply of gas is an essential part of the energy makeup of my state. More supply is essential to ensure gas remains affordable. My constituents barely need reminding that under the Albanese Labor government, the cost of gas has gone up by 33.8%. When the wind isn't blowing and the sun isn't shining, gas will ensure the resilience and stability of the energy grid. We know on this side that a balanced energy mix is the key to reducing prices and guaranteeing a stable power supply for our ever-expanding need for energy. The Coalition Government in 2025 will not close baseload power stations prematurely and will put more gas into the market, allowing for a stable transition to renewables and net zero nuclear power. Bennelong.
Australians and small businesses work hard for their money and every dollar counts. Yet every time someone taps their card for coffee or groceries, everyone is hit with digital payment fees that stack up. These fees cost Aussies hundreds of dollars a year and some small businesses tens of thousands of dollars a year. In hearings in October, banks confirmed that digital payments are much cheaper to process than the alternative, and yeah, of course they are. But Deputy Speaker, we live in this upside-down world where it costs us more to use digital payments than the non-digital alternative. This makes no sense, and it has to stop. It's time to change the payment system because the current system is unfair for small businesses and it's unfair for consumers. And the government has heard the calls for change, and this is good news. Both the Prime Minister and Treasurer announced that a Labor government would ban debit card surcharges pending the RBA's current review of merchant costs and surcharges. This is huge, a real signal that the rot that goes on now needs to stop and is set to change. Labor wants a fair go for small businesses who get smashed with high fees and a fee-free option for consumers who are unfairly charged more to use the cheaper payment method at the checkout. Deputy Speaker, Australians have had enough of this fraud and the government are on their side.
Member for Groom.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And we learn in today's AFR that this evening our Prime Minister will be telling a group of business leaders in a speech that, with regards to the fight against inflation, the worst is now behind us. You can almost picture him there in front of on the aircraft carrier, mission accomplished. The worst is behind us. But yesterday we heard from the RBA, who told us a very, very different story about the economy. The Governor told us that the inflation problem is far from solved. Far from solved. The economy is still running hot. We saw the job numbers come out of Australia and the US. We're running at 4 times the rate of the US. Our economy is running hot. The inflation problem has not been solved. We saw that at best inflation will only sustainably return to the midpoint of the band by 2026. We heard that the recent decline in headline inflation is only temporary and will go back up. This is very different from the vision the Prime Minister is going to be trying to paint tonight. And we heard very, very clearly that government spending is driving inflation. In fact, we heard that the RBA has been shocked by the amount of spending that's come from this government, and they've had to revise on multiple times their estimates of what their spending would be. It has kept going up, and every time it has breached that limit. So, Speaker, given these two very, very different visions of what's happening in our economy, I stand with the Governor of the RBA, and I call on the government to stop your reckless spending spree. Look after Australians. Inflation does not bear down evenly on the economy. It hurts the most vulnerable. And your spending is causing that pain to Australians right now.
Member for Spence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Inequality is something that cuts across generations. This is especially true in the north, where, because of that disparity, opportunities like university feel unrealistic and unaffordable for families in my community. That's why the Albanese Labor government has decided to change the game. by making higher education more accessible and more affordable, to break down these barriers to opportunity and help Aussies with the cost of living at the same time. We're doing that by wiping 20% off every single Australian's help debt, increasing the income threshold before student loan repayments start, and by reducing the amount students will pay when they reach that threshold. These changes will help millions of Australians like Beck, one of the 19,024 people in my electorate with a student loan debt, to pay off that loan earlier and earn more while she does it. Beck said, and I quote, "Reducing my student debt would mean I am able to start getting ahead of my mortgage repayments and plan my future better." To quote Beck again, she believes these changes will go a long way in allowing us to set ourselves up for the future and to break the cycle of generational inequality. Beck is spot on. And that last part, to level the playing field for Australians, that is what drives me every day I walk into work. And that is what this government is going to deliver by making higher education fairer, more affordable and more accessible in communities like mine.
The call's not member for Barker.
Mr Speaker, much of South Australia is in drought. Many regions in my electorate and that of Grey are recording their lowest ever rainfall. Livestock producers are struggling as fodder prices soar, with quality feed becoming increasingly difficult to source. Last Saturday I joined Linda Widdop and her team at Aussie Hay Runners in Tailem Bend as a convoy of 33 trucks carrying 832 bales of hay made their way to where it's needed. Over 5 years, Aussie Hay Runners have travelled 2.8 million kilometres, delivering feed to livestock impacted by drought, flood, fire, assisting almost 4,000 farmers. It's no small task, and I commend Linda and her organisation together with other organisations like it. Joining the run on Saturday and witnessing firsthand what this help means to those receiving it was truly humbling. Drought devastates regional communities, and it's important for those struggling to know that government has their back when times get desperate, and that's simply not happening in South Australia. The Premier needs to shift his focus from football festivals, car races, golf tournaments and pop concerts to dealing with the realities of what's happening in rural South Australia. Offer a fuel subsidy to help organisations like Aussie Hay Runners get the feed to the livestock that needs it. That'd be a great place to start.
The call to the honourable member for Patterson.
Like our American friends, in the next 6 months Australians will have a choice of continuing on a path forward with an Albanese Labor government, a government that is providing a better future for all Australians. Our government in our first term have started the mammoth task of turning the economy around. After 10 years of denial and delay and difficulty, some of it not of their making, but we have started to turn this around. We have halved inflation. That means we have stopped the increase in the price of goods and services, and that impacts every single Australian. We've also given every single Australian taxpayer a tax cut, and that matters to the pay packet of every single Australian. We have created more than 1 million jobs. We've delivered back-to-back surpluses. That is a historical first for the Australian government of any stripe. We have also delivered in my seat of Patterson. Today, when you drive through Hexham, you see cranes and construction. You see jobs. We are training tradies. We are creating jobs. We are making a better Australia, not just for the people of Patterson in my seat, but for each and every Australian.
Time has expired. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements has concluded. We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? I give the call to the honourable member for Hume.
My question is to the Prime Minister. The Albanese Labor government is the weakest and most incompetent since the Whitlam government. The RBA forecasts that inflation will not return to the midpoint to the target for 2 years.
I want to hear the question before I hear I think I know where we're going with the point of order, but the descriptors which I used and illustrated yesterday, to be crystal clear with the chamber, is not within standing orders. So this is the first question since we've had this, and I said if there were descriptors, it's going to be a problem. So if we can just start the questions without the descriptors, it would assist the chamber greatly. The Manager of Opposition, a point of order.
Well, Mr Speaker, there is a distinction to be drawn between language about an individual and a fact-based assessment of the performance of a government.
Look, it places the chair in a really difficult position if we go down this path, and it is a slippery path, and we'll just race to the bottom. And I don't want question time to be like that. And I can understand that it's an opinion, but it is not helpful for, I think, the dignity of question time and the running of the parliament. Order. The Prime Minister will cease ejecting. On the point of order.
Mr Speaker, just to seek clarity from your earlier advice, I just need clarification as to what standing order it is that you might be relying on. The description of a government in these terms, as the Leader of Opposition Business pointed out, is quite distinct from a reflection on an individual member, which obviously is dealt with in the standing orders. But I do think it's difficult, with all due respect, to rule that an adequate description, as I think we've put here in this question, can be ruled out of order. I don't think it offends the standing orders at all. And if you can't describe a government in terms that it should be described in, I don't understand how it is that that we can have a breach of the standing orders.
Order. The member for Lyons. Order. Will do. I haven't said the question's out of order. I haven't ruled that way. No, I wasn't heading that way. I was just letting the House know my views. And I'm trying to assist the House so that everyone gets a fair go. But I'll hear from the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. In terms of the issues just raised by the Leader of the Opposition, where he said, how could it be against the standing orders? Standing Order 100, subsection D, questions must not contain Part 2 arguments. Same Standing Order, subsection D, Part 3, questions must not contain inferences. Same Standing Order, subsection D, Part 4, imputations can't be contained. Same Standing Order 100, subsection D, 5, insults can't be included. You then go to Standing Order 101, Speaker's discretion about Standing Order 101A, that the Speaker may direct a member to change the language of a question asked during question time if the language is inappropriate or does not otherwise conform with the standing orders, and B, change the language of a question in writing if the language is inappropriate or does not otherwise conform with the standing orders. Mr Speaker, in terms...
everyone resume their seats. I'll deal with this. Yeah, the Leader of the House will finish his point of order and then we'll move on, and I'll deal with this. Don't worry.
I only rise because the Leader of the Opposition challenged to say where is this an offence to the standing orders. There's a myriad of examples.
Yeah. And no, we're going to get through this. Don't worry. Manager, just resume your seat for a moment. And I take the point from the Manager, which is correct, and the Leader of the Opposition, which is correct also. The difficulty for the chair is, and this is not the first time this has risen, and it's not the first time in any parliament where descriptors have come into it. So I'll allow the question, but I'm just making the point to the House that we just need to be careful with the language that we're using on both sides with questions and answers, and this has come from the crossbench before and it's been raised. I understand the issue. I'm just advising the House, for everyone's benefit, if we could reframe language to be more factual and to be on point, I think question time would be a better thing. I give the call to the member for Hume.
My question is to the Prime Minister. The Albanese Labor government is the weakest and most incompetent since the Whitlam government. The RBA forecasts that inflation will not return to the midpoint of the target for 2 years. When will this Prime Minister finally admit that Labor's reckless spending means inflation and interest rates are higher for longer?
Call to the Treasurer. Order.
Well, Mr Speaker, I'm delighted that the member for Hume has asked me to make comparisons with previous governments. Because when we came to office, inflation was much higher and rising, and now it's much lower and it's falling on our watch, Mr Speaker. And that's not by accident. That's because our policies are helping in the fight against inflation, a point that the Reserve Bank Governor has herself made when it comes to the 2 surpluses that we delivered. We turned 2 big Liberal deficits into 2 substantial Labor surpluses, and that's helping in the fight against inflation. And if he wants to compare this government to previous governments, then he should fess up that when this government came to office, real wages were falling by 3.4% and now they're growing again. He should fess up and say that when they left office, they left behind $1 trillion in Liberal debt and nowhere near enough to show for it, Mr Speaker. He should fess up while he's at it to all of the other comparisons that show that we are making welcome and encouraging progress in the fight against inflation and cleaning up the mess that we inherited from those opposite Mr Speaker. Now, he mentioned before the RBA's forecast for inflation, and he said that inflation doesn't get back to the midpoint of the target band for a couple of years. If he looked at the forecasts that were released yesterday, he'd see that the Reserve Bank has inflation returning to the midpoint of the target band in June. Not in 2 years, Mr Speaker, but in June. And if he was honest, Mr Speaker, he would say that what he's doing once again, he's deliberately trying to confuse people and trying to confuse the underlying measure and the headline measure. The Reserve Bank targets the headline measure, and they say in their new forecast that they'll hit the midpoint of the target band on the headline measure in June of 2025, and it'll be 2.6 in their estimation by the end of this year. And it's really good. It's really actually quite kind and quite generous and quite gracious of him to ask us about the RBA forecast. Because if he was accurate about it, he would tell the House and the people who might be watching at home that right across the board the Reserve Bank actually lowered their forecast for inflation yesterday. In the new forecast that they released yesterday, they lowered their forecast for inflation this year from 3 to 2.6, June 2.8 to 2.5. They lowered their forecast for inflation. And if he wants to talk about underlying inflation, if he wants to be accurate, he would also fess up and say they downgraded their forecasts for underlying inflation as well, Mr Speaker. Now, this government understands that people are doing it tough, despite the fact that the headline and underlying inflation rates have been coming down in encouraging ways. We know that people are still doing it tough. The difference between this side of the House and that side is we want to do something about it, and we are.
Give the call to the member for Fraser.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Today, the people of the United States are voting for their next president. Why is this election important to Australia, and how will the government work with the new administration?
Order. The member for Longman, the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, will cease objecting. The Prime Minister has the call.
I thank the member for Fraser for his question. And of course, the election of a new President of the United States is always a moment of profound consequence for the world, for our region and for Australia. Our government will seek and build a strong partnership with whoever the American people choose as their next president. The alliance between Australia and the United States has always been bigger than individuals. It has stood tall through generations of governments from both sides of the aisle. And we will work together as allies.
The Prime Minister reports the member for Barker is warned and will not be interjecting for the remainder of question time. This constant conversation and commentary is enough. No more. Prime Minister has the call.
Of course, as leader of the Labor Party, I'm proud that it was John Curtin who looked to America in Australia's darkest hours during World War II. And since that occurred, the US alliance has grown and it's prospered. Under Labor and Liberal governments, under Democrat and Republican administrations. Over many decades and throughout many global challenges, we've always sought to work together to advance our shared interests, and I have every confidence that we'll continue to do so. I do want to take the opportunity to pay tribute to my friend President Joe Biden. Within 48 hours of being sworn in as PM, I was meeting with President Biden at the Quad meeting in Tokyo. It was a whirlwind, but I'll never forget the genuine warmth of Joe's welcome. We've worked together very closely to make Australia's alliance with the United States stronger than it has ever been. Working together not just in AUKUS and defence issues, but also on taking action against climate change, also on areas such as critical minerals as well. I look forward to deepening that cooperation even further at APEC and the G20, which will commence next week and then the week after. We have made great progress on trade and on technology, on climate, on all of these issues, working together with our friends in the region as well to promote stability, security and prosperity. Though President Biden has several months left in his presidency, I do want to acknowledge his lifetime of service to the American people. His has been an extraordinary contribution. First elected to the Senate in 1972, Joe Biden has been a powerful advocate for working people, for the cause of democracy and for peace. He has also been someone who has a deep interest in the Asia-Pacific region, and under his presidency there certainly has been a pivot to this region. It has been an honour to work with him, and I look forward to catching up with him yet again. He gave me the honour of welcoming me into his home just weeks ago. I look forward to catching up with him in those important global summits coming up.
Call on indulgence, the Leader of the Opposition.
Excuse me. Just on indulgence, Mr Speaker, I thank the Prime Minister for his words and echo his words in relation to President Biden, who's been a very strong friend with Australia for a long period of time. I met with him in New York a couple of years ago now, and his dedication to the relationship and to the strengthening of our bilateral relations, particularly in relation to defence, is well known to all in this place. When the Coalition negotiated AUKUS with the United States and the United Kingdom, it was in our mutual and collective best interests, particularly in an uncertain time. And so all Australians, like many people across the world, are looking at the moment to see what the results might be over the coming hours. Whatever the outcome, we know that for our relationship with the United States, it will endure, it will strengthen, and we will make sure that we work very closely with the incoming administration, and obviously the period between November and January is important, as the Prime Minister points out, and Ambassador Rudd, of course, will be working day and night to establish those links and ties and deepen relationships and start new ones. That will be his job over the next few months, I'm sure. But most importantly, we want to see a safe environment in which people can vote, and we want to see the best outcome for the United States, because when our close ally is strong and at its best, the world is in its best possible position.
The call is non-member for Flinders.
My question is to the Prime Minister. The Albanese Labor government is the weakest and most incompetent since the Whitlam government. Yesterday, the RBA Governor said, and I quote, "The underlying inflation that we're experiencing is still sitting at around 5% for services. That's still a significant amount of inflation in the system."
Member will resume her seat for a moment, and she will return back to her question. The Deputy Leader of the House.
We have had this discussion, as the Leader of the Opposition points out, and Mr Speaker, you made very clear the view that questions should not contain argument, imputation and various other things that are prohibited under the standing orders. You would have thought that the Manager of Opposition Business would have got the message and reworded the question. Given that they haven't, I ask that you ask the member to reword her question and ask it again.
Order. The Leader of the Opposition will cease interjecting. The Manager on a point of order.
Well, Mr Speaker, first of all, you've already ruled on this, but secondly, this is particularly rich coming from the Deputy Leader of the House, who makes an art form of answering questions which include the phrase wasted decade.
Not commentary on someone. What is your point of order?
Monopoly on virtue on this side of the House.
Yeah, I've dealt with this issue, and I would have thought, out of respect for the Speaker, you might have taken on board what I said, but that hasn't happened. So the member for Flinders will state a question again.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Yesterday, the RBA Governor said, and I quote, "The underlying inflation that we're experiencing is still sitting at around 5% for services. That's still a significant amount of inflation in the system." When will this Prime Minister finally admit that Labor's reckless spending means inflation and interest rates are higher for longer?
Call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for her revised question, and I point out that services inflation in Australia is lower than it is in the United States or the United Kingdom. I also refer to the Governor's statements that she made just yesterday. She said this: "I've said public demand is not the main game. We still have inflation coming back to target in a reasonable way." That's what she said. She then went on to make other comments as well. She spoke about we did take a different path to some other countries. Some other countries went up much higher, much more restrictive. Some of those countries, Canada and New Zealand, for example, are finding their unemployment rate rising quite quickly. She also went on to say at her press conference the fact that inflation now for the last year has only been 2.8% is actually real for people. They are seeing lower petrol prices, they are seeing lower electricity prices, so this is good for people. Real incomes are rising again. As inflation is declining and wage growth is a bit higher than that, and you've got the tax cuts, real incomes are rising again. That is what Governor Bullock had to say yesterday. Those opposite speak about spending in their arrogant and reckless way. And have a look at what the criticism is for their $315 billion that they say is wasteful spending. Will they cut the indexation of the age pension, $14 billion? Would they cut energy bill relief for households and businesses? Was that all wasteful? We know they opposed it. Cheaper childcare for families and a 15% pay rise for early childhood educators. Expanding paid parental leave to 6 months and paying super on PPL. Is that waste? Increases to Commonwealth rent assistance. We know they didn't really like that, and they certainly didn't like expanding eligibility for parenting payments single. We know that they find fee-free TAFE offensive. Indeed, for a bloke who's been in the Parliament for 20 years, yesterday was the first time that the Leader of the Opposition has mentioned the word TAFE. In 20 years in the Parliament, the first time he has mentioned the word TAFE. The boosting and indexing job seeker payments waste. The cheaper medicines, we know that they oppose that as well. And we know that they want to abolish the Housing Australia Future Fund and make $19 billion of cuts to housing. Now, that's not a way forward. What we've managed to do is to halve inflation while looking after people through cost of living relief.
Call to the honourable member for Dunkley.
My question is to the Treasurer. Why is it so important we ease cost of living measures for Australians, especially younger Australians, and what alternatives are there?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thanks to the wonderful member for Dunkley for her question. I wanted to read for the House, Mr Speaker, some comments from the Sydney Morning Herald editorial today, which said this: "Young people are becoming increasingly sensitive to the prospect of finishing tertiary studies with a crippling level of debt. There's a real danger that many capable school leavers will be discouraged from pursuing further education, especially those from disadvantaged backgrounds. Policies that limit the debt burden on young Australians are a worthwhile investment in our future." Now, we couldn't agree more, Mr Speaker, and that's why this side of the House is for lower student debt and that side of the House is for higher student debt. And we want to make sure that we're supporting young people and people with a student debt where we can do that in a responsible and affordable way. And that's why we're making fee-free TAFE a permanent feature of the system. It's why we're changing the indexation of student debt. It's why we're making it so that you have to earn more before you start paying it back. It's why we're slashing student debt by 20%, Mr Speaker. And when you put that together with the steps that we took to make sure that young people get a proper tax cut, and you put that together with what we're doing on wages and housing and rent assistance, this is all about ensuring that Australians, and particularly young Australians, earn more and keep more of what they earn, and that we get prices in our economy under control, Mr Speaker. Now, as I said before, those opposite don't want us to help young people. They don't want to help people with their student debt. They can always find room in their budgets for waste and rorts, but they can never find room to help people who are genuinely doing it tough. And this does go to a big difference at the election and in this parliament in the interim, Mr Speaker. We want to slash, and we are slashing student debt, and we're slashing inflation. Those opposite want to slash Medicare, they want to slash investment in housing, and that will make life harder for people, Mr Speaker. The last time they were in government, they gave us much more public debt, and now in opposition they want to give young people much more student debt. Now, we've spent a big part of our time in office cleaning up the mess that they left behind, Mr Speaker, and not for its own reason, not as an end in itself, but so we can afford to help young people who are doing it tough. Now, when we gave a tax cut to every taxpayer, they said it was too broad. They said it helped too many people. They wanted an election over that. Now, when we want to help young people, they say it's too narrow. It's too narrow. They need to make up their mind, Mr Speaker. This government under this Prime Minister has found a way to repair the budget and help people with the cost of living. They find excuse after excuse to do neither of those things, Mr Speaker. The progress that we're making on student debt is at risk if those opposite are elected. This is one of the many costs of the risky and reckless arrogance of this opposition leader, long on risky arrogance and short on economic credibility. We see that time and time again.
Treasurer's time has concluded. Before I call the member for Curtin, I'm pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery today are the 3 winners from this year's My First Speech competition. Taylor Harding, Anna Mackie, Sophia Tong from the electorates of Hughes, Moore and Parramatta. Welcome to Question Time and congratulations on some brilliant speeches. And I give the call to the member for Curtin.
This is a question for the Prime Minister. Today's US election reminds us how fragile democracy is. Australia is not immune to the mistrust we see in the US. There's increasing suspicion that politicians are acting in the interests of airlines, fossil fuels or gambling companies, unions or a political party instead of all Australians. Voters deserve to know who is funding all political candidates before they vote. Will the government legislate real-time donation disclosure in time to make our next federal election transparent?
No. If anyone thinks that was acceptable, particularly members on my left, yelling out while the member was asking her questions with snide remarks, you haven't been paying attention. Unbelievable. The member is entitled to ask her question without comments, without remarks. You mightn't like what a member is saying, but that's the nature of question time. I don't like it either. So the member will begin her question again, and we're going to keep resetting this until we get it right. The member for Curtin has the call.
This is a question for the Prime Minister. Today's US election reminds us how fragile democracy is. Australia is not immune to the mistrust that we see in the US. There's increasing suspicion that politicians are acting in the interests of airlines, fossil fuel or gambling companies, unions or a political party instead of all Australians. Voters deserve to know who is funding all political candidates before they vote. Will the government legislate real-time donation disclosure in time to make our next federal election transparent?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Curtin for her question. And indeed, democracy is something that must be cherished and must be nurtured and cannot be taken for granted. We see in many surveys around the world that younger people in particular, when asked about different political systems, don't necessarily automatically go towards democracy. And it is why we have to have a transparent system. And I can confirm that I've been working as the leader of a government to increase transparency, including on funding issues. And indeed, I met just this morning, had another constructive discussion with the Minister for the Special Minister of State, Senator Farrell, about these issues. We believe in lower donation thresholds and have done that and took that to an election for a long period of time. We believe that the abuse that we've seen, to name someone, not picking on him, but the contribution that Clive Palmer made to donations is something that distorts the political system. And we think that something must be done about that to make sure that we continue to have a political system in which we encourage people to participate, including through political parties and their membership. But we are working through those things. As you're aware, as a member of the crossbench, some of the crossbench and their supporters have had very strong views about the timing of changes that come through, and they haven't been consistent, it must be said, with the view just put by the member for Curtin. Certainly some of the backers of people who've been independent candidates have expressed the opposite view, to be very clear, that the member for Curtin has put forward. But what we will do is continue to work through with the parliament. We want to make sure that there's increased transparency. We want to make sure that there's increased trust as well in the political system. That is one of the reasons why I've been so determined to make a difference which is practical in order to ensure that people aren't left behind by the political system. That's something that drives our policy agenda. It's one of the reasons why we made the announcements we did on Sunday, because people feel like they haven't got enough of a voice, particularly young people in our political system. But we'll work through it, both in terms of electoral issues, but on policy issues as well, to make sure that people understand that our democracy works for them.
Time has concluded. Call to the Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Education. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to build a better and fairer education system, and what has been the response?
The call to the Minister for Education.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Can I thank my friend, the legendary member for Lalor, for her question. Mr Speaker, big things are happening in education.
Order.
On Monday, the 15% pay rise for early educators was passed through this House. Today in Parliament, we're debating legislation to increase funding for our public schools. And on the weekend, we announced that if we win the next election, the first piece of legislation that we will introduce will cut student debt by 20%. All of this is about making our education system better and fairer. Our early educators do some of the most important work in this country, but you wouldn't know that from what they're paid. The 15% pay rise that this Prime Minister has made happen fixes that, and the first part of that pay rise rolls out in just 25 days' time. The increased funding for our public schools is critical to make sure that we turn around the drop in the number of young people finishing high school and help young people when they're very, very young in primary school who fall behind to catch up and to keep up. And as I said yesterday, the fact is that university is more expensive today than when most of us were there. When HECS was first created, students paid about 24% of the cost of a degree. Under John Howard, this increased to about 36%. Under Scott Morrison, this increased again to almost 45%. We are cutting the debt for 3 million Australians who were hurt by these Liberal changes. For someone with an average debt, we're cutting it by $5,500. And what does the Liberal Party say about this? They say that this is terrible. Quote unquote terrible. They say this is a terrible thing to do. Well, Mr Speaker, I was contacted this week by the architect of HECS, Professor Bruce Chapman, and this is what he said. It is generally and correctly believed that the overall level of HECS help debt has become excessive, and that in this context a one-off 20% cut in the level of debts is welcome. Welcome. And I suspect that's what the 20,000 people in the electorate of Herbert will say as well, and the almost 21,000 people in the opposition leader's electorate will say as well, and the 23,000 people in the electorate of Ford, or, Mr Speaker, the 25,000 people in your electorate as well, or the almost 26,000 people in the electorate of Sturt, because they now know that if Labor wins, they win. But if the Liberals win, if the Grinches over there win, then they know they won't.
Order. The member for Hume has the call.
Treasurer, the Albanese Labor government is the weakest and most incompetent since Whitlam. Yesterday, the RBA governor said, when I speak to the Treasurer, he is fully aware—
We're going to deal with this issue once and for all. I have now checked my records and I want to make a statement to the House. We've dealt with this before. I want to just go through the House about where we're at with this issue, because I'm relying on former Speaker's advice and what they have said to the House on this matter as well. Speaker Andrew probably gave the most comprehensive description of improper motives at the beginning, middle and end of questions, as highlighted on page 556 of practice, and noted the attitude to intervene when the attribution of motive was such that it cannot be ignored. Speaker Smith ruled on 2 occasions, and I want to read some of his statements about this descriptor coming in, which will then be used as a tag. And on 2 occasions, he ruled that part of the question out of order. That was on the 15th of February 2021 and the 4th of December 2018. Speaker Smith said in relation to this issue being raised, I'm certainly not comfortable with the language that just makes assertions as it did. I'm really not. And those on my left, the then opposition, wouldn't be comfortable if that sort of language was directed back at them. We don't need commentary from those on my right either. Language shouldn't be in question. So I'm following the practice and the precedent of 2 former speakers here. So I'm just going to ask the member. Now, on that occasion, both occasions, Speaker Smith just ruled the questions out of order. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to invite the member, as is my practice, to make sure every question remains within the standing orders, just to remove that part of the question and begin his question again. No, you can't make a comment. No, you can't make a comment. Do you wish to make a point of order?
You two to reflect then on every question the Teal party asked, who, as that previous question did, had a lot of influence on people in this chamber.
And on order, and thank you for I thank the member for Page for raising that as a point of order, because I've taken that approach also with members of the crossbench. And if you'd like to check the records, on the 12th of February 2024, on the 14th of February 2023, on the 20th of March 2024, with crossbench questions, I did, and in other examples, invite them to rephrase the question. Yes, on a point of order, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My point of order is to seek clarification from you as to whether or not it is your ruling that using the description of the word weakest as a description of the government and using the description the most incompetent government, that you are ruling that that is not in order and that you would rule a question out of order if it was to be included as a description of the Albanese government as a preamble or as part of the question at the end of the the question being asked of the government.
On the point of order.
Just to the point of order, Mr Speaker, just to draw the attention to the House to the difference between the restricted rules that are there under standing orders for questions, where there are other terms that would not otherwise be unparliamentary but cannot be included in questions, which is exactly what that ruling goes to.
That's correct. And I certainly, if that is used as language during question time or that is being used, of course would allow that. But when it comes to the questions, I'm following the precedent and examples that I've used in question time and that former speakers have used as well. So to assist the House, if we can rephrase the question so that we can keep moving forward with question time, so everyone's question can be asked and answered, it would greatly assist the House, just as I've done before and in line with former speakers, to ensure that we can ask the question without the imputation added to it. And I give the call to the member for Hume.
Mr Speaker, I thank you for your advice. I do seek a ruling under the standing orders in relation to this matter because I don't believe that there is a case here to be made that using the words weakest and the most incompetent government since the Whitlam government are offending the standing orders. And I don't believe it's in order for a ruling on that basis to be made. Now, I'm very happy to assist you, of course, in the orderly conduct of the chamber, but the opposition can't be put into a position where we can't describe the government as we believe they should be described. It's not a personal reflection on the Prime Minister. It's not an inference. It's not an allegation. It is a description.
Order.
It is a description of the government, and I can recall many instances against the Howard government, against the Rudd government, against the Gillard government, where similar language was used and on subsequent occasions ruled in order by the Speaker of the day. And if it is the position that you believe it is, that you require us to take this course of action, then I'm asking under the standing orders that you make clear
Well, I've already
that this
made
is a
my
ruling.
decision.
That this is a ruling?
Yeah, I've already made my decision the last time this was made, and I really want question time to continue, as I'm sure all members do. Order. The Prime Minister will cease interjecting. So I'll give the call to the member for Hume.
Treasurer, the Albanese government is the weakest and most incompetent since the Whitlam government. Yesterday, the RBA Governor said, "When I speak to the Treasurer, he is fully aware of the inflationary implications of his policies. He needs to think about that." Does this Treasurer accept the Governor's claim?
Give the call to the Treasurer.
Well, Mr Speaker, in the last minute or two we got the perfect illustration of the reckless arrogance of the opposition leader and the comical cluelessness of the Shadow Treasurer, Mr Speaker. In one little vignette in question time, all the reckless arrogance from this guy and all the comical cluelessness from his offsider who sits behind him, Mr Speaker.
The Treasurer is just going to return to the question. Order. The Treasurer is just going to return to the question.
Mr Speaker, the point that the Reserve Bank Governor made yesterday, which I welcome, because it is 100% consistent with the point that I've made on a number of occasions, is that my major focus, this government's major focus, is the fight against inflation. And that's what Governor Bullock said yesterday. Governor Bullock acknowledged again that my main focus and our main focus is fighting inflation, and she said, in a way that I'm perfectly comfortable with, that when I talk privately with the Governor of the Reserve Bank, I make it clear that inflation is our highest priority. Now, that's not the only point that Governor Bullock made yesterday. She made three major points. That was one of them. Another major point that she made was she reminded those opposite and the country more broadly that when it comes to inflation, that public demand is not the main game. She said that again yesterday. And the third important point that was made yesterday by the Governor in her press conference and in her statement is that inflation has fallen substantially from its peaks in 2022 and it's coming back to target in a reasonable way, Mr Speaker. Another good point made by the Reserve Bank Governor. Now, Mr Speaker, if the Shadow Treasurer wants to be accurate, it would be the first time, but if he wants to be accurate, then he should acknowledge in this place that the Reserve Bank yesterday released new forecasts for inflation where they lowered their forecasts for inflation. Inflation is already back in the target band for the first time since 2021, and the Reserve Bank made it clear with their new forecasts that they expect inflation to be lower than what they had earlier anticipated. And not just in a headline sense, Mr Speaker, but also when it comes to underlying inflation. Now, I say to the Shadow Treasurer, who appears to be chirping away in some kind of an incoherent way from over there, I say to the Shadow Treasurer that if he's dark about inflation at 2.8%, he must have been absolutely furious when he was in office and inflation was 6.1%. Because most people in Australia understand, even if the Shadow Treasurer doesn't, that 2.8 is smaller than 6.1. And inflation's a bit like golf, Mr Speaker. You want a lower number. You want a lower number, not a higher number. When we came to office, inflation was more than double what it is now. It was much higher and rising. Now it is lower and falling. And that's because, as the Reserve Bank Governor has rightly acknowledged in her comments yesterday, the fight against inflation is our #1 priority.
Call to the member for Reid.
My question is to the Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government supporting young Australians by cutting student debt and making free TAFE permanent?
Call to the Prime Minister.
Well, I thank the member for Reid for her question and for the magnificent representation she gives to my neighbours in the electorate next door to mine. And on Sunday, we made 3 important announcements. Firstly, that we would change the thresholds in which students have to pay back their debt under the HEC scheme, as it was called, now under those opposites seeing just as like a loan scheme that doesn't invest in Australians, but by increasing that from $54,000 to $67,000, it will make an enormous difference, putting extra dollars back into the pockets of graduates. Secondly, a 20% cut in student debt across the board. So whether you have a debt that comes from a university degree or a TAFE qualification, you will get that support. Meaning that for the average graduate, it's worth about $5,500 to them, making an enormous difference to them. And the third element is making free TAFE permanent. 100,000 places each and every year. And importantly, the first round of free TAFE came out of the Jobs and Skills Summit. It's something that we consulted employers and business community, unions and civil society who understood that we have skills shortages in our economy, and our first priority should be to train Australians for those opportunities. When you put together those 3 measures, this is about Labor's core belief that education is the key to creating opportunity, widening those doors of opportunity so that people can be backed for a better life. Now, I do want to say that when it comes to TAFE, those opposite have always been arrogant in their view of public TAFE. They've called it a waste. They bag it in opposition, they cut it in government. They always look for TAFE to fail, and as I said before, the last time the Leader of the Opposition mentioned TAFE in Parliament was 2004. He's gone 20 years without mentioning it at all. Well, on this side of the House, we've always backed TAFE, and I want to say to every single person enrolled in TAFE, we back you too. Whether you're a young Australian embarking on your first career or an apprenticeship, or whether you be an older worker who's retraining to fit the needs of the new economy. We want you to get that qualification, get that job and build the life that you want. This government supports your aspiration. This government supports your education. And this government will continue to back you regardless of those opposite.
Concluded. Call to the Honourable the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Minister for Skills and Training. The Albanese Labor government is the weakest and most incompetent since the Whitlam government. Minister, of the 500,000 enrolments in fee-free TAFE since Labor was elected, funded with $1.5 billion of taxpayer funds, how many have resulted in no qualification being delivered?
Call to the Minister for Skills and Training.
Thanks, Speaker. And I'm really pleased to get another question from the Shadow Minister on TAFE, and completion.
Members on my left.
And I really hope these questions continue. Every day, Speaker, students are enrolling in fee-free TAFE. And what I want to emphasise is that good courses and advanced TAFE study takes time. And I also want to say this, as the Shadow Minister I'm sure knows, the Professional Data Agency, the custodian, the NCVR, reports completions after 4 years. The vet data experts only report on a cohort that it completes after 4 years, because it takes 4 years to get usable data. It takes 4 years because the learning is complex and critical. It takes 4 years because TAFE courses are just as important as university degrees. It takes 4 years because 4 out of 5 students are enrolled part-time. It takes 4 years. It takes 4 years because someone who enrolled yesterday, Speaker and members opposite, can't complete today. I would have thought that's a pretty simple concept.
Members on my left.
The latest NCV publication covers enrolments from 2019. Vet completion data from 2023 or 2024 will be reported by the custodian in 2027. So drawing conclusions on this year's data and last year's data simply doesn't make sense. Like pretty much everything the Shadow Minister says. Students are still completing their studies. Students are starting their studies. Now, fee-free TAFE has been operating in Victoria since 2019, Speaker, so there is 4 years of data there, and maybe the Shadow Minister and members opposite might want to have regard to that. The NCVR there shows that free TAFE completions are higher than university. They are also higher than the vet system more generally. What the evidence says from Victoria, from the data custodian, is that free TAFE is doing its job. 508,000 Australians agree. Why doesn't the opposition?
Order. Give the Leader of the Opposition. We're not doing anything until the House comes to order. The Minister for Infrastructure, I've just said we're not doing anything until the House comes to order, and you're interjecting. We shall hear from the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. How are the Albanese Labor government's investments in Medicare making it easier to see a bulk billing doctor? And why is it needed after a decade of cuts and neglect?
Call to the Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the member for Bendigo for that question. When we came to government after a decade of cuts and neglect, bulk billing was in free fall and it was really hard to come across a doctor. And that's why the member for Bendigo and the rest of the Labor team made such a clear commitment to strengthen Medicare, Mr Speaker. And I'm pleased to report that our record investments in Medicare now mean we have more doctors, more bulk billing, and we're opening more Medicare urgent care clinics. On doctors, Mr Speaker, in the past 2 years we've seen the biggest increase in the number of doctors in Australia in a decade, and I'm particularly pleased that the number of junior doctors choosing general practice training is up by 25%. And Mr Speaker, it's 12 months now since our record investments in bulk billing took effect, the tripling of the bulk billing incentive. Bulk billing had been in free fall, to use the words of the College of GPs. So the first and most important objective of our investments was to stop the slide. And for a Labor government, that was absolutely critical. Maybe not for the Leader of the Opposition, who famously said there were too many free Medicare services, but for Labor, bulk billing is the beating heart of Medicare. And, Mr Speaker, I'm pleased to report we have stopped the slide. But more than that, we've seen a rebound in bulk billing in every single state and territory. In the seat of Bendigo, bulk billing is up by more than 8% thanks to the energetic promotion of our investments by the local member. And across the country, in just 12 months, there have been 5.4 million additional free visits to the GP, 40% of them in rural Australia. And at the same time as that, Mr Speaker, almost 900,000 Australians have been seen at our Medicare urgent care clinics, every single one of them fully bulk billed. Now, we know, Mr Speaker, that Medicare is still under very serious pressure and there is still much more for us to do, but these investments are making a real difference. More doctors, more bulk billing, more urgent care clinics. But we also know that that progress is under serious threat from those opposite, a reckless opposition. The Shadow Treasurer has made it clear that our additional investments in bulk billing and the rest are on the chopping block if they win government. No more support for bulk billing. The urgent care clinics are going to close. And you just have to look at the Leader of the Opposition's record to see that he has form in this area. We remember when he was Health Minister, he tried to abolish bulk billing altogether. He tried to cut $50 billion from our hard-working public hospitals. And just imagine, Speaker, how bad things will be if he ever gets his hands on Medicare again.
I didn't want to interrupt the minister during his answer. The member for Fisher, under my calculations, was up to about 13 interjections in one answer, continuously. So he's going to leave the chamber under 94A. Doesn't matter what time a question, when it is in question time. If someone's just going to continually yell during question time, they aren't going to be here for the remainder of it. The Manager of Opposition on a point of order. Oh, on a question.
My question is to the Minister for Health and Ageing. Can the minister confirm that under the Coalition, the bulk billing rate was 88% compared to 74% under Labor?
Order. Minister for Health and Aged Care has the call.
Well, I'm asked about the former government's record on bulk billing. And I'm very pleased to talk about the record of bulk billing because it is clear that as the former government was ending their time in government, as we came to government, bulk billing was in free fall. And I don't make up that word. That was a description.
Order.
That was the description used by the then President of the College of General Practitioners. The then President of the College of General Practitioners. And really, it should be of no surprise. The Leader of the Opposition, when he was Health Minister, when he couldn't abolish bulk billing altogether, started a freeze on the Medicare rebate that endured for 6 long years.
All right, the minister's going to pause. He's 1 minute, less than 1 minute in, but it was a pretty tight question on facts and figures. It was about bulk billing rates, but we're going to hear from the member for Hume. When I'm dealing with a point of order, I'm asking you to help me to help the chamber. Great. The Manager of Opposition on a point of order.
Well, Mr Speaker, on relevance, a very tight question. The bulk billing rate was 84% under the Coalition, 74% under Labor. We're not after rhetorical flourishes and equivocation. We're after the number. If you can't give it, he should simply sit down.
The Leader of the House on a point of order.
Yeah, Mr Speaker, just adding to what was just said there by the Manager of Opposition Business, therefore, to be directly relevant, it is relevant for the minister to refer to bulk billing under the Coalition and what happened then, and bulk billing under this government.
Order. Okay. Everyone, just cool it. You're asking a question about figures and you're asking about billing rates, about the former government and this government. Obviously, there's figures involved and there's a comparison involved of, I don't know where the figures have come from or sourced. Order. The member for Braddon. So I'm just going to make sure the minister is directly relevant. He's got to keep to the the subject that he was asked about, not stray into any other policies than bulk billing rates.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The figure that the Manager of Opposition Business uses also includes, as I understand it, stand to be corrected, but also includes COVID vaccinations and consults for COVID vaccinations, which did artificially boost the bulk billing rate. Now, we've been very clear.
Order.
We've been very clear. We've been very clear that our interest was in the bulk billing rates for GP consults. Now, I hear all the interjections. They might not be interested in the bulk billing rate for GP consults, but that was the basis on which we started reporting bulk billing data, because GP colleges and the rest of the representatives said they could not tell from the data published by the former government what the bulk billing rate was for GP visits. And GP visits are the core service in the Medicare system. So two things. The former government did not include transparent data on bulk billing. They artificially inflated it with COVID vaccinations and the rest. The second thing is the trajectory was clear. But I'll say this in winding up, Mr Speaker. I am happy any day of the week to have a debate on bulk billing with this man, the worst health minister in the history of Medicare. And I don't say that as an opinion. That was the opinion of Australia's doctors. Australia's doctors. And the second worst health minister in the history of Medicare was the deputy leader of the Liberal Party, because she froze the Medicare rebate for her entire time as health minister. Under this Treasurer, the Medicare rebate has increased in 2 years by more than the former government managed in nine long years.
The member for Gilmore has the call. Order. Order. No, the Minister for Health and the Leader of the Opposition are going to cease interjecting. The member for Gilmore just resume her seat. The Treasurer is now warned. I'm sure people want to continue with question time. So now that everyone is not interjecting, the House has come to order. We'll hear from the member for Gilmore.
My question is to the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering for farmers and producers through its diligent work to repair and strengthen trade relationships? How does this differ from other approaches?
The call to the Minister for Small Business, the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. And I do want to thank our terrific member for Gilmore, because she supports our farmers and producers in regional Australia like the people on this side of the House, Mr Speaker, because we're delivering for farmers, producers, businesses and workers through repairing our trading relationships. We're strengthening our international relationships, Mr Speaker. I've just come from the signing with Ministers Wong and Farrell, the signing between Australia and the United Arab Emirates, the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement. And it was a real privilege to sign on behalf of our government the Memorandum of Understanding in relation to agriculture. Now, this is a significant win for Australian farmers, Mr Speaker. It will promote investment in supply chains and help producers and processors to diversify and create value-added products here in Australia. Indeed, the agreement will eliminate tariffs on over 99% of Australian exports to the UAE by value, including significant agricultural commodities such as meat, dairy, grains and oilseeds, pulses, horticulture and honey. The tariff savings alone are worth over $50 million a year to Australian agriculture. Under the MOU, Australia and the UAE will also encourage and facilitate investment in projects that support sustainable agriculture and food production through best practice land management, greenhouse gas emissions reduction and the development of climate-smart technologies and practices, Mr Speaker. And of course, this comes just weeks after our government agreed to a timetable with China for the full resumption of Australian live rock lobster exports by the end of the year. When we came to government, Mr Speaker, we inherited $20 billion worth of trade impediments with our largest trading partner, China. This was a fractured relationship because the Liberals and the Nationals got it that way. But after our government's hard work, in the month of August alone, Australia exported $1.34 billion of previously affected goods to China. That is incredibly significant, Mr Speaker. Indeed, last year, Australia exported over 70% of our agriculture, fisheries and forestry production to 169 markets globally. This is the most diversified our agricultural trade has ever been, the most it has ever been, and that is thanks to our government's hard work. We're busy cleaning up the mess left to us by those opposite. We know that the Leader opposition, the Liberals and the Nationals, are a risk, and their reckless arrogance is a risk to, of course, our trade with our partners because of the way they behaved in government. It's only the Albanese Labor government that is backing Australian farmers and producers with their exports because we back Australian jobs right across the country.
Call to the member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. At a recent deliberative democracy forum on affordability and access to early childhood education and care in my electorate of North Sydney, the participants unanimously agreed that the childcare subsidy activity test should be abolished. This has also been recommended by the Productivity Commission and a number of other expert bodies. With the mid-year economic and fiscal outlook around the corner and a budget next March, will the government abolish the activity test, and if not, why not?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and thanks to the member for North Sydney for her characteristically thoughtful question about the activity test. Whether it's this Prime Minister or Minister Ali, Minister Clare, the whole Cabinet, the whole government, we are big believers in the social and economic value of early childhood education and care. We see it as a game changer for families and for the economy more broadly as well. As you know, because the colleagues have made it clear, we are considering a whole range of possible reforms as part of our commitment to try and get the system as close as we can to something which is a bit more universal. And because of the work that was provided to us by the Productivity Commission and because of suggestions that we get from stakeholders, including the sorts of groups that you met with as part of your job in North Sydney, we are looking at all of those sorts of options. As it turns out, I met with the head of the Productivity Commission this morning, and we welcome the important work that they've provided us. I think, to be fair, early childhood education and care has been at the very core of our agenda really since we came to office. The biggest new investment in our first budget, all the way back in October of 2022, was our investment in cheaper childcare, Mr Speaker. And that meant that we lifted the subsidy to 90% for families earning up to $80,000 and benefiting 1.2 million families, and we're very proud of that. And as part of that reform package, the honourable member would recall that we made some modest changes to the activity test as well. We're also delivering a 15% pay rise for our early childhood educators. And that's because we value the work that they do, and we know to do that important work requires from us decent pay and decent conditions, and we're very proud to be providing substantial funding for that as well. I think up to 200,000 educators will benefit from that investment. We're very proud of that, as I said. More broadly, we're coming at the cost of living challenge from every conceivable, every responsible angle. Working parents were a big motivation for the tax cuts that the Prime Minister and I announced, and which came in the middle of the year. We wanted to make sure that working families got a bigger tax cut, and particularly mums and particularly Australian women. 90% of women taxpayers are now getting a bigger tax cut than they would have under those opposite. 97% of early childhood educators are getting a bigger tax cut as well. So this is all about recognising that making it easier for people to earn more, keep more of what they earn, work more if they want to, have more kids if they want to. These are really central priorities of this Prime Minister and this government. We know that the member for North Sydney shares their objectives here. We look forward to discussing these really important issues in more detail in time.
Call to the member for Paterson.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. What policies are bringing energy costs down, and what policies will push energy costs up?
Order. Members on my left, it's far too many interjections. The Minister for Agriculture is not helping either. The Minister for Climate Change and Energy has the call.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for the question. And policies that put energy prices down are energy bill relief, Mr Speaker, the policies of the Albanese government, and policies to introduce more and cheaper renewable energy. And we're seeing that, Mr Speaker, in the inflation figures this week. Last week we saw, Mr Speaker, the inflation figures which saw electricity prices fall 17.3% in the September quarter and 15.8% over the 12 months. News that you would think all honourable members would welcome, Mr Speaker. And we're seeing it in the medium term with wholesale energy prices. When we came to office, on the day we came to office, wholesale energy was $286 a megawatt hour, Mr Speaker. The average for this month so far is $67 a megawatt hour. Now, these are the policies that are putting energy prices down. Now, my honourable friend asked me what policies push energy prices up, and I think most of the House has a pretty good idea of what they might be, Mr Speaker. The policies of the opposition to introduce nuclear energy. Now, in the search for international examples to back the opposition's policy, the opposition and the Leader of the Opposition have focused on Ontario in Canada. On 50 occasions, the Leader of the Opposition has talked about Ontario. 50 times he's mentioned Ontario. Now, last week we heard from Professor Mark Winfield of York University in Ontario, the third biggest university in Canada, and he said, and I quote, "The Australian opposition leader seems to be operating on a very limited understanding of the history and current state of electricity, energy and climate policy in Ontario." He went on to point out that nuclear policy had bankrupted Ontario Hydro and left Ontario taxpayers with $21 billion of debt. Now, what did the opposition have to say about this? About the province that the Leader of the Opposition had mentioned and cited 50 times? Our old friend, the member for Fairfax, said, and I quote, "Oh, it's an isolated example." An isolated example, Mr Speaker, was the member for Fairfax. So who do we believe? The Leader of the Opposition or an expert from the University of Ontario? The Leader of the Opposition who makes things up. He said nuclear power plants will produce one Coke can's worth of waste a year. It's 12,500. And more recently, he's been out again. He said last week, and I quote, "It's why the Labor in France is signing up for more nuclear. It's why Labor in Canada is signing up for more nuclear." France and Canada don't have Labor parties, Mr Speaker. And he said that He said in France the Labor government is strongly supportive of nuclear. The fact that they're a Labor government will come as quite a surprise to President Macron and Prime Minister Barnier, Mr Speaker. That's not how they see themselves. And they say they care about cost of living. The Leader of the Opposition has written a personal letter to thousands of Australians, Mr Speaker, about his nuclear policy, mainly older Australians, pensioners. I've had pensioners coming up to me saying it's a scam, and I said, yes, it is, but it's a real letter. And what's that letter asked for? Cash, Mr Speaker. Donations from pensioners, Mr Speaker, for the Liberal Party. That's their big agenda for Australia. They're going to need a lot more than a few fundraising letters to pay for their nuclear policy.
Order. Prime Minister has the call. Order. Prime Minister has the call. Order. Member for Bay will resume the seat. The Minister for Climate Change is warned. And the member for O'Connor is now warned. Prime Minister has the call.
I ask that further questions be placed on the notice.
Order. The member for Warringah has indicated, and the member for Warringah has indicated she's seeking the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I have been misrepresented.
Do you claim to be misrepresented?
Thank you. Yes, Mr Speaker, with a number of members on the crossbench. The member for Hogan made an allegation of a teal party. Now, I know he may not be in his practice to read legislation.
No, we are going to do this just like every other member without commentary from the left and right. Okay? So we're just going to show everyone a deal of respect, just as if anyone else was rising Doesn't matter what the person's saying, email it. They are entitled to do it under standing orders. So the member for Warringah has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Apologies. It's a member for Page who made a misrepresentation earlier during question time indicating members of the Teal Party. Of course, anyone who has read legislation will know there is no such thing, and our communities deserve the respect of their choice to be independently represented.
The Minister for Health has indicated he is seeking to add to an answer.
Thank you, Speaker. I seek to add to my answer in relation to bulk billing and the 88% figure used by the Manager of Opposition Business. And I refer to statements by the Vice President of the Royal Australian College of General Practitioners in August 2022 in relation to the 88% figure quoted by the Manager of Opposition Business, in which the Vice President, Dr Bruce Willett, agreed government bulk billing figures were misleading and significantly skewed. He said that more patients, including those most disadvantaged, had been struggling to find a bulk billing doctor. Quote, "This 88% figure sounds impressive, however this is misleading and refers to total GP services. Some patients are being bulk billed for parts of their appointment but still paying out-of-pocket costs. On closer inspection," Dr Willett goes on to say, "the proportion of patients who had all their general practice care bulk billed is only 67% nationally." He went on to say government bulk billing figures were also skewed by COVID, Dr Willett said. GP clinics have administered millions of COVID-19 vaccinations, all of which are bulk billed, and certain patient groups were bulk billed for all telehealth consultations for a large part of 2020. This means that the resulting bulk billing data looks a lot rosier than is actually the case. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
We shall go to papers, and I call the Leader of the House.
Speaker, these documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to the honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
I have received a letter from the honourable member for Mayo proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the need for the government to urgently address gaps in research, diagnostic, funding and services associated with women's health. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places, and I give the call to the honourable member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As the late, great Tammy Wynette sang, sometimes it's hard to be a woman. Australian Women's Health Alliance say the burden of poor health on Australian women is disproportionate, with a variety of chronic diseases affecting more women than men, including stroke, cardiovascular disease, osteoporosis and issues associated with pregnancy, childbirth and menopause. I could go on. The Royal Australian and New Zealand College of Psychiatrists states women's health is under-researched, research inappropriately excludes female participants, and women are chronically underserved and underdiagnosed by medicine. Inequality in women's health starts in training, where medical students often have an hour or less to learn about, for example, menopause transition, and this must change. The inequity continues, with Medicare creating challenges for GPs to support patients with multiple complex coexisting issues within the format of a standard 15-minute appointment. The RACGP and individual medical professionals in my electorate argue that specific Medicare items are needed to support longer consultations so that GPs and obstetrician gynecologists can properly discuss with patients, diagnose and treat complex conditions including endometriosis or menopause. We need to recognise the huge impact on women's health and well-being. We need greater equity across MBS funding. The Royal Australian New Zealand College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists states the Medicare benefit schedule rebate for scanning a gentleman's scrotum is higher than what is arguably for more complex female pelvis ultrasound. A Mayo-based OBGYN advises we risk having a public-only system for births because Medicare and private health funds don't compensate them appropriately for women's health procedures. They are paid only $790 for uncomplicated delivery, up to 11 hours of labour and 2 hours of pushing, with no additional payment for nighttime delivery. And I'm told that surgeons receive more for a 20-minute cataract surgery. How can this be? One local hospital in my electorate is unable to provide endometrial ablations for patients on all private healthcare funds because the equipment required for each patient costs almost the same as the funded total amount payment per procedure per patient. Breast screen mobile regional services are excellent, but restricted if women experience symptoms or have previously had a benign lumpectomy, meaning many women in the regions miss out because they can't afford the time and the costs associated with accessing a city service. Recently announced public endometriosis clinics in SA are limited to Kadina and Glenelg. Many South Australian women can't access them, noting they were already operating and the books filled up straight away when they were rebadged as public clinics. The Victorian Parliamentary Inquiry into Women's Pain Treatment received submissions from more than 1,300 women and girls, including the Australian Nurses Midwifery Foundation, and what we know is, in comparison with the women undergoing full reproductive system removal, being offered one line of pain relief, and other gynaecological patients given paracetamol and told to wait and see, compared to men who are often given 2 to 3 lines of analgesia. We see shortages and costs limiting women's access, e.g. best practice hormone replacement therapy medications with only less effective treatments readily available. This potentially critical treatment for women is being denied to some due to the lack of medical training, cost and access. This can result in women being at high risk of chronic illnesses such as cardiovascular disease and osteoporosis through the impacts of menopause. What needs to be done? Well, we need to listen to women. We need to take action to better support them and their health care at all stages, implement Community Affairs Reference Committee recommendations from its report on issues relating to menopause and perimenopause. We really do need to do better. There is a gap with respect to treatment. There is a gap with respect to what professionals receive for reimbursement of costs of services delivered, and there's a gap with respect to pain management. We can do much better in this country, and the fact that if you're doing your medical degree now, you get about an hour to learn about menopause is just, quite frankly, outrageous. Thank you.
I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member for Mayo for introducing this incredibly important issue today in the MPI. It is indeed an honour to speak with you all about the inequities in women's health. I worked in the health system myself for a long time. Funnily enough, I've been a woman for a lot longer. As a former nurse and now as the Assistant Minister charged with women's health, I'm honoured that every day women share their deeply personal and often painful stories with me. And I thank the Minister for Health, who is here with me today, for working so closely with me and initiating a lot of the policies that we have so far. Because the reality is, Deputy Speaker, that life-altering inequities persist for women in our health system, as outlined by the member for Mayo. And these, of course, are exacerbated if you live rural and regional locations, or if you are from the LGBTIQA+ communities, or indeed if you are a migrant woman. I've made it my mission to address these systemic challenges, and I want to take a moment today to reflect on how far we've come in just 2 short years of government. Finding solidarity across social media, women are showing up in droves to tell their stories using the hashtag medical misogyny. Too many women know how this story goes. Having pelvic pain so debilitating it's impossible to go to work or school. Being told paracetamol will do the trick, or just use a hot water bottle. Being sent away with no guidance for the unbearable night sweats, mood swings and often flooding periods of menopause. To quote the endometriosis activist Gabrielle Jackson, women are in pain. They're in pain with their periods and while having sex. They have pelvic pain, migraine headaches, joint aches, painful bladders, irritable bowels, sore lower backs, muscle pain, vulval pain, vaginal pain, jaw pain and muscle aches. But women's pain is all too often dismissed, their illnesses misdiagnosed or ignored. One of my main focuses since joining this place has been tackling this medical misogyny. Medicine and medical research carries the burden of its own history, as deeply social and cultural as it is scientific. Women are not just small men. but medical research and the medical profession has historically treated us as such for centuries. Women were routinely excluded from drug trials until as late as the 1990s, and it stands to reason that we've ended up with a healthcare system made by men for men. Under the former government, male applicants for medical research funding received 67% more total funding than women applicants. That's an additional $95 million every year. When we came to government, the Minister for Health tasked the National Health and Medical Research Council to achieve gender equity in its grant scheme. And I'm thrilled that the NHMRC has met its target of 50-50 funding for men and women researchers across all levels of experience and seniority. We're also driving improvements in historic gaps in research representation through the NHMRC statement on sex, gender, variations of sex characteristics and sexual orientation in health and medical research. And earlier this year, we invested up to $25 million through the MRFF into the impacts of fertility treatment, new predictive markers of pregnancy loss, and the impacts of perimenopause and menopause. Equal gender representation in research means research is informed by a diversity of experience, and this benefits us all. As I deliver this speech today, I am reminded of my cousin Risa. At 60 years old, Risa presented to an emergency department with numbness and painful tingling from her waist down. She was dismissed as unimportant, not even examined. She was sent home with paracetamol. She died that night, alone, from a ruptured aortic aneurysm. I can't help but think if Risa were a man in a suit and tie and turned up at the emergency department with the exact same symptoms, would he have been turned away? As women, we are twice as likely to die of a heart attack and half as likely to be adequately treated for pain. We're twice as likely to reject a hip prosthetic because it was designed for a man's pelvis, not a woman's. We are more likely to be over-medicated because clinical trials have been done historically on men. I could give more and more examples of that, but time doesn't permit today. But what I do want to say, Deputy Speaker, is that our government is committed to amplifying the voices and experiences of women. That's why we conducted a survey of 3,000 women healthcare professionals and peak stakeholder groups, the End Gender Bias Survey. The results were shocking but not surprising. 2 out of 3 women reported healthcare-related bias and discrimination. Women consistently reported feeling dismissed and disbelieved, being stereotyped as hysterical, a diagnosis that was only removed from official diagnosis lists in the 1980s. They'd been told they were faking it, doctor hopping or drug shopping. The Albanese Labor government is acutely aware of these problems. And that's why we set up the National Women's Health Advisory Council to make expert strategic advice directly to the ear of government. I have the privilege of chairing the Council, guiding Australian expertise to provide targeted and effective healthcare for Australian women. The Council established subcommittees to focus on 4 key areas of empowerment, safety, research and access, care and outcomes. Together with the Council, the subcommittees have been driving work on improving health literacy, workforce training, research gaps and priorities, and safe and equitable access to healthcare. This is all critical work because, as many women well know, merely being a woman indicates a higher risk for some of medicine's most challenging conditions. We are more likely than men to develop rheumatoid arthritis, be diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, develop Alzheimer's disease and suffer chronic pain conditions. And I haven't even started on menopause. There's a whole MPI alone on menopause. But that is why we were pleased to co-sponsor a Senate inquiry into that very condition. And yet the conditions that affect women are the ones that have been historically underfunded. Guided by the Council and the testimonies of women around Australia, our government is putting our money where our mouth is on women's health. We've made critical investments in a range of women's health initiatives. Over $100 million to support women with endometriosis and pelvic pain, establishing 22 specialist endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics, and we added 2 additional Medicare items to extend consultation times for specialist gynaecological care. $48.2 million has gone towards the elimination of cervical cancer, including launching the first national cervical screening campaign in more than 20 years. We've made it easier for women to get continuity of care through their pregnancy and birth with an endorsed midwife as part of a $56.5 million MBS package. We've invested $9.5 million for Australia's first ever dedicated funding package for miscarriage, including collecting data, bereavement support and education. There's been $1.2 million invested to support healthcare professional training on menopause, free period products to remote First Nations communities. All of this on top of Labor's reforms to paid parental leave, childcare, family and domestic violence supports, housing, closing the gender pay gap, because women's economic and social freedom is a key determinant of health. Our position is clear. Labor invests in women. Yesterday we heard the Leader of the Opposition chastised by his own party room for a growing anti-abortion sentiment, yet he still hasn't called for his own party senator to withdraw harmful anti-abortion bills from the parliament. Peter Dutton, or the Leader of the Opposition, rather chooses to play a dangerous game of politics with women's lives, fitting for a man voted Australia's worst ever health minister. Well, I'd like to reassure women that their sexual and reproductive health care is a priority for the Albanese Labor government. We have no higher priority than strengthening primary care and ensuring women can access health care, whatever it's about, wherever they are. Women deserve to have choice over their bodies. They deserve to have access to their preferred contraception and fertility care, and they deserve a health system that understands their needs, that supports their needs and their rights to have agency over their body. We welcome the TGA decision to remove a number of restrictions on health professionals who prescribe and dispense MS2-step. This sits along a suite of investments in women's reproductive health care. We've kicked off a gender audit of the Medicare benefits schedule, developing a contraceptive decision-making tool. We're funding the AIHW to develop a national sexual and reproductive data set. And we're funding scholarships for IUD insertion training, because it is a surprise to some doctors that it can hurt. We are steadfast. Access to contraception, abortion and fertility services are essential health care. Every woman I talk to has a story, and we owe it to the women who've suffered and those who should never have to be bold, to be fair and to have ambition for women. If anyone is going to do the work for women, Mr Deputy Speaker, it is this government.
I give the call to the member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Mayo for raising this important matter and bringing this MPI to the House. Women's health is often neglected due to gender inequality and gender bias in our health system. Women must jump through hoops for proper diagnoses of menopause, travel hundreds of kilometres to access abortion, and in some cases, just to give birth as well. Access to abortion remains a postcode lottery in Australia, with different rules, costs and availability depending on where you live. There are also barriers to access affordable contraception, sexual health care and maternity services, all harder for women in rural and regional communities. Last year, abortion was finally decriminalised everywhere in the country, but recent threats to reproductive rights in South Australia and in Queensland remind us how fragile abortion rights can be. Yesterday it was reported that the Leader of the Opposition told his party room that abortion was not a federal issue and that talking about it cost the Liberal Party votes. Well, the Greens know what an appalling record the Liberals have on women's issues, including health, and it's no surprise that they would try to hide their real agenda to send women back to the 1950s. The truth is, abortion is a federal issue, because ensuring that you can get a safe, local and free abortion is a federal funding issue. In my home state of Victoria, more than 2/3 of local government areas have no surgical abortion providers, and almost 40% of the state lacks a pharmacy that dispenses medical abortion pills. The Greens' Senator Larissa Waters, a tireless fighter for women's health, initiated a Senate inquiry into abortion and reproductive rights back in 2022, which recommended that the federal government ensure that either hospitals provide free abortions or that there be alternative, local, affordable pathways to access this time-bound healthcare. That was one of 39 consensus recommendations, and yet 18 months on, the government hasn't even responded to that report. What kind of message does it send about women's health that even with report after report showing reproductive health care remains inaccessible to many, the government is willing to let those recommendations gather dust? After the LNP win in Queensland and seeing the growing threats, I urge the government to look urgently, seriously, at using its power to require public hospitals who get federal money to provide free abortions. And this is something that the government has previously considered, and it's in the recommendations. Women's health needs to be taken seriously as well at every stage of their lives. Last year, the Greens initiated another Senate inquiry into women's health, this time around perimenopause and menopause, and the poor access to diagnoses and treatments, and the impacts on women's financial security from impacts of menopause at work. A year of hearings delivered another consensus report with strong recommendations around workplace policy, improvements to education and access to treatments. The government needs to adopt all those recommendations pronto. There were some horror stories during the Menopause Senate inquiry about the cost of medication, shortages and disbelieving or under-informed GPs. One woman who was controlling her menopause-related anxiety and depression with MHT, menopausal hormone treatment, until she could no longer afford $100 a month, hundreds of dollars a month, she was forced to ask for Valium because it's PBS listed and $15 for a box of 50. And there was one woman who asked her doctor if symptoms could be from menopause, and she said that all that he was taught in medical school was that menopausal women are either mad or sad. These are the stories that women are telling now. It's time for change. As one of our first election policy announcements, the Greens have said that we will make MHT free, with PBS and other subsidies worth $50 million, and a campaign to increase awareness among healthcare professionals and the general public. No one should be priced out of the healthcare that they need. We must ensure that effective treatments are accessible to all. And as we head towards another election, the Greens will announce a suite of election policy announcements focused on ensuring that healthcare is available to everyone who needs it in this country. Tripling the bulk billing incentive, ensuring people can go and see a GP, nurse, and psychologist for free at free local healthcare clinics. The average out-of-pocket cost to see a GP is now over $40, and that's on top of skyrocketing rents, groceries, petrol and other bills. It's no wonder that more than 1 million Australians are delaying or foregoing GP appointments each year due to cost. In this wealthy country of ours, everyone and every woman should have access to the health care that they need.
Member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to speak on this matter of public importance as well, and welcome the topic that's been put forward by the member for Mayo. It's great and refreshing to be able to have this debate on the floor of our parliament. We have lots of health debates in this place, but this would possibly be the first time that I can remember participating in a matter of public importance about women's health. So it is welcomed that we are having this honest conversation about where we are at when it comes to women's health in this country. And I do want to acknowledge the Assistant Minister for Health and the Minister for Health for backing in and introducing a lot of the reforms that I will talk about today, and reforms that not just affect people in my electorate, but will be supporting and helping people across our country. I'm very proud to be part of a Labor government that is working to improve women's health and putting it front and centre on the agenda. We are listening to women in addressing the systematic bias within our health system. As the Assistant Minister for Health has told us, we instigated the review into medical misogyny. The fact that we've even acknowledged it's an issue is a step up for this place, compared to what we've seen by the previous government. In the recent budget, the Albanese Labor government made a historical announcement committing $49 million towards improving services to help women access complex gynecological conditions such as endometriosis. Medicare will also now pay the same fee for other complex consultations required for other complex gynecological conditions. This is just one area where we've seen improvement. Also in the budget was $160 million for tailored services to tackle the bias and improve access. The review of the MBS items to identify the bias and better the health system. And we've heard examples of how that has been improved. More access to choice during pregnancy support for women, including longer antenatal and postnatal consultations to deliver through participating midwives. I know something that people in my electorate welcome, that ability to engage with your midwife post-birth as well as pre-birth. Funding to continue service strategies to prevent early term birth and participation in maternity service. Support for our First Nations community to have birthing on country. That has happened under this government, and because we've listened and worked with community on how we can deliver that. Plus the investment into general health, which is enabling more women to access health. The investment into tripling the bulk billing incentive to children under 16 and to people on concession cards is seeing more women access health. Far too many women I know in my electorate who are on a healthcare card did not access healthcare if they couldn't see a bulk billing doctor. It was in free-for-all. So to know that they can access a bulk billing doctor is a weight off their mind. Too often, the mums and the grandmas were putting that gap fee into feeding children and grandchildren or supporting their family members' access healthcare. And now they don't have to, because this government invested in tripling the bulk billing incentive and introduced cheaper medicines. Also, what this government has done since coming to office, the investment into endometriosis. I am the co-chair of the Parliamentary Friends of Endometriosis Awareness, and we welcome the continued investment by this government. Over $107 million to support women with endometriosis, including funding to establish specialist clinics to help people. Australia's first endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics were opened by this government, 22 across the country, including one in my electorate. The bid that was put forward by the Bendigo Community Health Service really has achieved amazing things, not just for women accessing their services, but the way in which they've been able to educate and engage the broader medical fraternity in my electorate, and we're seeing the lift in education and awareness amongst GPs. The support for sexual and reproductive health for all women to have the choice of contraception that they choose. We're investing $1.2 million to support healthcare professionals to train around menopause, and I know that this is an area, like all areas of women's health, that we need to do more, and this government will.
Member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank my colleague, the member for Mayo, for raising this very important issue. 2 out of 3 Australian women report healthcare-related bias and discrimination, including delays in diagnosis and delays in treatment. It's worse for women who don't speak English as a first language and for Indigenous Australians. It's not as simple as pure misogyny. Much of the entrenched, systemic, conscious and unconscious bias in our medical system reflects either a lack of understanding of physiological differences or a lack of respect for the significance of that variation. Women spend more on their out-of-pocket medical expenses than men. Women's pain is more likely to be seen as emotional or psychological rather than biological. Women in pain are more likely to be offered minor tranquilizers or antidepressants than analgesia. Women are less likely to be referred for diagnostic investigations when they see a GP. Medical research focuses more on male patients, this despite the fact that our body is demonstrably compositely different. Our organs and our skeletons are different. Our chemistry is different. Our experience of pain is different. Many women spend months or years of their lives incubating humans. This is a time in which we are specifically excluded from clinical trials. Why provide anything other than basic obstetric care to a pregnant woman? In many cases, it's not recognised that our cholesterol, our lipids and our other metabolic markers vary as much with our menstrual cycles as with our diet or our genetics. When women have a heart attack, our symptoms are different from those of men. Our outcomes are often worse. Our cardiovascular disease is diagnosed 7 to 10 years later on average than men. Women with serious heart attacks are half as likely as men to get proper treatment and twice as likely to die within 6 months. Those figures are twice as bad again for Indigenous women. Although it affects almost 1 million Australians, it takes an average of 7 years for women to be diagnosed with endometriosis. More than 10% of women giving birth in this country experience what they describe as obstetric violence. While much of this relates to a loss of choice of control, which is systemic, some does relate to actual physical injury. We have a system which fails to ensure that women in rural and regional centres have sufficient access to reproductive advice and treatment. In many cases, women can only access faith-based services, which will not provide contraception or termination services, even after rape or with non-viable pregnancies. They won't provide IVF or family planning advice, and a woman undergoing a caesarean section can't have a tubal ligation at the same time. Deputy Speaker, men would not put up with this restriction of care. There is further intersectionality in the experiences of trans and gender-diverse people. They speak of concerns regarding their bodily autonomy, sexual harassment, refusal of access to health care, poor treatment, and a common lack of medical understanding of their specific healthcare needs. Complex and chronic medical conditions, especially those dealing with gender and with gynecological issues, need sensitive treatment. They can't generally be addressed well in a 15-minute consult. But our medical system pays more for shorter consultations for minor ailments. It rewards speed, not need. It pays $253 for a 15-minute vasectomy, but only $88 for a 45-minute IUD insertion. It doesn't yet cover the cost of gender-affirming surgeries like chest surgery or genital reconfiguration. The government has taken steps to address these issues. It has established the National Women's Health Advisory Council to address medical misogyny and to assist in implementation of the National Women's Health Strategy. I want to acknowledge the real and ongoing efforts of both the Assistant Minister for Health and the Health Minister in this space. But there is much more to do, and it needs to be done effectively, equitably and with urgency. This is not just a women's problem.
Member for Reid.
Speaker, and I want to agree with the line from the member for Kooyong at the very end there, that this is not just a women's problem, because women's health is important for all of us. If we don't get it right, the woman pays a price, but our whole society pays a price. If we don't understand the unique challenges that women go through, if we don't do the research, if we don't care, if we dismiss their pain, she suffers, but we all suffer. And it was something that my family suffered. My paternal grandmother, there was an unspoken story in our family for a very long time that after giving birth to my father, she wasn't quite right in the head. And there was a period where my father was temporarily taken away from her. We never really spoke about it, didn't really know why, and it was something that was very much left undiscussed in our family. And when I had my own son, and I had the extraordinary care of early childhood nurses and GPs, they sat me down and spoke to me about the potential postnatal depression symptoms to watch out for. It was then that I realised what my paternal grandmother had gone through. It is very likely that she had been suffering from postnatal depression, and instead of receiving the care and support that she would have been provided had she had my father a little later on or in Australia, instead her symptoms were dismissed and she had her child taken away from her. And it is that story which really inspired me to have a women's health forum in my electorate, and I loved having the Assistant Minister for Health, Jed Carney, there. And in this place, we are privileged to serve alongside some extraordinary members of Parliament, but I have to say, if I were to have a favourite, the Assistant Minister for Health is certainly right up there. And she is an inspiration for the work that she does in this place, but also the work that she did prior to coming in here. And her nursing background, I think, has really guided the extraordinary work that she continues to do. And in that room, alongside the Assistant Minister, we had some extraordinary women panellists. Janu Daya Nathan, who's the Ambassador for Children's Tumour Foundation, and she has neurofibromatosis. She shared some really personal examples of how she was dismissed in the healthcare system. And Sue Avani, who founded Hathi in the Room, an organisation designed to help break down the stigma of mental health in the subcontinent community. I was inspired by these panellists and really appreciated the honesty and frank discussion that we were able to have that night. And there was extraordinary moments then, quite emotional, but so many women shared their personal stories of how their pain was dismissed in the medical system. And so I'm really excited to be part of this government that is taking women's health seriously and putting it at the very forefront of our agenda. And I thank the Minister for Health and the Assistant Minister for Health for doing that. We have put significant funding into ensuring that women's health is improved at the very research and data collection level, right through to improving women's health outcomes when it comes to maternity care, when it comes to research into miscarriage and pregnancy loss, so we have greater understanding of why that's happening and how we can prevent it, through things like longer consultations for patients with complex gynecological conditions. There is so much work that has been done in this space, and it's something that I'm extraordinarily proud of. At the very local level, I have convened a women's health reference group, and it is full of wonderful local GPs and physiotherapists and gynecologists who really want to do things at the local level. And I'm inspired by the words of a local physio who said, "There is no reason that women should have to live with pain." And Georgina Claxton, I think that is a motto that we all ought to live by.
Member for Indo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Pretty rare to stand up at an MPI and hear from members of Parliament that are really on a unity ticket about an issue as important as gender inequities in health, and I thank the member for Mayo for bringing this to the attention of the House. I'm old enough to remember when anything related to women's health was considered women's problems, and that covered the full gamut. It was talked about in hushed tones or not talked about at all. I'm really grateful for all the contributions of the previous speakers. It's really, really important topic. Before coming to this place, my life's work was as a nurse, a midwife and a public health researcher, and I've seen firsthand the gaps and inequalities faced by women in accessing healthcare, in research, in funding and diagnoses up close, day by day. And these gaps are even more pronounced in regional, rural and remote Australia. These gaps and disadvantages affect women throughout their lives. So let's start in early childhood, where girls are much less likely to be diagnosed with conditions like ADHD than boys in childhood, with diagnosis generally coming much later in life. Moving into the teenage years, women face an average delay of between 5 and 6.5 years in getting diagnosed with endometriosis after first experiencing symptoms. And at the other end of life, symptoms of heart attacks are less likely to be recognised in women than men. In the same way these gaps follow women throughout their lives, they also exist throughout healthcare. Right from the research that doesn't include women or doesn't focus enough on women's health issues, to the funding of services and procedures, to diagnoses, these gaps are there every step of the way. A recent Senate inquiry into menopause and perimenopause made 25 recommendations for reform, but at multiple points the final report called out the lack of research, data and information about menopause, something that happens to half the population. This lack of research, this silence, contributes to stigma that stops women from seeking or receiving the health care they need and often means women are prescribed drugs that are not specifically designed for them. Women are 75% more likely to experience adverse reactions to prescription drugs compared to men. In looking at this issue, recently published research from the Australian National University found women are not just smaller versions of men, but need specifically designed medication. We can't talk about the gaps in funding and services for women's health without talking about reproductive health care. I'm very happy to co-chair with the member for Canberra and the member for Wide Bay, the Parliamentary Friends of Maternal Health, and we have heard loud and clear from women, from consumers, from midwives around the significant gaps in the way that women access childbirth services and postnatal services. And we've heard loud and clear the evidence-based approach of continuity of midwifery care that can address those issues, and it is just so thrilling to me as a midwife to know about the work that the government has done in this space around endorsed midwives, and I thank them for that. There's more to go. A recent study by Women's Health Victoria showed the postcode lottery of sexual and reproductive health access across the state, and it showed service deserts, where 67% of local government areas did not have any listed surgical abortion providers, 45% did not have any listed medical abortion providers, and 60% didn't have any listed medication abortion dispensing pharmacies. In mid-2023, just 17% of GPs were providing medication abortion services. Now, could you imagine a men's health issue where more than 80% of GPs didn't offer treatment? It simply wouldn't happen. Now, this is a short speech, so I can't cover the further complications and disadvantages for Indigenous Australian women, culturally and linguistically diverse women and LGBTIQ women and people. There are extra challenges for those communities in accessing healthcare which must also be addressed. But before finishing, I do want to make it clear that gender norms that harm women in healthcare can also harm men and boys. Men are less likely to seek healthcare and are more likely to use drugs and alcohol in harmful ways. And indeed, my postdoctoral research showed there were significant gaps in care for men in the transition to fatherhood. It's fair to say that in all these issues, the Assistant Minister for Health and Aged Care, Jed Carney, is giving it a fair crack when it comes to addressing the issues for women's health. I acknowledge all the work that the Assistant Minister has done and is doing in achieving for women and girls of Australia, and I hope that as a parliament we follow her lead in this space for a long time to come.
Member for Chisholm.
So much, Deputy Speaker, and I really welcome the opportunity to discuss the issue, the very important issue of women's health, and I thank the member for Mayo for bringing this to the House's attention today. I know how important this issue is to my local community in Chisholm. I've had multiple roundtables, a survey and consultation with experts in the field of women's health in my electorate, including with the fabulous Assistant Minister, Jed Carney. And I'm really grateful for the feedback that has been provided to me from my constituents. Unfortunately, there were many heartbreaking stories of women not getting the help that they needed, of not being listened to, and of years of going to doctor's appointments without establishing a diagnosis. I've had experiences like that too. It's really, really hard. And so I'm so proud to be part of a government that is working to improve women's health outcomes by listening to women and addressing systemic biases in the health system. We know right across the country, from hearing from so many women, that there are too many experiences of delayed diagnoses for conditions from endometriosis to heart disease. Women have their pain dismissed and struggle to get support for issues like menopause and miscarriage. A very common issue, polycystic ovarian syndrome, does not even involve cysts on ovaries, yet the poor understanding in the health system has meant that women have not been diagnosed properly and that their health systems and their endocrinology has been so poorly understood. In the recent budget, the Albanese government has made a historic announcement committing $49.1 million in investment to provide approximately 430,000 more services to help women across the country with complex gynecological conditions such as endometriosis to receive consultations of 45 minutes or longer, to have proper time with a medical professional to have a proper conversation, to be really listened to. Medicare will now pay the same fee to a gynaecologist to see a woman for a long, complex consultation as other specialties such as cardiology, gastroenterology and a range of others. This has been a structural inequality in our health system that's gone on for far too long, and I'm so pleased that we are rectifying this. We are sequentially working through the health system to dismantle long-standing biases. Our overall investment in women's health in the 2024-25 budget was $160 million to tailor services, tackle bias and improve access. This included a review of MBS items, including long-acting reversible contraception and diagnostic imaging, to identify bias and better balance the health system to the needs of women, more access to the care of choice during pregnancy for women, with $56.5 million to support longer antenatal and postnatal consultations delivered through participating midwives, funding to continue strategies to prevent preterm and early term birth in participating maternity services and First Nations communities to reduce the number of babies born too early, and scholarships that will allow health professionals to undertake training on delivering long-acting reversible contraception services. This is in addition to support for education and awareness about miscarriage for women, their families and health professionals, $6 million to support a trial of outreach healthcare in women's crisis accommodation and services, and so much more, Deputy Speaker. Our commitment here, yes, is economic, but it's also about highlighting the importance of women's health and the empowerment that women have in making choices about their health. Everyone deserves access to safe, affordable healthcare, no matter where they are living, whatever their background is, and no matter their gender. We've made significant investments in women's health, and I know that there's more to be done. And I'm looking forward to working with our wonderful team in the health portfolio in order to deliver more for women's health, which is something that has been sadly neglected for far too long. Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. And Member for McKellar.
Thank you, Speaker. In Australia, too many health issues specific to women have been misunderstood, overlooked, under-researched, underfunded and undertreated for decades. Today I'll touch on just two of these many health issues that women face. Around 1/4 of women aged between 30 and 50 years suffer from heavy menstrual bleeding, whereby blood loss may be so bad that women are confined to their home for days every month. This regular heavy bleeding can cause severe iron deficiency and anemia, in turn causing debilitating symptoms like fatigue, breathlessness, irritability, dizziness, fainting, confusion, depression, headaches and brain fog, all of which can have a devastating impact on a woman's quality of life. But despite being so common, awareness and understanding of the problem is low both amongst women and undiagnosed by health professionals. Women often assume it is normal and so don't seek help. So I wholeheartedly thank and acknowledge the work of health professionals such as Dr. Talat Upal in my electorate of McKellar, who is working so passionately and tirelessly to improve the awareness of and management of this very common condition. Then there is menopause. 50% of the population experience it, and symptoms can last for 14 years. Yet it has been a taboo topic for decades. Hot flushes are just one of the 34 uncomfortable or debilitating physical or psychological symptoms. 25% of women suffer severe symptoms. As Professor Susan Davis, President of the International Menopause Society, said, anyone who suggests that most women can live with their symptoms is ill-informed. Yet the culture of silence around menopause and the lack of adequate training of health professionals has meant that women have been needlessly struggling with its impacts, both health and financial, for decades. It was truly shocking, as the Menopause Senate's inquiry heard, that medical students may spend as little as 1 hour on menopause training during their 6 years at medical school, and I certainly experienced that as well. Then there was the poorly designed Women's Health Initiative study, which came out in 2002 and drew misleading conclusions that hormone replacement therapy may cause more detrimental than beneficial effects. This study set back women's health for over 2 decades. Numerous studies have come out since to show the safety and clear benefit of menopause hormone therapy, but the widespread panic it caused amongst both women and health professionals alike continues to have repercussions to this day. So much so that a recent study found that 85% of all women in high-income countries do not receive effective treatment for their menopause symptoms. Women are also missing out on the other benefits of menopause hormone therapy, including reducing the risk of osteoporosis, diabetes, dementia, cardiovascular disease, and certain cancers. Then there are the financial impacts of poorly managed menopause. The lack of workplace policies to support women during menopause is causing women to retire prematurely. On average, women intend to retire at age 64, but are leaving the workforce at age 52 on average. Women retire 7 years earlier than men, often at the height of their careers, and often when menopause hits. Almost half of women who retire before the age of 55 cite health as the reason they stopped work. Research and modelling done in 2022 estimates that even if just 10% of women retired early because of menopause symptoms, it would equate to a loss of earnings in super of more than $17 billion for our economy. And so the recent inquiry into menopause was very welcome, and I strongly support the urgent implementation of the inquiry's recommendations, including things such as the establishment of the National Menopause Action Plan to drive best practice in menopause care, the public awareness campaign on menopause and perimenopause, improved training for both medical students and health professionals, and additional Medicare rebates for menopause consultations, including longer consultations and midlife health checks. And lastly, a guarantee that the best forms of menopause hormone therapy are affordable and accessible for all women who need it. Thank you.
Member for Bennelong.
Deputy Speaker, I won't beat around the bush here. Women have been let down on gaps in medical research, diagnosis, funding and health services associated with their health. Women have been dismissed, overlooked and underserved by a system that was never designed with their needs in mind. For decades, women's pain has been dismissed, their diagnoses delayed and their health deprioritised. I thank the member for Mayo for bringing this matter of importance to this place, because it's something that we all need to hear and talk about. And I say to the member for Mayo and all those listening to this debate that as a government, under the leadership of the Assistant Minister for Health, we are doing a lot to address inequality in women's health, and rightly so. We're addressing the painful delays, the funding gaps, and the discrimination embedded in healthcare with urgency and purpose. From investments to targeted reforms, we're making it clear women's health can no longer be sidelined. We are committed to listening to women, to understanding their unique health challenges and dismantling the structural inequalities that have persisted in the medical system for far too long. And I'm very fortunate to be able to share one example of this action delivered in my region, Deputy Speaker. During Women's Health Week, I had the privilege of visiting the Hunters Hill Endometriosis and Pelvic Pain Clinic with Assistant Minister for Health and Aged Care. And it was really inspiring to see the dedicated work happening there. This clinic is one of 22 established across the country as part of a $58 million initiative. It's a place where women can receive the multidisciplinary care they need, from pain management to specialist consultations, all in one location. This model should be the standard and not exceptional. The opening of this clinic is a step towards ensuring women are seen, heard and treated with the care that they deserve. Because to me, it's outstanding that, on average, it takes 7 to 9 years for a woman to receive an endometriosis diagnosis. Imagine enduring 7 to 9 years of pain, frustration and uncertainty, all while being told it's just part of being a woman. 7 to 9 years of pain, often dismissed by healthcare providers as normal or psychosomatic. 7 to 9 years of suffering in silence. 7 to 9 years spent waiting for someone to take your symptoms seriously. That just isn't a delay, it's a denial of care and dignity. And I'd like to ask every man in this place, in this country, to picture what it would be like going to your doctor, describing severe and ongoing pain, and being told time and time again that it's just stress, or that it's just in your head, or that it's just a normal part of being a man. What if for nearly a decade your pain was dismissed, chalked up to overthinking or lacking of resilience? That's the experience of countless women in the health system. It's a systemic failure, it's not good enough, and it's long past time we addressed it. And that's why this government is taking action. We are committed to delivering a healthcare system that works for everyone, not just some. We're prioritising issues like reproductive health, mental health and chronic conditions affecting women. Backed by over $350 million in dedicated funding, we are advancing targeted solutions for women's health needs. Our commitment goes beyond the clinics I mentioned earlier. We're funding specialised training for healthcare providers, reducing diagnostic delays that have held women back for far too long. By investing in this training, we're creating a health system equipped to address the complex realities of women's health. We're also expanding mental health services for women with a focus on those affected by trauma and postpartum issues. By creating more trauma-informed support, we want to build a mental health response that genuinely supports women and recognises their unique experiences. We're adding vital services to the Medicare benefit schedule that directly benefit women. This will mean more appointments, more subsidised treatments and easier access to essential healthcare. And when it comes to preventative healthcare, we're not taking shortcuts, Deputy Speaker. By expanding cancer screening programs for breast and cervical cancer and investing in more awareness activities, we're helping more women catch these diseases early, ensuring better outcomes and relieving the emotional and financial burden of late diagnosis. To every woman who has been told to wait or told to bear it or to be strong, I want you to know that this government hears you. And under the guidance of the Health and Aged Care Minister and his very hard-working and committed Assistant Minister, I have absolute confidence that they will build a health system that respects women's experiences and affirms their dignity.
Member for Kennedy.
Madam Speaker, Tolstoy's War and Peace, there is a great quote. The corporal says, I gave her the bread and she gave the 3 pieces to her children and she left nothing for herself. Is she not hungry? And the Sergeant Major said, she is a mother. She is a mother. We talk about survival of the fittest, Charles Darwin. Well, that led to the Nazis, didn't it, of course? We didn't descend from people that carried weapons. We actually descended from people that were mothers, that mothered their children and looked after them. Now, you can have your attitudes on abortion. To me, it's very good because you're vanishing from the gene pool, and the sooner the better would be my opinion. Now, having said that, I don't think that there's any feeling for the mothers that are traumatised to a situation where they proceed with something that they have been programmed 3.5 million years to be a mother, and suddenly they're doing the opposite. I don't think they're going to get away with that. And no one addresses the trauma of the mother that is confronted with this situation and does something in many cases that she regrets for the rest of her life. So, you know, there should be a looking after the mother before and probably afterwards too, sadly. So I say that. And as for the Greens and their attitudes, where I come from, we get the monsoonal rain and everything is green, then it turns brown and it blows away. And I think that's a wonderful metaphor for those that sit behind me. You know, ultimately, it is whether you survive as a race of people. And if you are a vanishing race, and we are vanishing at a faster rate than anywhere else in the world except for 5 nations, the last time I looked, we are vanishing faster than any other group of people on Earth. And that is the price that you will pay. You will be gone from the gene pool. And you can read history books and prehistory books, and you can see the mistakes that people made in their survival, and they're not with us anymore, those people. So we, and I sort of conclude on this note, in the Torres Straits, the women were the producers of food. They had fruit and vegetable gardens in the backyard. Yes, the men fished, but fruit and vegetables. In some 200 or 300 meals that I had in the Torres Straits when I was minister, I did not have any food from the mainland at all. It was mangoes and bananas and sweet potatoes and yams and taro, and of course fish and dugong and all those things as well. But when I went up there last time, it was really sad because the governments in this place took away from those women the right to have their vegetable gardens. Now they have to get fresh fruit and vegetable from the mainland, which are overripe by the time they get there, and they can't afford to pay for them. And they've said this again and again and again, and this place has ignored the cries of those people. In my homeland, far north Queensland, and in the Torres Straits, and we have ignored them. And you know, I mean, there's a terrible day coming for us because there's a word that describes nations that eliminate a race of people. And if you took away the right to fish, because we had to protect the barrier reef. Well, what about protecting the people that have lived there for 40 or 50,000 years? What about protecting them? Don't you care about them? And there's not a matter of the barrier reef being 350 kilometres away. I mean, I don't know how some poor beggar going out in a tinny is going to adversely affect the barrier reef. But you took away their right to fish and you took away their right to have a vegetable garden. So you're starving them to death. They are dying on a massive scale from diabetes. And this place, there's not a single person's place I've heard that raised a voice about it. You don't care about them. You'll cry and howl about the yes-no vote, but what are you doing about the actual people that have the highest death rate maybe in the world? Their life expectancy is 56. Is that something to be proud of as a nation? Their life expectancy is 56. I'm talking about women because they were the people that provided the food.
Your time has expired, I'm sorry. So the discussion has now concluded, and I do have a number of messages I need to bring before the House. This first one, I have to report that the Federation Chamber has been unable to complete its consideration of the Privacy and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2024 and has returned the bill to the House with unresolved questions. I present a certified copy. There you are. Together with the schedules of the questions which the Federation Chamber was unable to resolve. I understand that it is the wish of the House to consider the bill immediately, and so the first unresolved question is that the amendments moved by the member for North Sydney be agreed to. So the question before the House is that these amendments be agreed to. I'll put the question. All those that opinion say aye. To contrary, no. No. I think the noes have it. The second unresolved question is that the amendments moved by the member for Goldstein be agreed to. The question is that the amendments be agreed to. I will put the question. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. No. I think the noes have it. The question now is that the bill be agreed to. Attorney General.
Yeah.
Okay, let me put that question before I give you the call. My apologies, Attorney General. So the question is that the bill be agreed to. All those that opinion say aye. To contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Attorney General. The bill has been agreed to, and I give the call to the Attorney General.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Thank you, Attorney General.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I will put the question. The bill be read now a third time. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, and call on the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the law in relation to privacy and the criminal law and for related purposes.
Thank you. The second matter. Thank you. I have a report. I have to report, rather, that the Federation Chamber has been unable to complete its consideration of the Migration Amendment Strengthening Sponsorship and Nomination Processes Bill of 2024 and has returned the bill to the House with unresolved questions. I present a certified copy together with the schedules and questions which the Federation Chamber was unable to resolve. I understand it is the wish of the House to consider the bill immediately. Therefore, the first unresolved question is that the amendments moved by the member for Wentworth be agreed to. The question is that the amendments be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the noes have it. The second unresolved question is that the amendments moved by the member for Wannon be agreed to. The question is that the amendments be agreed to. I'll put the question. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the noes have it. The question, you'll need two voices if you want a division. Oh, thank you, sorry, Member for McPherson. Is a division required? Please ring the bell for 4 minutes.
Lock the doors. The question is the amendments moved by the honourable member for Wannon be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 62, no 78. The matter was resolved in the negative. The question now is that the bill be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. This bill has been agreed to. The call to the Assistant Minister.
Thanks, Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted? I give the call to the member for Moncrieff.
Is granted, Mr Speaker.
I thank the member for Moncrieff. I give the call to the Assistant Minister.
Thanks, Speaker. I move that this bill now be read a third time.
I put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Migration Act 1958 and for related purposes.
I give the call to the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 2, Communications Legislation Amendment, Combating Misinformation and Disinformation Bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. I give the call to the member for New England.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Honourable Speaker. I would like to, in continuation, to go through some of the so-called facts that we found out were not going to be facts. We were told a fact at the start of the year that there was going to be an El Nino. It was going to be very dry, and so many people, and that was from a very reputable organisation. It was Bureau of Meteorology, CSIRO, all went out, said it. And a lot of people, and this is for real, they sold their cattle. They designed everything and got ready for a drought. And boy, didn't they get themselves in trouble, because it wasn't a drought. It actually started raining, and we had one of the wettest seasons on record. Now, if you'd gone out at that time, because you would have been up against the most abundant and proficient information and backed and peer-reviewed and said, no, it's not going to be El Nino, it's going to be La Nina, this would allow you to say, no, that's unreasonable, and you could have that censored and blocked. See, you're allowed to be wrong in life. You are allowed to be wrong. It's one of the great things about living in a liberal democracy. You're allowed to be wrong. You're allowed to be stupid. You're allowed to be crazy. You're allowed, because that's called freedom. And we believe in another person's capacity, to say, well, I've heard the respective member, the respective sage, the respective reporter, and I completely disagree. Today we've also seen, just then, obviously, this is a fact, and some might disagree. Obviously, Mr. Trump, President Trump, is going to be President Trump again. I think that's pretty much, we can all understand that. And there are a lot of people there, but when they interviewed them in the Vox Pops, people said they weren't going to vote for him, but they did. See, this just goes to show you that so often people want that space. They want that space to go against the views that they might determine is aggravates others. We saw that in The Voice, where so many people say, are you supporting The Voice? Oh yes, I'm supporting it. It's just they didn't. They weren't. People want that liberty to be free. They want that, and they don't want to be corralled, and they don't want that form of, especially the government. They're inherently sceptical about the government starting to have further rights in their life. There are so many people, and I've said this before and been mocked about it, they want the government out of their face. They want to not see the government in their private lives. They don't want the government to have a say over their opinions. They don't want the government to have a determination on what they can read and what they can assess as right. Now, no one is suggesting for 1 second that things that are of a criminal nature, such as child pornography, such as people who are enticing young girls especially on body image to go into to be affected by eating disorders, and we all know about that. And, of course, the capacity of the platforms to find keywords, to have the analytics, the capacity to write the code, especially with AI to determine that, is there now, and they should do it. And that would be an entirely different debate that we are having here right now. But this is not about that. It talks about you can have religious beliefs, but they've got to be reasonable. Well, who's determining whether my beliefs are reasonable? I mean, I am far from a perfect person. I think if we put that up for a vote, it'd be won overwhelmingly. But I would vote with my conscience and vote that I'm not a perfect person. But I would be joined by you, no doubt, as voting against me, for me, and well, yes. But I do believe, and I believe that a person called Jesus Christ died, was crucified, and rose 3 days later. Now, for many people, they would say that that is entirely unreasonable. They would say that's against science. That is unprovable. They would say a whole range of things about that. But that is my belief, and I'm allowed to have it. Indeed. I'm allowed to have it. I don't ask you to believe it. You can do what you like. But I'm allowed to believe it. I'm allowed to read it. I'm allowed to write about it. And I don't want the government anywhere involved in it. I don't want the government anywhere near what my belief structure is there. But there's absolutely 100% they could line scientists up from here to Goulburn saying that everything I said was unprovable, unreasonable and not the truth, except I believe it and that's my right. And that is my right. It's also the right of around about 2 billion other people who believe the same thing. Now, you can see where our concern is with this. And I think that the prudent thing to do is to reaffirm to the Australian people that you have no intentions of going into that space, and you show you have no intentions of going into that space by pulling this bill, removing it from the agenda. Of course, if you don't, I and others, and I will run a very strident campaign against this. And on our side, on these sort of things, we do have success. You saw it in The Voice. You're seeing it right now with intermittent power. Intermittent power has gone from something which everybody supported, 70% supported, and now even Jenny George doesn't support it. It's just fallen flat in its face, and it's just absolutely falling out of bed at the moment. But if I cannot appeal to the logic, let me appeal to your political nous. If you go forward to the government, if you go forward to an election with this, we will absolutely hammer you. And we will get votes. We will get votes. We will peel them off, 100%. Because it's not that the public like us or the public don't like you. They don't like either of us. They have a cynicism against people in government. They have a cynicism against people in government. And this bill that is proposed here says the government knows what you should personally believe. The government will determine what is reasonable for you to believe, and the government will allow you to read certain things and not other things, because they will be the arbiters of the truth. The arbiters of the truth. And that is why I find it so important that I've come out of my room and speak on this and make sure that we get this. Now, I'm going to put it up on Facebook. I'm going to give it a run. I bet you it gets knocked out of the park. You'll have 2,000 likes or 3,000 likes and 1,000 shares. You get, as you know, the member for Riverina and the member and the person Moncrief is beside me. No, I know. Angie and I go back a long, long way. These are the sort of things you just know that when you put it out there, you get an overwhelming response. I bet you go out there and say you're supporting this, and you're going to be you'll get an overwhelming response too, but it'll be the opposite way. And so do a clever thing. Do a really clever thing as you go into this electorate. If you want to stay on that side of the chamber, if you want to have a good crack at this, and honest to God, it's not going well for the government at the moment. It really isn't. Nope, it really isn't. And if you want to have a good crack at it, lose this barnacle. Just chuck this one out the door straight away and give yourself a shot at the election. But if you don't listen to the argument, I tell you right now, I am going to love this piece of legislation. If you stick with it, I will absolutely smash you at every opportunity, and I'll have so many friends in that process.
Thank the member for New England, and the question is that this will be now read a second time, and I call the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Between 1991 and 2002, I edited a daily newspaper at Wagga Wagga. That newspaper first published on the 10th of October 1868, at which point, above its editorial, the comment piece of the day, it used these words: "This is true liberty, when free-born men, having to advise the public, may speak free." It's a verse attributed to John Milton, a 17th century English writer, who in 1644 addressed the English Parliament on unlicensed printing. But the context of his speech and the theme of his words during that address It was about the freedom of speech. And Milton's verse, as it became known, was used by me as well. I continued the tradition by editors of the Daily Advertiser since 1868 and used that very, very good line on the editorial comment piece each and every day of the years that I edited the Wagga Wagga Daily Advertiser. It's a shame it's not still there. It's been taken down in recent years. But the precepts of the line remain so for that journal, for that publication, because free speech is vital. We are lucky because we are covered by parliamentary privilege in this place. And we can stand at this dispatch box and say whatever we like without impunity by the courts. But with free speech and with parliamentary privilege comes responsibility. And we ought never forget that we need to be responsible as community leaders, as parliamentarians, of what we say, because words are important. But just in recent days, and I'm pleased I can say this where I am, because outside these hallowed halls, this hallowed room, I may not get away with it. But in recent days we've seen a couple of court decisions which have shown that our court system is an interesting beast at times, and I refer to the court case involving Senators Maureen Faruqi and Pauline Hanson just last Friday, when Senator Hanson was found by the court, the federal court no less, that she defamed Senator Faruqi in a tweet. And it was described by Justice Angus Stewart, the post on Twitter, now X, as an angry personal attack that conveyed a strong form of racism. Never mind the fact that Senator Faruqi had herself posted some things online about former Prime Minister Scott Morrison, which, coming from a parliamentarian, were less than parliamentary. And well, Scott Morrison saved lives and jobs during COVID, Member for Bruce, and I will stand by him for as long as I have breath in me.
Order. Order.
And but we ought to be civil. So I think we could agree about that. That between parliamentarians we should be civil, whether it's online, whether it's in here. We may agree to disagree. I just disagreed with what the member opposite had to say. He disagrees with what I had to say, and that's fine. In a civil society, we are allowed to do that. But this court case involving Senators Faruqi and Hanson have ended up in the federal court, and the federal court's made a decision which you would find that many Australians would not agree with. And today we've got a case in which we've had a ruling about the ankle bracelets worn by people. And the court, a court, has determined that should not have happened. And these decisions make Australians, ordinary everyday Australians, shake their heads and think, why is this so? Why is this happening? And as I say, we're lucky because we get parliamentary privilege. But the bill before the House, the Communications Legislation Amendment Combating Misinformation and Disinformation Bill of 2024, is, as the member for New England has just eloquently described, is an attack on free speech. And it is. And the Coalition will always stand up to defend free speech, just as the Wagga Wagga Daily Advertiser has done since 1868. We are so privileged to live in a society where we can, within reason, exercise free speech. And we've just down the road, there is a monument at which there are bronze rolls of honour commemorating 103,000 lives lost by men and women too, who've gone to war and fought so that we can have a free, fair and democratic society, and we can have free speech, and we can have free votes, and we can have free, fair trials, and we ought not ever forget that. I have had any number of people who have written to me, taken the time and trouble and effort to question the legislation before the House. And as the member for New England correctly questions, why would the government, just months out from an election, want to put this before our nation? And what effectively this legislation does is give the Australian Communications and Media Authority alarming power to determine what content is allowed on digital platforms. So, as Robert Coombs of Wagga Wagga said to me, he said it would potentially act as a ministry for truth. He's talking about ACMA. He said, I urge you to reconsider this bill and protect the democratic values that are fundamental to our society. His words were ringing true in so much of the correspondence I received. John Sparks of Cootamundra wrote, we've always had the freedom of speech for everyone in Australia. What will happen with this bill is one group will censor those they disagree with. We should not pass this bill. I wholeheartedly agree. Graham Oakes of Huron Creek, I'm very concerned about the bill being pushed through by Labor and its cronies. This bill impeaches upon my freedom of speech. Impeach is one word, impinges is another, but either way, it definitely encroaches on people's freedom of speech. And I don't always agree with some of the correspondents who wrote in to me about this, but certainly the theme that went through their emails and letters and notes to me were all of the same theory, that they do not want ACMA or a group of people who are unelected having to determine what they can and cannot post online. And of course, you know, whether it's the pub test, whether it's the courts, whether it's the general public, the fact remains, if you put something online that is misinformation or completely defamatory, you know, you will end up suffering the consequences. Now, I don't agree that the court decision last Friday was necessarily correct, but that's my view, and I'm allowed to say it. I think many Australians would have the same view. The freedom of expression is unfairly infringed by this bill. It's misinformation and disinformation, and even the two words are misnomers in themselves. Is that if you went down the main street of any regional town, indeed any community in Australia, and asked what the difference between mis and disinformation are, you'd get a lot of different views. A lot of people just wouldn't actually even understand what the difference was, but they do know that they have a right for genuine free speech. They do know that they don't want their views censored, and they do know that their forefathers fought so that they would be able to have freedom of speech. The bill is untimely, and I know, you know, no matter what time the government ever brought this in was going to be the wrong time, and this is a reconfiguration of an earlier version of the same bill that Labor went away and tried to fix up, and has come back, and it's still all about face. It's still not right. It's still wrong, and you know what's going to happen is the ACMA are going to have huge power, huge authority over what people can and cannot say. And who are ACMA to determine what people can or cannot say? I mean, due to the backlash and significant issues with this bill, Labor scrapped plans to introduce it late last year, opted to overhaul it, and have now brought it back again now. And it's still a dog's breakfast. It stifles academic debate. How can a single authority claim it can determine and regulate the supposed objective truth of science or morality? I can well recall at a press conference when I was Deputy Prime Minister, might have even been Acting Prime Minister, I was asked a question at a press conference, and I said that, well, I was talking about that facts could be argued about a certain matter, and I got absolutely slammed by the usual suspects on X, Twitter, call it what you like. There was Twitter back then, but you know, and still to this day, you know, people throw it up at me. But you know, there are so many subjects where you get people of academia and learned authority who are steadfastly of one view, and you know, to say that they are 100% correct is always sometimes subject to question. And you know, if we still went along with that theory, the theory that authorities are always right. I mean, we would still believe right now that the Earth was the centre of the solar system, or the universe, the universe. And Copernicus was absolutely maligned for having that view, and indeed people were burnt at the stake for having certain views that were different to the Church and the Crown at the time. And those views that were being expressed by the Crown and the Church at the time have now proven to be completely wrong, completely distorted. You know, and even Meta and X are concerned that this bill goes too far. The member for New England said he would campaign against it and encouraged, not almost, he did, he encouraged the government to bring it on. And, you know, there are so many people out there who are just so sick and tired of their views being stifled, of their opinions being shut out, and we've seen all too often, particularly in recent years, how the bubble here in Canberra have thought one thing, and the silent majority out in the rest of Australia have known the other, and they've expressed it at the ballot box, they've expressed it at the referendum ballot last year when the Voice was roundly defeated. And but many people's views at that time were also shut out. Now, would a future referendum over any particular subject or other, you know, would people have their views censored by ACMA if this bill were to succeed? Now, at the moment, as I speak, we're seeing an American election. Now, I remember the last time we had an American election, we had people being able to take PTSD leave after the result went one way or the other, and people, even when Donald Trump won the first time, people were seeking leave from their work because they didn't like the result. And you know, there's been so many things said and done over that election that you know, it just causes so much division within society. Thankfully, we're not quite there yet, and hopefully we will never get to that stage, because I think this Parliament and this society is far more conciliatory than the USA. But that said, this is bad legislation. This is a bad bill. It needs to be rejected. It must be rejected for the sake of freedom of speech in Australia.
I thank the member for Riverina, and I give the call to the member for Groom.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Given the special significance, I think, of this piece of legislation and the feelings of anger it excites in me, I've done something I've not done before, Speaker. I've engaged the services of a speechwriter, I'm happy to admit, and members opposite on my side, having heard my previous contributions, might think that a very good idea. The language you'll find perhaps somewhat dated, but Speaker, I've got to admit it's so rare that I have found and come across someone who's been able to speak from my heart with their own lips. So bear with me. The time, it is to be hoped, is gone by when any defence would be necessary of the liberty of the press as one of the securities against corrupt or tyrannical government. No argument, we may suppose, can now be needed against permitting a legislature or an executive not identified in interest with the people, to prescribe opinions to them and determine what doctrines or arguments they shall be allowed to hear. If all mankind minus one were of one opinion and only one person were of the contrary opinion, mankind would be no more justified in silencing that one person than he, if he had the power, would be justified in silencing mankind. Were an opinion a personal possession of no value except to the owner, if to be obstructed in the enjoyment of it was simply a private injury, it would make some difference whether the injury was inflicted only on a few persons or on many. But the peculiar evil of silencing the expression of an opinion is that it is robbing the human race, posterity as well as the existing generation, those who dissent from the opinion, and still more so, those who hold it. For if the opinion is right, they are deprived of the opportunity of exchanging error for truth. If wrong, they lose what is almost as great a benefit, the clearer perception and livelier impression of truth, produced by its collision with error. In the present age, which has been described as destitute of faith but terrified at scepticism, in which people feel sure not so much that their opinions are true as that they should not know what to do without them, the claims of an opinion to be protected from public attack are rested not so much on its truth as on its importance to society, a decision made not by the people but by those who lead them. Mankind can hardly be too often reminded that there was once a man named Socrates, between whom and the legal authorities and public opinion of his time there took place a memorable collision. Socrates was put to death by his countrymen after judicial conviction for impiety and immorality. Impiety in denying the gods recognised by the state. Indeed, his accuser asserted that he believed in no gods at all. And immorality in being by his doctrines and instructions a corrupter of youth. Of these charges, the tribunal, there is every ground for believing honestly, found him guilty and condemned the man, who probably of all then born had deserved best of mankind, to be put to death as a criminal. In politics, it's commonplace that a party of order or stability and a party of progress and reform are both necessary elements of a healthy state of political life, until the one or the other shall be so enlarged its mental grasp as to be a party equally of both order and of progress, knowing and distinguishing what is fit to be preserved or what ought to be swept away. Each of these modes of thinking derives its utility from the deficiencies of the other, but it is in a great measure the opposition of the other that keeps each within its limits of reason and sanity. Unless opinions favourable to democracy and to aristocracy, to property and to equality, to cooperation and to competition, to luxury and to abstinence, to sociality and to individuality, to liberty and discipline, and all other standing antagonisms of practical life, are expressed with equal freedom and enforced and defended with equal talent and energy, there is no chance of both elements obtaining their due. One scale is sure to go up, the other down, and truth in the great practical concerns of life is so much a question of the reconciling and combining of opposites that very few have minds sufficiently capacious and impartial to make the adjustment with an approach to correctness, and it has to be made by the rough process of the struggle between combatants fighting under hostile banners. Of any of the great open questions just enumerated, if either of the two opinions has a better claim than the other, not merely to be tolerated, but to be encouraged and countenanced, it is the one which happens at that particular time and place to be in the minority. That is the opinion which, for the time being, represents the neglected interest, the side of human well-being which is in danger of obtaining less than its share. I'm aware that there is not, in this country, any intolerance of differences of opinion on most of these topics. They are adduced to show, by admitted and multiplied examples, the universality of the fact that only through diversity of opinion is there, in the existing state of human intellect, a chance of fair play to all sides of the truth. When there are persons to be found who form an exception to the apparent unanimity of the world on any subject, even if the world is in the right, it is always probable that dissentients have something worth hearing to say for themselves, and that truth would lose something by their silence. I do not pretend that the most unlimited use of the freedom of enunciating all possible opinions would put an end to the evils of religious or philosophical sectarianism. Every truth which men of narrow capacity are in earnest about is sure to be asserted, inculcated, and in many ways even acted on, as if no other truth existed in the world, or at all events, none that could limit or qualify the first. I acknowledge that the tendency of all opinions to become sectarian is not cured by the freest discussion, but is often heightened and exacerbated thereby. The truth which ought to have been, but was not, seen being rejected all the more violently because it's proclaimed by persons regarded as opponents. But it is not on the impassioned partisan, it is on the calmer and more disinterested bystander that this collision of opinions works its effect. Not the violent conflict between parts of the truth, but the quiet suppression of half of it is the formidable evil. There is always hope when people are forced to listen to both sides. It is when they attend only to one that errors harden into prejudices, that truth itself ceases to have the effect of truth by being exaggerated into falsehood. And since there are few mental attributes more rare than that judicial faculty which can sit in intelligent judgment between two sides of a question, of which only one is represented by an advocate before it, truth has no chance but in proportion as every side of it, every opinion which embodies any fraction of the truth, not only finds advocates, but is so advocated as to be listened to. Speaker, worked out quite quickly this. My speechwriter gifted me this some time ago. It was in 1859 when it was written by John Stuart Mill. It comes from the second chapter of his book on liberty. And it torments me to no end, Speaker, that we are back there, finding ourselves in that same age-old debate between the voice of the many that struggles to be heard and the might of the few that would suppress it. We are back there, and I'm happy, Speaker, to stand against the government on this bill. And I'm happy to find myself standing with Mill. Speaker, of all the words that rang true in 1859 that we find ourselves dealing with today, is the idea that not just in this place, but in the world around us, amongst the voices of those that we represent here, there is not a uniformity of opinion. Quite the opposite. There is the constant competition of ideas playing out right across Australia and across the Western world. We are a reflection of that. And it's important that that plays out. And I would argue that that competition of ideas is what has, as we talk to, bent the arc of Western civilization towards freedom, towards the better world that we live in now, towards equality, towards just laws. That competition plays its part. And we must always be wary of governments, of corporations, of anybody, of the few who would use their power to stifle and reduce the voice of the many. This is an age-old problem. There is nothing new in what is being presented in this bill or in the government's intent. This is an age-old fight, and we must stand by it. The freedom to say what we would say must belong to us. It cannot be taken from us. And we cannot stand by and let this fall away. And, Speaker, my message to Australians who will hear this debate play out, no doubt, as the first attempt, quite frankly, played out and failed across Australia. I would say to them, Speaker, Australia, say your piece and say it now. The intent of the government is clear. It seeks to stifle debate. It seeks not only to determine what is truth, but to stop words spoken that are against that truth, that chosen truth. And, Speaker, one of the most clear denouncements we can make of this bill and its intent is that what that truth is can change not only from government to government, but from minister to minister. The ridiculous idea that our conversations will now be adjudged on a single axis that comes straight out of the executive carpet. It's absolutely ridiculous. And it will be fought against. It is lost. This is a battle that has lost public debate once in Australia. We'll lose it again. I have absolutely no doubt. The member for New England was quite right. Australians will not tolerate this. Australians will not tolerate being told by a government what they can and cannot say, what is right and what is wrong. There's an ongoing debate in Western society about what it is that ails us, why it is that we seem to have reached a peak in the last decade, where we've stifled, where we've stalled, where our growth is no longer there, where cultures that do not contribute as much to the world as ours seem somehow to be overtaking us, to be moving faster than us. I would point to this very bill as an example of what is wrong with Western civilisation at the moment, that it would seek to strangle its own voice, that it would no longer value the contributions of its own members and turn towards a totalitarian view of how we are governed and how we allow ourselves to be governed. Speaker, I'm against this with everything in my body. I never imagined when becoming a politician that I would be standing up speaking against a bill that gave the government the power to determine what was right or wrong and to shut down those who opposed its view. It's beyond my comprehension that in this day and age that idea could have made its way all the way here. It belongs in some undergraduate left-wing university campus Greens Party debate. It's ridiculous. It is beneath us. We went through this centuries ago. We must stand up and fight it. There is nothing more important to Australia right now than this, because of all of the decisions that this government makes, be they right or wrong. We have formed a system of government here, the Westminster system, where we can scrutinise openly, publicly, the government's decisions. We can challenge them in debate. We have that right here on the floor of Parliament, but we cannot allow a world where that right stops once we walk outside these walls. That is not an Australia that is deserving of the sacrifices of all those who fought and died for this great nation. It is an absolute betrayal of all those who worked hard, who sweated, who came here under different waves and made this great nation. And this government should hang its head in shame that, having had this bill almost in its exact replica of what went before us, rejected so forcefully by the Australian people, that it would bring it back again during the closing down sale of this government. Last desperate attempt to save a failing government. Speaker, the member for Riverina was quite right in his comments. We must maintain that dignity in our debate, and I acknowledge this issue brings out feelings of great anger in me. I think it's important that we can debate this, and we can debate it in a way that is based on values, that is based on policy, and is not an attack on each other. But I do think it is important to point out the intention behind this bill. I think it is beneath this government to seek to silence Australians who choose not to accept their version of the truth. I think it is beneath this government. That is not the Labor that I remember from my youth. That is not the Labor government that in previous years has served this nation well. It is not. It's certainly not a bill becoming of the Australia I grew up in. And it's not a bill that is becoming of the Australia that I am raising my children in. We must fight against this. We will. We'll continue to, and we will win.
Thank the member for Groom. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and like the member for Groom and in his passionate address, I also rise to speak on the Communications Legislation Amendment, Combating Misinformation and Disinformation Bill 2024. Now, we've seen this before. There was an exposure draft last year. It was roundly condemned by a range of groups, including human rights groups, civil liberties groups, lawyers and proponents of free speech in this country, and it was withdrawn. Now, what's come back is no better. What's come back is a shocking attack on free speech in this country. But before I go into detail about what I believe is wrong with this bill, let's talk about the principles. Let's talk about the principles that we believe in and we should believe in this country. we should believe in free speech and we should believe in the fight to defend it. And as the member for Riverina said earlier, there's a memorial not far from here which details the sacrifices and courage that a lot of people who went before us in this country showed in order that we could have a free and fair society. And freedom of expression is part of that free and fair society. I recall, I believe in the quote by Voltaire that's often quoted in relation to freedom of speech. I disapprove of what you say, but will defend to the death your right to say it. And that should underpin, and indeed has underpinned, the principles of Australian society. And it's what makes living in Australia and comparative free nations in North America and in Europe different from the people who've had to live in regimes in parts of Asia, in Eastern Europe, pre-1990, when those freedoms weren't afforded to those people and those societies did not succeed. Some people come into my office and I fundamentally disagree with them. But isn't it great they can come in? We live in a society where they can come into their local member's office, put positions that are at odds with what I believe, but I am obligated to listen to them. And I don't want their right to put those views on social media to be taken away from them, even though I disagree with those views. And it happens on a regular basis. Now, the key problems with the government's misinformation bill is it's got a very broad definition of what misinformation is. And that captures opinions that can be held in good faith. There is no requirement in this bill that the maker of the statement is actually maliciously intending to deceive people. And if something is reasonably verifiable as misleading, reasonably verifiable and reasonably likely to cause and contribute serious harm, it can be captured as misinformation. Well, we use the word reasonable a lot in this place, and it's in a lot of laws. What's reasonable and who decides what's reasonable? And I'm just going to give you an example of something. The Liberal Senator Chandler said something in the Tasmanian Mercury in 2020, and this was her comment. And I'm not commenting on the issue itself. I'm commenting on the reaction of whether her comment was reasonable or not. Senator Chandler said, "You don't have to be a bigot to recognise the differences between the male and female sexes and understand why women's sports, single-sex change rooms and toilets are important." Now, there will be people who don't agree with that. I think it's a pretty reasonably held view, but this is what Tasmania's Anti-Discrimination Commission said in relation to that. It determined that, and I quote, "A reasonable person is likely to anticipate that as a person who is a member of the LGBTIQ+ and gender diverse community would be humiliated, intimidated, offended and insulted by that comment." Now, I use that example just to show where some of this bureaucratic, reasonable opinion can lead us. The definition of serious harm is also broad in this. It's possible that a large amount of material could be captured as serious harm. And this can happen in areas such as elections. And we're going to fight an election campaign next year. I want that to be a battle of ideas. I don't want people banned from putting things up on social media that they believe to be true. Referendums, and we've been through this, and imminent harm, I love this one, imminent harm to the economy or the financial markets. And I might quote our Shadow Minister for Communications when he said, imminent harm, a comment that's of imminent harm to the economy or financial markets could cover just about all of the Greens' economic policies. Now, digital platforms will face huge fines for failing to manage misinformation and disinformation, and they'll be incentivised to censor content. And their platforms will self-censor, but given the broad definitions of misinformation and serious harm that censorship will capture, It'll capture legitimately held views of Australians. And the legislation endows the Minister for Communications with extraordinary powers. The Minister can personally order misinformation investigations and misinformation hearings on his or her terms. Now, a lot of people have invoked Orwell in this place, and the Ministry for Information, the Ministry for Truth. It's a slippery slope to a place where we don't want to go. Now, there are existing powers which now could be used under this bill to order ACMA to conduct specific investigations. The Minister can order public hearings. The only constraint on that power is that it cannot relate to particular content posted on a digital communities platform by a single end user identifiable by ACMA. I think this bill means that, and the way it's drafted means that it's open to political abuse, and that's inconsistent with what our democratic values are and should be. Also, different classes are treated unequally by this bill. Anything that is reasonably distributed for an academic purpose cannot be misinformation, but the same exemption does not apply to everyday Australians. So, there's a bit of elitism creeping in there. The same exemption rules apply to anything that is distributed for an artistic or scientific purpose or things said for the purpose of parody or satire. If something appears in the professional news content, it cannot be misinformation. But if that same view or contrary view was put outside professional news content, and let's face it, a lot is in our discourse, it could be misinformation. And this also applies to journalists who would be protected in publishing within professional news content, but not on their personal social media. Now, this is our view in Parliament, but let's have a listen to what some other people have said on Labor's misinformation bill. And a terrific contribution to the Senate inquiry was from the Victorian Bar Association. And I'm going to quote from that submission, Deputy Speaker. I quote, "The bill's interference with the self-fulfilment of free expression will occur primarily by the chilling self-censorship it will inevitably bring about in the individual users of the relevant services who may rationally wish to avoid any risk of being labelled a purveyor of misinformation or disinformation." The bill's response to false information thus does not seem warranted. It may even be counterproductive when one recalls that the purveyors of so-called misinformation and disinformation are often part of a relatively small online communities who are brought together by isolation and distrust of the state. The perceived silencing or targeting of these groups is unlikely to address the underlying social problems animating the dissemination of false information. It is widely accepted in liberal democratic societies that it is better to fight information with information and to attempt to persuade rather than coerce people towards positions grounded in evidence and fact, end quote. And that brings me back to what I said earlier. This is why our society has flourished and Western societies have flourished, because we combat bad ideas with good ideas. Now, some people might think their idea is bad, my idea is good, but that discourse is important. Rather than shut down the debate, let's win it. Whereas the societies that I talked about, such as Eastern Europe in the latter part of the 20th century, just sought to shut it down. And that's a dangerous way for a society to go. Some faith groups have had some things to say on this bill. The Australian Christian Lobby, I quote, "There is no excuse for what's proposed in this bill. Where the government should be safeguarding the free speech of Australians, it will instead require social media to control our public discourse. From public health to politics to the economy and ideology, how this bill defines harm will determine what you are allowed to say online." End quote. The Australian Jewish Association submitted concerns. Quote, "It is not the role of a government or a regulatory authority to censor political speech or opinion, nor should the government or regulatory authority be the arbiter of truth." There is overwhelming opposition to this bill, and that's with good reason. The problem with limiting free speech is who gets to decide what the limits are and who it is applied to. And I quote, New South Wales Solicitor General Michael Sexton, and this is what he said about the legislation. It targets contestable political opinions on social media and is based on the patronising assumption that members of the community cannot make a judgment about those opinions but must be protected from the obvious inadequacies of their judgment, end quote. It's paternalism. It underestimates the capacity of Australians to make up their own mind. Now, in a democratic society, we might not always like the result that the Australians come to. I didn't particularly like the result of the previous election in Australia, except for the seat of Nichols. But it was a free and fair contest of ideas, and the Australian people made up their mind. Now, next year, the Australian people are going to make up their mind on how good they think this government's been. And people should be able to express that. Even in question time today, we tried to have some legitimate opinions that were put forward, ruled out of questions, and that is that this is the weakest and most incompetent government since the Whitlam government. Now, that's a view that some people will have. It's a view that other people will disagree with. But let's have the debate. Let's have the discussion. Let's put the ideas out there, and the Australian people can make their mind up. I think this bill will restrict Australians' free expression, and I think it will diminish our democracy, and that is why I oppose the bill. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this bill be read a second time, and I call the member for Barker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is indeed a very important point in time right now for Western civilised democracies. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate President Trump-elect, a stunning victory in the American presidential election. Still counting to go, of course, but it's very clear that it was a much stronger victory than what was anticipated. Some suggestion, clear suggestion, that the Republicans will take the Senate and perhaps even the House. And so, given that I've got this opportunity, I did want to send out a congratulations to President-elect Trump and the broader Republican movement in America. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, this morning I took up an invitation which was graciously offered by the Minister for Veterans Affairs and the War Memorial to visit the now under construction redevelopment of that facility. Of course, it was a $500 million commitment by the former coalition government, and it's well on track for portions of that redevelopment to be open by Christmas, and other parts of that redevelopment to be ready for visitors by this time, well, Christmas, I should say, 2025. But being there, I was reflecting, as I always do when I'm in that building, on the 103,000 or so names that sit on the walls of remembrance. These are men who laid down their life, effectively giving up their futures for ours. And what they were seeking to ensure is that Western democratic societies could thrive, that we could continue to govern societies on the basis of fundamental tenets of democracy. One, of course, importantly, is freedom of expression. Now, others have used probably more colourful language than me, but this is a significant intervention. The member for Nichols before me was referring to the 1949 1949 George Orwell novel of 1984. He mentioned the Ministry of Truth. Now, there were 4 ministries in the dystopian Oceania, government of Oceania. There was the Ministry of Peace, which concerned itself with war. There was the Ministry of Truth, which of course concerned itself with lies. The Ministry of Love, torture, and the Ministry of Plenty, starvation. These contradictions weren't accidental, nor did they result from ordinary hypocrisy. They were the deliberate exercise in doublethink. Now, granted, it's 2024, so 40 years after Orwell set his dystopian novel, but here we are. Here we are in the Australian Federal Parliament discussing a bill referred to as the Combating Misinformation and Disinformation Bill, which would effectively establish in this country the Ministry of Truth. And when I took the opportunity to look through what was proposed, and I should say, if it's not clear already, I categorically reject all aspects of this bill. The idea of politicians and members of the bureaucracy sitting in judgment of what is and is not true offends everything I can think of. But when I got to this point in considering the bill, I literally shuddered. Embedded within the bill is the power, the extraordinary power, for the Communications Minister of the day to personally order misinformation investigations and hearings on terms that he or she chooses. Have a think about that. We would have the Ministry of Truth, we would have the Minister for Truth, and we would literally have, and I'm not even joking, the Truth Police. I mean, at what point have we got to? We're literally debating whether we should give the powers, these extraordinary powers, to a member of the government of the day. Now, like the member for Nichols, I didn't much like the outcome of the 2020 election, I've got to say. I should say the 2022 election. I enjoyed the 2019 election, but I'm sure if there was an election in 2020, I would have enjoyed that too, as I am enjoying the results of the election occurring. I didn't enjoy the results of the 2020 election in America. Maybe that's what I've been thinking about. But the idea, even if we would have won that election, the idea that even a colleague of mine that I was close to could have these extraordinary powers, I would be offended by. And you don't need to take my words for how these powers might be enacted. I'm just going to take us down memory lane for a moment, and apologies to my friend opposite, because some of these memories are uncomfortable. But of course, one of the potential debates in this country where a misinformation or disinformation investigation might take place is at a future referendum, of course. So let's turn our minds back to the most recent referendum. It was around the question of the voice. Now, some, like me, prosecuted an argument, and like the member for Nichols, I think the best antidote to a bad argument is a good one. The best way to disinfect lies is sunlight, facts and debate. But some, like me, prosecuted the argument, which I believe, and I continue to believe, that the establishment of the voice, as proposed by those opposite, would effectively divide this country by race. Establishing 2 classes of Australian citizenship, I think it's an argument that was taken up by the Australian people, and one which strongly motivated their choice to vote no comprehensively at the election. During the course of making that argument, more than once, many of those opposite referred to that argument as mis- and disinformation. Mis- and disinformation. And lo and behold, we now have the Commonwealth Legislation Amendment Combating Misinformation and Disinformation Bill. And so it's not too much, it doesn't require too much mental gymnastics to form the view that had this legislation been in place during the course of the last referendum, then there may well have been a declaration by the Minister of the day that an investigation ought to be undertaken in relation to that argument that was being run by no campaigners such as myself. And I just wonder what would have happened at that point. Presumably, at my address in Mount Gambier, I would have got a knock on the door and well-dressed officers would have asked me to come with them, and I would have been subjected to some sort of interview for expressing views that I reasonably held, and I'd reasonably put to you that many Australians otherwise would have. Now, where it went from there, I don't know. Save and except it would be a particularly brave individual, having been subjected to that investigation, to continue to speak out. And this is why the Victorian Bar Association has commented that this bill represents a troubling entry into potential self-censorship. Because of course you're going to self-censor if you're potentially subject to massive fines and investigative behaviour otherwise. Now, by dint of the fact that I'm a member of the South Australian division of the Liberal Party, you might not be surprised to learn that I'm not a huge fan of Pauline Hanson and One Nation. If I had been, then I would have joined One Nation a long time ago. I didn't. I joined the Labor Party, the Liberal Party, I should say, not the Labor Party. I joined the Liberal Party, and of course that's because I believe in the tenements of our party and our "what we believe" statement. But I watched some rather chilling television last night. It was Andrew Bolt interviewing Pauline Hanson. Now, Pauline, I think we can, or Senator Hanson, as I perhaps should refer to her, is a strong, forthright woman. Not someone who anyone in Australia would describe as a shrinking violet. She's recently been subject to court proceedings where a fellow senator has sought to pursue her for alleged defamatory communications. I think it was a tweet. And at first instance, that particular proceeding hasn't gone Senator Hanson's way. She was reduced to tears. And I thought to myself, I haven't seen Senator Hanson in the media recently, and this perhaps explains why. This judgment was so many weeks ago. And this, of course, is what this bill seeks to achieve. It seeks to silence voices in the civic square. And that's not a strong society, that's a weak society. A strong society provides a soapbox for any and all people to express their views as strongly as they are able in the civic square. Now, I participate in civic debate regularly. I enjoy it. And I must say, those opposite, I no doubt think of me what I sometimes think of their contributions. That is, I completely disagree. But I've got to say, never, ever, ever have I thought that the best way to combat an argument being made by those opposite is to get them shut down. No. The appropriate way to deal with what I might regard as ill-considered opinion is to debate against it, to highlight the potential hypocrisy, indicate how that might lead to unintended consequences, It's very lazy to simply say you can't say that. You just can't say that. As an aside, I should say my favourite thing to say at that point is, well, I just did. And you see, as the laws that operate in this country right now, I can say that. If those opposites say to me, you can't say that, or someone generally, in the community more generally, says, well, you just can't say that, I can confidently say, well, I just did. The difficulty with this bill and the real harm in this proposal is that were it passed, and it will, no doubt, given the numbers here and in the other place, become law, which I should say, in coming to government, we'll rescind. But were it law, or when it is law, when someone says to me, potentially from the Ministry of Truth, these truth police, you can't say that, I'm going to actually have to say, yes, sir, I know. And that will be a sad day, not because of my contributions, but because I won't be the only person. There'll be many others, much more erudite than me, stronger in their convictions potentially, and no doubt more intelligent, making stronger and better arguments. And they'll also be saying, yes, sir, I know. It is so wrong. And I'm pretty sure if we could poll the 103,000 or so Australian diggers whose names hang on the walls of the Australian War Memorial, they would agree with me that it is wrong and it's not what they gave up their futures for. And so before we do this, before we make good on George Orwell's fictional dystopia, I just ask those opposite to think again. We don't need the Ministry for Truth.
I thank the honourable member for Barker for his contribution. The question before the House now is that this bill be read a second time. And with that, I give the call to the most honourable member for Grey.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Speaking on the government misinformation bill. And George Orwell's had a bit of a trot out in this debate, and I'm not surprised. He published Big Brother 75 years ago about the control on people's lives, its surveillance, propaganda, thought control, which seems not so outrageous into what today's electronic world, and in that way, I mean, the technologies don't seem so outrageous. Its underlying themes highlight the dangerous overreach that is represented in this bill, the government's bill, combating misinformation and disinformation. I can understand why the government feels as though it needs to make an attempt to condition information that some people receive. My daughter once wrote an article in the Stock Journal in South Australia. She was writing a regular column at the time. Given modern information platforms, consumers need to be able to identify and assess the value of the source of the information, whether there are vested interests, where the author has sourced the material, whether it's well researched or relying on second-hand hearsay, second-rate primary material. And I can only heartily agree. And the demise of traditional media in Australia is, I have said in this place on a number of occasions, I think an underlying threat to our democracy. The funding sources that have paid for traditional media are quite quickly slipping away, all gone to the computer in our pocket, this thing here, our mobile devices, real estate, cars, property, advertisements, all on the internet, hollowing out the funding streams for the traditional newsroom and the journalists who were expected to check sources for veracity, to print things that were actually true. The replacements do not, and the question today is, do we legislate against misinformation, even in genuine error, or do we educate against it? The greatest concern for me is that this bill deems that honestly held opinions of Australians can be deemed as misinformation, with digital platforms required to remove their opinions if they form that opinion. So what of religious beliefs and they can be categorised, and can they be categorised as wrong or right? It's an area of concern for the religious community and of external assessment of their beliefs. And can those assessments impact then again on the religious schools that are operated in our education system? The bill gives the government regulator, the Australian Communications and Media Authority, extraordinary powers to regulate speech. Now, I'm not questioning that either. I'm not questioning either the independence of the ACMA or its record, but I do make the point that its chair is appointed by the government of the day, or appointed in fact by the Governor-General at behest of the government of the day. So it does open questions about independence and perhaps predilections they may have, existing opinions. More concerningly, the Minister of the Day will have the ability to exempt their preferred platforms, providing enormous power to control the news stream, to effectively control the message. This is where the reference to George Orwell stands out like a beacon of light. Even the chant from Animal Farm, the decree of ruling that the ruling force summarised by the pigs as 4 legs good, 2 legs bad, was a perfect example of one-line propaganda. Then, as the ruling forces adapted to the benefits of power and wealth, the chant was altered to 4 legs good, 2 legs better, a complete rejection of an earlier slogan. The important point being here, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the ruling power controls the message. Orwell said, if liberty means anything at all, it means the right to tell people what they do not want to hear. I think that's a very telling quote. The right to tell people what they do not want to hear. And while we all have concerns about some of the rubbish peddled on the online platforms, and me as much as anyone else I'd have to say, we should not risk muzzling the ability of the minority to question the ruling point of view. Well-functioning democracies require open and vigorous questioning. It is the firewall which corrals corruption. Oppositions must be able to pursue questions which go to the heart of government management and honesty. This legislation risks that function. The legislation determines the Minister will be able to decide whether the platforms have sufficiently censored the online posts to meet their interpretation of the truth. Inevitably, governments will believe they speak the truth and that the critics do not. The legislation will allow the Communication Minister to personally order misinformation investigations and misinformation hearings on terms of their choosing. The legislation will now enable government officials to require the handover of information and documents related to information. If the major platforms have not sufficiently censored misinformation, taken it off their sites, they face large fines. And in fact, up to 5% of global turnover. Now, you would know, Mr Deputy Speaker, that Google is a major player in this place. Google global turnover last year was $307 billion, 5% of which is around about $23 billion. One could forgive Google if they became a little conservative about what they may allow on their pages. And in fact, they have to make a decision before they have to make a qualitative decision in front of the ACMA examination of their work. Worth reflecting that Galileo in the 15th century was tried and found guilty of heresy and confined to house arrest for the final 9 years of his life for opposing the scientific consensus of the day, that the Earth was at the celestial centre of the universe and all the planets were revolving around it. He questioned the ruling scientific general opinion of the day and gave up 9 years of his life for it. As the facts changed, sir, I changed my mind. What do you do? Was the quote that John Maynard Keynes is often given the benefit of being the first user of that clause. It is a bit contested. But in this changing world, the concept of challenging the establishing order can be deemed as misleading and thus illegal. And can a case be built against the status quo? I mean, how can a case be built against the status quo? The cases, for instance, of the exposure of thalidomide. Could the exposure of the Kemlani loans affair have been exposed if the legislation had been in place at the time? Could the whistleblowers in Australia on issues such as PFAS contamination have raised sufficient concern to have caught the attention of the public to prosecute their case? And I'm indebted to the member for Barker, who just spoke on the recent referendum in Australia. And what constraints would have been put on at least one side of that referendum debate by the minister of the day being able to control which organisations can sell the message and which ones can't, and can they refer an investigation on the very things that the member for Barker raised. I think all of the concerns are the unknowns. It just feels like overreach on every level, Mr Deputy Speaker. Is it the baby or is it the bathwater? And methinks in this case the bill goes too far. So the legislation is unparalleled in other like-minded countries. Places like the USA and the United Kingdom don't have laws that even come close to what the Albanese government is proposing. So, like other MPs, I've received a high level of concern on this issue, and you can assure the public that the coalition is strongly opposed to it, where there is so many other things that sit within it. We have, I talked about the newsrooms of Australia and the fact that they are fewer and far between, the journalists, the people that we would trust with the kind of information that we rely on. If we were, and increasingly, given the apology again from the ABC yesterday, the one news organisation that this parliament funds to give a true and factual correct record has been caught out yet again. It seems to be like a conga line of apologies coming from the ABC at the moment. And there have been people on this side of politics that have said for a very long time that the ABC is a biased organisation. It's no longer trustworthy. In fact, why would an organisation that had the most trustworthy news service in the world have to continually advertise the fact to us? Methinks that maybe they are not confident about their own claim. So we are reducing all the time. We don't have those valuable news sources. Now, while on one hand the government argues that the contribution of those who are mischievous is causing problem, they should also concede that there are genuine people out there who have genuine concerns that are able to raise issues using the megaphone of the electronic media that can bring this parliament's attention to the problems that exist within. And without that megaphone that they have at the moment, perhaps they can't move the case. So it's too dangerous for me. We are a free democracy. I think we need to find another way to crack this nut if that's what is required. So I will be voting against this along with my colleagues and commend that case to the parliament.
I thank the honourable member for Grade for his contribution, and the question before the House now is that this bill be read a second time. And with that, I give the call to the most honourable member for Herbert.
Freedom of speech is a fundamental right in our democratic society. And yet here we are watching our freedom being openly threatened by Labor's misinformation bill. The federal Labor government wants to be the arbiter of the truth, wants to tell every Australian what they can and can't post online if they disagree with it. So your thoughts, your views, they don't align with the government, you could be taken off social media, you can be punished. That's not freedom. It's not how freedom of speech should work. We should be allowing disagreement, discord, because freedom of speech doesn't mean hurtful speech. Freedom of speech means you should be able to disagree. Disagree in a respectful manner, disagree to what the government's position is, or just anyone else's, without fear of being removed from a platform, without being able to communicate to your friends and family. But yet, This misinformation bill goes directly to that. And this previously this bill was brought to the House and withdrawn last November after a massive opposition from 20,000 Australians, all voicing their outcry, all saying loud and clear, this isn't what we want. But yet, this Labor government isn't listening. Now the bill is back with a few tweaks and adjustments, but none of us are fooled by anything that has really changed. This bill clearly remains a wolf in sheep's clothing. It's masquerading as harmless while seeking to threaten our fundamental freedoms. This is not just a piece of legislation, but a direct challenge to our democratic right of free speech. This bill aims to control digital platforms, give powers to the Communications Minister, and selectively allow government-approved messaging online. It's scary stuff, and it will fundamentally change how Australians interact with each other on social media. It's not only a disgrace, it's an effort and an affront to the principles of a free society. This bill has no rightful place in Australia, and the Coalition stands in strong opposition to it, and a coalition government will repeal it. This bill threatens digital platforms with massive fines if they fail to pull down what the government considers to be misinformation. What the government considers to be misinformation. What do you think most platforms will be forced to do? If they're given a choice between protecting free speech in Australia or being fined millions of dollars? It's obvious. If there's even the slightest possibility any content could be regarded as misinformation by the government, the platforms will shut it down. This will have a chilling effect on free speech online throughout our country. Imagine posting your honest opinion on a current event, something you feel passionate about, only for it to be deleted by the tech overlords who are overseen by someone somewhere throughout the country because the Australian government might not like it. Or consider you want to share your perspective or maybe even challenge an opinion, but you hold back because you're worried about being labelled a spreader of misinformation. And so your voice is silenced before you even try to speak. My own social media page is one of these places where I go to hear from people throughout the electorate and the country. So I can have a finger on the pulse, hear from the people on the ground on the important issues in our community. I get to hear all sorts of opinions and thoughts. Some great, some not so. I get free advice, but it is a place of free debate and free speech. Even when we disagree, I go out of my way to either meet with the people that have put these comments up or I engage with them on my platform and allow everyone to be involved in this debate because that's a part of free speech. Much of this valuable community engagement would simply disappear if this bill is successful, which aims to clamp down on the free expression of Australians. So here we are, facing a bill with definitions so broad they're nothing but invitations for an abuse of power. Under the vague term misinformation. This bill requires no burden of proof to show intent to mislead or maliciousness. Ordinary Australians express genuine opinions will find themselves in the crosshairs of censorship. Consider what this bill defines as serious harm. This term stretches to cover everyday conversations around elections, referendums, public health, and the economy. Imagine posting a perspective about the economy which is not favoured by the government of the day. Under this bill, your voice could be silenced because it could be considered seriously harmful for not towing the government line. Or how about reposting a news story during election time that seems damaging to the current government? With one stroke, your story could vanish because it was considered seriously harmful. The best news for the government is the dirty work of censorship can be outsourced to big tech, who will be forced to decipher what misinformation means to the Australian government of the day to avoid financial penalties. But it doesn't stop there. This bill aims to do more than just silence genuine debate. It grants extraordinary powers to the Communications Minister, who would begin dictating what is true and false online. The Minister could initiate investigations, call for hearings, all based on the Minister's personal view of misinformation. The idea that a politician could order investigations into opinions they don't agree with online would be laughable if it wasn't so serious and imminent. And it has absolutely no place in our democracy. This is not just an oversight, it's a massive overreach. The bill further empowers the ACMA with information gathering capabilities, forcing platforms to turn over documents under threat of penalties. These extraordinary new powers for the Communications Minister and the Department. Is it any wonder, then, that the Labor government is attempting to ram this bill through Parliament? The public was given just 7 days to voice their concerns. The government's haste in pushing this bill through with minimal public consultation is offensive to the Australian people, and it's undemocratic. And of course, none of us are surprised that the government's allies who toe the party line will be spared the heavy hand of censorship. This bill identifies groups of people who will come under its protective umbrella, and they are called so-called experts, whose opinions are apparently more reliable than those held by the Australian people. Academics, scientists, comedians, so-called professional news networks will get an official sanction to post what they like without fear of censorship. Heaven forbid any Australian that comments on one of their posts. Imagine getting into an argument with an academic online, only to be swiftly censored, blacklisted, while they continue to enjoy their public platform. Or disagreeing with the way a comedian jokes about a subject, only to be silenced because everything they are saying is all satire and above any kind of criticism. How about challenging a story broadcast by mainstream media? If you dare to question the way they report, you'd be on fast track to cancellation, while the government-approved message remains untouchable. This is quite relevant right now when only, not even a month ago, Heston Russell was in court with the ABC, where they doctored and misled and lied to the Australian people around what happened in Afghanistan. They were found to be guilty, and he was hauled over the coals. With this bill, if he challenged that, if veterans around the country challenged this online, which is how it started, they would all be censored. They'd be told, no, you can't comment on this because the government says this is the truth, and only the media and other protected groups are allowed to post what they like. Even podcasters, they need to ensure their script complies with the Ministry of Communications guidelines or face being deplatformed. The Minister may also exempt specific platforms from the operation of the bill, so the platforms who crack down on the most ruthlessly and who are the most reliable in doing the Minister's bidding will be rewarded with perks and benefits. This legislation will openly reward government-approved speech while penalising free speech. And it violates the principle of equality under the law, where your right to speak freely is regarded less valuable than someone with a different job title to you. Suddenly, we're looking at a two-tier system in freedom of expression, where the privileged few are exempt from the same rules that will bind the mouths of ordinary Australians. Unequal treatment before the law is just as undemocratic as it is un-Australian. And it's not just politicians who are raising the alarm. Numerous legal experts have warned us about the grave dangers to free speech presented in this bill. New South Wales Solicitor General Michael Sexton said it targets contestable political opinions on social media and is based on the patronising assumption that members of the community cannot make judgment about those opinions. He goes on to say this bill is designed to sanitise public debate on a range of political issues, so any debate that does occur accord with the views of a group of government-appointed bureaucrats. Victorian Bar has said something similar. Queensland Council of Civic Liberties have commented. This is a bad bill, and residents throughout Townsville and around the country and all of our electorates have been talking about how bad this bill is. One person from Dirrigan in Townsville told me the contents of this bill essentially give the power of truth to whichever political party is in power. This is yet another attempt by politicians and bureaucrats to destroy personal freedoms for all Australians. A veteran wrote to me and said, as you know, Australians are a nation of sportsmen, and we like a bit of banter between the teams. And many blokes, like us veterans, are completely blown away by the audacity of the Labor Party to feel that they have the God-given right not to allow us to express our opinions. Another constituent called my office and asked if he was allowed to post his opinions online about the Queensland state election, or if there would be any penalties for saying the wrong thing. Having served in the Australian Defence Force, with time in Afghanistan, a place still under the grip of iron-fisted authoritarian regime that crushes even the slightest whisper of dissent, I find this bill utterly disrespectful. I find it un-Australian. We are facing a similar threat here to our freedom of speech, and I would urge all in this place to vote against it. Freedom of speech is not just about speaking, it's about being heard without having fear of being silenced. The Coalition's commitment is to ensure that free speech remains free. Failing to reject this bill puts our democratic society in jeopardy. This is not just legislation, it's a gag order on democracy itself. The Coalition will strongly oppose this outrageous bill, and we will defend the right of every Australian to speak, debate and to dissent. In a free exchange of ideas lies our strength as a society, and we are determined to protect it. This is a bad bill. This is an attack on your free speech. This is an attack on every Australian. And I would urge people listening at home today, as the debate goes on, to contact your MPs, to contact them and tell them that you want your free speech. You don't want a government, a minister of truth, someone in Parliament telling you how to think, how to feel and what you can and can't say. This is an attack on your liberties, and we oppose it. The Coalition opposes it because free speech is a part of our democratic values, and we must fight to protect it.
Will second. Thank the honourable member for a contribution. The question before the House now is that this bill be read for a second time, and with that I give the call to the most honourable member for Ford.
Well, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I congratulate the member for Herbert on a very fine contribution on this debate, and there's not a single thing in what he had to say that I would disagree with. This is an appalling attack. It's an appalling attack by a government that came to the last election promising openness and transparency and let the sun shine in. Yet what have we seen for the past 2.5 years, Mr Deputy Speaker? Completely the opposite. Completely the opposite. And I've heard many of the contributions in this debate from those opposite saying that, this is really not much of a concern, and we're dealing with misinformation and disinformation. Well, let me just remind the House, Mr Deputy Speaker, it's usually those who are on the wrong side of the argument that shout misinformation or disinformation. It's those on the wrong side of the argument or who are losing the argument that resort to name-calling and epitaphs because they know they've lost the argument and can't win it on the facts. We've just seen that in the Queensland state election. And much as I disagree with what was done and said in many of those campaigns and in the campaign more generally, that is the beauty of a democracy. You can say things that people disagree with. That is what Western civilisation is built on. That's what our society and our culture is built on, is a free exchange of ideas in a contested environment where somebody posits a proposition or says something, then you have the right to say, well, no, I disagree with you for these reasons. It's why we have the vibrant society and democracy that we have today. But sadly, there are those in this place, on the government benches at the moment, who want to stifle that debate, because the reality of the situation is, in many cases, their ideological position of the world doesn't accord with the facts. And they don't know how to deal with that because they're marooned on this rock of ideology. Heaven forbid that the facts would ever get in the way. Now let me give you an example that I actually came across today. It's been revealed in the UK that the Bureau of Meteorology in the United Kingdom stands now accused, after a Freedom of Information request, of manufacturing temperature records for over 103 locations that they have no temperature monitoring equipment. Now, we've had in this place at various times a discussion about the homogenisation policies that our Bureau of Meteorology use and the veracity of those or otherwise. But nobody wants to, but anybody on this side that stands up and questions those are accused of misinformation or disinformation or climate denial, whatever the case may be. But the reality is those on the left who have a certain view of the world don't want to actually deal with the facts. We've seen the situation of Professor Peter Ridd at James Cook University and what he had to go through by standing on his principles and his values and stating the facts. That finished up in a court case. So it's not that this legislation is actually required, because those on the left are already trying to muzzle those that disagree with them and seek to point out the actuality or the reality of what's going on. And those on the left and those on the government benches do not like that. They take exception to it. We've seen recently the COVID report handed down. Now, there was much in the commentary during COVID on various platforms and social media platforms that I disagree with, and I think the COVID report revealed that much of that was incorrect. Yet there was also much that was commentated on during that period that was correct. And the COVID report bore that out. Yet the people that said that during that period were vilified and treated as pariahs. And now we have a situation in this House where we're discussing a piece of legislation that will only reinforce the ability of those on the left and those currently in government to further muzzle debate and to use the full apparatus of state to achieve that. That is not what this country was built on. As the member for Herbert quite rightly pointed out, I too have had many emails to my office on this issue. Can I say? None, zero in support of it. Zero in support of it. Because Australians out there recognise the danger of this piece of legislation. It's an appalling and chilling attack on our free speech and our ability to have a sensible public debate on contested issues. And just as we have a contested debate on a piece of legislation before this House, we should also be able to have a contested debate out in the public sphere, whether it be on social media, whether it be in a pub or a club or an online debating forum, whatever the case may be. Now, where I will draw the line is, and as I'm sure the Deputy Speaker saw during this recent state election campaign, is where people start to attack people personally and vilify them personally. And what I'm finding in the public debate, Mr Deputy Speaker, is not issues with free speech and the contesting of ideas in the public debate. What I find increasingly troubling in the debate in the public sphere is the willingness, particularly of the left of politics, to resort to demonising and seeking to tear down and destroy one's character when they've lost an argument or they don't believe they can win the argument. And I got taught in high school debating that if you start attacking your opponents personally, you can sit down because you've lost the argument. But this bill before us will achieve exactly what I'm concerned about, and that is that it will result in a diminution of the quality of public debate, because the people in our community who have a different view that is not approved by the government or some other government body of the day can, and I suspect, will be silenced. Because as I've outlined a number of examples already, we've seen that already in evidence, even without the provision of this legislation. Now, I find it interesting that under this bill, academics, scientists and artists are exempted from the bill, but not everyday Australians. Why not? Why do we need this legislation? Give me an example of why we need this legislation. There is no example of why we need this legislation. It is only coming into place because the government wants to further control and be involved in people's lives. And I'll say to anybody listening to this debate this evening, be very afraid when the government says, we're here to help or make your lives better. Now, I heard the member for Newcastle earlier in her remarks on this bill talking about her committee and the work that she's doing on the committee, and referenced the issue of abuse, etc., online of children. And we've had the sad case, Mr Deputy Speaker, as you would have seen, of a young lady in Queensland who took her own life earlier this week as a result of that bullying and vilification. Yet, what we see is this government introducing this bill, which seeks to muzzle everyday Australians, yet they refuse to do anything about age verification or dealing with any of the issues of online bullying. And don't for a minute pretend that this bill is about online bullying. It's not. That is a completely different issue that's not covered by this bill. So if you are genuinely concerned about dealing with issues of online bullying and age verification for children online so they're not being exposed to harmful material, which on this side of the House we've already put up a proposition for that which the government are yet to respond to or to do anything with, go ahead and do it. That to me is actually far more important and far more relevant today than this bill which seeks to muzzle free speech and reduce the rights and the freedoms that we have fought for so hard in this country over the past couple of hundred years, but not only in this country, across the world. Western culture, as I said earlier, is built on the notion of free speech and contested ideas. The idea that a communications minister, a minister of state, can personally order a misinformation investigation or misinformation hearings on the terms of their choosing is an extraordinary power. I think I'd be on pretty safe territory, Mr Deputy Speaker, saying that that is unprecedented. An unprecedented power for a Minister of State to have directly given to them. And that's exactly what this bill proposes. So if somebody out in the public says something that the minister disagrees with or the government of the day disagrees with, they can put that person through the ringer through a misinformation inquiry or hearing. Honestly, the Russian Gestapo would be proud of that. Fidel Castro's Cuba would be proud of that. There's many other countries who have an enormously poor track record in this space of human rights and basic human freedoms that would be proud of what this bill is potentially going to do. The breadth of the definitions in this bill is extraordinary. The term serious harm and it applying to elections and referendums. What would have happened if this bill was in place during the Voice referendum? Would you have heard both sides of the argument? I suspect not, Mr Deputy Speaker, because it was frequently a cry from the rooftops from those opposite and the proponents of the Voice that those that were prosecuting the argument for the no vote were spreading misinformation and disinformation. Yet the Australian people spoke with their voice and roughly 60% of the Australian people voted no, one of the highest votes of a referendum in the history of this country. This bill is an absolute disgrace and an abject failure of governance and a threat to the democracy this country is proud of and is built on for the last 120 odd years. And we should oppose this with every fibre of our being, because it will not make this country a better place, it will make it a worse place for not just this current generation, but the generations to come. I oppose this bill with every fibre of my being.
I thank the honourable member for his contribution, and the question now before the House is that the bill be read a second time, and with that I give the call to the most honourable member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I join the consistent calls of my colleagues in comprehensively condemning and rejecting this legislation that the government's put forward, and obviously indicate that I don't support the bill being read a second time. This might be the worst piece of legislation that I've ever made a contribution on in my 6 years as a member of this chamber, and that's saying something, because this government have had some other shockers, Deputy Speaker, but never have we had one that is really about undermining the fundamentals of this very building that we're in, the democracy that we, of course, are so honoured to participate in. And to me, it is just so completely objectionable that we, in what I think's the most vibrant democracy on the planet, Australia, I think we have excellent, free and fair elections. We have robust contests for elected office, the federal parliament, state parliaments, local government, and I'm certainly someone that likes to fight as hard as I possibly can, but always accept the result and the verdict of the people. I believe the people always get it right, and of course, whenever the next opportunity comes along to contest an election or to put forward a new policy proposition, we again engage in a spirited, robust public debate which is completely grounded in the foundation of us having the right to free speech in this country, and there being no mechanism, particularly one run by any government, to impinge on that. My first point would be I actually suspect that this legislation isn't even constitutional. And of course, if it passes the Parliament, which I hope it doesn't, I fully expect it to be before the High Court pretty rapidly. And I actually think that it is wrong for the Parliament to be considering passage of legislation that has any risk of falling foul of the Constitution. And I would very rarely criticise the great Menzies government, but they were indeed wrong to legislate the illegalisation of the Communist Party, and that was legislation that was struck down by the High Court. And this is legislation that falls in a very similar category of something that, if this Parliament is foolish enough to pass it, I strongly hope that our High Court, as an important check and balance, as the legislative branch of our government and indeed guardians of our Constitution, toss it out. It most surely falls foul of precedents they've already established in previous cases around the implicit right to free speech that exists within our Constitution. And in my view, beyond question, this legislation, every element of it, from its principle down to some of its appalling specific characteristics, is completely at odds with that great fundamental right that we have in this nation, in our democracy, to free speech. And indeed, I find it adds insult to injury that we're debating this bill so close to the 11th of November, at that solemn date when we commemorate and reflect on the sacrifice of so many Australians in the First World War, but now, of course, Remembrance Day is about the sacrifice of our soldiers in all conflicts, who, of course, have always done so, often sacrificing their lives, certainly their youth, their innocence, what they could have done in the early years rather than join and serve our nation and fight in wars for freedoms like our freedom of speech. And in a few days, at 11 a.m. on the 11th of November, we will all pause to reflect on the sacrifice that they've made. Apart from reflecting on their sacrifice, what we can do as members of this chamber is vote down a bill that betrays that sacrifice and that effectively says we as a parliament, despite the fact that more than 100,000 Australians have lost their lives in conflicts, good versus evil beyond question, protecting democracy, protecting freedom against dictatorship and tyranny, that this Parliament would be considering passing legislation that belongs in an autocracy, that belongs in a dictatorship, that belongs in eras like the Third Reich in Nazi Germany or many of the other abhorrent and appalling regimes that have existed that we've stood up against throughout the history of our nation. It is truly appalling that we're even considering this legislation. Misinformation and disinformation. These are the sorts of labels that you expect to read about in fictitious novels about big government controlling the citizenry. And this is not even a thinly veiled attempt, in my view, to conceal the fact that we have a government that is seeking to pass legislation to proudly restrict the freedom of citizens of this country to express themselves and to say what they want about issues of the day, things they feel strongly about, things they feel passionately about. And I might very much have diametrically opposed views to a range of opinions that are put out there, particularly in social media. And of course, I have the right in this great free society, with my right of free speech that every other Australian has, to contest things that I think are inaccurate or wrong or matters that I disagree with. And I have a great faith in the power of argument, and I have a great faith that if someone is making a point that I believe is incorrect, that many of us believe is incorrect, particularly in the context of political debate and election campaigns and arguing between different propositions or proposals for our country, that the best argument, a strong argument, will defeat a weak argument and or an inaccurate argument. And I think by and large that actually happens. And when I think about all of the great contests that we've had in the public debate through the history of this great democracy, I can't think of many examples where the best argument hasn't defeated an inaccurate argument. And I have no fear, as all of us in the coalition have no fear, that even if people are engaging in misinformation and disinformation through online platforms and anywhere else in our society, that a good quality constructed argument against that should have no fear of winning the day in whatever the contest might be. I'm suspicious about the timing of this bill. I'm very suspicious that the government wants to sit late, get this through Parliament. I concede it probably will pass the House of Representatives disappointingly, because the government control this chamber. And I don't say it that often, but thank God we have a Senate, because at least that is a chamber where I hold out hope that even people that we don't tend to be on the same side of an argument of, generally speaking, on the political left, might hold some of the same fears that we do in the coalition about government regulating free speech in this country. But we're sitting late to force this debate to conclude. There are rumours that this Parliament might not meet again after the November sittings, and I have significant concern that the reason this is being raced through the chamber now to get it to the Senate, so the government, they hope, will pass it in the Senate, this might be because they intend for this legislation to be in place before the next federal election. And that is deeply, deeply concerning, because even if the High Court strikes this sort of legislation down, which I hope, if this bill were to pass, that occurs, I also don't know what damage may occur to our democracy in the meantime, and particularly if there is an election held under this legislation, what that will mean and what impact that will have on the rights that we absolutely fundamentally have to speak freely in political debate. Now, I'm from the state of South Australia. We have electoral laws that are nowhere near as bad as this, but they're still pretty curious, for state elections, called the Truth in Advertising laws. And there are indeed proposals from the government, on top of this terrible legislation, to also legislate a similar regime for federal elections. And as someone who's participated in the campaign hierarchy of a number of state elections in South Australia, they absolutely lead to and achieve the opposite of what they sound like they're meant to be achieving. And it turns into a situation where the legislation is weaponised by political opponents. We've certainly received evidence from the Australian Electoral Commissioner himself during the Electoral Matters inquiry into these truth in advertising laws, saying, please don't make me some kind of arbiter over truth. I want to be an independent officer that runs elections. And if you come to me and say, hey, that candidate's put this thing out and it's wrong and you need to determine that it's wrong, that compromises my independence, and it obviously turns me into a participant in a political contest when I am meant to and want to be the independent arbiter. And this is what's all before us if this legislation passes, Deputy Speaker. This, of course, will be weaponised, and we will have situations where in political contests and a whole range of other parts of civil society, regrettably this applies way beyond just political debate, but it's the first and best example of why we should fear it and defeat it. we'll have a situation where we have open lawfare becoming a part of political debate and political contest in this country. So it'll all be about lawyers at 20 paces. And every time someone has something to say about what they'll do if they're elected or what their opponent might do if their opponent wins, it'll all be about racing off to court and having a dispute about it. And through this legislation, it'll be about when we post things on online platforms, what and how pressure is brought to bear to try and censor people's arguments and legitimate and fair rights to engage in political contest and political argument. Now, again, I say I have a confidence that the High Court won't let legislation like this ever get that far. But I also made the point that there'll be a period of time until the High Court deals with all of those matters that is at risk of having serious consequences to our democracy. And the worst part that I identify in this legislation, on top of the appallingness of the principle, is the powers it gives to the executive government and the powers it gives to the minister and agencies that report to the minister. And again, we have this situation where misinformation and disinformation is totally contestable. And anyone can concoct a claim that something is misinformation or disinformation. In this legislation, we have a situation where the minister has these powers to direct inquiries and investigations, and of course, ministers are from the political class. They are political participants. They are in the government that is campaigning against an opposition, and they are of course compromised and of course have a bias with these powers to use them in ways that might bring about political advantage to them or political disadvantage to their opponents. Now, I could go on and on and on and on and on about a whole range of other significant issues with the specifics of the legislation, but whilst they're important and they make the argument about why there are so many problems with this proposal, beyond that, the most important thing is that fundamentally this is an assault on the cherished right of free speech that all Australians enjoy, have the right to, that more than 100,000 Australians have died to secure and ensure that that right is enduring for us into perpetuity. And I strongly urge this chamber to reflect on the principle that we would be embarking upon if we made a decision to legislate something that is so grotesquely abhorrent and offensive to the values that, until this legislation was brought before this parliament, I believed were held in ubiquity by every single member of this chamber. I urge the second reading be defeated.
I thank the honourable member for Sturt. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Braddon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, Deputy Speaker. There's that principle should underpin everything we do here. The fact that you sit here in the centre of this chamber from an elevated position with a degree of authority indicates that you are not here to be the arbiter of one side or the other, but you are to represent a fair and honest debate without fear or favour. And that is a role, Deputy Speaker, that you personally take very seriously, and I know you do, as do most of our speakers. The flags that adorn this chamber are representative of our great and free country. Our great and free country that many men and women have given their lives for, in one way or another. Some may not have directly died in defence of that democracy, but they have given their lives in the pursuit of that democratic power and that principle that we have as a country. And it's something that is near and dear to my heart. Deputy Speaker, I believe in protecting our hard-fought freedoms, and the right for free speech is one of our most cherished. It's not a freedom that we've won lightly. It stands on the sacrifices of generations of men and women who have given everything to protect it. They stood up unwavering against who would strip it away from us. Their courage has afforded us the right to live, to think and to speak freely. It's our duty to honour their legacy, this principle, and to fiercely protect these rights for generations who follow. We cannot yield. We cannot allow a backward step. The consequences would be deeply troubling for a nation that prides itself on that democracy and those principles. For those of us who hold freedom of speech dear, the Communications Legislation Amendment Bill 2024 is deeply troubling at best. It represents a line that we cannot, as a nation, afford to cross. It is a bill that simply is an attack on our right to speak freely and to think freely. It's an attack on our right to hear voices of our fellow Australians, to engage in ideas, even when they're uncomfortable, Deputy Speaker, even when they're controversial. It's an attack on our right to make informed choices for ourselves. The government is proposing that the Australian Media Communications Authority, or ACMA, be granted sweeping powers to oversee or to penalise digital platforms. ACMA would be authorised to decide if digital platforms have taken, quote, adequate steps to control misinformation and disinformation. If a platform's actions are deemed inadequate, they could face significant fines, up to 5% of their global revenue. Now, Deputy Speaker, imagine the pressure that this would place on companies, effectively forcing them to police or to censor or to change what Australians can say online simply to avoid financial ruin. This power is a slippery slope, Deputy Speaker. To avoid punishment, platforms are likely to overcorrect, to silence far more of the content that is necessary in order to comply. And when we restrict speech to such a degree, we deny Australians the right to voice their views freely. One of the fundamental issues here is the broad and vague language around what constitutes misinformation. Under this bill, misinformation doesn't have to be deliberately false or malicious. It simply has to be reasonably verifiable as misleading and potentially able to cause serious harm. But serious harm, Deputy Speaker, in itself is undefined in any meaningful way. Deputy Speaker, the reason robust societies protect the open exchange of ideas is important. History has shown us that the censoring of opinions or dismissing them as harmful ends badly for a society. It leads to a climate of fear, a reluctance to share ideas, and to ultimately a society that is less capable of growth or resilience. In this digital age, Australians are just sharing photos or news, or they're exchanging ideas at best. To critique the decisions of those in power and to stand up for what they believe in. This bill risks silencing all of that. It's telling Australians you can speak, but only if you toe the government line, if you say what we like. But the impact of this bill extends far beyond the online world. Consider the Communications Minister's power in order to initiate misinformation investigations or hearings under this bill. The Minister would have the authority to direct ACMA to investigate digital platforms in order to event public hearings. The only restriction on this power is that it cannot be directed at a single end user, but beyond that, the Minister can decide the terms of those investigations. This is a sweeping and deeply concerning power, one that could be misused or influence debate or silence critics under the guise of controlling so-called misinformation. It isn't enough cause for concern. Then the bill includes further exemptions that highlight a double standard. Academics, scientists, artists and even satirical commentary are all protected under this legislation. But, Deputy Speaker, ordinary Australians aren't. And that is a double standard that I cannot live with. In other words, the government's saying for those who are deemed to be professionals, or create content within approved spheres are allowed freedom of speech. However, the rest of us are expected to stay within the bounds of the government's deemed definition of safe. This distinction fundamentally undermines the principle of equal free speech for all Australians, irrespective of their position in society. And it doesn't end there, Deputy Speaker. Professional news content produced by mainstream media is also exempt from this legislation. So, if a major newspaper publishes an article with a particular viewpoint, it is safe from being labelled as misinformation. But if ordinary Australians do the same, then it could be considered under this bill. It's not fair. This two-tiered system essentially suggests that mainstream media is more credible than the voices of Australians, and it's not right. This puts professional journalists in a separate category, and whilst many of us may consider they are already, shielding them from the rules could restrict their content on personal platforms, but not already protecting the average Australian sharing the same information. Deputy Speaker, this is an approach that does not respect Australians, their intelligence or their right to engage in a variety of options or opinions. This bill also extends ACMA's powers significantly, allowing it to demand documents and information from individuals associated with digital platforms. The penalties for failing to comply are harsh. The powers that cast a wide net will create a culture of fear that discourages robust and honest discussion. Now, Deputy Speaker, my key responsibility in this place is to fiercely, honestly and succinctly represent the views across those living in my electorate. And this is a responsibility that I take very seriously. Therefore, it's no surprise that the response to this bill in my electorate has been swift and significant. I've received phone calls, emails, people have stopped me in the street, people are angry. Here's what some of them have said. Laszlo Falaudi from Ulverston said, as a swing voter, the threat to democracy posed by this bill is alarming. I value my freedom to post online and fear that this legislation will severely restrict it. The threat of freedom of speech, looming censorship and increased powers of the government, particularly the ACMA, are issues that cannot be ignored. The potential consequences of this bill on public discourse and the open exchange of ideas is troubling at best. Lynn Dunham from Sprayton said, it is essential that we protect our democratic views and ensure the legitimate concerns and differing opinions are not silenced by government intervention. I agree with you, Lynn. Stuart Gregg from Penguin told me that I have even less faith in ACMA's ability to oversee such powers in a balanced manner than I do in the sincerity of the proponents. Well, I'm with you, Stuart, on that one. Australia does not need a Ministry of Truth, well said, particularly not those staffed by Canberra ideologues. It is disappointing when government believes that the answer to lies in more legislation and regulation. Repealing legislation or reducing government interference is never an option, apparently. Paul Jacques from Wynyard said that the broad definitions of misinformation and serious harm, coupled with severe penalties for non-compliance, are likely to result in over-censorship of digital platforms. Wayne Spradbury from Trial Harbour said, I urge you to reconsider the impact of this bill on our democracy and the fundamental right to freedom of expression. It is essential that measures to combat misinformation and disinformation are balanced, are transparent and are respectful of those individual liberties. Tony Downey from Leith said the definitions of misinformation and serious harm in this bill are overly broad and vague, leading to a high risk of over-censorship. And Anne Brewer from Ulverston simply said, isn't that what China does? Well, I think you're onto something, Anne. That list goes on, Deputy Speaker. Lists of legitimate complaints, concerns, people are deeply troubled and angry. This government doesn't seem to get that. This is a bill at its core that is preventing, it's all supposed to be about preventing harm. It's about control. It's about so-called standards. And the good thing about standards, Deputy Speaker, are there's so many standards to choose from. Which one do we choose? The Albanese government wants to decide what Australians can see, what they can say, and ultimately what they can think. This approach is fundamentally at odds with the values of free and open democracy. Australia does not need a government-approved version of the truth. What we need is a population equipped with critical thinking skills, a society that encourages open debate, and a culture that allows its people to question authority without fear. This bill is a misguided attempt to solve a problem that can be solved through censorship. Australians deserve to be heard. Australians deserve to hear from each other. Australians don't deserve to be silenced. We can't silence anybody. It hurts all. It takes away our chance for debate, to question and to grow. So, Speaker, if you haven't gleaned it already, my position is fairly clear. The coalition's position is fairly clear. The voices of my electorate are very clear. I vigorously oppose this bill and the Albanese government's attempt to tell Australians what they can and cannot say. Freedom of speech is not just a right, it is at the foundation of our country, and we must hold it dear. Now, for 20 years of my life, Deputy Speaker, I held a rifle in defence of this country under that flag that I talked about earlier. I was in a corps, the Corps of Signals, the Royal Australian Corps of Signals. On our hat badge is Mercury, the Athenian runner of the gods. In his hand he has the caduceus, wrapped and intertwined with two serpents. Those serpents and that caduceus indicate truth. We are required in the military, in the Signal Corps, to deliver the truth, irrespective of the content. That person that receives that message might not like the content, but the validity of that content is important. If we go changing that, if we go censoring that, if we go changing the context of that, then people die. And I'm very fearful, and as I stand here, I'm very fearful that our democracy, should this bill be even anywhere near look like passing, then our democracy will die with it. I condemn this bill.
I thank the honourable member for Braddon. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Fisher.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Speaker. I want to acknowledge the member for Braddon and that outstanding speech that he gave, and I want to acknowledge the service that he has given our country and all members in this House that have worn the uniform of the ADF, but particularly the member for Braddon, who has so succinctly put the importance of fighting this bill and linking it back to the service that he's provided, particularly in the Signals Corps. Because the Signals Corps is all about communication, as he just indicated. And he spoke about the badge that he wore on his hat and the importance of truth. And I think that that's a lesson that everybody in this chamber can really take some notice of today. I share the member for Braddon's disgust in this bill, and I want to take a few moments now to talk about my concerns. Now, we as members of this place, we are in a privileged position. We're in a very wealthy country. We have a lot of freedoms, but freedom, as they say, ain't free. There's 103, I'm trying to get my bearings here, help me out, member for Braddon. There's 103,000 men and women just down the road who we acknowledge paid the ultimate sacrifice for us as 27 million Australians. Freedom is not free. They fought, they paid the ultimate sacrifice so that we can stand up and speak our mind. I may not like what the member for North Sydney says, but I'll defend her right to say it. I may not like what the member for Scullin says. Probably I won't. That's a pretty safe bet. But I will defend his right to say it. And what really concerns me about this bill is this underhanded current, this undercurrent, I should say, I'll rephrase that, this undercurrent of government knows best, because government will ultimately be the ultimate arbiter as to what is truth or how they perceive truth and what they perceive to be fiction. Now, like the member for Braddon, I'm going to spend a few moments reading through some of the submissions in constant hundreds and hundreds of emails and messages that I've received. I don't remember too many other bills that have come before this place that have inspired such such a visceral response from my constituents. Very, very few of them have been supportive. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, as Aldous Huxley wrote in Brave New World, most human beings have an almost infinite capacity for taking things for granted. For 124 years, Australia has been the envy of the world, a beacon for freedom and a bastion of democracy and prosperity. But the decisions that we make in this place either increase or they inhibit those freedoms. This legislation puts those very freedoms at risk. This bill that we're debating, the so-called Combating Misinformation and Disinformation Bill, I think is one of the most flawed pieces of legislation that I have had to debate in my 8 years in this place. Last year, the government was forced into a humiliating backdown after Australians overwhelmingly rejected the bill. More than 20,000 submissions and comments were made by Australians in opposition to this bill. More than 20,000. I can't remember where we have seen that sort of a response from Australians. Australians tend to be, she'll be right, mate. Unfortunately, I don't think Australians really get too uptight as much as I'd like them to. But on this bill, they have certainly seen the red flags and they've been motivated. Instead of listening to the Australian people and binning the bill, Labor have come back with this second iteration, and it is a shocker. This bill is like putting lipstick on a pig. This new version of the bill gives the regulator, the regulator, ACMA, the Australian Media and Communications Authority, powers to require digital platforms to take specific steps to reduce mis- and disinformation. They'll determine if digital platforms are taking adequate steps to prevent and respond to misinformation and disinformation. Failure to comply could result in fines of up to 5% of the company's global turnover. Now, you reckon that's going to make the platforms sit up and take notice? You bet it will. Now, no one disputes that misinformation and disinformation poses threats to social cohesion and democratic resilience. I'm the Deputy Chair of the PJCIS. I'm the Deputy Chair of the Defence Subcommittee. No one knows that better than I, perhaps with the exception of the member for Braddon. I know the important role that information warfare plays in national security and our offensive and defensive capabilities. We know that our competitors and organised crime gangs are using AI and online platforms to sow discord, spread disinformation and impact on the results of elections. We've seen that just today. We've seen reports about Russia trying to influence the outcome of the elections, the presidential elections today. We've seen leaked reports of the Canadian Secret Intelligence Service, of the Chinese Communist Party trying to influence the last two federal elections in Canada. This is not make-believe stuff. This is happening in the world today as we speak. And we in Australia would be very naive if we thought that it wasn't happening here. It's happening in the States, it's happening in Canada, and you better believe it's also happening here. But with that caution, wide-scale public censorship cannot be the solution. As former Deputy Chief Health Officer Professor Nick Coatsworth said, the terms misinformation and disinformation have become overused in public discourse to dismiss opposing viewpoints without engaging in debate. As the Victorian Bar Association put well, it is better to fight information with information and to attempt to persuade rather than to coerce people. What we're talking about in this legislation isn't about defence. It inhibits dialogue and it is dystopian. It's the stuff of George Orwell and 1984. It's Huxley and the Brave New World. We're talking about the age of Big Brother, the age of the thought police, a government-run ministry of truth, determining what is real and what is not. As Huxley wrote, reality cannot be ignored except at a price. Which reality will bureaucrats and this Labor government decide is misinformation? If I attest that Israel has the right to defend its very existence against a network of terror regimes, will I be cancelled? If I argue that nuclear energy will secure cheaper, cleaner and consistent energy long into the future, will I be hauled before Labor's Ministry of Truth? If the decisions and the politics of this government are any guide, then these kinds of genuinely held beliefs and empirical truths would be captured under the misinformation laws. Huxley again said that great is truth, but still greater, from a practical point of view, is silence about truth. The censorship of free speech, whether fact or fiction, is fundamentally wrong. Very few proposals, as I said, from the federal government have raised the ire of concern of everyday Australians. I spoke earlier about some of the concerns that my constituents have made to me. Linda from Peachester told me, I am worried about the impact this bill will have on my freedom to post online, my freedom of speech and the threat of censorship. Marilyn from Curramundi wrote, this bill poses a serious threat to democracy, freedom of speech and grants excessive powers to government. As Jacob from Landsborough said, this bill is nothing less than an assault on the free speech of everyday Australians. And as Carol from Little Mountain put so well, it is crucial that we protect the open exchange of ideas and opinions, even those that may be controversial or unpopular. The Australian people have had their say. They want the Parliament to bin this bill. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, if after all of that you're still not convinced, and I reckon you are, then let me explain why this legislation is so flawed. The legislation imposes big fines on digital platforms who don't comply with the relevant rules, codes or standards, but that is a decision made by ACMA. Now, I am absolutely no fan of social media platforms. I've been taking them on since 2016, ever since the death of Dolly Everett. They've failed to keep kids safe online. They've failed to protect our most vulnerable. They've failed to show the transparency and accountability that Australians and Australian businesses expect and demand. But this legislation does nothing more than to incentivise over-regulation and over-censorship online. In order to avoid the risk of fines, it would make sense for digital platforms to censor content which ACMA may see as misinformation or disinformation. In so doing, it is likely that the platforms will self-censor the legitimately held views of Australians so that they don't cop those big fines. The 5% of their global annual turnover. Do you reckon they're going to be a little bit gun-shy? Worse still, The minister has the power to exclude any platform from these obligations. So a digital site that supports the government could be excluded as a result. Once again, this Labor government shows that it's owned lock, stock and barrel by big tech and the big end of town. One of the most contentious elements of the legislation is the vagueness around some of the key definitions, as the member for Braddon so eloquently put in his speech. Most concerning is the broad definition of misinformation. As it stands, this definition captures the opinions of Australians which are held in good faith. That could have catastrophic outcomes for the freedom of speech and political communication in our country. Religious freedom is the example that immediately springs to mind. As the Shadow Minister for Communications put so well, spirituality is the domain of the individual, not the state. Yet these laws give the federal government and overzealous digital providers the power to decide which speech, including which religious speech, is reasonable. In their submission on the bill, a group of faith leaders said that providers will be empowered to determine whether the teaching is reasonable in itself. The Australian Catholic Bishops' Conference noted in their submission that judges could then be required to adjudicate on the reasonableness of religious expression. The idea that big tech and government will be made the arbiters of truth and reasonable religious expression isn't just a matter for people of faith. It is for all Australians to be very concerned about. Now, I'm no particular ally of the Queensland Council for Civil Liberties. I probably think it's the only time I've ever agreed with them on anything. But on this occasion, they've said, even the Council of Civil Liberties said, the government's role as an intellectual arbiter of the truth in social and political debate must be constricted, if not completely denied. It flies in the face of the most fundamental principles of law, our human rights obligations and the separation of church and state. From a philosophical, public, procedural and policy perspective, this bill misses the mark completely. It is philosophically un-Australian and it must be rejected.
Order. I thank the honourable member for Fisher. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. You know, the prevalence of mis and disinformation, both on digital platforms and in the media more broadly, is a cause of great concern, not only for many in my community of North Sydney, but around the world. As a result, to effectively combat this issue, democratic governments worldwide are trying to tread a fine line that balances the need to objectively deconstruct untrue and harmful content whilst protecting the freedom of expression. After all, online platforms can be used for purposes that both strengthen and undermine democracy and values. They can increase access to information and facilitate the free exchange of ideas, increase the diversity of voices contributing to public discussions, and allow for broader public participation in a democratic conversation. But they can also be used in ways that pose a threat to democratic processes through disinformation campaigns that undermine trust in public institutions and exacerbate divisions within society. As the Australian Human Rights Commission stated in their submission to the Senate Select Committee on Foreign Interference through Social Media, the challenge lies in ensuring any policy responses mitigate the risks posed by the latter without disproportionately impacting upon the former. And that is the challenge before the Parliament now, to assess whether this bill strikes an equilibrium between safeguarding against misinformation whilst protecting freedom of speech. Now, this bill has drawn a lot of criticism, and I'm sure I'm not alone in receiving substantial amounts of correspondence from my community with concerns about potential implications of the bill before us and getting the balance wrong. On one hand, veering too far towards combating misinformation risks shutting down free speech, delegitimising alternative opinions and justifying censorship. It risks imposing a single view of truth, as some have written, or a chilling effect on free speech that stymies innovation and alternative thinking. On the other hand, veering too far towards protecting free expression risks ignoring the spread of disinformation, leading to political interference in elections, inciting violence, and amongst other risks, spreading harmful health-related information. Disinformation has already influenced democratic processes around the world, from the 2016 US presidential election to the UK's Brexit information. And the World Health Organisation's review of studies into misinformation and health found social media propagated poor quality health-related information during pandemics, humanitarian crises and health emergencies at an increasing rate. The report notes such spreading of unreliable evidence on health topics amplifies and promotes unproven treatments. The COVID-19 pandemic was a prime example. A review of 14 studies conducted across different countries found that serious harm had occurred because of COVID-19 related misinformation. Cases included hydroxychloroquine overdoses, drug shortages, changing treatments of patients with rheumatic and autoimmune diseases, and panic over supplies and fuel. In just one example, a popular myth that the consumption of pure alcohol could eliminate the COVID virus led to 800 deaths and more than 5,000 hospitalisations. Yet while the reasons to legislate are becoming increasingly evident, striking the right balance is going to be tricky, and it was clear the government's first attempt, the 2023 iteration of this bill, did not hit the mark. To its credit, the government has appeared to listen to some of that criticism. Excuse me while I switch. But the reality is there is much in this bill that continues to need to be addressed. The growth of digital platforms over the past 2 decades has fundamentally changed the way we all access information, with social media platforms now the equivalent of the modern-day public square. Indeed, according to the Genro Australian social media statistics, in 2023 almost 4 in 5 Australians had active social media accounts, and more than half of them use social media as a source of news. Yet while these digital platforms have developed rapidly, the regulatory environment has not. There is growing consensus then that the new digital environment, while increasing pluralism and engagement with politics, also poses significant threats to both our society as a whole and individual safety, with a number of recent reports highlighting the harmful effects of mis- and disinformation disseminated on digital platforms on civil society and vulnerable minority groups. From the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission's Digital Platforms Inquiry to the Senate Select Committee on Foreign Interference through Social Media and the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters report on the conduct of the 2022 federal election, legislators have been discussing this challenge for some time. And to be clear, personally, I am not a fan of government legislation as a way to regulate industry. I would much rather see sectors self-regulate effectively, ensuring they are putting the needs of their consumers ahead of their own profit if necessary. But Australia's voluntary code of practice on disinformation and misinformation, implemented in response to the Digital Platforms Inquiry, has not been sufficient to stop the problem because a number of the major platforms, including Reddit, Snapchat, WeChat, and as of November last year, X, are not signatories. Voluntary commitments on the part of companies have not always been implemented effectively, and a lack of transparency and consistent data means implementation has been difficult to measure. Ultimately, the truth is these platforms are commercially driven and are designed to keep users on them as long as possible to attract advertisers. And in this way, the environment is absolutely prime for manipulative techniques. And that brings me to the bill before us, which aims to drive these commercial entities to prioritise their end users' welfare. Just as we wouldn't let a dodgy car on the road with bad brakes, we cannot allow these businesses to continue to operate with the same poor standards. The bill proposes to do that by regulating the platform so they take reasonable steps to ensure their product is not being used to spread mis- and disinformation. The bill aims to do that by imposing obligations on the digital platforms to assess the risk of mis- and disinformation on their platforms and publish a risk report, to publish their policies for managing mis- and disinformation, and to publish media literacy plans to detail the measures they will take to help users better identify mis- and disinformation. It does also provide the regulator, the Australian Communications and Media Authority, henceforth called ACMA, with powers to obtain information about mis- and disinformation from digital platforms, to make rules requiring digital platforms to keep records relating to mis- and disinformation and implement a process for handling complaints and resolving disputes, to register enforceable misinformation codes that set out the measures the industry will take to reduce the risk of mis and disinformation, and provide ACMA with power to make misinformation standards for sections of the digital platform industry if the codes do not adequately protect from misinformation. Importantly, and this is really important for people to understand, these codes and standards will be disallowable by this Parliament, and the digital platforms will continue to be responsible for the content they host and promote to users. In this way, these new powers are designed to promote transparency and hold digital platforms to account for the actions they take to counter the spread of mis and disinformation on their services. But they do not enable ACMA to engage directly with a content producer nor demand content be removed. As made evident through the impact analysis of the bill, significant effort has been put into drafting the legislation to ensure these powers are appropriately balanced, so any limitation on the freedom of expression would be proportionate to the ultimate objective of protecting the community from serious online harm. That being said, many still have concerns about the legislation, and they deserve to be acknowledged and answered. The most common being that this bill will unduly restrict the implied right to freedom of expression and freedom of political communication. Many are concerned that rather than protecting our community, these powers, as exercised through ACMA, will ultimately mean it will be the government of the day that decides what is and is not acceptable to say, capturing valid expression under the definition of misinformation. And as one person wrote, if the last few years have demonstrated anything, it's that what is often labelled misinformation may actually later be proven to be correct. Some are also worried about the potential for the silencing of legitimate concerns or over-censorship, and these concerns are shared by some very prominent human rights organisations, with the Human Rights Commission highlighting a number of deficiencies in this bill. And again, I want to reiterate, I understand these concerns. It isn't surprising the Australian community would be worried about their right to freedom of expression, given that this right is not explicitly protected in our federal constitutional or our statutory law. Additionally, across the globe, we are increasingly seeing authoritarian governments use misinformation to their advantage. And at home, we are increasing the suppression of the right to protest. We're witnessing the increasing suppression of the right to protest and the prosecution of whistleblowers. Again, while I acknowledge and understand these concerns, however, I do believe this bill includes appropriate guardrails to ensure that, to the extent that there is a restriction on freedom of communication, it is justified and proportionate. Importantly, the fact that these new ACMA powers are directed to digital communication platform providers and not individual end users provides me with some comfort that, while certainly not perfect, this bill is at least headed in the right direction. By focusing on incentivising digital communication platforms to have robust systems and measures in place to address mis and disinformation, I believe this legislation turns the responsibility back onto the service providers themselves. Importantly, if the legislation had enabled ACMA or any minister or politician to have direct takedown power for individual content or accounts, I would not even be considering supporting it. But in it, as it's currently drafted, this reform also actually protects certain implied rights, including the right to participate in public affairs, the right to vote and be elected, the right to security of person, and the rights that protect against vilification and discrimination. Ultimately, weighing up these competing interests and rights requires an ethical framework, and this is where we are at a disadvantage as a nation, because Australia is the only liberal democracy in the world without either an overarching federal Bill of Human Rights or a Human Rights Act. If we had that in place, arguably this conversation and debate would be far easier. And on that point, I just want to draw particular attention to what I see as completely inconsistent stance taken by the opposition of this legislation. Only a number of months ago, as the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights recommended Australia introduce a Human Rights Act, the opposition dissented vociferously on the basis that Australians' rights are already adequately protected. Give me a break. You can't have it both ways. Either rights are adequately protected or they're not. I've also heard concerns from my community about excessive powers granted to ACMA. As one person put it to me, the notion of ACMA acting with such authority, effectively becoming a gatekeeper for what is allowed on our digital platforms, from public health debates to political discussions, is deeply concerning. And these concerns are valid. But I do believe they are being addressed through the increased safeguards added to this bill since that first draft back in 2023. In particular, I want to draw people's attention to Section 70 of the bill, which provides a review mechanism which includes an assessment of the impact of the bill on freedom of expression 3 years after commencement and must be conducted in a manner that provides for public consultation. Now, I would have liked to have seen that review being undertaken within 12 months, but having been here for 2.5 years now, I get it. Things don't move as quickly as they do in the real world here. Further to this, however, though, I note the bill does not stipulate this review be conducted independently from the government, and in that context, I've been working closely with the Minister and her team to try and ensure this is amended in the final legislation. In addition to this, I would draw the First Nations people's Aboriginal corporation concerns to the Minister's attention, as I believe they raise important issues on how cultural knowledge systems like Indigenous health practices may be wrongly classified as misinformation. Censoring community-based health perspectives could risk exacerbating a lack of trust in health institutions, reducing First Nations engagement and necessary services, and limiting the freedom of First Nations communities to manage their own health and well-being. To ensure these concerns are appropriately addressed, Indigenous leaders must be properly consulted in the review of the bill's impact, and the government should give consideration to embedding the culturally aware framework into the legislation as per the corporation's recommendations. In addition to this, Australia's broader plan to combat online misinformation must be improved. Digital literacy campaigns are a useful shield against inappropriate online influence, with numerous studies and reports highlighting the importance of media literacy to combat mis and disinformation without threatening the right to freedom of expression. In the Nordic countries, for example, which consistently top the Media Literacy Index, media literacy education is a core component of the school curriculum, as are critical thinking skills and comprehensive civics education. In comparison, a recent study by the Australian News and Media Research Centre found that 68% of Australians had a low or very low level of news literacy. Clearly, there's an opportunity to increase Australia's digital literacy. Ultimately, I believe combining education with effective regulation to hold digital platforms to account would potentially drive the best outcomes for all. But just because I think that doesn't make it true. And therefore I commend the member for Goldstein for also moving amendments that she believes would strengthen researcher access to the information within the bill so that we can actually have independent research on how misinformation spreads and how best to combat it. In closing, the risk that mis and disinformation poses to this country is so great that I do believe we need to start somewhere. Perfect should not be the enemy of good. So while there is certainly room for improvement in this legislation, particularly with regard to an independent review and academic access to information, with some amendments, I will be inclined to support this legislation as a first step to reduce the spread of harmful mis and disinformation.
I thank the honourable member for North Sydney. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Kennedy.
Mr Acting Speaker, the centre of the education system, when I went through it in Queensland, had a number of hallmarks, and one of them, for some 60 years, Aldous Huxley, Brave New World, and George Orwell's 1984 were on the reading list for some 60 or 70 years. They've recently been taken off the reading list. For those who are not familiar or have forgotten these works, I found them extremely scary. In both cases, they had thought police, and they were monitoring what you said and what you did. And if they didn't like it, watch out. They talk about an Orwellian spectre. It conjures up images of Big Brother watching you continuously. If you go into a hotel now in Queensland, there is a camera there on you. And if you use any language that may be considered to be racist by the thought police, and what is racist is their opinion of what is racist. If you exemplify anything against LGBTQTs or whatever they call them, then again you're breaching laws, and Big Brother is watching you. Big Brother is watching you. I was on the front of the Australian newspaper the election before last because I had my two grandchildren, grandsons, two of my grandsons coming up, and I said, oh, beauty, we'll get the Diana air rifles, you know, and set up the targets. My wife said, no, they're under 16, boys are not allowed to have, but they're just old air rifles. I mean, they couldn't hurt a flea. And no, you're not allowed to do it, it's illegal. I said, all right, well let's rig up the flying fox, you know, zoom, 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 splash in the swimming pool. No, you've got to take a panel off the swimming pool. Oh yeah, but they don't come out and inspect us. We're 2 kilometres out of town. They were out last week, and our fence was 2.8 centimetres lower than it should be, and he wanted to replace the whole fence. He gave us an order to replace the fence for $3,800. I said, well, all right, we'll start work on the treehouse, second stage of the treehouse. She said, no, kid fell out of the treehouse 2 months ago in Brisbane, and treehouse are banned. I said, in desperation and exasperation, I said, we'll go down the flat. We get 11 or 12 acres. We'll go down the flat and we'll boil the billy, teach them how to boil the billy and make damper. The most iconic Australian image is boiling the billy. It's part of our national identity. No, you cannot light a fire in the open without getting a permit. It'll take 2 or 3 months to get a permit. Now, free country? When the song was chosen to start the 200th anniversary of Australian settlement, there's only 300,000 or 400,000 people, maybe only 200,000 people living here, and then suddenly there were people living here, lots and lots of people. So to commemorate that, they kicked it off with a song which was sung quite rightly by Slim Dusty. We've done us proud. We've done us proud to come this far, 200 years to where we are. Side by side, hand in hand, we've lived and died for this great land. We've done us proud. And the song starts off, we sail the seas in search of freedom. Freedom? Freedom? Your kid's not allowed to boil a billy. Your kid's not allowed to have a tree house. Your kid's not allowed to have zip, zoom, zoom in the swimming pool. Your kid's not allowed to have an air rifle. I mean, free country. Now, what you believe people should and shouldn't do is your business. Don't impose those values upon me. This is a free country. Don't impose those values upon me. Well, of course, they impose those values now every day of the week. Now, tonight was the result of the election in the United States. And there's a hell of a lot of wokies in this place. Well, you better start saying your prayers, although you don't believe in God, so I don't suppose you could do that. But you better start worrying, because there was no doubt that was an election where the wokies versus the Americans. Now, there's an election coming up here, and you've already seen the results in Queensland. And I was working on those booths. Those people weren't interested in anything else except getting rid of the Labor Party. Now, if you want to know what the Labor Party was about, have a look at their last week in office. They passed anti-coercion laws. So if I raise my voice to my kids, watch out, that's coercion. I don't care what definition of coercion you want to use, legally or in the dictionaries. Coercion falls in a category. If you scream at your kids, or your wife screams at you, or you scream at your wife, that's coercion. So they passed a law to go into your house and decide what you can and can't say, and how you can and can't say it. That is the extent to which these people have destroyed our freedoms. The Government Home Affairs Department, and I have felt ashamed of being an Australian, but this one really made me feel ashamed. And the government has sat there and done nothing about it. They spat upon our Australian flag and said it can't be flown. What a government department. I mean, I'll tell you, the people that are running this country are the people living here in Canberra. And I don't want to be nasty, but it's a very small gene pool. If you've got to get the brains of a country out of 300,000 people who are inbred now over 5 generations of public servants, breeding with each other here in Canberra, and think that they know everything about everything, and they can impose their will upon the rest of Australia, well, I tell you what, mate, you're in for a big shock. You're a big shock. And if you'd worked on those polling booths and you're a Labor supporter in Queensland, you would have gone home, visiting a certain place before you went home, because you would have been scared silly, and quite rightly so, because the people now are rising up in their righteous anger. They know that you're an Australian. They know you represent all the values that we fled from Europe to get away from. You know, Graham Connors in his magical song said, we sail the seas in search of freedom. And if you wanted to really look at what they were after, yeah, ostensibly it was gold, but gold meant freedom to them. They lived under a regime where rich and powerful people could tell you exactly what to do. They could take advantage of you if you were a young lady working as a maid in their big mansions. They could take advantage of you. They were running the world slave trade and the world opium trade. And they controlled what you could say and what you couldn't say. And that is why our forebears fled to Australia, to get away from that. And here it is coming at us again. But the Government Home Affairs Department has banned the use of the Australian flag. Well, my family, we lost a son in the First World War. We lost a son in the Second World War. So please excuse me for having strong feelings about the flag. And where it came from, what it's about, that's not the point. The point is, it is our Australian flag. And you don't believe in those values. If you don't believe in those values, for heaven's sake, leave this country, because you're not an Australian. You are not an Australian. And I am going to very aggressively, for all the years I've got left that Jesus provides for me, all those years I've got left, I will fight you, because, I mean, all my uncles and cousins and my father and everybody went out to try and defend Australia from being taken over and have all of our freedoms taken off us. And yet we now have a fifth column in Australia. Well, the Americans dealt with their fifth column in fairly rough justice. Now, ACMA is going to control what we can say and not say. Who are ACMA? I mean, who are ACMA? There'll be people selected by public servants here in Canberra, and they will be deciding what you can and can't say. Most of the democracies in the world were based upon the works of Alex de Tocqueville, the Frenchman. America, of course, being the first really truly democratic state, and their constitution was very much based upon the works of Alex de Tocqueville. His most famous book was The Tyranny of the Majority. Now, what we're watching here, bad enough the tyranny of the majority, what we're watching here is the tyranny of the minority. So bad enough it was a tyranny of the majority, but this is going a lot further than that, a tyranny of the minority. When you say they're an elitist gene pool here in Canberra, I, of course, claim to have a bit of blackfella, first Australian in the family tree. I don't know whether I have or not, but I come from Cloncurry and I'm dark, and we always identify as a Murray from the Curry. And also, many, many relatives, of course, that fit into that category. We have our own way of doing things and the way we approach things, and they may not necessarily be the values that are exemplified here in Canberra, but they're our values. Now, a little group of elitist, well-educated people here in Canberra are going to tell us what to do and not do. And let's just view how these people have administered the first Australians. The life expectancy of a first Australian living in their homelands is 56. 56. The rest of Australia is 82. So Australians live to 82, except if you're first Australian. Now, I tried for 4 years desperately to get Jason Ned, the late Jason Ned, he was Mayor of Dormagee. He had mustered more cattle than anyone else in human history, and it was to get a Good Australian Award off the Prime Minister in front of 400 or 500 people at the Mount Isa Rodeo. And Jason sadly died a couple of weeks before that. But Jason, biggest cattle owner in Australia, said, "How's Jason going?" And I said, "Good, mate. He's got over 1,000 head now. It's worth about $1.5 million. He's got it together." You know, you try sitting in a saddle all day and having to go again and again at a flat gallop to wheel a breaker into the mob and risk your life. If your horse hits a hole in the ground or a branch, you're literally dead. And yet this bloke had done it. Now, it also mustered more cattle than any other person in human history. However you measured a person, this was a great man. This was a great man. And he was getting, quite rightly, a good Australian Award. The next two people will get it. It was the architect of the copper string, which will open up massive mining developments and the biggest wind farm maybe in the world at Hughenden. A wonderful leap forward. He's getting an award. And the builder of the first medical school in 44 years in Australia. 18 medical schools walked through the door he opened. They're the people that are getting this. So Jason Ned was getting this. He was a good Australian. He was a famous man. He had sat in the saddle for years of his life and got together $1.5 million for his family. And this is what his country, this is how his country said thanks to him. I applied for 4 years to get him a pastoral lease, so they had some sort of ownership of his own homeland where his family had lived for 30 or 40,000 years. Oh no, we want to look after you. We want to look after you. I don't want to use the word socialist because I don't think there's any socialists left in here, to be quite frank. And what's more, as a very active member of the CFMEU, I'm called a socialist all the time, so I won't use that turn of phrase. But the people that run Australia, we want to look after you. You poor downtrodden blackfellas, we just love you and we want to look after you. Well, to quote Percy Neal's brother at the big riots, demonstrations against COVID lockdown, he said, "We don't want you to look after us. You white fellas, we don't want you to look after us. We just want you to go away. Get out of our lives, go away. We don't want you to look after us," right? But, oh no, you've got to look after us. So you're looking after the land for us. We can't actually use the land for the purposes in which we used it for the last 40,000 years. Now, a little group of elitists down here in Canberra say, "Oh no, we're looking after the land for you." Well, go up and have a look at how they're looking after the land for you. Go and have a look at the 40 Mile Scrub, the most iconic national park in northern Australia. There's nothing there at all. It's been burnt to a cinder because you don't look after it. The cattlemen look after it, all the cattle stations around it, no fire at all, right? But national parks, gone, right? And that is what is being posed upon our first Australians. So they want to control what we say and what we don't say. Well, you know, we've seen how you run things. We see a graphic indication of that. And in the Torres Straits, I hate to say this, I really hate to say this, but what is taking place there, it must get to the United Nations sooner or later. Those people, women had fruit and vegetable gardens.
Order.
Every single house had fruit and vegetable gardens. They'd been banned. They got their income from fishing, it's been banned.
Order. The member for Kennedy. It being 7:30, I propose that the question that the House do now adjourn, and I call the member for Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government has recently made a lot about their policies helping young people. The government has recently made a lot about their changes helping and assisting young people. One change that I fear is negative is the government's secret modelling of removal of tax concessions in relation to negative gearing that would impact young people's opportunity to get ahead in particular. And as one of the electorates, my electorate of Mitchell, that has the highest proportion of people that do negatively gear in the country, I do want to say that both positive gearing and negative gearing are legitimate pathways for people to create wealth for themselves and their family in Australia. We're talking about very ordinary and very simple people with very average incomes in the main who access negative gearing in particular. And I want to note that most
property portfolios, probably about 5 to 10%, something similar, are positively geared, and which means most people access negative gearing and tax concessions for or claim a loss on rent on investment properties that they own. And why a Labor government would seek to undermine a fundamental principle of Australia's wealth creation for ordinary people still remains to me a great mystery. Not only did they promise it under their leader Bill Shorten to an election which they lost, they have now accepted that they are modelling and looking at and have asked for advice about how to further address the policy of negative gearing in Australia. And the research has come back from voters and from people across Sydney in particular, and I'll just speak about Sydney for a moment, including in northwest Sydney in my electorate, which has about 15,300 people who have a negative rent income. This is the single highest number in the country, which is one of the concerns I have. But there are many other parts of Sydney, the seat of Bennelong, for example, the seat of Greenway, and the seat of Reid, which has between, in each of those seats, 12 to 13,000 people who claim a loss on their rent in an investment property they own. And if you go to any of these areas or you understand Sydney very well, and I challenge their Labor members in each of those cases here to go to their electorates and ask them, they will find that the average income of people who have that investment property, who are claiming that loss on their investment property and rent, are very ordinary Australians, and they are sacrificing, putting aside money now, owning an investment property for the future now, and they're doing so deliberately as part of their family's wealth creation. And the Australian Financial Review had a very good story in relation to this, and certainly sought some interviews with people around the country. But there's plenty of examples you can go to, and I won't spend all day today talking about them. But there are so many people who've come forward to say that they have decided deliberately to have an investment property put together for their family's future, in which they put aside, and they have a loss of $500, and they obviously get a tax concession in relation to our current system. They would say, and this process that they do over many, many years of their life to end up owning that property, then have for their children or have for their family wealth, and to be able to make sure they don't have to live off the government in the future, is a very important process to them. And they are sacrificing their income and sacrificing other ways of generating wealth using this mechanism. Are they doing anything wrong? Absolutely not. Are they taking money off other people? No, they are not. Is this unfair? No, it isn't, because anybody can access it and anyone can put aside to do it, and other people make other valid choices about their investment and income decisions about their life. But if you decide to take advantage of this, whether it's positively geared or negatively geared, this provides pathways for very ordinary people with very ordinary incomes to end up with an investment property or a second or first property in some cases, depending on their circumstance, that they would not ordinarily have. And on the ladder of opportunity that Labor likes to talk about, this is one of the fundamental ways that Australians have used to create and generate their own wealth. And for Labor to be considering changes to these concessions, again, after the verdict of the Australian people, and in the verdict of the Australian people, I might add, in seats like Reid, in seats like Bennelong, in seats like Parramatta, the verdict was almost unanimously clear in 2019 about these tax concessions, and it was that people wanted them. People wanted access to them. Ordinary Australians want to be able to generate wealth for their family future and do it in negatively gearing as well as positively gearing. For Labor to be back at this table, to be looking at options again, to be considering it, to be not ruling out changes in all parts of Western Sydney and Sydney that are very simple places that want to just get ahead for themselves and their family, it is the wrong thing to be doing. And so on behalf of my electorate, which is absolutely number one in the country for accessing these concessions, people who earn their way in life, have high incomes but work hard, but also for every other part of Western Sydney that's taking advantage of them, I say to Labor, drop this flawed proposal to change negative gearing.
Thank the member for Mitchell. I call the member for Gorton.
Deputy Speaker, I rise tonight to talk about new technologies and new industries, some of which are in my electorate, and how they are part of the exciting future for this country. Speaker, the Albanese government's agenda is broad and wide. It's really looking to attend to major challenges that we confront, whether it's making sure that we meet our targets to net zero by 2050, whether it's ensuring that we provide greater sovereign capability in civilian and defence areas of our economy, whether it's ensuring we move faster to renewables. We need to do these things, and to do that we need to have innovative companies and businesses in this country. The fact is the future made in Australia is centred on fostering a sustainable and self-reliant economy, particularly through investments in new energy infrastructure. It's about encouraging innovation and new technologies while ensuring that this shift benefits local communities and businesses and the Australian workforce. 3D printing or additive manufacturing is an example of such an industry. It's revolutionising supply chains and manufacturing, and Australia would do well to be at the forefront of these changes. Imagine a world where spare parts can be manufactured on site rather than having to be ordered and manufactured elsewhere before being delivered, which in some industries could mean weeks or months of delay. Or a world where custom items can be manufactured on demand and products can be easily and cheaply adapted to whatever bespoke requirements are needed, where materials used are optimised and waste eliminated, where construction of new houses moves from planning to completion more efficiently, more productively and more safely. This is the power of 3D printing. And it's not just the musings of science fiction writers, the future is with us now. 3D printers are currently being used by construction companies, sole traders, the defence industry and even space agencies, and they've shown that they can reduce the cost, they can reduce carbon footprint and construction times for a wide range of projects. Now, earlier this year, I had the opportunity to visit Luton 3D, which is a local business in my electorate of Gorton, who are a leading provider of advanced robotics and additive manufacturing technology. And it was a very insightful visit, I have to say. I got a first-hand look at how the cutting-edge 3D printers are making a significant impact on modern manufacturing processes and are helping to tackle some of Australia's most pressing challenges, from housing to climate change. There was a mix of skills and technology on display at Luton 3D, and I couldn't help but leave having been impressed with their vision for the future. This was a great example, in my view, of the Future Made in Australia agenda in action. I'm also happy to say the Minister for Industry and Science subsequently visited this company, accompanied by the Labor candidate for the next election, Alice Jordan-Baird. And I'm very happy that they turned up, and indeed as a result of that, as a result of that company putting in a bid for a project, they did receive about $3 million. The Albanese government has backed this company, Luton 3D, in order to ensure it can commercialise their technology with a Cooperative Research Centre project grant. I'm very pleased to see that happen, because by fostering a 3D printing ecosystem, the government can help support job creation in high-tech industries while driving down costs for example, renewable energy projects. Additionally, 3D printing can expedite the development of critical infrastructure, enhancing Australia's capability to meet its energy transition goals. It embodies a forward-thinking approach to sustainable manufacturing, positioning Australia as a leader in advanced technologies. Deputy Speaker, by investing in the right mix of skills and high-precision 3D printing technology, we are upskilling our workforce and generating innovative solutions to problems that matter to Australians. I commend Luton 3D and will watch with interest as this and other new technologies are embraced in the years to come.
Thank the member for Gorton, and I call the member for New England.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And to be quite frank, I rise tonight, I was given this adjournment slot and I was wondering what I'd speak about. And then something came to me. On the 29th of October 2004, I was elected. So that was 20 years ago. So
congratulations.
So it was a funny election, Mr Deputy Speaker. I had no one gave what was then the Queensland Nationals a chance. We'd lost the Senate seat to One Nation. There was the Australian Democrats who were still at work. No paper gave us a hope. And to be quite frank, during the election, the Liberal Party campaigned against me. And so, first thing I'd like to say on this is, is a thank you once more to the people of Queensland who originally elected me. A huge thank you to all those people in any political party who help you on your way, who stand behind you, who never get paid. They're amazing people, and a lot of them, to be quite frank, now have passed away. But I still ring them up and talk to them, Western Queensland, find out what's going on. Also, once more, to say sorry to all the people who I hurt along the way, which inevitably happens in a political career. You should always remember that, those who helped you and those who you hurt. But I also wanted to briefly reflect on some of the issues that were important then and still important now. Number one is the importance of the family. No one's perfect, but the family is a great structure. And if you haven't got the family structure right, then trying to create a nation on top of that is incredibly difficult. You have to respect the structure of the family and do what you can to support them. Back even in 2004, there was the issue of the rise of totalitarianism, especially there was the view of, where would communist China end up, and that has actually grown. And what was seen at the time as being sort of scaremongering and ridiculous, and now we see it in its absolute fruition through so many areas. And so if the trend is to be observed, we've got to be incredibly careful about where this nation is. You can lose it. If you are not diligent, you can lose this nation. And that's more important than any other issue, because that's the one that will lose you your house, your mother, your father, your wife, your husband, your daughter, your superannuation, the whole lot. So that is at one of the sort of paramount issues. I believe it's held on both sides of the House, but we've really got to focus on exactly how we sustain ourselves, because the comparative power now between totalitarianism and democracy is vastly more scary, vastly more evident than it was before the Second World War. Nazi Germany did not have the comparative power that the United States of America, England, France, and then after Operation Barbarossa, the Soviet Union had, but most definitely China, Russia, Iran, North Korea. Their comparative power is vastly in excess of what fascism was before the Second World War. So we've got to be focused on that. Power of small business to provide the freedom for the individual. Big businesses give you a job. Small business gives you a career. It gives you to be free, to give you that sense of freedom, to be master of your own ship. And that's getting more lost. And the rights of the individual. The individual doesn't have rights unless it's got private ownership over property rights. These are being more and more diminished, more and more taken off people. The protection of the individual by law and order. You go to so many areas, law and order is a huge thing. People feel threatened, they feel scared. They feel more threatened and more scared than they used to be. And you can see that whether it's from Garbutt and Townsville down to northern New South Wales, right down into the western suburbs of Sydney. People should not feel scared. The ability to express views. It's for others to debate your views, not to diminish or denigrate you because of your views, for there to be an open discussion and debate of the issues. And, one of my big issues that brought me into politics, and I have to stand behind it, is nobody had the right to kill you the day after you were born, and nobody had the right to kill you the day before. And it's the right of the individual is to be sanctified, is to be held in the highest process. No one has the right to take my life without my permission. You have a duty of care, but not a right over my life.
Thank the member for New England, and I call the member for Macon.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, as we near the end of 2024, we can look back on what has been another extraordinary year throughout the world. The fallout from COVID continues to impact countries, while the combination of extreme weather events and human conflict has caused widespread suffering and hardship. Throughout the world, I detect a growing sense of insecurity, and whilst the meaning of Donald Hord's famous description of Australia being the lucky country is sometimes misunderstood, there is little doubt that we do live in a lucky country, and we are lucky to live here. That is not to deny or ignore the Australians who struggle every day with living costs and other hardships. That is why, since being elected, the Albanese Labor government has made cost of living help a priority. We have done that by putting more money into Australian households and reducing costs for essential everyday services. In the limited time that I have tonight, I will touch on some of the government's achievements. Labor has boosted the wages of workers in childcare, aged care and low-paid industries. We have provided $300 of energy relief for eligible Australian households and $325 for small businesses. Every Australian taxpayer received a tax cut. We extended paid parental leave to 26 weeks and added superannuation to it. 500,000 Australians have benefited from fee-free TAFE places, and around 3 million Australians have had university debts reduced by around $1,200. And HECS debts will reduce even more after the next election if Labor is re-elected. A Commonwealth prac payment will also be established so Australians studying to be a teacher, a nurse, a midwife or a social worker can get paid to go on prac placements. Importantly, the Albanese Labor government has reduced health costs by making medicines cheaper and bulk billing more GP visits. Today, some 75 Medicare urgent care clinics, including one in the Macon electorate, have been opened and another 12 are in the pipeline, ensuring people have access to urgent medical care when they need it at a bulk billing medical centre. An additional 15,000 GPs have entered the workforce since Labor's election in 2022, and health services are being restored. To support our veterans, we are establishing 10 veterans and families hubs across Australia, employing more staff and providing record funding for the Department of Veterans Affairs and eliminating the veterans' claims backlog and simplifying the claims process. For the nation's farmers, food producers and wine industry, trade relations with China have been rebuilt after those sectors were decimated by the last coalition government. And Labor is taking steps to stop the price rip-offs by the big supermarkets. Labor has increased rent assistance by 40%, expanded the eligibility for parenting payment for single parents and made childcare more affordable. We are delivering NBN upgrades on time and on budget. And after nearly a decade of neglect, protecting the environment is also back on the agenda. And I'll just highlight again just some of the achievements from Labor. We've delivered a 25% increase in renewables in our national energy grid in 2 years, established a new vehicle energy efficiency standard, introduced legislation to set up Australia's first national independent environment protection agency. We have kept the Great Barrier Reef off the World Heritage Endangered list by protecting it with a $1.2 billion investment, and boosted recycling capacity, and very importantly for my state of South Australia, rescued the Murray-Darling Basin Plan. We've also established a National Anti-Corruption Commission to restore integrity and trust in our national institutions, and Labor is rebuilding also the Australian economy. Inflation has fallen from over 6% in 2022 to 2.8%. 1 million jobs have been created, wage growth has returned, and we have delivered back-to-back budget surpluses, and national debt has been reduced by $150 billion. This has all been achieved in 2 years. Australia is part of a global economy, and we are directly affected by world events. We know there is much more to do, but we are rebuilding our economy, acting on climate change, protecting the environment, wages are growing, debt is reducing, and confidence is being restored. We have the natural resources and we have the people to meet the challenges of the future. I believe the worst is behind us, and we have every reason to look to the future with confidence.
Thank the member for Macon, and I call the member for Cook.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On Friday, the 20th of September, my community gathered to commemorate National Police Remembrance Day at Warrenora Memorial Park and Cemetery in the Sutherland Shire. 24 police officers are buried or cremated. These men and women gave their lives to protect our community. It was an honour for me to join their fellow police officers, their family and their friends to commemorate what they gave, the ultimate sacrifice, their lives protecting our community. 24 of these officers are buried and cremated there. 11 of those officers were killed in the local area commands of St George and the Sutherland Shire, and 13 of them from the rest of the state. I'm incredibly proud of our police working night and day to keep our community safe, putting their lives at risk. And I was incredibly proud last week to go to the Sutherland Shire Police Command Medal and Awards ceremony as well. It was a pleasure to join Superintendent Don Folds, Commander of the Sutherland Shire Police Area Command, to recognise the following valued members of the New South Wales Police Force in the Sutherland Shire. The following officers and one community member received the Commander's Certificates of Commendation: Chief Inspector Gary Ford, Sergeant Simon Moore, Leading Senior Constable Casey Belden, Constable Jonah Sigel, Constable Miriam Suka. The officers performed cardiopulmonary resuscitation for 30 minutes on a security guard who was in an altercation and tragically passed away. Constable Trent Patterson and Constable Corey Sainsbury, who chased an offender who was wanted for assault in Sutherland. The offender stopped while being pursued, produced a knife and aggressively approached the officers. Constable Patterson successfully deployed his taser. Their quick thinking and willingness to protect those around them prevented further escalation and risk to the community. Thank you, Trent and Corey. Constable Jacqueline White and Constable Shannon Brennan also responded to a priority broadcast from Marine Rescue in a collision on the Port Hacking River, Grays Point. They performed CPR on a female victim of the collision while a helicopter hovered directly above them, causing strong gusts of winds and flying debris. Tragically, this woman was unable to be revived, but Constables White and Brennan assisted the family members of the deceased. Thank you for what you do. Also, Sean Peach was recognised, a community member who was driving when he saw a female standing on the footbridge railing over traffic. Mr Peach did not hesitate in stopping his vehicle under the footbridge to minimise the risk of a potential suicide attempt and immediately engaged the woman on top of the bridge. He gathered details and assisted police to help save the life of this potential suicide victim. Sean, not a member of the police force, just a member of the community who stepped in and did the right thing. Like many thousands of members in the community of Cook, he exemplifies the volunteering and community spirit. I would also like to recognise the following award recipients and thank them for their contributions to my community. The following officers received the New South Wales Police Medal, recognising 10 years of eligible service and commitment. Sergeant Michael Quick, Detective Senior Constable Jake Chalmers, Senior Constable Alicia Francis and Senior Constable Jacob Hegney. The following officers also received the first class to New South Wales Police Medal for 15 years in service and serving with integrity. Sergeant Trish O'Loughlin, Leading Senior Constable Casey Belden, Leading Senior Constable Mark Johnston and Detective Senior Constable Howard Cunliffe. The following officers received the second class for New South Wales Police Medal for 20 years. Sergeant Trevor Hill, Sergeant Nathan Kirkwood, Sergeant Paul Watson, Sergeant Grayson Withers and Senior Constable Kari Bell. The following officers received the third class to the New South Wales Police Medal for 25 years. Detective Sergeant Jane Shrivens, Sergeant Matthew Hesimovich, Sergeant Richard Hill. The following officers received the fourth class to the police service for an incredible 30 years service. Chief Inspector Michael Stewart, and the following officer received the fifth class to the New South Wales Police Medal for 35 years. Chief Inspector Michael Stewart. The following officers received a warrant of appointment for promotion to Sergeant and Senior Sergeant: Sergeant Trish O'Loughlin, Sergeant Nathan Kirkwood, Sergeant Michael Quick, Sergeant Paul Watson. The following officers received the Commander's Medal of Certificate of Merit: Constable Natalie Overall and Senior Constable Anthony McLaughlin.
I thank the member for Cook and I call the member for Aston.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It was so wonderful to welcome the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories, the Honourable Kristy McBain, to my electorate of Aston earlier in the week last week. Whilst in my electorate, I was able to show the Minister some of the local road and infrastructure projects underway and discuss our forward priorities. As a federal member living in the beautiful outer eastern suburbs of Melbourne, I know how crucial roads and their conditions are. Over the past 19 months since being elected, I have received many emails, social media messages and phone calls from constituents regarding the poor condition of some of the state government and local roads, and I should know I have seen them myself driving around the electorate. That is why I'm absolutely rapt that the Albanese Labor government has delivered a massive funding boost to local governments in the form of the Roads to Recovery program. Working in partnership with Knox City Council, projects funded by the Albanese government are improving the safety of our local road networks, supporting local jobs and unlocking new social and economic opportunities. The Roads to Recovery program, which directly funds local councils to ensure that roads are properly maintained, has seen a huge increase in funding compared to previous years. Around $6.5 million in Roads to Recovery funding will flow to Knox City Council over the next 5 years, a boost of $2.8 million on the previous federal coalition government funding. This will pave the way for a pipeline of future road safety upgrades, with $300,000 for improvements at Templeton Street in Wantirna and $650,000 for a 300-metre section of Station Street at Ferntree Gully. All this from the Albanese Labor government supporting improvements to road surfaces and curbs. This builds on work already delivered, such as upgrades to Rickards Avenue in Knoxfield, with just on $650,000 from the federal Labor government, making this busy route to Carrington Primary School a lot safer. Through Phase 4 of the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Program, Knox City Council is receiving over $730,000 for high-impact local projects. This figure includes over $432,000 for cricket net upgrades at the Mari Wallace Oval in Bayswater, something the community has long called for, which will improve player safety and boost participation as well. The surface of Knox BMX track, which regularly hosts state championships, is also being upgraded this year thanks to $300,000 from the Albanese government, improving the use of this facility in all weather conditions. Safety upgrades to Henderson Road in Knoxfield also continue to progress thanks to over $14.2 million from the Albanese government, with the project on track for completion in mid-2026, where slip lanes will be added at the Ferntree Gully Road and Henderson Road traffic lights. Excuse me. This is set to reduce traffic congestion and travel times on this key suburban road. Melbourne's east is fast growing, and which is why I'm proud to have secured millions of dollars for our local community, ensuring we continue to build for our future, because without our funding commitments, these important road and infrastructure projects wouldn't have got off the ground. Thank you.
I thank the member for Aston. In accordance with the resolution agreed to earlier, I call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day number 2, Communications Legislation Amendment Combating Misinformation and Disinformation Bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading.
Thank you. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This misinformation and disinformation bill demands careful consideration. While the government's desire to tackle the harmful effects of misinformation and disinformation in our media are both important and worthy, its somewhat piecemeal approach to the issue raises concerns both about the potential limits of its effectiveness, but also its potential to limit freedom of expression in this country. Misinformation and disinformation can have devastating effects on human rights, on social cohesion and on democratic processes. Australians are increasingly concerned about them. The rise of internet technologies has amplified diverse voices within our society. They have enabled new economic opportunities for many. They have democratised access to information and to education. And they have given all of us, globally, new ways to connect and to gather. However, internet technologies have also enabled the rapid spread of abhorrent and illegal materials. Hate speech, misinformation, disinformation, and child exploitation content have contributed to an erosion of trust in our media and in our democracy. The vulnerable, children, women, Indigenous women and men, people of colour and LGBTQIA+ individuals are particularly targeted by harmful content, by harassment and by hate speech. The digital providers have failed to voluntarily address those aspects of those platforms which enable the spread of harmful content. Features such as recommender systems, dark patterns, invasive data harvesting, ineffective and vague content moderation policies, addictive design features, and opaque mechanisms for reporting misconduct or abuse online. There have in fact been no commercial incentives for the platforms to regulate misinformation and disinformation. In fact, it's the opposite. Inflammatory content drives engagement, which in turn drives profits. The digital platforms are most able to reduce their harmful content. They're the ones who can do that the most easily, and they have to be made responsible for mitigating the harms that they actively enable. Effective citizenship requires access to reliable information. Democracy cannot flourish without a diversity of media sources and a regulatory regime that protects consumers against the spread of misinformation, which ensures trust in what we hear, we read and we see. The erosion of trust in our media is a serious concern. We do need to address it. But we also need to be conscious of the need to ensure that any measures taken to address misinformation and disinformation do not, paradoxically, exacerbate the toxic erosion of trust and the feelings of disenfranchisement expressed by so many in the population. I'm particularly concerned about this bill's definitions of misinformation and disinformation. It's very important to differentiate between unintentional and deliberate spread of false information, but the current wording of this legislation lacks clarity. Drawing a clear line between truth and falsehood is not always simple. There may be legitimate differences in opinion as to how content should be characterised. We have to ensure that these definitions are robust enough to capture harmful content and significant forms of bad action by bad actors, but not so broad as to capture legitimate political expression. Robust and open expressions and discussions of differences of opinion and scientific debate. There are legitimate fears that the bill could be used by politicians or government officials to suppress dissent and control public narratives. My constituents are concerned that the government may not be a reliable judge of truth, that it might exempt itself from the same scrutiny that applies to others. Misleading content is published in print and online every second of every day in every region of the world. The terms misinformation and disinformation are vastly overused in public discourse. Too often they are employed by both the far left and the far right to discount opposing viewpoints without engaging in reasoned debate. We all know that, we recognise it and we try to address it, but many people struggle with giving our government now the ability to decide what is and what is not true. And many Australians lack faith in the ability of digital platforms to adjudicate on such matters with sensitivity and with rigour. I've also heard from my constituents concerns that this bill grants excessive powers to the Australian Communications and Media Authority and to the E-Safety Commissioner, allowing them to regulate and censor online content. There are valid concerns that these authorities, were they to act in an overzealous fashion, could silence legitimate criticism or opposition. In response to such criticism and to other feedback from the Human Rights Commissioner and other legal experts, the government has refined its definition of serious harm, such that it must now constitute significant and far-reaching consequences. Health-related content is only in the scope of this legislation where it relates to public health or preventative health measures, and while the ACMA retains broad powers under this bill, it cannot ask that accounts can be blocked or posts removed if they are simply posting misinformation unintentionally, unless they come from bots. The bill does not deal with dissemination of content which may be incorrect or false, only that which is regarded as seriously harmful and reasonably verifiable as false, misleading or deceptive. In that, the law remains piecemeal. It doesn't cover professional news. It doesn't cover government communications, art, satire or religious content. Hate directed at specific groups has to meet the legal bar of vilification to fall under the remit of this legislation. We need to consider the complexities involved in platforms' content moderation systems as part of these oversight strategies. Recent experience has shown that the automated oversight processes, such as those seen in the Robodebt scheme, are prone to error when tasked with interpreting complex human behaviour, intention and meaning. Their outcomes can be both unintended and devastating. As we saw with Robodebt, automation can allow organisations to cut costs at the expense of accountability and transparency, prioritising efficiency over justice and oversight. Applying this to the media context, automation in content moderation raises a severe risk of algorithmic overreach. Imagine AI algorithms trained to detect what is deemed harmful or misleading content across Australia's diverse media landscape. In practice, this could well result in uneven, opaque and arbitrary systems of content regulation. The inherent subjectivity in defining misinformation and disinformation makes it especially unsuited to the blunt instrument of algorithmic enforcement. Equally, the proposed dependence on automated systems could well foster a sense of faceless moderation. When individuals are subject to opaque and unaccountable decision-making processes, they are left feeling powerless to challenge or understand the rationale behind any content removal. Moreover, as we've seen with the gradual expansion of surveillance technologies, there's a real risk that these automated content moderation systems, which are initially presented as narrowly targeted solutions, could incrementally expand their reach over time, potentially ultimately encroaching upon a wider spectrum of online expression. I'm glad that the legislation has been amended now to require that platforms grant access to approved independent researchers, such as academic institutions, not-for-profit entities and other non-commercial researchers. Those researchers should be given immunities to protect them from the sorts of attacks that have recently occurred with X Corporation's litigation against the Centre for Countering Digital Hate and Meta's actions against CrowdTangle and Reset Tech Australia. But, Deputy Speaker, to my mind, the greatest weakness of this piece of legislation is its carve-out for dissemination of professional news content, which it defines as that produced by or for newspapers, magazines, television, radio and websites. We expect with this legislation that Meta and Instagram will police their content, but we as a country remain happy to accept the frequent and deliberate misleading of Australians by professional media sources, who, in my mind, are worse because they operate on a much larger scale, in a mainstream format, and they rarely receive anything other than the mildest admonishment from the media regulator. Watch Sky. Read The West Australian. Listen to the dross on 2GB or Kiss FM. Then go to Instagram, TikTok or Facebook. On which platforms are women more often subjected to overt misogyny? In which formats are Muslims and Indigenous Australians more often subjected to racism and to bigotry? Who is more likely to attack trans people and kids in the Australian youth justice system? Russian bots or Sky presenters? Who's published the text messages of alleged rape victims? Who's outed women who've made confidential sexual harassment claims? Who has falsely named an innocent individual in Sydney as a mass murderer? Which media outlets in this country most often exhibit clear, intentional political bias reflecting the editorial influence of their owners? The answer, sadly, is the mainstream media, in the press but also on digital platforms, which is not to say that the purely digital platforms are not also guilty of these sorts of behaviours. It's just that in this shameful race to the bottom, regulation of all forms of media in this country is deeply problematic. We also have the recent example of the referendum debate, which, both online and in the mainstream media, became contaminated by falsehoods and by lies disguised as truth, and which were repeated and amplified by the mainstream media just as much as they were by the digital platforms. Deputy Speaker, in 2020, more than 500,000 Australians signed a petition calling for the establishment of a Royal Commission into the Australian media landscape. A subsequent Senate inquiry concluded that the Australian regulatory environment for all forms of news media is weak, it's fragmented and it's inconsistent in its governance arrangements and in standards across platforms. That inquiry found that focusing on the internet platforms alone would not resolve the grave problems in Australia's media sector. It recommended consideration of a platform-neutral single news regulator. In the same year, in 2021, the Google-owned platform YouTube suspended mainstream broadcaster Sky News for broadcasting medical misinformation about the COVID-19 pandemic. In that instance, a private company was able to act swiftly and effectively to protect the public from misinformation, but ACMA, the purported media regulator, was not. When she introduced this legislation, the Minister referenced the false accusations made against an innocent individual after the Bondi Junction stabbings. Those accusations were made and were amplified by the Seven Network, every bit as much as they were by the digital platforms. For years we have seen that ACMA is ineffectual and it is toothless. A statement of ministerial expectations regarding its actions might well give strength to those who are unsure whether or not to support this bill. Speaker, if we pass this law but we do not act on the manifest deficiencies of mainstream media in this country, we are kidding ourselves that we're making any difference to public trust in this country's media landscape. We still need a judicial inquiry into media regulation in this country. That should be an inquiry which should consider a single independent media regulator to harmonise news media standards and oversee an effective process for remedying, which would likely result much more effective process for remedying than would result from the legislation that we're debating now, which would consider complaints from all parts of our media landscape, which would do away with duplication and inadequacy. In opposition, this government was supportive of the concept of meaningful media reform. Now it's in power, it's happy to act on digital platforms to limit their forays into misinformation and disinformation, while also threatening to impose financial levies on those platforms to prop up mainstream media. This at a time when it is also actively protecting the advertising streams of mainstream media through its refusal to ban gambling advertising. Advertising that it knows is harming Australians. Advertising that it knows is allowing the mainstream media to behave in ways at odds with the standards that we are proposing in this legislation. In its current form, with its limitations, this legislation will not do enough. It won't protect democracy in this country as we so desperately need. It will be just another half-effective, half-measure, an inch when we need a mile, a gesture when we need a stand.
Thank the member for Kooyong. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. I call the member for Hughes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Communications Legislation Amendment Combating Misinformation and Disinformation Bill of 2024. Deputy Speaker, in my 2.5 years since I've been elected, I've had a lot of, hundreds and hundreds, probably thousands of emails from constituents, but I have been completely overwhelmed by the number of emails and meetings and correspondence that I've had in relation to misinformation and disinformation. Deputy Speaker, this bill is a revised version of the exposure draft misinformation bill, which was published and then withdrawn in what we say is a humiliating backdown last year by the Communications Minister. And it did follow overwhelming opposition from a wide range of groups, including human rights, civil liberties, leading lawyers and proponents of free speech. Deputy Speaker, more than 20,000 Australians made submissions and comments opposing that original bill. So while this bill is has a stated aim to reduce the spread of seriously harmful misinformation and disinformation on digital communication platforms, there are so many flaws in this bill. It has not been well thought out. We've heard from a broad cross-section of sitting members in this place about their issues with this, and it's really something that I think that the Communications Minister, with all respect, does need to go back to the drawing board. It's unclear, for example, if the bill will operate in a manner compatible with Australians' international human rights obligations related to freedom of expression. The definitions of misinformation and disinformation create some uncertainty as to the breadth of content that is captured. And while the bill introduces supposed transparency requirements for certain digital communications platforms related to misinformation and disinformation, including obligations to publish information on risk management actions, media literacy plans and complaints processes. However, the bill provides the Australian Communications and Media Authority, or ACMA, with new powers to create digital platform rules that require digital communication platforms to report and keep records on certain matters related to misinformation and disinformation. And the bill provides ACMA with a graduated set of powers in relation to the development and registration of industry misinformation codes and misinformation standards. So, Deputy Speaker, what we have here is a lot of power being put into a bureaucracy, and the bill has been referred to the Senate Environment and Communications Legislation Committee for inquiry with a reporting date of 25 November 2024. Both the Senate Scrutiny of Bills Committee and the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights have raised concerns with this bill. So while the stated purpose is to amend the Broadcasting Services Act of 1992 to facilitate the introduction of rules, requirements, codes and standards for digital communication platform providers, aiming to reduce the spread of seriously harmful misinformation and disinformation. As always, Deputy Speaker, with legislation, the intention, the devil is very much in the detail. And the bill is supposed to respond to recommendations made in a 21 review of the Voluntary Industry Australian Codes of Practice on misinformation and disinformation. And as I've said before, it's supposed to be a refined version of an earlier exposure draft bill that was released by the Labor government last year. There is significant concern, I've highlighted the significant concern in my electorate and I think throughout our country around misinformation. And also, I should say, Deputy Speaker, internationally. We saw the University of Canberra published a digital news report earlier this year and found that 75% of Australians are concerned about online misinformation. And that was up from 65% in 2016 and well above the global average of 54%. The Human Rights Commission of the General Assembly of the United Nations adopted a resolution on the role of states in countering the negative impact of disinformation on the enjoyment and realisation of human rights. And, Deputy Speaker, we live in a world now where very, very different to previous generations, where people receive their news through hard copy, through newspapers, through magazines. But these days I know that most of the under 30s, for example, that I know have never looked at a broadsheet newspaper unless they have been down to their grandparents' house, and they similarly don't even follow those sort of news platforms on their phone. They are far more inclined to pick up all of their news through various social notice boards or through Instagram, TikTok and various other, Snapchat and various other platforms. So that does mean that we are living in a very different world when we have to look at, as policymakers, when we have to look at what is and is not acceptable to be on these platforms, having regard to the overwhelming desire that we have for freedom of speech. And this has been an issue that the former coalition government did deal with. The Australian Competition and Consumer Commission's digital platforms inquiry in 2019, for example, highlighted the significant risks posed by increasing prevalence of misinformation and disinformation shared on digital platforms. And I think that, speaking of recent contemporary events, I think we particularly saw, Deputy Speaker, through the pandemic, a level of fear, and there were certainly levels of significant misinformation and disinformation that was certainly put out during that period. And probably, Deputy Speaker, like me, you no doubt also receive emails from constituents and from people who aren't constituents about a range of concerns that they have. They can be referred to as conspiracy theories. They can relate from everything from 5G to various chemtrails and things like that. And so I think it is very important that this is a serious issue, but it does need to, and it certainly does need to be addressed. So we say on our side, Deputy Speaker, that there are probably about 3 or 4 key issues that we have with the government's proposed legislation. First of all, it does act as an incentive for digital platforms to regulate free speech. And we say this because digital platforms risk big fines if they do not comply with digital platform rules or industry codes and misinformation standards. So ACMA will determine whether or not a digital platform is compliant with the legislation. And that, I think, causes concern when it is just one bureaucracy that is looking at whether or not something is misinformation or disinformation, and in doing so, it is likely that the platforms themselves will self-censor the legitimately held views of Australians. There is also a very broad definition of misinformation. It captures opinions, the bill captures opinions that are held in good faith. There is no requirement that the maker of the statement is acting maliciously or setting out to deceive people. If something is considered to be, quote, reasonably verifiable as misleading and reasonably likely to cause or contribute to serious harm, it can be captured as misinformation. So I think there is an issue when there does not need to be any intent proven in regard to the misinformation. There is also concern around the broad definition of serious harm, and it could be seen that a large amount of material could be captured as serious harm because some of the topics on which misinformation can be encapsulated as serious harm includes elections, referendums, public health and preventative health measures, and imminent harm to the economy or financial markets. So it could be seen there, Deputy Speaker, there are a broad range of topics that could be encapsulated and then in fact shut down by social media platforms around any of those areas. Another concern is the level of power that this gives the Minister. The Communications Minister has existing powers which could now be used under this bill to order the ACMA to conduct specific investigations under the Misinformation Bill. The Minister can also order public hearings, and the only constraint on that power is that it cannot relate to particular content posed on a digital communications platform by a single end user identifiable by ACMA. So the power seems to be very wide, and it's potentially very open to political abuse, and we say this is completely inconsistent with basic democratic values. The Minister under this bill also has power to exempt digital platforms, so a digital site that has politics perhaps less favoured by whichever government is in power at the time could be excluded simply on the basis that the government of the day does not like its particular politics. And Deputy Speaker, I just want to turn to some of the comments that have come through to me from my constituents. And as I said, I was quite overwhelmed by the volume of correspondence on this one issue. It's probably almost the most correspondence I've had on any one piece of government legislation in 2.5 years. I will reiterate some of them. Robert from Illawong: the threat of serious penalties for digital platform providers who do not comply is alarming and is likely to result in over-censorship. Damien from Engadine: the bill comprises the integrity of social media by granting the e-Safety Commissioner increased authority, which is being used to further censor content in response to EXCOR's principled stance. David from Engadine: another concern is the definitions of serious harm, misinformation, disinformation and truth. Who decides what these terms apply to? and indeed whether they can even be adequately defined in practice. These definitions are highly subjective, and indeed who decides what is or is not truth in these times. Lance from Alfred's Point: this, in my mind and most of my friends, is the most dangerous and Orwellian bill put forward in Australia. This is a direct assault on our freedom of speech and by default on our freedom. Tracy from Wattle Grove: this bill would further constrain free speech, going against the principles of the International Covenant of Civil and Political Rights. Paul from Illawong: the bill could suppress conservatives, religious or minority viewpoints on various issues. Andrew from Bonnet Bay: the bill appears to have the sole purpose of suppressing criticism of government. Ross from Bangor: civil penalties against digital platforms may stifle public discourse and disproportionately affect certain viewpoints. Tanya from Warranora: the government needs to stop attacking our liberties and freedoms and trying to protect us by introducing legislation that threatens the very heart of our democracy that our ancestors fought so hard for us to enjoy. Sarah from Janali: I'm concerned about the government's and mainstream media being exempt from this bill. Jackie from Sutherland: this bill represents complete government overreach. More than that, it is a path to authoritarianism. Marjan from Como: freedom of speech is the bedrock of a free and fair society. It is a fundamental value of Australia. Despite denials to the contrary, the proposed bill will erode this fundamental human right. Steve from Bangor: the draft exposure says it is about keeping Australians safe from harm, but the government will cause harm by silencing Australians. The Commonwealth is responsible for protecting the rights of the individual, not suppressing them. Cameron from Holsworthy: this legislation, if passed, will also jeopardise any future online discussions on any subject the government of the day does not want the general population to discuss, contrary to the government of the day's own beliefs. Anetta from Bundina: even social media companies such as Meta and Twitter have voiced their concerns over the proposed law because it's easy to see how the power given to ACMA could be abused. Thomas from Heathcote: to quote from John Stuart Mill, all silencing of discussion is an assumption of infallibility. So, Deputy Speaker, it is not just the Coalition and it's not just members of the crossbench that have issues with this legislation. These are just a couple of examples from my electorate, and in all of the circumstances, I join with the Coalition in saying I cannot support the legislation as it's currently drafted. Thank you.
Thank the member for Hughes. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This bill addresses misinformation and disinformation that causes serious harm to public health, groups of people or elections. It says digital platforms have to disclose what they're doing about dis and misinformation, provide information to prove it, and if they're not doing enough, gives ACMA the power to require them to do more. A range of limits have been put in place to reduce the potential for infringing freedom of expression. Thanks to some amendments to which the government's agreed, I think this is a step in the right direction in meeting my community's desire to see digital platforms held to account for the harm that they can enable. Seriously harmful online misinformation and disinformation poses a safety and wellbeing threat to Australians, as well as undermining trust in democracy. A number of people in my Curtin community have expressed real concern about online safety and harm generally. This was reinforced to me by a strong response to my survey on a review of the Online Safety Act. My community welcomed better regulation on current and emerging harms and technologies and supported greater responsibility being placed on digital platforms through a statutory duty of care. This is consistent with research by the independent Reset Tech Australia that commissioned a YouGov poll in April 2024 and found 93% of people agreed that social media companies should have a duty of care to take reasonable care of their users. Now, while it doesn't create a duty of care, I understand that this bill is one of a range of reforms that the government intends to propose in the broad online safety and big tech space. Voluntary self-regulation has not worked. The fact is, we need to hold to account the companies that allow misinformation and disinformation to be distributed. We need strong processes to ensure our communities are protected. The concept of better regulating digital platforms for seriously harmful misinformation and disinformation is not novel and has broad in-principle support. The government's attempting to do it here, and the Coalition's 2022 election platform included a commitment to increase the information gathering and enforcement powers of the media regulator to combat harmful online misinformation and disinformation. I agree it needs to be done too, with transparency and accountability being at the forefront. And this is consistent with my Fair and Transparent Elections Private Members Bill, where one of my priorities was seeking to ban lies in political advertising. The need to regulate harmful false communications is particularly pertinent today of all days as we watch the US election in a febrile atmosphere of a divided populace and online echo chambers. But how we regulate misinformation is a complex challenge. How do we make sure the communications we receive are truthful while also making sure people can continue to communicate easily? How do we strike the right balance between combating misinformation and disinformation on the one hand while sufficiently protecting freedom of expression on the other? Well, the broad aim of this bill is to incentivise digital communications platform providers to have robust systems and measures in place to combat misinformation and disinformation. The bill does three things. It imposes core transparency obligations on digital platforms, which will be required to publish a report on a risk assessment of their platform, a current media literacy plan, and their policies for tackling misinformation and disinformation. Secondly, it provides ACMA with information gathering and record keeping powers to hold digital platforms to account. ACMA can require platforms to maintain and keep records, it can obtain information on an as-needed basis when investigating, and it can publish information that's not commercially sensitive. And thirdly, it enables ACMA to approve codes and make standards if voluntary platform efforts provide inadequate protection to prevent and respond to misinformation and disinformation on their services. These codes are industry-led and can be approved and registered by ACMA, while standards can be set by ACMA as a last resort. A code or standard could include obligations on platforms to have robust systems and processes such as reporting tools, links to authoritative information, support for fact-checkers, and demonetisation of disinformation. Approved codes and standards will be legislative instruments subject to parliamentary scrutiny and disallowable. Now, I have some concerns about ACMA's ability to fulfil these new roles. This is beyond ACMA's current role, but I understand that additional funding has been allocated and the evolving role can be addressed in an updated statement of expectations from the Minister, which is a public document. The bill doesn't apply to all misinformation and disinformation. It only applies if the information causes serious harm. And serious harm can mean harm to public health, vilification of a group, and harm to the operation or integrity of an election. Given the bills I've proposed to improve the integrity of our electoral system, particularly relating to truth in political advertising, I'm pleased to see this on the list. In Australian federal elections, the AEC is operating in an information environment increasingly impacted by misinformation and disinformation, which has the serious potential to impact elections, as well as erode voters' trust in the legitimacy of results. As parliamentarians, we must be doing everything possible in order to restore voters' trust in a time of record disinterest and distrust in our democracy. The Australian public has a high level of trust in the AEC, and the AEC sees the value in considering legislation to increase the transparency and accountability of major digital platforms and their responses to misinformation and disinformation. So that's a good start. But the Law Council of Australia and other civil society groups are concerned that this bill will amount to a restriction on the freedom of expression. And I agree that any restriction on freedom of expression should not be made lightly. And we're back to the Balancing Act I mentioned before. I acknowledge that in drafting, the government has attempted to limit restrictions on freedom of expression. Firstly, ACMA's powers are directed to digital communications platform providers and not to individual end users. These digital communications platform providers will be incentivised to have appropriate systems and measures in place to combat misinformation and disinformation. The bill does not empower ACMA to require digital platforms to take down or remove online content, except for disinformation involving inauthentic behaviour such as bots or troll farms. It does not give ACMA any direct takedown power or the ability to fine or regulate individual end users. Also, various content is excluded from the bill, things like parody or satire content or content from academic, artistic, scientific or religious purposes. Professional news content is also excluded on the justification that it's subject to existing industry oversight. Changes have also been made since the 2023 Exposure Draft Bill, which include narrowing the definition of misinformation and disinformation and the scope of serious harms, both done to reinforce protections to safeguard freedom of expression. These changes have been designed to better align definitions with our international human rights obligations. I'm encouraged that the government has agreed to make some amendments after listening to concerns raised by the crossbench and other stakeholders. Firstly, the government will now put up an amendment to ensure the 3-yearly review is undertaken by an independent person. This was an amendment proposed by the member for North Sydney, and I'm glad the government is accepting it. Given how quickly this area is changing, it will be important that we have a credible and clear-eyed review of whether it's working. The second amendment that the government is now proposing relates to access to data for researchers, so policy can be informed by emerging insights in this rapidly changing space. There's no better disinfectant than sunlight, and giving researchers access to data for appropriate research purposes and legal protection means digital platforms will no longer be a black box. I recognise that the data access framework proposed is based on the EU model, which is still a work in progress. So I'm glad to see that data access for independent researchers will be reviewed in 12 months. I would like to see more public reporting. As the New South Wales Council for Civil Liberties says in its submission to the Legislation Committee, regulatory transparency ensures that the government can hold platforms accountable, but public transparency allows for a multi-stakeholder approach, where civil society, journalists, advocacy groups and individuals can play an active role in monitoring misinformation efforts. Without public access to critical data and reports, the regulatory process risks becoming opaque, which could diminish public trust in both the government and digital platforms. But I'm yet to work through the detail of the amendments being proposed to determine how much public reporting is now included directly or indirectly by providing access to researchers. I note that there have been concerns raised about exempting traditional media outlets from the bill on the basis that there are other regulatory frameworks in place. I accept this, but issues with misinformation and disinformation should be addressed appropriately under those existing frameworks. Given this is a relatively new area of regulation in a rapidly changing space, I'm glad this legislation will be reviewed every 3 years to ensure it keeps up with the structural evolution in how people obtain information. It's worth noting that while the crossbench has been engaging constructively with experts and the government to improve the legislation, those in opposition are yet again playing a point-scoring game and refusing to even consider how we might work to address this issue, which they have recognised as a problem. Despite previously announcing their intention to introduce legislation to combat harmful misinformation and disinformation online, members of the opposition are refusing to even engage in a constructive way in this debate. And then they have the gall to criticise the crossbench for voting with the government when the government introduces the very amendments that they've negotiated. The point scoring remains more important to the opposition than the substance. So with these limitations on power and agreed amendments, I think that there's an acceptable balance between the right to freedom of expression against other rights, although I would be open to supporting additional amendments that put further safeguards in place for freedom of expression, and I look forward to seeing how the bill operates at its first review. In the interests of combating online misinformation and disinformation that causes serious harm, and consistent with the stated desire from my community in our online safety survey, I intend to support the bill in its amended form. I commend this bill to the House.
I thank the honourable member for the contribution, and the question before the House now is that this bill be read a second time, and with that I give the call to the most honourable member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, at a time when Australians expect their government to be doing everything in its power to reduce the cost of living crisis that they face. Labor is instead trying to control the public debate. Now, this is one of the most egregious pieces of legislation I've seen in my 2.5 years in this place, and the Coalition will not be supporting this bill. Now, there has undoubtedly been a rise in online harm, whether it's bullying, deepfakes, or the abhorrent spreading of footage after violent attacks. And as lawmakers, we have a duty to keep Australians safe from online harm, but this must always be balanced with our value of free speech that has underpinned our democracy. And democracies move forward when we can debate issues and have opinions heard. No great nation has ever been built by a government that considers itself the arbiter of all truth. But, Deputy Speaker, the challenges we face today in modern society aren't new. They are challenges that have been faced by civilisations for centuries. And let's use one example of a citizen many, many years ago, Galileo. Galileo, the trial of Galileo, that comes to mind, Deputy Speaker. Now, Galileo was ordered to turn himself in to the Holy Office to begin trial. Now, what was his crime? His egregious crime was holding the belief that the earth revolves around the sun. And this was deemed incorrect by the church at the time. And this was the second time that Galileo was interrogated for his